Chapter 1. The Dragon of the Apocalypse. The phenomenon of the game Divine Decree has been unleashed. On this day, countless players congregated, enthusiastically embarking on their journey through this sensational game. Yet within the realm of the game, a different kind of commotion began to unfold. Amidst a thunderous roar, the entire obsidian mountain seemed to stir into motion. Boulders flew, dust billowed, and a massive silhouette gradually emerged. Suddenly, a fierce gale erupted, the enormous black wings slicing through the sky, dispersing the haze. Crimson vertical pupils abruptly opened, and searing flames erupted from between its sharp fangs. The overwhelming pressure that instilled dread across the land quickly spread. A deep voice resonated. It seems something has descended. The colossal black dragon stood tall between rivers of lava and piles of bones. Its gaze fixed northward, revealing an unmistakable sense of bewilderment. Is this a world digitized by the game, or a reality transformed by numbers? Gazing into the smoke-filled sky, the black dragon sighed softly. Within it resided the soul of a being from another world, a young man named Yu, once an ordinary citizen of a bustling city. A common wage earner, his days passed in monotonous routine, devoid of excitement. Yet, fate took a dramatic turn, and his mundane life was supplanted by the colossal form of a dragon. Reborn in flames, he emerged resilient, unlike any earthly creature. His consciousness, however, fell into a prolonged slumber under the overwhelming power of the dragon. A millennium slipped silently by, the affairs of the world unperturbed, the dragon's body like a mountain, resting in death's embrace. Until an unusual disturbance shattered the tranquility. The black dragon murmured, "The world is about to change." An unfamiliar, yet reverent whisper echoed, seemingly emanating from the infinite void. "O great Lord of the Apocalypse, supreme dragon of catastrophe, you trample upon deities. Terminating all existence, you are an unstoppable force. The ignorant and foolish of the world dare to believe the lies of those diminutive gods. Allow me to become your disciple, to inscribe an eternal epic in your name." Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing an unfamiliar visage before Yu. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, players were immersed in their initial experience of Divine Decree. The moment they donned their gaming helmets, their consciousness severed from reality, as if they were transported into a vast starry sky. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped them, an unknown force gently guiding their descent. Before their eyes lay a continent suspended in the void, showcasing the snow-covered northern lands, the lava-laden south, the intertwining forests of the east, and the sandy expanses of the west, a breathtaking panorama. Absolutely stunning, all players gasped in awe, struck by an opening scene as vividly immersive as a cinematic masterpiece. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, the deep prophetic tone suddenly transformed into an impassioned proclamation. "Destiny lies in your hands. Heroes and champions shall rise amidst chaos, forging a glorious saga for humanity." The scene rapidly transitioned, the clashing of swords ringing in their ears. Mages chanted incantations, flames and frost danced, and lightning struck from the heavens. Adventurers stepped forth into the unknown to safeguard the world. As the final whisper faded, the figures of novice players coalesced once more, revealing a resplendent hall before them. In the center stood a grand statue of an elder, robed in finery and wielding a staff, exuding an air of solemnity. "Adventurers, please select your race. Human, dwarf, elf, orc, or sea folk. Adventurers, please choose your class. Warrior, mage, hunter, assassin, knight, or priest." Players found themselves engrossed in the character selection interface, yet the stunning introduction left them momentarily dazed. Among these novices, a unique gaze flickered with excitement. Yi Tian lifted his head, surveying the familiar scene, murmuring to himself, "A fresh start?" He was no ordinary player, but a reborn soul. In his previous life, he had merely been a low-tier player, toiling daily to make ends meet, forever struggling at the bottom while serving the elite. However, fate had granted him a chance to restart. "This time, I shall utterly reshape my destiny." Yi Tian clenched his fists, an overwhelming surge of exhilaration swelling within him. Casting his gaze upon the statue, he revealed a hint of disdainful amusement. The miserly creator has provided insufficient power. With that, he resolutely turned and strode beyond the temple's confines. The system's prompt echoed incessantly in his ears, attempting to halt his advance. "Adventurer, please return to the Creator's temple to select your race and class. Adventurer, should you proceed further, there will be no turning back." The system's warnings grew increasingly stern, tinged with a hint of anger. Yet Yi Tian paid them no heed, his gaze unwavering as he pressed forward. As he ventured deeper into the temple, the golden radiance faded, replaced by a dim and oppressive atmosphere. The pitch-black hellfire blazed fiercely along the roadside lanterns. Yi Tian continued onward, gradually revealing a majestic statue of a dragon. The dragon's eyes gleamed with an ominous light, sending shivers down one's spine. However, Yi Tian's face was alight with uncontainable enthusiasm. "I've truly found it," he whispered, his eyes sparkling with the confidence of impending triumph. Divine decree concealed countless secrets. At the outset, the selection of race and class bore profound implications. Each choice could alter the trajectory of the game. In terms of race selection, players typically face 5 options. Humans boasted balanced attributes across the board, lacking overt strengths or weaknesses, while also enjoying easier access to quests and opportunities within the human empire. Elves were renowned for their swiftness and beauty, their appearance enhanced, and they could unlock exclusive classes in the later stages, though their health and strength were notably frail, making them prone to early demise. Orcs dominated with their initial high strength, stamina, and health, yet were unable to learn magical skills, making it difficult for them to gain prestige in human territories. Dwarves were similar to humans, but suffered from slower speed due to their short stature nevertheless. They could manufacture unique firearm equipment, showcasing great potential in the later game. The sea folk thrived in water, doubling their combat prowess, yet their strength waned on land, limited to mastering water-based magic. Each race possessed distinctive traits, with clear advantages and disadvantages. The ultimate effectiveness would depend on players' ability to discover opportunities and strategies within the game. Class selection was equally crucial, offering greater flexibility. Initial classes could be transitioned to stronger forms with the guidance of mentors upon reaching level 20, unlocking more powerful skills. By completing specific quests or triggering unique opportunities, players might even access rare class paths, surpassing ordinary professions. Rare classes not only boasted superior performance, but also possessed unique abilities, making them coveted goals for many players. Yi Tian was well aware of this, having previously chosen the conventional path of a human mage, but this time, he resolved to pursue an unconventional beginning. In his memory, there existed a hidden class that could be obtained through a specific process, achievable only on the day of the game's launch. This class was known as the Disciple of Catastrophe, with an acquisition method that was particularly unique. Players needed to go against the flow, foregoing the character selection in the Creator's Temple, and instead proceed to the hidden altar of the World Annihilator. By sacrificing their soul before the dragon statue and offering fervent prayers, they could gain the formidable power of the Annihilator. The Disciple of Catastrophe possessed foundational attributes far surpassing other classes, with enhancements in strength, agility, and stamina, as well as remarkable defensive and magical resistance capabilities. It could wield catastrophe-themed magic, further evolving into Catastrophe Guardian or Catastrophe Bard, ultimately capable of summoning the Annihilator's fist to obliterate all. Such a class was deemed invincible, far exceeding ordinary classes both in the early and later stages. Its only drawback was the necessity of concealing one's identity, lest one be hunted down by the forces of the righteous faction. Yet, as a player, Yi Tian cared not for such matters. He sought only power. In his previous life, 12 players who chose the path of the Disciple of Catastrophe became the pinnacle of strength within the game, revered as the 12 Demon Pillars. Yi Tian had once gazed up at their glory, but in this life he was determined to become one of them, perhaps even the most dazzling among them. Standing before the dragon statue, he clasped his hands together and softly intoned, "O great Lord of Catastrophe, beneath the crown of the apocalypse." His voice was fervent and passionate, filled with anticipation. Yet unbeknownst to Yi Tian, every action he took was vividly reflected in the eyes of Yi Yu. Yi Yu, the fabled world annihilator, the dragon of apocalypse. Yi Yu silently observed this frail human, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. The Lord of Catastrophe? The dragon of apocalypse? Is he speaking of me? Yi Yu murmured, finding it amusing. Though he did not fully trust the human's enthusiasm, he decided to test the waters. A commanding voice resonated in Yi Tian's ear. "Disciple, speak your name." Yi Tian hesitated briefly before swiftly responding, "Lonely Leaf. My lord, I am called Lonely Leaf." In the next moment, Yi Yu continued, "Relax your will." Though anxiety gnawed at Yi Tian, he complied, emptying his mind. Simultaneously, Yi Yu's mental magic silently activated, probing deep into Yi Tian's consciousness. This one who calls himself Lonely Leaf seems to possess some undisclosed secrets. Yi Yu pondered, preparing to delve deeper. Within the shadowy altar, the dragon statue's eyes flickered with crimson light, the entire space imbued with an aura of boundless mystery and pressure. As unfamiliar memories surged into his mind like a tidal wave, Yi Yu gleaned everything he sought. A knowing smile emerged upon the dragon's fearsome visage. Ah, how fascinating this all is, he murmured to himself, evidently intrigued. Beside him, Yi Tian remained utterly unaware that his deepest secrets had been thoroughly dissected by the entity before him. The future, the rules of the game, the backdrop of the world, and even Yi Tian's most formidable trump card, all information had been meticulously absorbed by Yi Yu. As the colossal dragon organized these memories, an intricate sense of complexity began to unfurl within him. From a human perspective, this indeed resembled a world of gaming, yet it possessed a historical depth and a thriving civilization that rivaled reality itself. Each indigenous inhabitant bore a unique intellect and will, vibrant and alive, far from mere constructs of data. However, from Yi Tian's recollections, the existence of players, the digitized parameters, and the refreshing mechanisms all echoed the semblance of a virtual game. Is it reality or mere illusion? Yi Yu pondered, gazing down at his own vast form, cloaked in shimmering scales, a contemplative glimmer surfacing in his eyes. According to Yi Tian's memories, he was designated as the final evil. The Dragon of the End? The Lord of Calamity? Yi Yu murmured these titles, a hint of absurdity creeping into his thoughts. The prophecies of the gods had molded him into the ultimate adversary of this world, as if all was preordained. Based on the background information provided by Yi Tian, the righteous players were destined to assume the roles of heroes within the game, evolving to a point where they could challenge him, the ultimate villain. Meanwhile, the 12 demon pillars from a past life even capitalized on his existence to enhance their own notoriety. How intriguing! Yi's draconic eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling smirk. Anyone who awakens to find themselves labeled as the harbinger of destruction would hardly be pleased. Oh, lofty beings, if you are unbothered by the heat of your own pawns, then come and test your fate. His voice was deep, yet it resonated with an underlying fury. The world had become a chessboard, and he had been forcibly thrust into this game. Thus, he resolved to disrupt it entirely. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted suddenly, causing the extreme south forbidden zone to tremble with an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, a colossal dragon's roar pierced the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the continent. All living beings involuntarily felt a shudder, as if a nameless dread had descended upon them. In the south, the indescribable terror had awakened. Meanwhile, Yi Tian had been waiting before the statue for an extended period, a growing unease creeping into his heart. "Your Grace?" he tentatively ventured, his tone laced with undeniable apprehension. At last, a deep and ancient voice resonated. "Believer, do you yearn for power?" This voice seemed to carry an enchanting magic, momentarily ensnaring Yi Tian's very soul. "Indeed, Your Grace, I crave the power to be invincible in this world." He suppressed his unease, responding with unwavering conviction. No sooner had the words left his lips than an inexplicable fervor surged within him. The emotions of mere reverence and anticipation were swiftly supplanted by admiration, veneration, and trust. "Your Grace, I am willing to sacrifice everything for you," Yi Tian exclaimed, his voice imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Yi Yu regarded this spectacle with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He lifted a dragon claw, an arcane energy surged within the void, tearing open a portal of moderate size. From within, he extracted an ancient scale, exuding an oppressive aura. With a casual toss, the scale flew toward Yi Tian as Yi Yu murmured, "Accept it from this day forth. You shall be the harbinger of calamity." The rift in space widened as the massive black scale descended slowly, revealing intricate patterns that glimmered with a haunting violet light, emanating a mysterious yet perilous essence. Before Yi Tian's eyes, the attributes of the scale materialized. Name: Scale of Calamity. Description: fear, disaster, erosion, despair. The old scale of the world destroyer, harboring the power of fear that corrupts all. As Yi Tian beheld this succinct description, a fervor ignited within his gaze. He instinctively reached out to touch the scale. The moment his fingertips met its surface, the colossal object inexplicably shrank at an imperceptible speed, transforming into a streak of light that embedded itself directly into Yi Tian's wrist. What followed was a searing sensation that rapidly spread throughout his entire being from his wrist. His heartbeat quickened, his body temperature surged, and his blood felt as though it had become molten lava coursing through his veins. Amidst the heat, his physique underwent drastic transformations. Yi Tian's height soared, muscles expanded, and a pair of obsidian dragon horns emerged from his crown, his form enveloped in black scales, with slitted pupils radiating a piercing light. His essence transformed, the once ordinary aura dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of pressure and an ineffable dread. "Believer, power has been bestowed upon you, The deep voice reverberated once more, imbued with infinite authority. The dragon scales will teach you how to wield this power and guide you towards your future. When you are sufficiently powerful, follow the guidance of the dragon scales to seek me. The eyes of the dragon statue flashed with a crimson glow before returning to tranquility. Yi Tian stood frozen, overwhelmed by the surging power within him, his heart brimming with excitement and awe. Simultaneously, a digital voice announced the successful creation of his character. Adventurer, Lone Leaf, character creation successful. Confirming race, Dragonkin. Confirming class, Harbinger of Calamity. In 10 seconds, you will enter the Divine Realm continent. He stifled the tumult of exhilaration within, silently invoking attribute panel as a brilliant azure luminescence materialized before him. Chapter 2. The Terror of the Dragon Name, Guy Race, Dragonkin Occupation, Harbinger of Calamity Level, LV1, 0-100, Health, 200-200 Mana, 100-100 Rage, 0-50 Strength, 20 Spirit, 20 Agility, 20 Endurance, 20 Skills, Transformation, Calamity, Fury, Black Flame, Fireball, Claw Rin Trait, Zealous Believer Equipment, none title, none indeed. The power is astonishing. Yi Tian's face radiated with joy. Compared to the initial attributes of ordinary players, this panel was nothing short of luxurious, devoid of any shortcomings. Moreover, he had also acquired the occupational trait, Zealous Believer, trait description. The abyss gazes upon you, plunging the world into despair, and you shall receive the blessings of the Lord of Calamity. This trait endowed him with exceptional growth potential. Whenever he undertook actions favorable to the Calamity faction, he would gain permanent attribute enhancements. In a mere 10 seconds, he had already sensed the might of his profession. As the countdown reached its end, the scene before Yi Tian transformed instantaneously. The magnificent tapestry of the Divine Realm continent unfolded, marking the commencement of his adventure. Meanwhile, from the perspective of Yi, the dragon lifted its gaze towards the somber heavens, contemplating the peculiar workings of the game system in its mind. The calamity scales it had bestowed upon Yi Tian were not particularly rare, yet they were potent enough to grant formidable power, while simultaneously providing him with absolute control. The magic of the dragon scales allowed it to monitor every action of Yi Tian at any moment, and if necessary, to directly manipulate his body. Was the rule of this world governed by some sentient existence? Yi murmured, its gaze profound. With Yi Tian's character creation complete, 12 players subsequently arrived at the Annihilator's altar. Yi meticulously probed their memories, confirming that these individuals were not special transmigrators like Yi Tian, but possessed distinct personalities. Unlike the uniform profession of the Calamity devotees in Yi Tian's memories, Yi tailored unique occupations and abilities for them. The 12 pillars of the demon gods in this life would undoubtedly prove to be more intriguing. A slight smile crept across Yi's face, a sense of anticipation blossoming within. The fourth calamity, truly a promising congregation. The dragon surveyed the world below, its eyes brimming with intrigue and calculation. Yu began to lay out its own strategy. Aware that to seize control over everything, it must tread further than anyone else. To achieve this goal, it bestowed upon Yi Tian a special power, marking the first step of its scheme. Who said the ultimate boss could only passively await a challenge? Yi clearly had no intention of adhering to such rules in its grand design. These pieces were merely the beginning. It aimed to ensnare the entire world within its grasp. Neither the myriad races of this realm, nor the players of the other world, nor the lofty deities could escape from its chessboard. Adventurer, could you assist me in driving away the troublesome slimes from my fields? I shall reward you generously, implored an elderly man wielding a hoe, his tone earnest. This was a village on the fringes of the Northern Empire, a place that, by all accounts, should be tranquil and sparsely populated. Yet, at this moment, it bustled with activity, thronged by individuals clad in coarse garments, hailing from various races. Elves, orcs, dwarves, sea folk. These races, which ought to be scattered across the vast continent, have now converged here. They share a singular identity, players. This village, referred to by the players as the Novice Village, marks the inception of their journey into the realm of divine domains. Within this space, players learn fundamental operations, familiarize themselves with combat techniques, and take their first steps into adventure. Upon leveling up, they will depart the village to explore the empire and the broader world. Monsters, secret realms, fortuitous encounters, a new chapter awaits their discovery. Today heralds the inaugural day of the game's launch, and the entire village pulsates with vitality due to the arrival of players. The immersive experience leaves each player in awe. They touch the tangible essence of objects, behold vibrant visuals, and interact with NPCs, nearly forgetting the reality that surrounds them. This game, hailed as a groundbreaking masterpiece, truly lives up to its name. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, an ordinary human player accepts the village chief's quest. How did he achieve this? Why do my conversations with NPCs yield no results? Players murmur amongst themselves. Bro, I need a carry. Someone exclaims excitedly. This is Etion, whose prowess far surpasses that of his peers. He is well versed in the rules of this world, understanding how to cultivate goodwill to acquire side quests from NPCs. These side quests, while not influencing the main storyline, provide invaluable experience and resources, paving the way for early level advancement. With the memories of his past life, he effortlessly propels the game forward. Meanwhile, in the southernmost perilous Forbidden Zone, flames flicker, smoke billows, and a colossal black dragon bows its head. It is playfully toying with a diminutive fire elemental sprite, exhibiting an unexpected blend of aloofness and patience. The fire sprite leaps joyfully, emitting a youthful and peculiar laughter, embodying an innocence that is strikingly juxtaposed to its imposing counterpart. However, this encounter is destined to diverge from the norm. This time shall be different, Night Feather murmurs softly, his gaze darkening. He slowly raises his massive dragon claw and presses it down upon the sprite's crown. The sharp, sturdy dragon scales fracture, and droplets of crimson dragon blood cascade down, merging with the primal flames. The blood precisely nourishes the fire sprite, and in the next moment, a powerful surge of energy courses through her form. Eek! The fire sprite shrieks, her body rapidly maturing under the infusion of energy. Her shape begins to transform, gradually elongating and ultimately coalescing into a humanoid figure enveloped in flames. As the fire burns, a lithe and graceful feminine silhouette emerges, radiating both wildness and beauty. Master, thank you for your bestowal. She kneels upon the ground, offering her loyalty with utmost reverence. She has grown. Night Feather murmurs, a hint of complexity shimmering in his eyes. Name: Fire Elemental Lord level. Skills: Elemental Form, Passive, Cataclysm. Inferno Surge, Cataclysm. Scorching Hellfire, Volcanic Eruption. Description: A formidable guardian under the Great Cataclysm, wielding the primal flames of disaster, exceedingly dangerous and fiercely wrathful. This newly formed entity before Night Feather, having been nourished by dragon blood, signifies the fire sprite's ascension to the Fire Elemental Lord. As an ultimate boss, to lack powerful minions would be to forfeit one's stature. According to Yi Tion's recollections, the Fire Elemental Lord was once a crucial challenge faced by players. However, that is a tale from an alternate timeline. Why Yu lowered his gaze upon the kneeling Lord of the Flame Elementals. And after a moment of contemplation, he declared, from now on, you shall be known as Rona. Thank you, Master. Rona accepted with fervor, her eyes brimming with passion and admiration. From this day forth, she possessed a name, bestowed upon her by her master himself. Rona felt an overwhelming sense of fortune and honor. Rest assured, this time, I shall not permit you to face such a fate, Yu murmured softly, his gaze directed towards the north. His words left Rona somewhat bewildered, yet she refrained from probing further. Having slumbered for too long, I have yet to truly witness this world. Why Yu spoke again, his voice deep and resonant. Rona, this land is entrusted to you. He stated calmly as his words lingered in the air. He unfurled his obsidian wings. With a sound that tore through the atmosphere, the massive black wings flared, generating a tempestuous wind. The violent gusts swept past, causing Rona's fiery hair to billow dramatically. Yu's immense form gradually ascended, resembling a moving mountain. He soared through the skies, his wings casting shadows that darkened the sun, emanating an aura of dominance that instilled fear in all creatures within the Forbidden Zone. All beings prostrated themselves, submitting to their invincible sovereign. This land of the far south belonged to the Dragon King of the End. To continue slumbering and awaiting intrusion would be exceedingly foolish. Yu snorted disdainfully in midair. The world beyond was far more intriguing than this desolate place. He resolved to depart from this Forbidden Zone and personally observe the player's movements on the continent. Rona's power was more than sufficient to safeguard this lair. He had no doubts about that. I'm leaving. Yu glanced down at Rona and said nonchalantly, with another powerful flap of his wings. His figure swiftly vanished into the distance in the blink of an eye. He had flown hundreds of miles, becoming a mere speck against the vast sky. Rona gazed up at the retreating silhouette of Yu, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Master, she whispered softly, her tone tinged with complex emotions. Suddenly, her expression turned resolute. Flames erupted around her, the scorched earth mirroring the ruthlessness in her gaze. Master, rest assured, I shall vow to protect this territory with my life. Her voice was icy yet unwavering. Any foe daring to tread upon this land would be engulfed by the inferno, their souls reduced to ashes. A towering inferno enveloped her, then swiftly dissipated, leaving only charred earth and lingering heat. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the novice village in the north, a figure captured the attention of numerous players. A dragon man? What a striking race. Why didn't we see this when creating our characters? Are we really playing the same game? Why does it take me dozens of strikes to kill a slime while he annihilates a level 5 monster in a single blow? Brother, take me with you? Voices of envy and awe resonated through the crowd. The figure was clad in black scaled armor, adorned with a pair of dragon horns atop his head, his stride steady and composed. His strength was truly remarkable. With a mere gesture, he conjured a sphere of black flames, incinerating a massive frog monster attempting to ambush him in an instant. Defeated the magic toad LV5, earned 50 copper coins, 50 experience points. The system notification chimed. The dragon man merely snorted, disregarding the spoils on the ground, and turned to depart. The surrounding players surged forward, eager to seize the fallen loot. Stepping away from the throng, the dragonborn gently caressed the scales on his wrist. As the magical glow flickered, his draconic horns and scaled armor gradually faded, transforming him into an ordinary human with black hair and dark eyes. Now to report the quest. I should be able to reach level 8, he murmured, gazing at the setting sun. He was Eon, who, empowered by the gifts of the Lord of Calamity, had already outstripped other players by several levels. Within the novice village, the twilight cast a golden hue upon the land, as players busily engaged in various activities. Some formed parties to hunt monsters, others traded equipment, while some shared gaming strategies. Eon disregarded the surrounding clamor and made his way toward the village chief. Chief, here is the wind demon wolf's claw you requested, Eon stated, retrieving the quest item from his inventory. The chief took the claw, his face a mask of astonishment. Adventurer, you truly completed the task? Remarkable. Here is your reward. The system notification chimed. Quest completed. The rampaging wind demon wolves of the northwest of Bayun village. Experience points. 1,000, silver coins, X10, rare item. Brave Warrior's Blade X1. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Eon felt a surge of power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His body was enveloped in golden light, the warmth of leveling up filling him with a sense of ease. As per his plans, he successfully ascended to level 8. Brave adventurer, you have not disappointed me. The old village chief's voice turned solemn and grave. He sighed softly, a hint of complexity etched upon his features. However, this next task will be exceedingly perilous. Are you prepared? The old chief spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Eon. Of course, Eon nodded without hesitation. Just as the chief was about to elaborate on the task, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened in terror, his entire being seemingly paralyzed in place. How is this possible? His voice trembled, syllables escaping his throat in a stutter. Eon, puzzled, followed the chief's gaze. The sun on the horizon had dimmed but had not yet fully set. However, a pair of massive black wings obscured the last vestiges of light. It was an overwhelming dread that blanketed the sky, ushering in an early nightfall. All things seemed to quiver beneath this oppressive force. Both NPCs and players alike gazing upwards in a daze. In the sky, a colossal black dragon soared past. Its immense form overshadowed the landscape like a mountain, the searing currents of air sweeping through the village, enveloping everything in an intangible weight. Good heavens, what is that? Players exclaimed in a cacophony of awe. A dragon. So powerful. I've never seen such a realistic dragon before. One player's voice trembled with both fear and exhilaration. Is this what mythological creatures are like? So magnificent. Yet, as the pressure continued to spread, more individuals succumbed to fear. This was sheer oppression, a suffocating sensation born from immense power. Even the bravest players instinctively trembled under the dragon's gaze. Within the village, an elderly man clad in resplendent priestly robes stood by the holy scripture, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the dragon. His face was a canvas of horror and confusion. The calamity approaches. The prophecy has come true. How could this be? Shouldn't, he muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. In another novice village, beneath the setting sun, a dragonkin slowly rose from the ground. A manic smile curled upon his lips, and the still wet blood on his claws glimmered ominously in the waning light. Lord has finally descended. His eyes sparkled with fervor, and his voice dripped with morbid reverence. In the heavens above, Yehu surveyed the land from on high. His dragon wings fluttered gently, exuding an air of absolute authority and indifference. Behold, players, NPCs, deities. Witness how the fate of this world shall writhe. Yehu spoke coldly. He was acutely aware that his emergence had disrupted the established trajectory of destiny. As the dragon departed, a system notification suddenly echoed in the ears of all players. The main quest has been initiated. The Dragon King's annihilation, a mysterious task marked as, appeared in their quest logs. its requirements and rewards shrouded in obscurity. Is this the ultimate goal of the game? A player marveled, browsing through the quest log. How exhilarating! On the very first day, a dragon appeared and directly triggered the main quest. This game is extraordinary. Yeyu paid no heed to the reactions below. He soared freely through the skies. This was his inaugural journey through this vast and enigmatic world. However, his good mood did not last long. Suddenly, Yeyu's dragon eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a presence lurking in the shadows. His oppressive aura erupted, causing the air to thicken as ripples undulated through the space. Who? Yeyu's voice thundered like a tempest, reverberating across the sky. At that moment, within a resplendent temple, an elderly man clad in white robes opened his eyes. Destiny has been disturbed, he murmured, casting a complex gaze towards the towering statue before him. Yet, before he could ponder further, the statue abruptly emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds. Web-like fissures rapidly spread across its surface, the holy light flickering, rendering the entire hall eerily foreboding. Why, Lord? A hint of fear crept into the old man's voice. An unknown power seems to be altering everything. The Heisei Empire, situated at the heart of the Divine Domain continent, stands as the most prosperous human realm in this land. To the north lie the untamed tribes of the beastmen. The east stretches into endless forests and the territory of elves. The south boasts the majestic mountains of the dwarves, while the west borders the perilous forests rife with magical beasts. Although various minor nations and other factions are scattered around, none can shake the Heisei Empire's dominant position. In this world teeming with diverse races, humans evidently hold sway. The Heisei Empire, bolstered by the most formidable military and economic prowess, has become the core of the continent. It is a haven for countless powerful beings who uphold the splendor of this nation. Within the imperial capital, the city of Blazing Sun, a towering knight stood upon a dais. His visage was resolute, and his armor gleamed brilliantly in the sunset, emanating an imposing aura. His gaze was fixed upon the immense crimson figure before him, his tone laced with concern. It was a colossal dragon, its entire form ablaze with fiery red, its scales as hard as iron, radiating draconic majesty. Yet this creature, a symbol of strength and dignity, bore a saddle. It had been tamed. The owner of the dragon was none other than the legendary figure of the Empire, the one and only dragon rider, Alfred. Having touched the realm of 100 levels, he became the Empire's most formidable guardian, wielding unparalleled power alongside his loyal dragon companion. But today, this mighty dragon appeared unusually restless. It trembled incessantly, its sharp dragon eyes devoid of their former brilliance, perpetually gazing towards the north with an expression of terror and indecision. Frylar, what has befallen you? Alfred inquired softly, his brow furrowed. The dragon bowed its head, profound fear emanating from its gaze. He has come, that entity has arrived. Frylar's voice quivered, nearly on the brink of collapse. I wish to return to Dragon Island. I do not wish to perish. I shall forsake even my treasures. I long to slumber eternally. The dragon's palpable dread left Alfred momentarily stunned. Throughout their years of collaboration, he had never witnessed this proud companion so unhinged. Frylar's reaction heralded an unimaginable crisis in this vast continent. Some formidable beings had also sensed the disturbance. The night in the city of Blazing Sun was ablaze with lights. The magical crystal stones embedded in the city walls radiated a soft glow, draping the city in a resplendent veil. Cass, when will these foreign individuals arrive? A soldier lamented with ennui. Who knows? Guarding the city gates is utterly tedious, another soldier replied. Chapter 3. I have no money. Suddenly, a mellifluous male voice interrupted their conversation. Gentlemen, may I enter the city? They paused, their gazes shifting towards the source of the voice. Before the city gate stood a tall man, his figure draped in a dark robe adorned with intricate embroidery. His features were striking and profound, yet his demeanor bore an ineffable sense of weariness. The two guards exchanged glances. Though they could not discern his identity, their instincts warned them that he was not someone to be trifled with. Sir, you may enter the city, but a toll of 1 silver coin is required. The man smiled faintly but calmly shook his head. I have no money. The guards were taken aback, their minds swirling with disbelief. A man of such noble bearing claimed to possess no funds. However, in the next instant, the gentleman retrieved a fiery crimson crystal from his sleeve and casually extended it towards them. The guard's attention was instantly captured. It was a fire spirit crystal, imbued with the purest essence of fire magic. Such treasures could only be found in the southern forbidden zone. Their breaths quickened, eyes wide with astonishment. Sir, this, we cannot exchange it. One of them stammered. Yet, the gentleman's figure had already vanished, leaving the crystal lying quietly on the ground. Cass, I may never forget this noble gentleman. One guard mused wistfully. Meanwhile, Yeyu's silhouette glided through the bustling streets of the city of blazing sun. He traversed in human form, his gaze imbued with curiosity. Is this truly the most prosperous realm of humanity? He murmured softly. Even in human guise, his aura remained distinctly exceptional. Passers-by cast glances his way, yet none dared to approach him. Strolling along the brilliantly illuminated streets, Yeyu privately reflected, this world is far more fascinating than I had envisioned. The game was but a nascent beginning. He did not intend to reveal his true self directly to avoid unnecessary chaos. Thus, he opted to assume a human form, effortlessly passing through the city gates and entering the most opulent city of his empire. At this moment, the players had yet to depart from the novice village. While he resolved to explore this grand metropolis in advance, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. As for that fire spirit crystal, to an ordinary person, it is a rare treasure, a gem seldom seen. Yet, in his eyes, it is merely an unremarkable stone. In the depths of his slumbering southern sanctuary, such crystals are abundantly scattered, so plentiful that even bedding seems superfluous. Should he desire, with a mere infusion of magical energy, he could conjure forth thousands of fire spirit crystals in an instant. Despite wielding unparalleled power and possessing a name that instills dread in all, he holds no contempt for oppressing those mundane lives. This is his perspective, a principle he retains as a world annihilator. Once, he too lived an ordinary life in a common world, much like these humans. Naturally, should anyone dare to offend or provoke him, the consequences would be dire. Someone, seize her, that wretched dark elf is a thief. As he leisurely navigated the streets, urgent shouts echoed from a distance. The clamor grew ever closer, and amidst the dispersing crowd, a slender figure rushed towards him in a panic. Thud. Before Nightfeather could react, a soft body collided into his embrace. He raised an eyebrow and instinctively caught the newcomer. Upon looking down, he found a girl, her form marred by dirt and grime. At that moment, a portly chef, his face a canvas of rage, forced his way through the throng, brandishing a cleaver, and pointed angrily at the girl in his arms. Dark elf thief, this time, I shall capture you and sell you to the slavers. Under the glow of the lights, the girl's appearance became starkly evident. Her skin was a rich bronze, her pointed ears quivered slightly, and she wore tattered, coarse garments that were both filthy and ragged. Her disheveled white hair cascaded around her, and her bare feet were stained, while her small face, though obscured by dirt, could not conceal her delicate features. She was indeed a dark elf, a race burdened by a cursed fate, ostracized and stigmatized from birth. They possessed no homeland, no place to call their own, often relegated to mere commodities in the underground slave market. At this moment, the girl trembled in his arms, yet her crimson eyes betrayed a fierce defiance. Let go of me! She struggled to break free, but her strength failed her, and she ultimately collapsed helplessly against him. I did not steal anything. Your cat pilfered your pastries. You wish to capture me for sale. She lifted her chin defiantly, attempting to reason with the chef. The chef faltered at her words, but soon erupted in a fit of rage. Cursing, cunning dark elf, a thieving breed that dwells in shadows. He then turned to Nightfeather, his expression venomous. Sir, please hand over this thief to me. Upon hearing this, the girl shuddered violently, clutching Nightfeather's sleeve tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Please, brother, do not hand me over to him. I truly did not steal anything. Nightfeather cast a glance at her, then raised his gaze to the chef, his eyes dark as ink. Unfathomable. The chef's hands, tainted by filth, produce only repugnant dishes. His voice, calm yet resonant as a hammer striking stone, reverberated in the air. The chef's face paled, and the cleaver clattered to the ground. I apologize. Perhaps I was mistaken. He hurriedly nodded in apology and fled in disarray. The girl raised her head, timidly inquiring, Brother, do you believe in me? Yet, Yu offered no response, merely setting her down from his embrace. A person of sincerity does not fear the gaze of others. Upon speaking, he directed a gentle gaze towards her. The girl was taken aback. For the first time, she felt the warmth of someone willing to trust her, even shielding her from all danger. The man's ebony eyes, profound as the night sky, rendered her momentarily spellbound. An involuntary smile graced her lips, and for the first time, she perceived the city's nocturnal ambience as profoundly comforting. Regardless of Yiyu's appearance, in Kalia's eyes, he was undoubtedly the warmest and most dependable person she had ever encountered. Kalia gazed at Yiyu, as if attempting to etch his image deeply in her memory. Brother, thank you. You are the kindest person I have ever met. She lifted her head, her tone imbued with utmost sincerity. Kind person? Yiyu paused momentarily, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Heh. His tone carried a hint of barely concealed mockery. Kalia suddenly felt a warmth upon her head, a gentle hand resting upon her tousled white hair, tenderly smoothing it out. Simultaneously, his voice wafted like a spring breeze. Little one, the term kind person is not always a compliment. Moreover, I am certainly no good person. Perhaps, I am the worst person in this world. What? Kalia was stunned, incredulity written across her face as she looked up. How could this gentle brother possibly be a bad person? He was undeniably the warmest individual she had ever known, even more reliable than the heroes of her imagination. If he were truly a bad person, how rare must good people be in this world? She bit her lip, lost in thought. The hand above continued to caress her, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility within her. In that moment, she wished time would come to a halt. Those who dwell in darkness and cold require but a modicum of warmth to feel immense joy. The two remained silent, Kalia immersed in the fleeting tranquility, a long-forgotten sense of fulfillment rising within her. Time slipped by, and at last, that warm hand withdrew. She lifted her head with a wistful expression, her gaze following the figure that gradually receded into the distance. He offered no farewell, nor did he leave behind a named. Kalia's fists gradually tightened, as if silently resolving to make a certain decision. Barefoot, she resolutely pursued after him. How could it end like this? She murmured softly. For Yu, that serendipitous encounter was merely a brief episode in the tapestry of life. He strolled through the bustling streets, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. Yet, abruptly, he halted, his expression darkening as he turned towards the north. Had the mental link been severed? A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The 13 players he had bestowed powers upon each shared a unique mental connection with him. Through this link, he could sense their states at any moment, even feel everything they experienced. Logically, such a link should not easily break. The only possibility was that the other party's soul had temporarily departed this world. It seemed they had logged off. Yu nodded slightly. The situation was not altogether surprising, however. In the next moment, he was taken aback. The link had re-established? He narrowed his eyes, his consciousness piercing through the void, glimpsing another unfamiliar world through the severed connection. The disconnection surprisingly did not affect the link. Indeed, this world is far from being a mere game. Yu stroked his chin, pondering inwardly. What role does the creator of this game play? Meanwhile, Yi Tian lay on the dilapidated bed of his rented room, eyes wide open, as the familiar ceiling came into view. Why, Lord, I thank you for your generosity. He fervently clasped his hands together, murmuring softly. The sunlight from the real world streamed through the window, illuminating the room with an extraordinary brightness. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with hope. Divine edict. This game not only bestowed upon him strength, but also instilled in him the confidence to start anew. Receiving transfer of alliance coins, 500,000 yuan. The message that lit up on his phone screen made Yi Tian's lips curve into a smile. Leveraging the rare equipment in the game, he amassed a fortune in just a few hours. Now, it is time to upgrade my gear, he murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. However, unbeknownst to him, Yu, far away in another world, was peering into everything through his perspective. This world is rather intriguing. Yu strolled casually through the night of Liang City, while his consciousness traversed the void, observing the reality where Yi Tian resided. It bore resemblance to certain places from his past life, yet was interwoven with more intricate rules. He murmured thoughtfully, the rules of space, the flow of time. Perhaps I too could descend there. His musings were abruptly interrupted as he glanced over his shoulder. Little ghost, why are you following me? Not far away, a slender figure trembled, hiding behind a lamppost, furtively watching him. The slender post failed to completely conceal her form, especially in the presence of a being as powerful as Yu, rendering her clumsy attempt at hiding nearly futile. For a dark elf skilled in stealth, this was clearly an inadequate performance. Upon being discovered, Kalia's body quivered, her pointed ears twitching slightly in anxiety. She stepped out from behind the lamppost, her head bowed with a hint of unease and shyness. Do you seek my assistance? Yi regarded her tattered coarse cloth attire with a faint smile. No, not at all. Kalia abruptly lifted her head, her ruby-like eyes locking onto Yu's, her tone laced with defiance. Despite her firm demeanor, it soon softened. Brother, I merely wish to get to know you. She lowered her head, hesitantly adding, if possible, I would like to repay you in the future. She did not want this fleeting encounter to sever their bond. Yu chuckled lightly, teasingly asking, little ghost, what do you think you can do for me? This query left Kalia momentarily stunned, her mouth opening and closing without words. Lowering her gaze, she struggled to find an answer, yet found none. I can. Her voice faltered, and in the next moment, she choked on her words. She suddenly realized that she seemed to possess no skills at all. She neither understood magic nor excelled in martial arts, let alone any profound knowledge. At that moment, she felt helpless, her face flushing as she dared not meet Yu's gaze. Meanwhile, Yu had already turned away. Seemingly ready to depart. At that moment, Clea's heart sank abruptly, and though she wished to pursue, her steps felt heavy. Just as despair began to engulf her, Yu suddenly halted, turning to gaze at her with a warm smile gracing his lips. "Little ghost, did you not say you wished to repay me?" he inquired with a smile. "What, are you not coming along?" Clea was momentarily taken aback before she lifted her head abruptly, her eyes rekindling with light. In that instant, she perceived him as a ray of sunshine amidst the darkness. She could not recollect how she rushed forward or whether she uttered any words. She only remembered that under the glow of the night lights, their shadows elongated, and accompanied by her laughter, everything appeared so enchanting. Side by side, they traversed the bustling streets, and Clea finally could not hold back any longer. "Brother, what is your name?" Yu paused slightly. Then with a half-smile, he replied, "Has no one told you? Before inquiring about another's name, one should first introduce oneself. That is proper etiquette. Is there such etiquette?" Clea scratched her head, mumbling, "All right then, brother, my name is Clea." Just the simple Clea. Clead. Yu softly repeated her name, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, stirring ripples within his heart. "What is it?" Clea asked, her tone tinged with a hint of anxiety. "Nothing," Yu said, gently ruffling her white hair with a soothing tone. "It is a very gentle name." Though he maintained an exterior calm, tumultuous thoughts surged within him. Clea, this name resonated within Eon's memories as that of a future legendary thief. This girl was destined to evolve into the Silver Moon Thief, a pivotal member of the Savior team. Her future role would be intricate and multifaceted, calm and decisive, yet often controversial due to her harshness. Her troubled lineage would add a layer of tragedy to her existence. However, the Clea of now was merely a pure and stubborn little girl. Yu's gaze softened, and he gently stated, "My name is Yu." "Yu?" Clea paused slightly, then earnestly nodded, "A very unique name, but quite pleasant to hear." Time flowed slowly, and the night enveloped the city of Liang. For everyone, this day marked the beginning of a new chapter in their destinies. Players descended upon the Divine Realm continent, embarking on their adventurous journey. Yu awakened from slumber, viewing the world through a fresh lens. Clea encountered a brother who would alter the course of her life. The wheels of fate began to turn, and regardless of what the future held, change had quietly commenced. The first day of the game's launch was spent amidst the players' exhilarating adventures and explorations. Some players busied themselves admiring the beautiful scenery, while others immersed themselves in socializing and teamwork. There were those who dedicated the night to slaying monsters and leveling up to gain an advantage. As the dawn of the second day approached, a brand new journey awaited them. The morning light of Liang poured into the wooden room of the tavern, where Clea awoke from her dreams. Her blood-red eyes fluttering open. The soft bed and warm blankets evoked a sense of surrealism within her. She turned her head towards the window, where Yu stood clad in a black cloak, quietly observing the morning vista outside. Sensing her gaze upon him, Yu turned around, a warm smile gracing his face. "Little ghost, are you awake?" His voice was gentle, imbued with the warmth of morning sunlight. Clea instinctively tightened her grip on the quilt, an inexplicable joy and gratitude swelling within her. Everything was indeed real. It seemed as though fate had begun to smile upon her. Yesterday's encounter had irrevocably transformed her life. She had savored a long-awaited warm meal, cleansed herself of dirt, and enjoyed an unprecedentedly restful sleep. Could a race cursed by the world truly be deserving of love? It felt as though she had discovered a missing faith in her life. "Get up, let us have breakfast," Yu said, ruffling her hair with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and a blush crept onto Clea's cheeks, a feeling of long-lost happiness washing over her. "Brother Yu, what is it? Could you refrain from calling me little ghost? I am already 24 years old." She summoned her courage to voice her request, a hint of discontent lacing her tone. Yu paused, looking down with a chuckle. 24 years old. Indeed no longer a child." He then added with a mischievous smile, "All right, I understand, little ghost. No problem, little ghost." The corners of Clea's mouth twitched slightly. She shot him a helpless glare but couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The two descended the stairs and entered the bustling hall of the tavern on the first floor. A crowd had already gathered, anxiously awaiting something. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes, accompanied by a middle-aged woman and a child. The man clutched a package in his hands, his expression one of excitement as if he had finally exhaled after a night of torment. Master, we have made our decision." He stepped forward, respectfully handing the package to Yu. "Here is the tavern's deed, the property contract, and the 1,000 gold coins you requested." Yu smiled faintly, accepting the package and casually tossing a softly glowing fire spirit crystal back to the man. "A wise choice." His tone was nonchalant, yet it brought a palpable sense of relief to the man. The man eagerly accepted the crystal, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure. Thank you for your generosity, master. Ha ha, no need for thanks. This is merely an equitable transaction, mutually agreed upon. Yi replied with a light shake of his head, his demeanor relaxed. Chapter 4. The adventurer with the transaction complete. The tavern officially changed hands, and Yi became the new proprietor. The former owner and his family departed with joy, while the dozen or so employees gathered together, their gazes filled with mixed emotions as they regarded their new boss. Yi scanned them with a slight smile. There is no need for formality. Please continue as you normally would. His voice was warm and resolute, instilling an unexplainable sense of reassurance. If anyone wishes to leave, I will not hinder you. The choice is now in your hands. The employees exchanged glances, and after a moment, one voice rose above the rest. Boss, I wish to stay. So do I. We will not leave. Soon, all chose to remain. Yu nodded in satisfaction and handed the package to Clea. Take out 100 gold coins and distribute them among everyone. Clea was momentarily stunned, her hands trembling slightly as she held the package, her eyes filled with reluctance. Brother Yu, so much, she whispered softly, her tone imbued with a sense of heartache. The little shopkeeper, Yu, gently brushed her nose with his fingers and smiled, saying, loyalty deserves reward. I believe they will create even greater value for me. He turned to the staff, his voice carrying an invisible strength. Ladies and gentlemen, I have faith in you. Together, we shall transform this place into the finest tavern in the city of Liryang. The eyes of the staff gradually ignited with enthusiasm as they responded fervently, Boss, please trust us. We shall not disappoint you. All eyes were fixed on Yu, their excited shouts echoing throughout the tavern. Then I shall leave it to you. Yu offered a gentle smile, a profound light flickering in his gaze, while the magical aura that had once surrounded him dissipated quietly. That spring-like, gentle smile deeply etched itself in Clea's mind, momentarily leaving her entranced. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance regarding the distribution of the gold coins, Clea nonetheless followed Yu's instructions, distributing the 100 gold coins without reservation among the tavern's employees. This place is now in your capable hands. Yu affectionately ruffled Clea's hair, his voice soothing as water, before taking her hand and leading her out of the tavern. Clea, still clad in her coarse linen attire, appeared simple and worn. Yet this did not diminish her beauty. Yu felt that this day was perfect for taking her to purchase some new garments, to dust off the pearl of this dark elf. Our new boss is truly an extraordinary individual. The tavern employees watched the two depart, whispering among themselves. The young man's composure and demeanor left them in awe, and they sensed that, perhaps one day, this tavern might become the starting point of a legend. System announcement. Congratulations to the adventurer, Han Ming, for reaching level 18, becoming the first exotic adventurer to break through the novice constraints, earning the title of explorer and receiving a divine gift. The announcement echoed through the player community, shattering the monotony of daily life, and the chat channel of the novice village erupted in excitement. Level 18? How did he level up so quickly? This must be a hidden profession. Han Ming, please share your strategies, we seek your guidance. Meanwhile, deep within the jungles of the novice village, a colossal wild boar engulfed in black flames crashed to the ground. Yi stood before its corpse, watching as it gradually faded away, listening to the experience point notifications echoing in his ears. I was still a step behind. Yi sighed, the black flames dancing in his hands. Though he had reached level 18, he still missed out on the honor of being the first to break through the level constraints. The dragon scales slowly receded, transforming his draconic form into that of an ordinary person with black hair and black eyes. Yi shook his head lightly. The former gaming prodigy Han Ming is indeed no ordinary individual. However, it matters not. We are all allies. His gaze turned towards the south of the novice village, where an unknown world awaited the adventurers to explore. Ding! A pillar of golden light descended from the heavens, illuminating the center of the novice village. A dragon man clad in jet-black scales stood silently within the light, his stern visage contrasting starkly with the bodies of the surrounding monsters. He clasped his hands together, his dragon eyes closed in what seemed to be a fervent prayer. Earned the title of explorer. Attain the epic blessing of prayer. In the fleeting moment as the golden light dissipated, a necklace glimmering with radiance materialized in the hands of the dragon man. He lowered his gaze, cast a fleeting glance, and subsequently stowed the necklace into his spatial realm. Han Ming, I have finally found you. A voice shattered his tranquility. Several players emerged from the thicket, one of whom spoke with a tone laden with agitation and ire. Are you truly unwilling to divulge the method of acquiring the hidden profession? The player's eyes brimmed with longing and envy. Nevertheless, Han Ming maintained his stoic demeanor, hands clasped together, fervently gazing towards the south. He remained indifferent to the clamor surrounding him, offering no response, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was encircled by nearly 100 players. "I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me?" Someone glared furiously, their voice rising in pitch. This individual, accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege, felt an acute sense of humiliation at being so disregarded. He swiftly activated the knight's skill, Blessing of Glory, gripping his great sword tightly, and charged vehemently towards Han Ming. Clang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the level 15 exquisite great sword struck fiercely against Han Ming's black dragon scales. Crack! A sharp metallic sound echoed, revealing an embarrassingly low damage number of 3. Han Ming's prayer was interrupted, and he gradually ceased his reverence. He turned slowly, his gaze coldly fixed upon the assailant. His vertical pupils began to redden, the crimson hue of his eyes locking onto the knight. Suddenly, silence enveloped the area, the atmosphere growing palpably heavy. The knight hesitated, and despite the near 100 supporters behind him, he felt an indescribable dread upon meeting Han Ming's calm yet threatening stare. Han Ming's expression remained inscrutable, his gaze devoid of emotion, yet emanating an overwhelming pressure, akin to an immovable mountain. In that moment, the knight felt as though he was gazing into the abyss. Simultaneously, on the other side of Liang City, a simply attired man smiled as he interacted with patrons in a tavern. "Bossy, regale us with a tale. I shall pay you double for the drinks." An excited burly man raised his cup in invitation. Indeed. Tell us the story of Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian. Do you think that serpentine beast is as beautiful as the legends claim?" inquired a frail man with a tone of yearning. Nearby, another could not help but chuckle. "Leda, I still recall how you told the level 20 Qing Teng snake to transform. It was utterly hilarious." Laughter erupted among the crowd, the tavern's atmosphere growing increasingly vibrant. Ever since this unassuming tavern on the outskirts of Liang City was renamed Black Flame Tavern a month ago, its unique dishes and delectable beverages have drawn many visitors. The cuisine is peculiar, the flavors distinct, and the prices reasonable, while the drinks are exceptionally delightful, causing this tavern to flourish in Liang City. Despite its remote location, the business thrived, with customers streaming in continuously. The new proprietor, a young man, consistently wore a gentle smile. At tea times, he could be seen savoring wine behind the counter. At other moments, he would vanish from sight, giving the impression that he was somewhat indifferent to the tavern's operations. No one knew his name, but he was affectionately referred to as Bossy. The tavern's most distinctive feature, however, was not its fare, but the tale of its proprietor. On rare occasions when the proprietor, Yi Boss, is in a good mood, he stands atop the viewing platform to regale his patrons with tales imbued with fantastical hues. The characters within these narratives resemble monkeys battling against fate, children seeking their mothers with the magical lotus lantern, and the poignant entanglements between humans and serpents, as well as between mortals and deities. These stories are vibrant and vivid, captivating the audience and enveloping them in a state of enchantment, as if they were drawing something profound from the narratives. Unlike the antiquated legends recounted by traditional bards, Yi Boss's tales possess an extraordinary allure, refreshing to the senses. Although the customers may not consciously recognize any transformation within themselves, they faintly sense that they no longer feel the same oppressive weight of existence as before. Today, the tavern remains as raucous as ever. However, Yu suddenly halts, his wine glass poised midair, casting a glance toward the north. He turns around, a smile gracing his lips as he addresses the patrons. Today, there shall be no stories. Disappointment murmurs among the customers, yet they refrain from pressing the issue, for Yi Boss is known for his unwavering resolve. Just then, a glimmering necklace, radiating golden light, appears in Yi Yu's hand. This necklace exudes a mysterious luminescence, signifying it as a divine boon. An epic piece of equipment. He gazes at the necklace, a subtle smile forming, as he perceives its attributes enhancing spirit and magical defense, along with a special skill of life protection. Is this the reward bestowed by the system? Yi Yu muses, deep in contemplation. For an average player, this would undoubtedly be a highly coveted item. Yet for him, its significance pales in comparison. He understands that the necklace's capabilities are limited, incapable of withstanding forces that transcend established rules. His own strength has long surpassed such confines. What intrigues him more is the gradual evolution of the players. Despite their complaints about the arduous nature of leveling up, their progress has far outstripped that of the indigenous inhabitants. With the first player breaking the threshold of level 18, many more are poised to emerge rapidly. This land is on the cusp of a glorious chapter belonging to the players. Yu rises, gazing quietly ahead, as if anticipating an inevitable and grand tempest. At that moment, the tavern door is thrust open with great vigor. "Brother Yi, I'm back." A melodious female voice pierces the air, and Yiyu is suddenly enveloped in a fragrant breeze, as a soft form leans into his embrace. Regular patrons of the Black Flame Tavern are well aware of the presence of a particular black rose. She blooms like a dark flower ablaze in flames, exuding an aura of mystery and shadow, flourishing in solitary pride. This is the dark elf, Kalia. Her appearance and demeanor starkly contrast with the disheveled state in which they first met. Now, she resembles a polished gem, radiating brilliance and unabashedly showcasing her beauty. The tattered coarse cloth she once wore has been replaced with a sleek, ebony ensemble, reflecting her resilient nature. Her once gaunt visage, a consequence of malnutrition, has gradually gained definition, her crimson eyes sparkling with vivacity, embodying both beauty and allure. Her spirit mirrors that of a flower defiantly thriving amidst ruins, finally receiving the nourishment it deserves, blossoming with confidence and vigor. Little imp, at 24 years old, still as reckless as a child. Yiyu ruffles her white hair, his words a gentle critique laced with affection and tenderness, eyeing the protracted solitude of her years. Having her by his side perhaps was not so bad after all. He'd, after all, who told you to always call me a little ghost. Kalia nestled in Yeyu's embrace, inhaling deeply the warmth surrounding her, playfully acting coy. This transformation stemmed from that unexpected encounter, which irrevocably altered the course of her destiny. Once, she had never dared to dream of the life she now led. All the beauty she wished to conceal deep within her heart. "How are your studies progressing?" Yeyu inquired with a smile. Were she merely an ordinary girl, Yeyu would have refrained from meddling, but her name was Kalia, and that changed everything. As a member of the Salvation faction, her growth was destined to be extraordinary. Over the past month, Yeyu had been instructing her in the arts of dark magic, shadow techniques, and the stealth of a rogue. Not only had she made rapid progress, but she also often displayed unexpected insights, quickly becoming a little master in her own right. Brother Yi, you just returned and are already asking this," Kalia replied playfully, her smile radiant as sunlight, causing the nearby patrons to momentarily lose their focus. "Ha ha ha, only Boss Yi can make little Kalia laugh." Indeed, Kalia's laughter is truly delightful. Without a doubt, Boss Yi must have a fondness for cheerful girls. The regulars at the tavern teased, their words warm and light-hearted. Yeyu's charm spoke for itself, as female patrons often frequented the establishment, all implicitly jesting about her connection to him. However, Kalia was not perturbed. Rather, she was elated. She relished the unique warmth of being intertwined with Yeyu, a singular bond. She chose not to respond to anyone, merely casting a discreet glance at a few brightly dressed women in the tavern before quietly moving closer to Yeyu. All right, this is the stone you placed in the north of the city, and this one in the south." And she retrieved several items from her storage pouch, placing them on the table. "This is my speedometer, and I've mastered the shadow magic you taught me." She lifted her chin, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Yeyu, seemingly seeking his praise. She had never encountered anyone quite like Yeyu. His skills were unparalleled, and he effortlessly imparted knowledge to her. She had long surpassed many ordinary rogues and even felt that Yeyu's prowess exceeded that of the old man who once wished to take her as his apprentice. "Excellent," Yeyu remarked, nodding in satisfaction, generously offering his commendation. He sought to uncover the potential of the destined savior. "It could have been even quicker, but then I ran into Khan on the way, and he insisted I join his adventuring party. It was utterly bothersome." Kalia seemed to recall something, her expression darkening with displeasure. "Indeed. So, do you plan to join his adventuring party?" Yeyu inquired, narrowing his eyes slightly, a hint of meaning in his smile. "Of course not. It's utterly foolish, a bunch of naive folks, talking about saving the world and eradicating darkness. They have no idea what darkness truly is," Kalia scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. Although Khan was decent enough, having been born into a privileged family, he could never comprehend the hardships she had endured. They were simply not of the same ilk. The mention of fate's guidance by Khan made her feel somewhat nauseated, even provoking thoughts of wanting to plunge a dagger into his neck. Why engage in such a foolish adventure, joining those idealistic youths in their quest to save the world? Does Brother Yi not offer any rewards? Not wishing to continue discussing Khan, Kalia deftly shifted the topic, playfully pouting. "After all my efforts, do you not owe me a reward?" Her intention was not born of greed, but rather a desire to relish the closeness with Yeyu, a bond that only she could cherish. "A reward? What do you desire?" Yeyu chuckled softly, gently stroking her silken white hair as he inquired tenderly. Kalia momentarily faltered, a blush blooming upon her cheeks. Before she could articulate her thoughts, her eyes widened in astonishment, as though awakening from a reverie. She lowered her gaze, discovering a necklace radiating a soft glow adorning her neck. This necklace harmonized perfectly with her being, accentuating her beauty and enigma. Kalia felt the magic within her flow more smoothly, realizing this necklace was indeed extraordinary. Unable to restrain herself, she lifted her gaze to meet Yu's profound black eyes, which seemed capable of consuming everything. "This is for you. Consider it a reward. Do you like it?" Yu smiled, brushing aside the stray strands of hair by her ear. Kelia was momentarily taken aback. Such a precious gift had been so effortlessly bestowed upon her. The gentle glow of the necklace illuminated Kelia's slightly flushed cheeks, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had not sought anything of great value, merely indulging in playful affection, yearning more for Yu's approval and warmth. Yet, unexpectedly, he had gifted her such an invaluable treasure. The cool touch of the necklace ignited her heart like a flame, stirring a tumult of complex emotions. "Brother Yi, I did not mean to," Kelia murmured softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yu raised a finger to gently rest against her lips, signaling her to refrain from further words. "It is truly beautiful," he affirmed with an unwavering kindness. Kelia gazed at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as unprecedented ripples stirred within her heart. In that moment, the scene seemed to freeze in her memory, deeply etched in the depths of the imperial city of Liang. Alfred's voice resonated with exasperation as he regarded the colossal red dragon before him. "Flare, it has been a month. Will you continue to hide here?" The curled-up dragon trembled, seemingly quaking even in voice. "Do not speak to me." The massive dragon head slowly emerged, its eyes filled with terror as it beheld the human knight below. Alfred sighed in resignation. The once majestic guardian of the empire now appeared so uncharacteristically disheveled. Rumors spoke of a presence that had flown northward and vanished, perhaps having long departed. "You do not understand at all," the dragon exclaimed, shaking its head violently, its voice laced with dread. "He is Calamity. He is a nightmare. You cannot fathom his horror." "That is merely another dragon," Alfred retorted, patting the dragon's trembling scales with a hint of mockery in his tone. The dragon shut its eyes tightly, its shivering intensifying. It was far more terrifying than any other dragon. Alfred shook his head in disbelief and turned to leave. "Suit yourself. I'm off to drink. I hear the newly opened tavern in Liang City is quite splendid." Within the resplendent confines of the cathedral, an elderly man with a youthful visage and white hair raised his gaze, his eyes reflecting a profound depth. "Have there been no discoveries?" he inquired solemnly of the attendant before him. Chapter 5. Infamous for inactivity? The attendant bowed his head, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Reports indicated that the individual had vanished in the north, and subsequently, there were no further traces. The elder nodded thoughtfully and gestured for the attendant to withdraw. "Has he departed?" He mused, with such pride, he would scarcely venture into the realm of mortals. His tone was laced with a deep-seated anxiety. Fixing his gaze upon the sacred icon ahead, he gently closed his eyes. The foreign adventurer had shattered the barriers, and the gears of fate had finally begun to turn, and no sooner had he spoken than he suddenly opened his eyes wide, a blinding light filling his pupils, emanating an undeniable aura of authority. A formidable presence radiated outward from him, causing the magical array within the cathedral to illuminate one by one amidst tremors. With hair and beard swirling, the elder's form slowly levitated. As if he had transformed into a deity, blood-red dragon scales shimmered as Han Ming expressionlessly gripped the knight's throat. The knight's legs flailed helplessly in the air, his face a mask of despair. The bodies of surrounding players gradually dissipated, painting a scene both eerie and sanguine. "Monster! I beg you, spare me!" The knight's voice trembled, his eyes wide with terror. Han Ming's eyes blazed a crimson hue, his colossal sword shimmering as blood splattered forth, radiating light. The knight struggled in vain. "Han Ming, I was wrong. I implore you, show me mercy." In this world, in pursuit of realism, a faint pain system had been established. Though the intensity was merely 1/10,000th, it was sufficient to evoke unbearable sensations. Although no one had truly experienced death, the painful reflections had long deterred many. Moreover, one faced dual penalties of experience loss and item forfeiture upon death. Thus, even a proud figure like the Knight Commander could not help but feel dread when confronted with the terrifying blood dragon. The imposing demeanor he had previously wielded had now transformed into a state of utter disarray. He resembled a wretched dog, groveling and pleading before this frigid entity. "Why, Lord, such a being holds no value. You wouldn't care, would you?" Han Ming regarded him coldly, the blood-forged sword resting upon his shoulder, while his other hand gripped the knight's throat like an iron vice. His blood-red eyes locked onto the knight, absorbing every bit of his struggle. Han Ming tilted his head slightly, whispering expressionlessly as he increased the pressure in his grasp. That life was gradually ebbing away from his fingers. However, just as Han Ming was poised to completely crush the knight's windpipe, both men paused simultaneously, as if sensing a peculiar disturbance. instinctively turning their gazes toward the direction of the novice village. They beheld the sky above the village, where the space rippled, undulating in waves. That very space slowly tore asunder, a torrent of blazing holy light erupting forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. It was as though some divine presence was about to descend upon the mortal realm. Simultaneously, the same phenomenon manifested above every novice village. The oracle had arrived, black wings overshadowing the sky, calamity imminent. Accompanied by resounding sacred chants, a distinct sound of footsteps reverberated in the hearts of the populace. The villagers of the novice village raised their heads, their gazes drawn to the extraordinary spectacle suspended in the air. Immediately, a towering figure emerged slowly from the rent in space, hovering in midair. With every gesture, he exuded an air of elegance and majesty, bathed in radiant holy light that blinded all who gazed upon him. This was a silhouette enveloped in divine brilliance, standing imperiously in the void. With a swift motion, pristine wings unfurled, scattering feathers across the sky. What is this? How magnificent! Is a deity descending upon us? This game is astonishingly realistic, featuring a majestic dragon and a celestial angel. Players murmured in awe, their eyes fixed upon the angelic figure that had appeared in the heavens, their astonishment palpable. Some gazed with reverence, others with wonder, while yet more felt a stirring longing. The enigmatic veil of this game was gradually being lifted. Adventurers from distant lands, you are destined to alter fate, the harbingers of hope and salvation. Accompanied by a deep, solemn voice, the visage of the divine figure was revealed in its entirety. A golden-haired giant, adorned with pure white wings, loomed in the sky, his face obscured by a mask, clad in armor and wielding a spear. The radiance emanating from him commanded respect, compelling all to bow their heads in awe. Adventurers, the divine is both forgiving and benevolent, kind and generous. The divine holds dominion over all that is beautiful in this realm. God loves mankind. God cherishes this world. Come forth, trust in my God. The divine will heed your innermost thoughts, absolve your transgressions, and guide you along your path. Brave souls, you shall receive unparalleled blessings. As the wings spread wide, a gentle light cascaded down, enveloping each individual. That voice, reminiscent of celestial chants, resonated deep within their hearts, as if a revelation from the heavens. What is this? A beneficial buff. I seem to have received a doubling of experience points. My health has restored significantly. My strength has surged. Could this be a system event? How extraordinary. A warm glow streamed down from above, and players began to emanate a green halo. Everyone felt the positive effects bestowed by this celestial light. Humph! Yet again this tactic in the novice village. A young man with black hair and eyes stood beside an elder, his gaze calmly fixed on the angel above. He murmured softly, his expression unperturbed, as if all of this was anticipated. Memories from a past life surfaced vividly. He understood that this was indeed the pivotal moment for a major event in the game. The deity's messenger descended with the holy light, proclaiming faith in the name of salvation, drawing countless players to participate. However, if they cannot even distinguish friend from foe, how can they truly be considered powerful? Etion scoffed disdainfully, feeling the enhancement effect also coursing through him, his eyes filled with scorn. Others beheld this grand spectacle, unaware that it was merely a clumsy ruse. In his view, this was nothing more than a tactic employed by the Divine Envoy to recruit players. In his previous life, the Divine Envoy's faction had attracted innumerable players with such a magnificent display. Even when other forces such as empires, orcs, and elves entered the fray, none had wielded such impactful influence. From that moment, the reputation of the Divine Envoy faction soared, securing a prominent position among the players. However, these self-proclaimed embodiments of justice are merely cloaked in the guise of virtue, exploiting the human heart for their own ends. They label dissenting forces as evil, compelling players to eliminate obstacles on their behalf. Why? Etion smirked. The cost of these rewards could only be comprehended by those who have endured their trials. Undoubtedly, the Divine Envoys do sift through and select outstanding players, bestowing upon them unique professions. Yet, in contrast to the Calamity forces, Etion finds himself far more appreciative of the latter's simplicity and directness. The Lord of Calamity, though branded as the epitome of malevolence, embodies a purity of evil, unashamed and unmasked. Conversely, the righteousness of the Divine Envoys is steeped in a hypocrisy that is utterly nauseating. In Etion's eyes, good and evil are but two sides of the same coin, distinctions made solely for the sake of individual agendas. Observing the players around him, awestruck by the spectacle, he could only lament their ignorance. Etion understood that the freedom of this world far exceeded their wildest imaginings. Should he allow these individuals to lead him by the nose as in his previous life, Achieving his own objectives would prove exceedingly arduous. Yet, he was no longer an ordinary player. From the moment he chose Calamity, he became part of an entirely different faction. He no longer contemplated from a player's perspective, but instead placed the protection of his master above all else. How wonderful it would be if his master could guide players as they did. He gazed up at the vaulted heavens, his eyes resting upon that sacred angelic figure, his fingers tightening slightly as he murmured softly. Everything seemed to remain unchanged, as if the past life had left no mark. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils dilated with shock. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the sky, a deafening roar erupted, reverberating throughout the world. The ground began to tremble, and a low rumble resonated through the air, as if the entire realm were shrouded in a shadow of dread. The thunderous sound quickened the heartbeat of every individual, inducing a palpable tension. With each reverberation, cracks began to appear in the space surrounding the angel, spreading rapidly like a spider's web. As the cacophony continued, those fissures deepened ominously, threatening to collapse entirely at any moment. Inside the tavern, the lighting was soft and inviting. A dark elf girl leaned against the counter, gazing up at the person before her, the necklace around her neck glimmering gently in the light. Her smile bloomed like a flower, radiant as the morning sun in spring, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, no matter how exquisite her smile, it paled in comparison to the look of sweet contentment that adorned her face. The necklace was a gift from him, her most treasured possession, as vital as an additional heartbeat. "Brother Yiyu, aren't you going to tell a story today?" The girl's voice held a note of playful coaxing, her laughter sweet and syrupy. I wished to hear the tale of Lady Bai and Su Xian. She had always held a fondness for those poignant love stories. "Not today, little imp." Yiyu chuckled softly, his tone gentle yet tinged with a hint of resignation. He was about to say more when he suddenly paused, lifting his gaze to the north. "Brother Yiyu, what's the matter?" Cray noticed his unusual demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. "It's nothing. Someone has made a move on the chessboard." Yiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice low. The girl looked puzzled, yet she merely saw him smile faintly, gently patting her head. "Little imp, keep a good watch over the tavern." As the words hung in the air, the figure before them vanished without a trace. The tremors in the sky grew increasingly intense, while a colossal roar echoed like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of all present, rendering them breathless. Those who had been enshrouded in the blessings of divine light were abruptly awakened by this unforeseen anomaly, their eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, the very fabric of space tore apart, akin to a vast pane of glass shattering, revealing a profound void beyond eye. In the next moment, it seemed as if all beheld an incredible sight, their eyes widening in shock. Above them, dark clouds churned ominously, obscuring the blazing sun. A gargantuan claw, adorned with black scales, abruptly pierced the void. Emerging forth, it exuded an aura of unparalleled power and mystery, emanating an irresistible pressure, while its razor-sharp talons sent shivers down their spines. How could you? This is impossible." The angelic giant gazed at the dragon's claw, his voice laced with disbelief. His form trembled, wings flapping, yet he could not disguise the fear that gripped his heart. Before he could finish his sentence, the massive claw lunged forward, seizing the angel by the neck. In that instant, the once sacred and majestic being became akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. He flailed desperately with his wings, attempting to break free, but it was utterly futile. The might of that claw pressed down upon him like a mountain, rendering him powerless to resist. Powerful, invincible, tyrannical. The master of that dragon claw had yet to reveal his form, yet instilled dread in every heart. "Why, Lord, has he truly descended in person?" Etion stared at the claw above, frozen in place, before reverently clasping his hands together. "Why, Lord, my faith, my Lord, unrivaled in the world." Simultaneously, dragonkin in other regions likewise clasped their hands in devotion, their faces aglow with reverence. "I am the Lord of Calamity. Enter my faith, gain my power, trample the rules, dominate destiny." An ancient and domineering voice resonated within the hearts of all, simple and direct, piercing the depths of their souls. The dragon claw, with its brute strength, yanked the angel into the shattered space, feathers swirling and holy light dissipating, restoring tranquility to the scene. The sky returned to clarity, sunlight cascading down as if nothing had transpired. Yet, all understood that this day was irrevocably different. The master of the dragon claw had not manifested, yet had indelibly etched a scene that shocked the very core of their beings. Ding! The system notification resounded, signaling an update to the main quest, Dragon King Annihilation. The choice of good and evil. Concurrently, within the resplendent halls of the holy light far in the distance, the statue of the angel collapsed with a thunderous crash. The brilliance of the holy Lord dimmed, as the once vigorous elder trembled and fell to the ground, He stared wide-eyed, murmuring repeatedly, how could he not appear there? Upon the high platform of Sunfire City, Yu stood amidst the wind, his demeanor serene, as a gentle breeze stirred his robes. His gaze traversed the northern horizon, revealing a hint of a cold smile. Who could have anticipated that the avatar of the Lord of Calamity was none other than this strikingly handsome youth before them? He raised his right hand, long and graceful. Yet, who could fathom that this very hand had recently crushed the neck of the sacred angel? Divine beings, players of fate, what precisely do you seek in this game of chess? He lifted his eyes to the heavens, a profound contemplation reflected in his gaze, softly murmuring, "Come, let me unveil the secrets that this so-called destiny conceals." With a soft sigh, his figure vanished in an instant. Leaving behind the desolate street and the gently falling withered leaves, the breeze swept through, carrying away the last vestiges of his presence, as if none of this had ever transpired in a novice village located in the northern reaches of the empire. A momentous event, capable of shaking the very heavens and the earth, unfolded. Yet, for the bustling populace of Liang City, it bore no significance whatsoever. The Black Flame Tavern, this newly emerged establishment, continued its raucous revelry as always. However, today, perhaps there was a slight deviation from the norm. What a wretched affair! Is this food fit for human consumption? Amidst the clamor, a sharp and jarring voice sliced through the lively atmosphere, instantly seizing the attention of all present. The patrons within the tavern turned in unison towards the source of the sound. The regulars here were well aware that the dishes of this tavern had once left them utterly astonished during their initial tasting. Both in flavor and price, the fare was impeccable. Never had anyone dared to voice such blatant disparagement. This was the first instance of someone so brazenly demeaning the tavern. Clea, stationed at the counter, paused momentarily at the sound, her previously radiant smile vanishing in an instant. Instinctively, she touched the necklace around her neck, her dagger glinting with a cold light in her hand. She would not let this audacious troublemaker go unpunished, especially in Nightwing's absence. If she couldn't manage such a trivial matter, what face would she have to stand here? The voice emanated from a table where several burly men were gathered. Among them, a particularly striking blond man caught the eye. He was robust, with a defiant visage and a gaze brimming with provocation. Was that not Jack? This fellow was notoriously idle. It was evident he was looking for trouble, and his intentions were far from benign. Whispers of recognition rippled through the patrons, swiftly identifying the man. Jack was a well-known ruffian in this region, infamous, and today was no exception. Your food is so dreadful, and you still dare to run a tavern? Brother, I found a bug in my meal. What? Unsanitary, you say? Have your boss come out and explain this to me? Jack laughed heartily, his face a mask of derision, his words dripping with a rogue's essence. Oh, a beautiful dark elf, indeed. Upon seeing Clea's face, Jack's expression shifted to one of lewdness, a lascivious grin spreading across his features. You will accompany me, yet, before he could finish his sentence, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly permeated the air. You wretch! Clea's figure vanished like a specter, reappearing with her dagger aimed at the back of his head. Clang! A sharp sound erupted as the dagger clashed with the long sword. Sparks flying. Little dark elf, do you think a mere sneak attack can bring me down? I am a level 56 warrior. Jack swung his longsword, sneering at Clea across from him, his fighting spirit surging. A powerful force surged forth, sending Clea reeling backward. She deftly flipped in midair, landing gracefully while deliberately avoiding the tables and chairs within the tavern, clearly mindful of her surroundings. Gripping her dagger tightly, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Jack, it was evident that this man was no ordinary scoundrel. He possessed some degree of skill. What a pity, the establishment resorts to violence against its patrons. How would they conduct business if word got out? Jack grasped his longsword. A triumphant grin plastered across his face as he deliberately raised his voice. This fellow is utterly shameless, clearly here to extort. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, boss, he has always been a good man. Let us not provoke trouble. The onlookers, a mix of patrons, murmured amongst themselves, yet none dared to intervene. They were acutely aware that their adversaries were numerous, and no one wished to risk their safety for this affair. Clea clenched her jaws, seething with indignation, yet unsure of how to proceed. This was Yu's tavern, and should any damage occur, leading to greater complications, she would be unable to bear the consequences. Observing her predicament, Jack's laughter grew increasingly brazen, even extending his hand to caress Clea's face. You look quite adorable like this. Even in anger, you are beautiful. However, at that very moment, the atmosphere within the tavern shifted dramatically. A shadowy figure swept past the eyes of all present, so swiftly that it was indistinguishable. When the crowd regained their senses, a figure clad in a dark robe stood before Jack. It was a strikingly handsome man, who grasped Jack's fingers with one hand, his voice gentle yet imbued with an unsettling authority. "Why, dear guest, what were you just saying?" The familiar voice reached Kelia's ears, and she froze, a smile of delight blooming on her face. "Brother Yi." In that instant, all her worries and fears dissipated like mist. Chapter 6. Has the Dragon of the End awakened? For Yi Yu had returned, his presence rekindling boundless confidence within her. In stark contrast, Jack's expression shifted dramatically. He felt a chilling sensation that pierced his very soul, an oppressive force that seemed to emanate from the abyss. "Who are you? Let me go." He struggled, yet discovered that his strength was utterly futile against this figure. The pressure felt akin to an ant confronting a dragon, stirring an uncontrollable fear from the depths of his being. Trembling and panic-stricken, he shouted at Yi Yu with an air of bravado. "Little brat, remember to always learn to be brave." Yi Yu disregarded his threats entirely, merely turning to Kelia with a tone of gentle admonition. Just as Kelia was about to respond, Jack, already exasperated, glared at them with a face full of humiliation and fury. With one hand, he violently retracted, attempting to free himself from Yi Yu's grip. Meanwhile, with his other hand, he raised the long sword high, aiming a fierce blow at Yi Yu's neck. A scream pierced the tavern's clamor. "Ah!" Amidst the crisp sound of a snap, Yi Yu effortlessly twisted Jack's fingers into a bizarre angle, while simultaneously catching the descending sword, gripping it securely without the slightest movement. "Impertinent guest. One ought to pay the price for their actions, wouldn't you agree?" Yi Yu's smile was gentle, yet his words carried an undeniable chill that could not be overlooked. Jack, gazing at Yi Yu's smile, felt a terror that surpassed the very call of death. "Make your move." Witnessing their leader being subdued, several lackeys around them hastily drew their weapons, ferociously encircling Yi Yu. "Sure, dear guests, the use of weapons is strictly prohibited in my tavern." Yi Yu raised a finger gently to his lips, his tone nonchalant, as if stating the most mundane fact. His voice was soft, yet it resonated in every ear with the force of thunder. In the next moment, the figure of Yi Yu vanished like a wraith, leaving several individuals bewildered, only to be struck down by an overwhelming force, succumbing to excruciating pain and losing consciousness. With a resounding crash, tables and chairs toppled, dishes scattered, producing a symphony of crisp sounds. The fallen brawny man groaned in agony, his body smeared with splattered soup and food, presenting a pitiful sight. The sound of footsteps echoed as Yi Yu approached Jack with an unhurried demeanor, his gaze cast downward, the polished black boot pressing upon Jack's chest. "Dear guest, might you enlighten me as to the nature of the disturbance you are causing here?" His voice was gentle, yet it pierced the soul like the whispers of a demon. "You wretched establishment, the food is inedible, unhygienic, and you dare to assault your patrons. I shall inform the guards." Jack's body stiffened, trembling as he shouted, attempting to mask the terror that gripped his heart. "This, dear guest, to lie is quite unethical, particularly when one's soul may be consumed by the flames of hell as a consequence." Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, his tone imbued with a hint of dissuasion. "I am not lying," Jack retorted, his bravado faltering as his eyes betrayed the panic within. "Oh, you understand. To spare an ant rather than crush it requires immense restraint." Yi Yu inclined his head slightly, his voice growing colder, his presence increasingly menacing. Jack felt an unbearable weight upon his chest, as if Yi Yu's foot could shatter his bones at any moment. "I don't know, that's not it. It is my fault. The food is delightful. I was merely seeking trouble. Please spare me." Jack finally succumbed to the threat of death, his words tumbling out in a frantic plea to "Oh, so it is all your fault then?" Yi Yu inquired with a smile, his demeanor deceptively gentle, chilling to the bone. "Yes, yes," Jack nodded fervently, tears streaming down his face. "Then, since you have damaged my tables and chairs, disordered the dishes, and disrupted the patrons' enjoyment, should you not compensate for the losses?" Yi Yu narrowed his eyes, his smile growing ever more benign. "I will pay." "I will pay," Jack replied through gritted teeth. Though his heart brimmed with resentment, he dared not refuse. "Then I shall kindly request 10,000 gold coins," Yi Yu stated nonchalantly. What? Jack was rendered speechless. 10,000 gold coins. Where could he possibly procure such an amount? Is there an issue with 10,000 gold coins? Yi Yu tilted his head, feigning innocence. "I do not possess such wealth." Jack's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. "Oh, then let someone else pay for you. There must be someone who can assist you." "No?" Yi Yu gently stroked his chin, appearing to ponder earnestly. "Den, and a one." Jack shook his head repeatedly, a chill settling deep within him. "Then it seems the only option left is to repay with your life." Yi Yu's words fell like a death sentence, cold and merciless. There is someone. Someone sent me here. They will compensate for me. Please, spare me." Jack completely broke down, crying out in desperation, "Is that so? Then let us seek them out to collect the debt." Yu lifted his foot, his face resuming a smile as warm as spring. "Kalia, please oversee the establishment," Yu instructed with a newfound lightness in his voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's drinks are on me. I apologize for the inconvenience." He addressed the patrons at breakfast with a demeanor both generous and appropriate. "Come, lead me to those who instigated this disturbance." Yu turned to Jack. His tone as gentle as that of a caring older brother. "Let us proceed. We must go." Jack trembled as he responded, fearing that any further hesitation might cost him his life. The diners in the tavern watched Yu's graceful departure, murmuring in hushed tones. "Who exactly is the night boss? Such strength at such a young age. He will undoubtedly become a top-tier expert in the future." Jack is truly unfortunate to have provoked such a terrifying presence. Clea stood rooted to the spot, her fists clenched, her gaze resolutely fixed on the direction in which Yu had vanished. "Brother Yi, I must become stronger," she gritted her teeth, silently vowing in her heart. Meanwhile, in a corner of the tavern, a stern young man slowly set down his cutlery, his expression complex as he scrutinized Yu's silhouette. Such speed, such power. Who is he? The young man murmured to himself. A glimmer of awe flickering in his eyes. In this world, there are no absolutes of black and white, only the chaotic gray. Each individual struggles to survive within the confines of the rules. Human nature may lean toward good or evil, but ultimately, it is merely a choice made in the balance of interests. In another lavish tavern, serene melodies flowed gently, creating an atmosphere of elegance. The exquisite decor complemented the opulent furnishings, where patrons either savored gourmet dishes or engaged in soft conversations, as if this were a tranquil paradise, far removed from the turmoil of the world. The counter. A corpulent middle-aged man clad in an ochre robe was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a richly dressed nobleman. A look of satisfaction adorning his features. "Sir Kyrie, you are truly amusing," he chuckled heartily, eager to continue, when suddenly, a deafening crash interrupted him. Bang! The grand door was forcefully flung open, and a heavy body crashed in, scattering tables and chairs in disarray. The diners, who had been leisurely conversing, were instantly startled by the unforeseen chaos, cries of shock erupting throughout the room. From the wreckage of furniture, a disheveled, golden-haired brute struggled to rise. Pain etched across his face as he knelt and groaned. "Help me, Boss Joseph, save me," he pleaded desperately, clutching at the last vestige of hope in the corpulent man's presence. Joseph furrowed his brow, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from responding, casting only a cold glance in the man's direction. He was not in a hurry to address the kneeling Jack. Instead, his attention shifted toward the entrance. Sunlight poured into the room, only to be obscured by a towering figure that cast a shadow. "Sir, bringing the aftermath of a brawl into my tavern warrants an explanation, does it not?" Joseph endeavored to maintain a steady tone, though a subtle sense of pressure lingered within him. Despite being a figure of authority in the city of Liang, capable of commanding both the underworld and the elite, he found it difficult to suppress the tremor that coursed through him in the presence of that imposing figure at the door. The sense of oppression evoked memories of the ruler of his empire, yet somehow, it was even more disquieting. Joseph stifled his tumultuous thoughts, inhaling deeply as he solemnly questioned, "What brings you here?" Tap, tap, tap. The figure did not respond immediately, instead advancing with measured steps into the tavern. As this presence emerged from the shadows, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Before him stood a strikingly handsome young man, his countenance adorned with a subtle smile, yet his gaze was profound, reminiscent of an elder who had weathered countless storms. He ambled towards an untouched table, casually seated himself, and poured himself a cup of hot water. "Is it not my place to inquire, Boss Joseph?" he began, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Joseph momentarily faltered, already surmising the gist of the situation. It was merely a dispute born from competitive rivalry, a tactic he had long grown accustomed to. With the limited clientele in Liang City, the rise of the Black Flame Tavern had diminished his foot traffic. Elevating one's own establishment is a daunting endeavor, yet undermining others is a task fraught with ease. Are you not aware of this tavern's background as you seek to disrupt its peace? Joseph clenched his teeth, attempting to assert dominance over his adversary. Background? I harbor no interest in such matters, Nightwing retorted, casually splashing the water from his teacup onto Jack, eliciting a yelp of pain from the latter. This gentleman has damaged my tavern and owes a sum of 10,000 gold coins. He claims you can settle this debt on his behalf. Nightwing's tone was unperturbed, yet it struck at the heart of the matter. 10,000 gold coins? The surrounding patrons murmured in disbelief at the staggering figure. "Sir, must you insist on causing such embarrassment?" Joseph inwardly tightened his fists, striving to maintain a facade of calm. Embarrassment? I am merely here to collect a debt. Nightwing smiled, his gaze fixed on Joseph as if he could see through him. Joseph was taken aback, but quickly donned a jovial expression. Ha, splendid. A debt must be repaid. After all, since he is my friend, I shall naturally repay him. As he spoke, he produced a card, swiping it nonchalantly before tossing it towards Nightwing. Here, 10,000 gold coins. Consider it settled. Nightwing accepted the card, glancing at it before offering a faint smile. Your promptness is commendable. May our collaboration be fruitful. He rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. However, as he turned to leave, Joseph whispered, Young man, choices come with consequences. Nightwing paused momentarily, then replied with a serene smile, Thank you for the reminder. The tea brewed by the unscrupulous is meant only for dousing others, not for consumption. With that, he strode out of the tavern, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Just as Nightwing turned to depart, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. What you are doing is wrong. Nightwing halted, slowly turning to face the source of the voice. There, amidst the throng, stood a young man with a long sword slung across his back, dressed in simple leather garb that could not conceal his distinctive aura. His eyes were clear and resolute, radiating a sense of integrity and fearlessness that inspired trust and loyalty in others. Young lad, what is your name? Nightwing inquired, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, devoid of any anger. Huh? Me? The young man momentarily froze before standing tall and responding. I am called Rex. Rex, you say that a fine name. Nightwing mused, his gaze lowered, a smile hinting at an inscrutable meaning. No, that is not the point. My name is not the crux of the matter. Rex furrowed his brow, quickly adopting a serious demeanor. Brother, what you are doing is incorrect. Ordinary tables and chairs cannot possibly be worth 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, you have damaged the property of Boss Joseph. This is clearly extortion. Rex inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed firmly on you, his voice resonant and unwavering. Furthermore, regarding the debt owed to you by that warrior, why must you seek repayment from another? This is neither proper nor just. Despite Rex's resolute tone, an inexplicable sense of oppression surged within him as he regarded Yu. Yu's expression was calm, his eyes gentle, yet the profound darkness of his gaze instilled in Rex a sense of peril akin to falling into an abyss. Danger, the warning bell rang loudly in his mind, yet he stifled this peculiar sensation. Standing tall as he continued, Indeed, young one, but this boss has already given me the money. This is a matter of mutual consent between us, is it not? Yu maintained his smile, casually countering with words that struck like a blade, leaving Rex momentarily speechless. Rex opened his mouth, at a loss for how to respond. Young one, this world is neither purely white nor utterly black. Yu's tone was flat, yet his gaze was sharp enough to pierce through to Rex's very soul. Before advocating for others, it is prudent to first ascertain the entirety of the situation. You are still too naive. As soon as his words fell, Yu waved his hand casually, and in a flash, he vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence. Rex stood rooted to the spot, repeatedly contemplating Yu's words, his fists gradually clenching tighter. Naive, he muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the direction in which Yu had disappeared. The farce had ultimately drawn to a close. Who would have thought that Boss Joseph would capitulate, directly handing him the money? That young man is indeed intriguing. Boss Joseph, are you all right? Do you require assistance? In the crowd, patrons murmured among themselves, seemingly filled with curiosity and astonishment regarding the recent events. Joseph stood amidst the chaos of the tavern, his previous smile now retracted. He squinted slightly, harboring a sense of regret within. He had initially perceived this tavern as a mere insignificant establishment, but little did he know that it was entangled with such formidable and enigmatic figures. Esteemed guests, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality today. All expenses for today shall be waived. Joseph restored a facade of cordiality, generously addressing the crowd. The patrons expressed their gratitude and departed, yet tumult brewed within Joseph's heart. On this day, he not only suffered a financial loss but, more importantly, he had lost face. Sending Jack to the Black Flame Tavern was merely intended as a warning, yet unexpectedly, the other party proved to be a formidable opponent, turning the tables on him. Joseph surveyed the disarray of the tavern, his brow furrowed as he spoke softly, Albert, what is the extent of that person's strength? From the shadows, a rogue clad in black slowly emerged, his voice grave. He is powerful? Exceedingly so. I even suspect he is aware of my presence. How powerful? Joseph inquired coldly, his expression darkening. If I were to confront him, there would be only a 10% chance of injuring him, but I would undoubtedly meet my demise. Albert's voice bore no tremor, yet it weighed heavily on Joseph's heart. Go report the situation to that esteemed individual. and ensure a thorough investigation into all information regarding the Black Flame Tavern. Joseph's tone was low and icy, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. Indeed. Abit nodded, his form merging with the shadows as he prepared to depart, only to be halted by Yosef's call. Wait, deal with him. Yosef commanded, indicating the quivering Jack, collapsed on the ground, his tone frigid. This useless hound has become devoid of value. No. Please, do not kill me, my lord. Spare me. I beg you. Jack's pleas were abruptly silenced, and the tavern once again fell into a profound silence. In another realm of darkness, the air was thick with murderous intent. Kikik. Has the Dragon of the End awakened? A voice like that of a shadowy vulture whispered in the boundless wasteland. Upon a throne constructed of bleached bones in this desolate, lifeless expanse, a vague figure slowly rose. If that is the case, perhaps we might become allies. The whispers from the shadows hinted at a sinister amusement. Simultaneously, in the desolate land, the earth churned, and countless dark figures crawled forth from the ground. These were the skeletal army, coalesced from dark energy, all kneeling before the throne, expressing their unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, in the distance, the players of the Divine Edict world were ablaze with excitement over a series of sensational events. Breaking news! The top contender has emerged in the novice village. The first player to surpass level 18 has been born. Who could it be? The master of the Dragon Claw has crushed the angel's throat. Is he the Lord of Calamity or the Dragon of the End? Players fervently discussed these shocking occurrences, yearning for the day they could partake in such exploits. Some longed for the angel's sanctity, while others were captivated by the dragon's might. Undoubtedly, the number of players aligned with the villainous faction was surging at an astonishing rate. They had finally realized that the world of Divine Edict was far freer than they had ever imagined. Justice and evil were merely reflections of strength and weakness. The dragon's tyranny and devastation became their most fervent pursuits. In a beautifully decorated princess's chamber, black dragon-themed murals and adornments graced the white walls. By the window, a woman clutched her phone, a complex and fervent expression playing across her face as she gently caressed her cheek. Chapter 7. The eccentric knight boss. My lord Dom, why master, why sovereign? She murmured, her voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. I adore you. I adore you. I adore you. Her voice grew increasingly sharp, as if lost in her own world. Powerful, tyrannical, proud. My master, I long to touch your scales and feel your searing flames. Her gaze became ever more dreamy. I am already at level 17. He, soon I shall see you, the great Lord of Calamity. Her whispers gradually faded into the tranquil silence, and the room returned to calm. Inside the Black Flame Tavern, the clamor persisted. A young man clad in knightly armor approached the counter, a sunlit smile gracing his face as he called out to the cloaked man seated there. Knight boss, I challenge you. Knight Feather, leisurely sipping red tea, lifted his gaze at the remark, a smile playing at his lips, though his eyes betrayed no hint of disturbance. Oh, Khan, back again? Can't you give it a rest? The surrounding patrons burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha, you? You wish to challenge the Knight boss? Better not dream. The black rose of our black flame. How could we possibly follow you? Indeed, do not overestimate yourself. Knight boss is not someone you can contend with. Everyone is aware that this young knight named Khan is merely level 34. How could he possibly stand against Nightwing, who effortlessly defeated a level 56 opponent? Jack? Since that fateful day when Nightwing faced off against the divine forces and clashed with Joseph, several days have passed. On the surface, the days in Radiant Sun City have been strikingly tranquil. The divine forces have not made any significant moves, and many priests and clergy have quietly departed the city. As for Joseph, he has yet to fulfill his threats from that day, as if tacitly accepting his defeat. Nevertheless, the aftershocks of this conflict have not truly subsided. Get lost, Khan. How many times must I say it? I will never join your adventure party. Stop bothering me. A striking figure suddenly appeared beside Nightwing. Glaring coldly at Khan, it was Kreia, her face now a mask of annoyance, starkly contrasting with her earlier charming demeanor towards Nightwing. Khan, undeterred by her attitude, eagerly exclaimed, Kreia, listen to me. My Glory Adventure team has just recruited a powerful warrior. We only need you to embark on our true adventures. Just days ago, the church faced dire troubles. Calamity is imminent, and the world needs us to save it. Kreia let out a cold laugh, mercilessly interrupting him. Let calamity come. What does the world's destruction matter to me? She harbored no attachment to this world. Her only concern lay with those she cherished. Her dream was simply to share a tranquil and blissful life with Nightwing at their modest Black Flame Tavern. At this thought, she couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the smiling Nightwing, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Ha ha ha, Khan has grand aspirations, thinking of saving the world. Oh, Savior, why do you persistently entangle yourself with a lady? The surrounding diners erupted in laughter at Khan's words, more in jest and mockery than anything else. Most ordinary folk found his statements naive and childish. A knight in his 30s, dreaming of altering the fate of an entire continent? Young one, the allure of a leader lies in attracting followers through ambition and vision, not through base entanglements and coercion. You have much yet to learn. Nightwing set down his teacup, gazing deeply at Khan. His tone gentle yet laden with significance and truth. Nightwing was acutely aware that this young knight, now the subject of ridicule, would one day blossom into a true legend. He would rise with unparalleled speed, becoming the epitome of knighthood, the pillar of the empire, and even the soul of the Savior's faction. Really? Ha ha ha, this is simply how I recruit companions. Khan scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Kreia rolled her eyes beside him, her resolve to decline becoming even firmer. Had she not encountered Nightwing, she might have genuinely considered joining Khan's adventure party. You are far from it? Nightwing chuckled softly, gently ruffling Kreia's hair, his tone calm yet unassailable. Khan was still too immature, foolishly aspiring to challenge the world-ending calamity. His current strength was insufficient to stir the waters. Outside Radiant Sun City, an unusual aura began to permeate the air. For individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, stood on a vacant plot in the outskirts, their figures strikingly conspicuous. The woman possessed a graceful form and a radiant visage, her leather armor accentuating her alluring curves, while her peach blossom eyes sparkled with an enigmatic mirth. Among the 3 men, one exuded a stoic silence, his stature resembling that of a mountain. Another was gaunt and brooding, a sinister smile lingering at the corners of his lips. The final man appeared so unremarkable that he could seamlessly blend into any crowd, yet he felt out of place. Nevertheless, an unusual aura emanated from all 4, unsettling the indigenous beings around them. A sense of unreality as if they did not belong to this world. Indeed, they were visitors from a foreign realm, among the first from the player faction to surpass level 18 and break free from the constraints of the novice village. Their objective was clear, responding to an inner summons as they gradually approached the teleportation portal outside the city of Liang. Despite arriving together, the dynamics among the 4 were far from harmonious. The pallid-faced, cold man initiated the provocation, a condescending smirk gracing his lips as fine black dragon scales shimmered across his body, causing the air to thicken ominously. This was a clear indication that he had long since ceased to belong to the human race. In truth, none of the 4 were of human descent. Their choice as outliers destined their existence to be anomalous. The leveling speed of ordinary players was simply insufficient to bring them to this point. Trash, dare to repeat that? The alluring woman interjected before anyone else could speak, her presence exploding into a chilling momentum. A fierce wind swept through, pink magical energy surging from her like a tidal wave, her beautiful countenance morphing into one of stern fury. Sinuous dragon scales sprouted at her temples, and dragon horns slowly emerged atop her head, flames roaring beside her. Her delicate exterior shattered in an instant, transforming her into a dragon sorceress exuding an exotic allure. Ha! Is this truly all you are? Do you believe you are worthy to be a follower of my lord? The cold man was equally unyielding, his arms enveloped in black scales, sharp dragon claws glinting with a sanguine sheen, clearly ready for battle at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the stoic giant merely cast a brief glance at the 2, turning away with purposeful strides, as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to him. Only the seemingly ordinary man, Etion, offered a resigned smile, internally lamenting the peculiar nature of his faction companions. Indeed, few could be deemed normal, after all, who would forsake the conventional path on the very first day of the game to recklessly join the villainous faction. The eccentricities of these juvenile delinquents were glaring, and Etion had already deduced their identities. In his previous life, the woman and the cold man had been archrivals, and in this life, their enmity remained undiminished. As tensions escalated towards a confrontation, a sudden howl of wolves pierced the air, interrupting the impending clash. In the shadows, pairs of crimson wolf eyes emerged, as ferocious magical wolves had stealthily surrounded them. These bloodthirsty behemoths, boasting levels of up to 20, with diverse skills and a penchant for pack hunting, had become the harbingers of death for countless players. They were among the most perilous entities on the outskirts of the city, relishing the hunt of weaker adventurers through sheer numerical advantage. In his previous life, Etion had fallen victim to their ambush upon first stepping out of the novice village. However, this time, the circumstances were entirely different. With a thunderous growl, the wolves surged forth, evidently regarding the 4 as their next quarry. How annoying! The dragon sorceress huffed disdainfully. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a black magic circle materialized beneath her feet, and searing black flames surged skyward, incinerating several demon wolves to ashes, their anguished howls echoing through the night on the other side. A sinister man, with a chilling smile, kicked a massive wolf aside, then seized another by its jaws, yanking forcefully to tear flesh from bone, blood splattering in a gruesome display. The scene was extraordinarily eerie, yet he appeared to revel in the chaos ahead. A stoic man had transformed into a dragonkin, wielding a blood-red greatsword, steadily advancing towards the oncoming demon wolves. With an air of nonchalance, he swung his sword. With each strike, a colossal wolf fell, lifeless and cold. For him, this battle was even simpler than an ordinary training session. Meanwhile, Yi Tian effortlessly sidestepped a lunging demon wolf, swiftly placing his palm upon the head of another giant wolf. As the black flames surged, the wolf let out a tormented scream. Its skull reduced to char. A notification chimed in his ear. Kill bloodthirsty giant wolf LV-23. Gain 20 silver coins, 8,000 experience points. It was unclear when the battle concluded, but the four stood amidst the corpses of the wolves, the air thick with the scent of blood. These once formidable rookie killers had been rendered utterly powerless beneath their hands. Thank you for your gift, my lord. The four spoke in unison, bowing their heads in sincere prayer towards the same direction. Even the two who had previously been at odds had forgotten their quarrel, their eyes filled only with boundless reverence. Meanwhile, at the Black Flame Tavern in Liang City, the wooden doors swung open with force, and a robust middle-aged man entered, his face aglow with a broad smile. Knight, do we have any liquor today? Bring me 2 cups of white. His boisterous voice instantly captured everyone's attention. Lord Alfred. The patrons present rose in respect upon seeing Alfred's entrance, their faces brimming with admiration and reverence. Lord Alfred, thanks to you, we enjoy these peaceful days. A solemn atmosphere enveloped the tavern, as all seemed to express their respect for this strongest general of the empire. Alfred waved his hand lightly, revealing a hearty smile. Please, everyone, do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat. I am but an ordinary man here for a meal, so treat me as just another customer. Despite having reached the pinnacle of level 100, he maintained a humble demeanor, devoid of any airs. The tavern settled into a quiet calm, though it was evident that a newfound formality lingered in the air. Alfred's gaze swept across the room, landing on the counter where a familiar face caught his attention. Ah, Khan is here too. What brings you here? Aren't you busy with your adventure team? He inquired with a tone imbued with the warmth of an elder towards a younger. Khan's eyes lit up upon spotting Alfred, and he sprang to his feet, bowing deeply with fervor, nearly pressing his forehead to the floor. Lord Alfred, please take me as your apprentice, he exclaimed, his face a mask of earnest pleading. Alfred was momentarily taken aback, then donned a look of resigned amusement. He patted Khan's head, sighing, Little one, let us talk once you reach level 60. Really? Then I shall strive to level up right away. Khan's eyes sparkled with excitement at the words, and he swiftly turned to dash out of the tavern, entirely forgetting the purpose of his visit. Alfred shook his head, pinching the bridge of his nose, and said helplessly, This child's temperament, I must have embarrassed you. Mr. Yi. Yi set down his teacup and smiled gently. Mr. Alfred, you have taken on a fine apprentice. His tone was relaxed, devoid of any constraint. In stark contrast to the other patrons in the tavern, Alfred gazed at this enigmatic tavern owner, feeling a peculiar sensation within him. This individual, in every regard, appeared far from ordinary. His eyes were profoundly deep, as if capable of perceiving all truth. Mr. Yi, you always shower me with such flattery. How can I dare to indulge in drink? Alfred said with a wry smile, yet his tone carried an air of familiarity. Shall we place a wager, Mr. Alfred? Yi suddenly inquired with a grin. Wager on what? On whether this lad will shine brightly across the entire continent in the future, Yi replied softly, his gaze imbued with significance. Alfred was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. You have such confidence in him? I do not believe in fate. One's future is something one must strive to attain. I asked that so. Why? Yi smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. The usual then? 2 caddies of beef, paired with 2 jars of wine, he asked. Indeed. It must be robust. Alfred licked his lips and replied cheerfully. However, Mr. Alfred, do refrain from getting as inebriated as you did the first time. Yi remarked half-jokingly. Alfred scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Let us not bring up that embarrassing incident. Mr. Yi, join me for a drink today. We may as well be considered friends, yes? Yi paused for a moment, then smiled warmly. As you wish, I would not dare to decline. What does that mean? Alfred inquired, somewhat puzzled. Why? Yi waved his hand with a hint of mystery. Sir Knight, follow me. Outside the city of Liang, the towering city walls came into view. A party of 4 approached slowly, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. The dragon man of the shadow vulture licked his lips and whispered, We're close. Close. My lord, I can sense your presence. Fool! Conceal your form, or you shall not enter the city. The dragon sorceress beside him coldly admonished, her magical energy swirling as she retracted her dragon scales and horns. In an instant, she transformed into a charming human woman, her visage imbued with shyness as she murmured, My lord, at last, I shall see you. The robust dragon man remained silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed ahead, his determination unfathomable. The Lord of Calamity, my master? I have come in obedience to your summons. We are finally to meet. Etion tenderly caressed a dragon scale on his wrist, as if reverently touching a sacred relic, his eyes alight with fervor. Liang City was indeed the sole destination of their journey. Mr. Yi, you truly are a remarkable individual. In my lifetime, I have never tasted such exquisite wine. In the private booth, Alfred's robust figure appeared particularly striking as he downed his cup in one gulp, then exhaled deeply, his face alight with genuine admiration. You flatter me, Yi replied with a gentle smile, casually waving his hand, sipping from his cup with grace and composure. Oh, not be so modest. Night boss, I have lived for a century and encountered countless individuals, yet I have never before met a young man of such extraordinary demeanor as yourself. Alfred's gaze was profound, his tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. Night boss, may I be so bold as to inquire? He paused slightly, his eyes growing ever more piercing. What exactly are you? As these words left his lips, the air seemed to thicken for a moment, as if drawn taut by some invisible force. Night Feather was momentarily taken aback, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a smile that was neither wholly a smile nor a frown, calmly gazing at him without providing an immediate response. Ha ha ha. Do not take offense, Night Boss. I am merely driven by pure curiosity. Alfred suddenly appeared somewhat flustered, scratching his head and chuckling awkwardly, as though attempting to mask his own indiscretion. Yet even he could not deny that in that fleeting moment, an indescribable fear had surged within him, akin to standing at the precipice of an abyss, ensnared by a chilling gaze. It was an illusion of life and death, a pressure born of absolute power. He had never experienced anything like it before, not even when he had faced the flame dragon head-on. He had never felt so powerless and despairing. Mr. Alfred, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely a commoner. How could I possibly be compared to a legendary figure such as yourself? Night Feather's smile was warm, as he leisurely poured wine for the two of them. Night Boss, I cannot accept that. A complex emotion flickered in Alfred's eyes. He paused and spoke in a hushed tone. The tales of how you effortlessly crushed the level 56 great swordsmen have already spread throughout the city of Radiant Sun. It was merely a stroke of luck. Night Feather shook his head with a smile, stating, When someone bullies me, I cannot simply stand idly by, can I? Alfred remained silent, his gaze fixed on Night Feather, as if he wished to glean something from those tranquil eyes. He could not penetrate Night Feather's mystery. Though he was so near, it felt as if there were mountains and rivers separating them. In Alfred's eyes, Night Feather's figure was shrouded in mist, enigmatic and unfathomable. Night Boss, let us speak plainly. Alfred downed his drink in one gulp, his tone suddenly deepening. The Emperor is quite interested in the stories told about you. If you are willing to serve in the court, I can help you resolve the troubles lurking behind the Azure Emperor Tavern. Night Feather paused for a moment, then smiled. He set down his cup and spoke slowly. Mr. Alfred, your offer seems rather effortless. Night Feather was, after all, someone who was least adept at being a subordinate. Alfred was taken aback by this response, then burst into laughter, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Night Boss is indeed one of a kind. He swayed slightly as he rose, seemingly deeply intoxicated. Yet suddenly his gaze flickered with alertness. The foreign visitors are about to arrive. Night Boss, your tavern is bound to be lively. With that, he departed without looking back, his figure swaying as he left. Night Feather watched as he vanished, chuckling softly to himself. This wine is certainly not intoxicating. His gaze turned towards the window, piercing through the clamor of the streets. Seemingly landing on some distant place, he murmured softly, Chips? Position? Or merely a test? Oh, Emperor of the Empire, your ambitions are indeed formidable. Meanwhile, in another tavern, Joseph fixated on the enchanted leather in his grasp, his expression dark and brooding. 2 fire spirit crystals? And he has taken in a dark elf? He whispered through clenched teeth, his tone rife with envy. Mr. Joseph, that esteemed gentleman has made his stance clear. You may decide as you see fit, remarked the figure in the black cloak coldly. Should you succeed, he shall not share in the spoils. Should you fail, he will not intervene. Joseph scoffed, abruptly slamming his palm against the table, laughter erupting from him. Ha! Endure? I refuse to believe this fellow can turn the tides. His laughter was low and eerie, the wrinkles on his face contorting grotesquely. sending shivers down one's spine. His gaze fixed upon the cloaked figure, radiating a blend of madness and obstinacy. Chapter 8. Our Redemption. Albert. You know well that I have a penchant for wealth, he exclaimed. 10,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. His voice suddenly escalated, seemingly to remind the other. The smile that graced his lips began to take on a frenzied quality, his eyes glimmering with a perilous light. How dare anyone attempt to seize my fortune? No one shall lay a finger on my riches. No one shall cause me loss. His voice was low yet brimming with fury. These merchants, do you comprehend? A 50% profit can drive them to perilous actions. 100% profit, and they would trample upon all laws and regulations. He gritted through his teeth, his emotions spiraling higher. And a 300% profit. He paused, his eyes darting upward, filled with an insatiable madness. They would dare to do anything. His voice reverberated through the chamber, imbued with an undeniable pressure. Breathing heavily, his crimson gaze bore into the cloaked figure. He inquired, the fire spirit crystals, does that esteemed gentleman truly desire none? He never speaks falsehoods, the cloaked figure replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Joseph suddenly broke into a sinister grin, his eyes becoming even more unhinged. How exceedingly generous, so generous it is hard for me to accept. Albert, will you fight to the death for me? His tone bore a hint of challenge, laced with mockery. I will not, came the black-cloaked man's succinct and resolute response. Humph. Then you shall not lay claim to a single coin. Joseph retorted with a cold snort, his plump palms striking the table with ferocity, his voice aflame with anger. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Flame Tavern in the city of Lyon, 4 figures stood silently. Their garments were markedly distinct from those of ordinary folk, their eyes ablaze with an unmistakable fervor. Our Lord, our Lord, our Lord. The 4 murmured softly, their voices imbued with an indescribable reverence. They caressed the scales upon their wrists, as if communicating with some unseen force. Inside the tavern, Kelia sat beside Yi, her tone tinged with a hint of playful affection as she inquired, Brother Yi, what were you discussing with that uncle? Guess. Yi chuckled lightly, his hand tousling her silky hair, his voice teasing. Oh, how could I possibly guess that? Kelia's cheeks flushed slightly as she muttered softly. Stop ruffling my hair, she protested, gently nudging against Yi's palm like a kitten. Suddenly, Yi's movements ceased, his gaze deepening as he turned towards the entrance. Brother Yi, what is it? Kelia lifted her gaze towards him, a hint of perplexity lacing her voice. A guest has arrived, whispered Yeyu. His eyes still fixed on the threshold point. 4 disciples exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped over the tavern's threshold. The moment their footsteps crossed into the establishment, a blinding radiance erupted from their forms. In the next heartbeat, their figures vanished from sight, silent and untraceable. The 4 suddenly widened their eyes, realizing they were ensconced in profound darkness. The tavern, the streets, the patrons, all had evaporated, leaving only an endless void. Amidst the darkness, a faint glow kindled abruptly, gradually outlining a staircase that ascended into the heights. At the apex of the staircase sat a throne exuding an aura of majesty and aloofness. Upon this throne, a figure slowly solidified, a strikingly handsome man with raven hair and obsidian eyes, his visage imbued with a beguiling charm. Leaning against the throne, he cast a downward gaze upon the 4 kneeling before him, his eyes brimming with an imperious arrogance. Had Kelia been present, she would undoubtedly recognize this familiar countenance as that of her knight brother. Yet this Yeyu was altogether different, stripped of the warmth and amiability found within the tavern. Instead, he radiated a chilling aloofness and dominion. This was the true visage of Yeyu, the Lord of Calamity, the embodiment of the world's most malevolent essence. The 4 stared in wide-eyed terror, their bodies trembling as their knees buckled involuntarily to the ground. Disciples, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Yeyu spoke slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, echoing like distant thunder. The 4 lifted their eyes to him, their expressions betraying an unmistakable fervor. Why, Lord? A woman murmured, her cheeks flushed with an eerie hue, her frame quivering slightly. Why, Lord? I am willing to offer you everything, a man proclaimed, his voice rife with madness and ferocity. Yeyu rose from his throne and strode towards the 4 prostrated before him, his voice cold and resolute. I seek to establish a world of decadence. I wish to carve a scorched earth of sin. I desire to create a paradise for the fallen, to become the sovereign of the city of chaos. And you, are you willing to be my herald, to extol my virtues and propagate my faith? In unison, the 4 replied, their voices resonant and unwavering. My lord, we are willing. At dusk, all things remained as usual, tranquility enveloping the scene. Players continued their endeavors in the outskirts of the novice village, yearning to soon step into a broader realm. Meanwhile, the local populace repeated their daily routines. Some engaged in cultivation, others labor, while some sought rest. At the juncture between the Heisei Empire and the expansive northern plains inhabited by the Beastmen, there lay a small yet profoundly significant city, Yilan Kingdom, a sacred ground for divine worship. This land was a confluence of ecclesiastical powers, housing churches, paladins, and priestly orders. This holy city was regarded as a spiritual pilgrimage site for the faithful, enjoying unparalleled religious stature. Though nominally part of the empire's territory, it functioned independently, a realm unto itself. The church held dominion over the imperial authority, governing the spirits and beliefs of countless disciples. On this hallowed ground, all followers extolled the divine, accepted the celestial mandates, and pursued prophecies. At the very heart of the city stood an awe-inspiring cathedral, radiating brilliance. This sacred cathedral symbolized the authority and glory of the divine. It also served as a sanctuary where the divine emissaries prayed and rested, a place of utmost sanctity. Within the cathedral's grand hall, an elderly man adorned with a gilded crown wore a furrowed brow. He inquired in a low voice to a humble white-robed priest beside him, "What news of the Savior? Has Russell made any discoveries?" "None," the priest replied respectfully, bowing his head. "The city of Liang is vast, and Lord Russell has yet to uncover the whereabouts of the Savior." He presented a magical parchment, his voice subdued. He mentioned encountering a mysterious powerhouse of unfathomable strength. The elder accepted the magical parchment, his brow furrowed, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes. A tavern owner? Even a knight commander who has reached the 90th level cannot see through him. How could such a figure remain without renown? The elder pondered, his expression grave. With a subtle gesture, brilliant flames surged forth, reducing the magical parchment to ashes. "How fares Bishop Allen?" The elder continued to inquire. "The Lord's contract angel has been destroyed. His life hangs by a thread, and I fear he may find it difficult to endure." The priest's voice trembled with emotion. The elder's hand quivered, his murky eyes slowly closing, enveloped in silence for a lengthy moment. "Bishop Allen has gone to serve our Lord. Let us choose a day for all believers to pray for him." His voice was deep, tinged with weariness. Yet, at that moment, a sudden chill swept into the cathedral. The magical lights began to flicker erratically, shadows dancing about. The elder's eyes snapped open, his countenance transformed, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens, piercing the cathedral's dome. Simultaneously, all beings across the continent seemed to sense something, raising their heads in unison, their gazes filled with trepidation and unease. In a nearby clearing of the Yelling Kingdom, fierce black flames surged toward the sky. A terrifying force reduced everything in the vicinity to mere dust, as relentless black flames blazed upon the scorched earth. The fabric of space rippled, and a staircase of black crystal emerged from the void. The staircase ascended towards the heavens, flanked by altars flickering with dark flames. It resembled a celestial pathway, piercing the firmament, captivating the attention of the entire continent. "Look, what is that?" a player exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. So breathtaking." Another stammered in excitement. "This game is simply invincible. When can I escape the novice village?" Someone lamented loudly. The black crystal staircase continued to extend until it reached the sky, forming a magnificent spectacle. Roar! A second dragon's roar echoed through the clouds, as dark clouds obscured the sky, causing the world to tremble. At the staircase's end, the very fabric of space began to warp, fissures spreading like a spider's web. Crack, crack, crack. With a crisp, shattering sound, a colossal floating platform emerged from the black flames. Flames blazed fiercely around the platform, its edges inscribed with mysterious magical runes, exuding unparalleled pressure. This was a city of black flames suspended in midair, grand and enigmatic, capable of shaking the very foundations of existence. Boom! The space fractured once more, a massive rift appearing above the city of black flames. The profound void revealed itself, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Suddenly, a pair of enormous black dragon wings unfurled from the rift. In an instant, the wind ceased, the sky darkened, and all fell into an eerie silence. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the silhouette of the pitch-black dragon materialized before the world. It was a colossal dragon, dark as night, its massive form akin to a mountain, its scales gleaming with a chilling radiance. It is a cataclysmic scourge, a terrifying entity that slaughters angels. Roar! The third roar of the dragon reverberates, shaking the heavens, causing the land to tremble. The colossal dragon stands proudly above the floating city, gazing down upon all living beings, proclaiming its arrival. Humans, elves, magical beasts, orcs. And the denizens of distant realms. The voice of the dragon thunders forth, imbued with boundless majesty. "Look at me! Look at me! Look at me. The voice of the Dragon King echoes through the cosmos, resonating within the hearts of every creature. I am the grand cathedral of the yelling church. An elder's eyes widen in disbelief, his staff trembling in his grasp. How could it be that presence, how could it descend upon this place? He stumbles back in trepidation, disbelief etched upon his face, collapsing to the ground in a daze. The cataclysmic scourge has indeed arrived beside the sacred ground of the divine, he mutters, trembling all over, unable to conceal the terror that grips his soul. Humph! Is it you? The source of the calamity foretold by my master. At the other end of the yelling church, the flames of war have yet to extinguish. A burly man clutches his long sword tightly, gazing upward at the dragon soaring in the heavens. He snorts coldly, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. This world needs you. Awaken, you who are destined to arise. In the streets of Liang City, sunlight filters through the eaves, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. A young man stands resolutely with his sword, engrossed in his practice of slashing strikes. Suddenly, his movements falter, and that familiar yet indistinct voice resonates once more in his ears. This voice, which has whispered countless times in his dreams, now reverberates with undeniable reality. The voice is laden with melancholy and gravitas, as if traversing the vast expanse of time. The youth's eyes suddenly shine brightly, holy light flickering like a candle flame within his gaze. Behind him, a spectral figure radiating divine brilliance gradually materializes, tall and imposing. Brother Yi. Within the Black Flame Tavern, the dark elf Kelia is engrossed in tallying the accounts. She abruptly lifts her head, a slight frown creasing her brow. As if sensing something amiss, her gaze pierces through the wooden walls, directed towards the distant horizon. Her fingers instinctively brush against the necklace at her neck, her murmurs barely audible. A vague premonition grips her heart, and she senses that significant events are drawing near. It has come. It has come. Ha 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 ha. In the resplendent central hall of Liang City, illuminated by brilliant lights and exuding grandeur, a middle-aged man draped in a golden robe stands upon a high platform. He gazes at the proud dragon in the northern sky, a fervent smile gracing his lips. His visage is resolute, and the aura of imperial authority radiates from his brow, akin to a true dragon among men. Excellent arrival, the world-ending dragon foretold by the divine. He laughs heartily, his eyes betraying unrestrained wildness. Tear apart. Cause chaos. It is best to shred those hypocritical deities and their followers into oblivion. How could this happen at such a moment? In the endless forest, lush and vibrant, with flowers carpeting the ground, an elegantly poised and breathtakingly beautiful elven queen stands atop a towering ancient tree. Her delicate fingers catch a drifting withered leaf, her brow furrowed in concern. She gazes towards the distant west, her expression laden with worry. Her whispers dissolve into the wind, as if conversing with herself, or perhaps confiding in fate. Can the limits of science unravel such mysteries? What, then, is the essence of truth? In the floating experimental city, an elderly professor stands before his instruments, his gaze penetrating the screen to behold the great dragon. He is lost in contemplation, his thoughts seemingly drifting far beyond the reach of this world. At that moment, the laboratory doors are forcefully burst open by a cadre of biosoldiers. Professor, please accompany us. A cold, mechanical voice shatters the silence. Across the vast grasslands, the orcs revel in raucous drinking, their boisterous laughter echoing through the air. From the heart of the tribal encampment, a towering orc chieftain emerges slowly. Clutching a totem, his gaze is as sharp as a blade, fixed upon the distant horizon. The freedom of the flesh is but half of true liberty. He intones with a deep and resolute voice. He has arrived on the far eastern islands. A colossal golden dragon lifts its head with deliberate slowness. Its gaze pierces through the clouds, surveying the remote west. Within its immense eyes lies a complexity and gravity that betray its inner turmoil, and it growls through clenched teeth. No dragon shall set foot beyond the confines of Dragon Island. Its whispers resonate with infinite authority and self-restraint. How amusing to descend beside the servants of the divine. In the western Gobi, where bones litter the ground and a pall of death hangs heavy, a deep voice reverberates through the desolation, laced with both excitement and chill. Black magic surges forth, rending the earth asunder. The realm of the deep sea, the frigid northern ice fields, the hermits of mountain valleys, the entire world trembles. Whether great monarchs or nameless mortals, whether sages or blind adherents, all beings in that moment lift their gazes toward that direction. A dragon. Behold the dragon. It is overwhelming. It is awe-inspiring. I shall become a dragon rider. The players in the novice village erupt in fervent cheers, their eyes entranced by the dragon soaring above the heavens. They are filled with zeal, as if witnessing the descent of a miracle. Boom. The heavens split open, a brilliant light piercing through the dark clouds, striking the earth with unrelenting force. World Annihilator, you should not be here. Return to your lair. The divine rebuke echoes with the crack of thunder, shaking the very foundations of existence. The dragon sneers, unfurling its wings to shroud the sky. Conjuring phantoms, it roars, a torrent of black flames surging forth, incinerating all in its path. The arms forged of sacred light shatter instantly, disintegrating into ash. The players stand agape. This is too powerful, the Dragon King's roar, instant annihilation. How does one join the side of calamity? They are utterly astonished by the dragon's might, their hearts ignited with boundless yearning. The dragon stands proud against the firmament, surveying all creation. Its roar reverberates across the world, shattering the shackles of faith. Amidst the ruins of shattered belief, some murmur, others plead. Strangers from afar, save this world. Rules, choose us. Such calamity should not persist in this realm. In another realm, the sacred light envelopes all. Blossoms compete in vibrant bloom, the warm radiance nourishing every inch of land. Yet at that instant, an undeniable tremor sweeps through the entire space. Cracks in the fabric of reality spread like a spider's web, the once bright sacred light dimming to shadows. Flowers wither rapidly, their edges igniting with wisps of black flames, akin to the whispers of death. A distant and melancholic sigh suddenly resonates. The voice was deep and ethereal, as if drifting from the depths of time, its emotional essence indecipherable. Yet, its tone and cadence mirrored that of the whisper which had dominantly governed the entire realm of the game. Archbishop, this someone spoke, their voice tinged with unease. The Lord of Calamity has descended, the sanctity has been violated. How shall we respond? Does our master have a new prophecy to bestow? Within the hallowed cathedral, the sacred light continued to flow. Yet the countenances of the gathered were fraught with panic. The faithful appeared bewildered, as if they stood at the eye of a tempest, utterly at a loss. The harbinger of prophecy had arrived prematurely, casting forth a desolate wasteland. More alarmingly, this wasteland encroached upon their sacred ground without restraint, expanding with reckless abandon. Even more dreadful was the fact that this terrifying entity had vanquished the divine with overwhelming force. The multitude of devotees was gripped by fear. This unprecedented sense of failure left them disoriented. The entire continent gazed upon them, and they felt an unparalleled weight of pressure. The impact of this scene upon their faith was nothing short of catastrophic. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the archbishop. This venerable elder, adorned with a gilded crown and draped in a golden robe, bore an expression heavier than ever before. He gently tapped his staff upon the ground, producing a series of crisp echoes, as if seeking to soothe the tumultuous hearts of the assembly. Gradually, the hall fell into silence. The elder's gaze pierced through the cathedral walls, as though he beheld a distant future. The otherworldly beings are approaching. His voice was low yet resolute. We are the servants of the divine, the executors of prophecy. Go forth to summon the brave from beyond. They shall lead us to a new destiny. He continued, do not question, do not doubt. Simply act in accordance with our master's will. The fallen wasteland shall one day be purified by a great presence. His voice was calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force. The faithful bowed their heads in reverence, placing a hand upon their hearts, responding devoutly. Yes, we shall obey the decree. Their earlier turmoil was swiftly quelled, replaced by an unwavering reverence and trust in the divine. Once the assembly had dispersed, the archbishop exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor easing. He gazed at the staff in his hand, his expression complex. Will the otherworldly beings truly become our salvation as foretold? He whispered softly, Chapter 9. The Ode to Chaos. Meanwhile, in another realm of void, darkness surged like a tide. Nightwing sat upon the throne, surveying the four devotees before him. With a wave of his hand, a virtual image materialized before the four. The image depicted a dragon roaring against the heavens, battling the divine. The four devotees stared in awe, their faces reflecting shock and fervor. Waves of emotion surged within them, as if they were witnessing a divine miracle with their own eyes. Time flowed slowly, and Nightwing's voice resonated, deep and solemn. Go forth, spread the word of chaos, and establish the world of calamity. In the next instant, the space began to warp. The void before the four rapidly receded, and the exalted throne vanished. In its place emerged a magnificent floating land, enveloped in black flames and adorned with mysterious runes. Upon the towering altar, a statue of a dragon stood silently, its wings casting a shadow over the entire floating city. Though merely a statue, the pair of eyes glowing with a crimson light remains utterly captivating, as if imbued with life itself. This is the sacred ground of our Lord. Etion murmured in astonishment, his gaze filled with awe and exhilaration. The paradise lost of calamity. This new name surfaced on the world map of the four. They knelt on one knee before the dragon statue, offering fervent prayers. We shall abide by our Lord's will. From this moment forth, they became the envoys of the Lord of Calamity. The floating land was rife with bizarre sights. Blood pools bubbled with scarlet liquid, and black flames engulfed the gallows. Everywhere, dragon statues stood sentry, lifelike and exuding an extraordinary majesty, each resembling their true forms. Our Lord has inscribed us upon this sacred land. The woman among them blushed slightly, gently caressing her statue. The intentions of our Lord are unmistakable. Etion's eyes sparkled, his tone fervent. We shall establish the faith of Calamity here, conveying his will. You chose to engage with the world, and everything began to shift. The former Lord of Calamity became the adversary of the entire world, compelled to confront ceaseless challenges. This time, however, players were presented with greater choices and opposing factions, altering the landscape entirely. Etion exclaimed with excitement. This time, you possesses true agency, no longer merely a passive recipient of blows. The chaotic Calamity, opposing the sacred order, holds the promise of becoming the counterbalance to the world. The phrase "the choice of good and evil" suddenly resonated in their ears, accompanied by a system notification. Main quest, Dragon King's Cataclysm, Part 1. The choice of good and evil has commenced. Players must choose a faction: Sacred Order, Free Moderation, or Chaotic Calamity. The system cautioned them to choose wisely, as changes would be arduous. In the Paradise Lost of Calamity, the four exchanged glances, listening to the system's prompts. It was evident that Chaotic Calamity was our choice. Why? Etion stated decisively. Is there even a need to discuss this? Shi Xiangyun chuckled lightly, rolling her eyes, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. She was unwavering in her faction choice. Etion glanced at his three companions, each distinct in character yet equally resolute. He sighed, aware that the path of collaboration ahead might be fraught with challenges. Since we have chosen Chaotic Calamity, let us now deliberate on how to fulfill our Lord's will. Etion proposed. The four began to devise a plan. However, unbeknownst to them, among the 13 demon pillars, they were the only ones to select the option of Chaotic Calamity. They were destined to become the most steadfast vanguards of EU. Meanwhile, far on the outskirts of the novice village, a solitary player in a white robe effortlessly vanquished the formidable boss, the Fishman Guide. Clad in white, exuding an air of elegance, his performance was unparalleled. This player stood amidst the battlefield, gazing at the scattered equipment and coins on the ground, yet displayed no interest in collecting them. He merely lifted his gaze toward the distant Paradise Lost of Calamity. His eyes deep and resolute. A system notification echoed in his ears. Main quest, Dragon King's Cataclysm, Part 1. The choice of good and evil has commenced. Adventurer, please choose your faction: Holy Order, Freedom and Moderation, or Chaotic Catastrophe. The voice of the prompt echoed in Etion's ears, accompanied by the emergence of system notifications. However, not all players were privy to this message. Only those who reached level 18 and departed from the novice village were deemed worthy of making such a choice. For the majority of players, they were still reeling from the appearance of the Black Dragon and the confrontation of the deities. At this moment, the players capable of surpassing level 18 were few and far between. A player with a gentle demeanor stood quietly, gazing at the system prompt for an extended period. Factions, he murmured softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. He lifted his gaze, peering across the horizon towards the lofty realm of Catastrophe's paradise. My lord, I shall heed your command. His shoulders beneath the white robe trembled slightly, as dark scales flickered with a deep crimson glow before vanishing from sight. This player was, indeed, a devotee of Catastrophe. Yet, unexpectedly, his hand gently tapped, selecting a completely opposite option: choose faction. Holy Order. He lowered his eyelids, the smile on his face transforming into one of gentle brightness, radiating a sense of pure devotion. The greatest deceiver must first deceive oneself. The system's voice soon resonated in his ear. Adventurer, you have made the right choice. He felt a jolt of energy as warm light enveloped him. Akin to being caressed by holy radiance, a grand and sacred voice echoed in his mind. Those who uphold justice shall receive blessings and rewards. Adventurer, you are the first. Come, seek your guide. He raised his head, a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes, quickly masked by a veil of piety. He then stepped towards the guiding priest in the novice village. Meanwhile, in another novice village, the elegant Hanya stood amidst a throng of players. She was a legendary figure here, gentle and kind, beloved by all. Hanya bowed her head and smiled at the priest. Priest, may we proceed? The priest was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully nodded, activating the portal to the kingdom of Yelling. Her resplendent figure vanished amidst the light of the portal, yet none noticed the brief flash of dark dragon scales upon her forehead. Those scales formed a strange contrast with her pure aura, adding an air of alluring beauty. Similar scenes unfolded in other novice villages. One by one, the dragon-scaled devotees surpassed level 18, embarking on their journey according to EU's design. The pawns of catastrophe were dispatched, one after another, to the far corners of the world. The black wings of the dragon not only shrouded the sky but silently eroded the entire world. The cataclysmic disaster has descended. Is it truly the ultimate boss? The mystery of hidden professions. What is their connection to the catastrophe Dragon King? The choice of good and evil. A detailed explanation of the main quest factions. Players may align with the World Annihilator faction. Renowned player Ba Dao publicly announces his allegiance to the catastrophe faction. Another player has surpassed level 18. Boss Ling Feng shares his leveling secrets. The World Beyond the Novice Village, a guide to precautions and leveling techniques. An astonishing secret realm has emerged in the western expanse of Luofeng City, calling forth valiant warriors to explore. The passage of time seems to instill a sense of urgency among players. The breathtaking spectacle of the Dragon King's arrival ignites the fervor within each participant like a blazing torch. In such an exhilarating world, who would willingly remain confined to the diminutive sphere of the novice village? Players fervently engage in monster hunting and leveling up, while emerging experts eagerly share their fast-track strategies on the forums. In just a matter of days, an increasing number of players have surpassed level 18, departing from the novice village and embarking on their journey into the vast unknown. However, they are met not only with a grander stage, but also with a daunting choice. The clash between good and evil materializes before them, as the decision of allegiance becomes the first challenge for every player. Some are drawn to the light and righteousness, embracing the sacred order and seeking blessings in the holy land of Yeren. Others pursue power and dominance, opting for the disaster faction and plunging into the realm of darkness. Meanwhile, a select few choose the neutral freedom faction, hoping to explore a multitude of possibilities. This continent, too, gradually radiates unprecedented vitality and commotion, keeping pace with the player's strides. In the bustling city of Liang, at the High-End Tavern. Boss Yi, I have arrived. Please, the usual, a sweet and sour pork and another serving. Let me tell you, today I took down 6 bloody demon wolves. Impressive, right? Players are eagerly breaking free from the constraints of the novice village, flooding into this broader world. To their astonishment, this so-called game world appears more authentic than reality itself. Here, not only are there digitized game mechanics, but also countless beings endowed with independent thought and will. Each individual possesses their own story and personality, their emotions not mere illusions but profoundly genuine. Should one approach this realm with arrogance and a sense of superiority, they will swiftly face repercussions. Numerous players have already been expelled by local residents for their disrespectful conduct, some even finding themselves blacklisted from the city. Through repeated lessons, players are gradually learning to navigate this world with a posture of humility. As the largest metropolis of humankind, Liang City gathers countless players and locals, becoming a confluence of adventure and opportunity. Within the vibrant chaos of the High-End Tavern, a girl clad in adventurer's garb stands at the counter, smiling at the gentle tavern owner. Boss Yi, I've slain 6 bloody demon wolves. Impressive, right? She exclaims. Her smile radiant as the Yu responds with a slight smile, softly remarking, truly remarkable. This spirited girl is distinctly different from the other patrons. She hails from an alternate world, an outsider, a player. From the very first day she stepped into the tavern, she sensed a unique ambience. This is not merely an ordinary tavern. It resembles a sanctuary brimming with secrets and miracles. Trusting her instincts, she has found her intuition to be correct. Here, an abundance of delectable dishes tempts the palate, and an endless array of fantastical tales shatters her previous notions of the game world. Most importantly, there exists a man of extraordinary charisma. He is refined, erudite, and enigmatic, exuding an extraordinary charm with every gesture. Whether through the exploration panel of the game or the rumors circulating in the marketplace, his identity remains shrouded in mystery. Night Boss, this is the only information she possesses. With the influx of players, this name swiftly became a hot topic in the city of Liang. The Night Boss of the Black Flame Tavern, whose attributes are inscrutable, is undoubtedly a hidden powerhouse. It is said he can single-handedly crush a level 56 greatsword warrior and is a friend of the Dragon Knight. He is so handsome. How can I possibly increase his favorability towards me? Rumor has it that he possesses numerous legendary tales. Come and listen. The Night Boss has already emerged as one of the most enigmatic NPCs in the hearts of players. Countless players, in their quest to approach him, have racked their brains, attempting to complete special tasks to obtain hidden rewards. However, reality has left them disappointed. Despite their efforts to curry favor, EU consistently maintains that gentle yet aloof smile, revealing not a hint of special emotion. Even those who dare to offend him are invariably expelled by the tavern's dark elf assistant. Over time, Many have gradually relinquished this goal, choosing instead to relish the delectable food and idle chatter. Yet, one individual remains steadfast. She is Xian Muji, a girl whose smile radiates like the sun. Each time she enters the tavern, she becomes the liveliest focal point among the crowd. Sister Muji, shall we team up to slay monsters today? I hear you've obtained the city-building decree. May I join your guild? Sister, you're here to see the night boss again. He said there are no tasks. Regardless of whether players or locals, mentioning Xian Muji always elicits a sense of fondness and jest. Her sweet smile and vivacious personality have melted the hearts of all. Haha, good afternoon, everyone. I trust you've all had your fill. I was simply craving something delicious and wanted to chat a bit. Xian Muji leaned on the counter, winking at Yu with a bright smile before turning to the diners around her, playfully remarking, she genuinely adores this place. The enthusiastic patrons, the tantalizing cuisine that lingers on the palate, the intriguing stories that abound, and particularly the enigmatic proprietor before her. This tavern fulfills nearly all her fantasies of a fantastical, otherworldly establishment. Here, beyond savoring the dishes and enjoying the unique atmosphere, she is filled with curiosity about Yu. She has an indescribable feeling that his demeanor towards her differs from that of other players. Does he seem particularly interested in her? Is it because she was the first player to visit the tavern, or perhaps due to her striking appearance? Or could it be for some other reason? She cannot ascertain. Yet, this subtle sense of distinction brings her joy. Perhaps one day, Yi will grant her a hidden task or provide some wondrous clue for an adventure. Of course, her approach to making friends has never been driven by ulterior motives. Unlike other players, whether towards NPCs or fellow players, she steadfastly adheres to one principle: sincerity. Forming friendships should not always revolve around what one can gain from others, but rather how one can genuinely engage with them. It is precisely for this reason that she possesses an exceptional charm, eliciting genuine affection from both players and locals alike. Her purpose in engaging with this game has never been driven by a desire for competition. She is not one to indulge in comparisons, nor does she harbor any ambitions. What matters most to her is the joy she finds within this fantastical realm, which remains tantalizingly out of reach in reality, and the beauty she discovers therein. Thus, even if Yu has never confided any secrets to her or assigned her any tasks, she would not feel disheartened. For her, forging a friendship with someone as enigmatic and intriguing as Yu is already a source of immense joy. Well, it seems you have been quite fortunate lately. A casual remark from a bystander caught Yu's attention, prompting him to smile gently at Xian Muji and jest, indeed, it appears luck is on your side. Xian Muji sheepishly touched her head, a playful grin spreading across her face. Hee, perhaps it's just good fortune. This sentiment encapsulates what Xian Muji finds particularly special. Yu's demeanor towards her is genuinely distinct from that of other players. Even the enchanting elven player who persistently showers him with flowers in a bid to win his favor has never experienced such treatment. Yu remains as refined and gentle as ever, his gaze imbued with a hint of meaning. Those who embrace life with passion are bound to encounter good fortune. Xian Muji chuckled bashfully. Within the player community, there are always a select few exceptional players who rise to prominence through their unique approaches. As a time traveler, Yi has long been familiar with these legendary figures through memories of the future. The names of those destined to stand at the pinnacle have already formed in his mind, including the 12 demon pillars of the Calamity faction, the 9 knights under the protection of the Holy Light, as well as the 10 sword saints, 7 martial gods, and 20 magic saints. Furthermore, there are many outstanding guild leaders who have led countless players to forge a glorious history. Among them stands the girl before you, Xian Muji, a future legendary player. She is not renowned for her strength or power. Rather, she is celebrated for a more wondrous trait: luck. Luck, that ethereal concept, is an attribute that is typically absent from the player data templates. Yet, Xian Muji's existence has led all players to believe that this game truly possesses a luck value. When it comes to random monetary drops, she invariably receives the largest share. Exceptional equipment from dungeons seems to find its way to her, and rare hidden quests often activate before her in serendipitous moments. As these occurrences accumulate, players have even begun to revere her as the goddess of fortune. Before she became renowned, her luck had already begun to reveal itself. For instance, the city-building order. This item is utilized by players to establish guilds and settlements, and its rarity is almost unfathomable. Yet, against all odds, this girl managed to acquire one quite by accident shortly after departing from the novice village. You could not help but reflect on this. While he fully comprehended the rarity of the city-building order, he found himself more intrigued by Xian Muji herself. Her extraordinary luck is undeniably captivating. Yu holds a deep appreciation for such fascinating individuals. In his eyes, whether they are legendary dragon knights or an ordinary player like her, As long as they possess an interesting spirit, they are worthy of friendship. Does Brother Yi have a fondness for this type of person? Humph. It's merely a matter of having slightly fairer skin. She isn't even as beautiful as I am. In a shadowed corner of the Black Flame Tavern, the dark elf Clea quietly concealed herself in the shadows, her crimson eyes wide with intensity, fixated on the figure of Exine Muji at the bar. With a handkerchief clenched between her teeth, she bit down in frustration, her face a portrait of grievance, muttering under her breath. Brother Yi has never shown such tenderness towards any other girl. Could it be that Brother Yi is enamored with this cheerful, foolish girl? Chapter 10. The legendary Dragon Knight Clea cast a furtive glance at her cascading white hair, contemplating whether to try a single ponytail hairstyle. How infuriating! She silently vowed to find a way to regain Brother Yi's attention. My dear girl, would you care to accept a special task? Yi casually tapped the bar, his gaze resting upon Exine Muji, his eyes narrowing slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Really? Exine Muji's eyes widened in astonishment and excitement. The owner of the Black Flame Tavern is actually issuing tasks. This is something I have never heard of before. All players have verified that this enigmatic and extraordinarily powerful owner has seemingly never shown kindness to players, let alone assign tasks. Are you truly going to give me a task? Exine Muji could hardly contain her exhilaration, recalling the owner's aloof demeanor towards other players, feeling utterly incredulous. And this sudden task must surely be anything but simple. The difficulty or rewards are likely to surpass ordinary expectations. Once word spreads, the Black Flame Tavern will undoubtedly be besieged by countless players. Think carefully, for my tasks are not merely about slaying beasts or running errands. Yi remarked, slightly turning his head, as if sensing something, his gaze sweeping outside with a note of caution. Of course, I would be delighted. Exine Muji eagerly nodded, her face radiant with joy, but before she could finish her sentence, a few low gasps rang out in the tavern. That is the Grand Princess. The Grand Princess of the Empire has arrived. She is truly breathtaking. Why would the Grand Princess come here? Could it be for the owner? A wave of whispers enveloped the tavern, plunging it into silence. Whether players or locals, everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the entrance. There stood a tall figure, clad in resplendent armor, accompanied by two attendants. Gracefully stepping inside, it was none other than the Grand Princess of the Hiss Empire. Your Highness, the Grand Princess. Your Highness, the Grand Princess. Some locals finally came to their senses, rising to their feet to pay their respects to the esteemed lady. Although the status of the Empire's royalty is not as exalted as the royal family from Yu's past life, their unique status still warrants a degree of ceremonial respect. While nobles frequently frequented the tavern, appearances by someone of the Grand Princess's stature were exceedingly rare. The crowd gradually shifted their attention towards Yu at the bar, speculating whether the Grand Princess's visit was somehow connected to this mysterious owner. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Yu raised an eyebrow lightly, observing the approaching princess. The other party exhibited not a trace of arrogance befitting one of high status, but rather spoke in a serene tone. Sir, may I be so bold as to invite you to dine with Aisha? A momentary pause enveloped Yu, his voice tinged with a hint of playful mockery as his gaze meticulously scrutinized the noble woman before him. Another one? The Grand Princess has come to join the fray? In a corner, the small sprite Clea seethed with frustration, her teeth clenched and her handkerchief nearly torn to shreds, her magical aura slightly tumultuous. Little imp, prepare a banquet to be sent to the second floor. Yu casually instructed the dark elf girl, then nodded to her highness. Then let us ascend, your grace, a lady of such esteemed stature deigning to visit my humble tavern? In the elegantly appointed room on the second floor, Yu poured himself a glass of wine, his words polite yet devoid of genuine reverence, as if merely entertaining an ordinary guest. A humble tavern? An unremarkable commoner? Aisha could not help but laugh, her eyes sharp and imbued with the vigor of a warrior, fixing her gaze upon Yu. A man of your caliber, if willing, could go anywhere and achieve anything. How could he merely be an ordinary person? Some stand at the foot of the mountain due to lack of choice or ability, while others do so because they have chosen to be content with the status quo. Aisha's gaze was piercing, her tone resolute. You are undoubtedly among the latter, are you not? The royal upbringing had endowed Aisha with exceptional insight, and the tales surrounding Yu, along with whispers of his power, instilled in her a sense of respect. Today's encounter confirmed his extraordinary nature. Your Highness speaks rather interestingly, but let us be more straightforward. You did not come here merely for this meal, did you? Yu regarded her with a playful expression, a faint smile gracing his lips. Aisha hesitated slightly, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of determination, ultimately stating earnestly, Sir, I hope you can teach me. The empire of his was seemingly tranquil, yet she understood that beneath the surface, currents of unrest surged, beset by both internal strife and external threats, surrounded by powerful rivals and with nobles fracturing in loyalty. Even the church's stance appeared precarious. Under this tumultuous shroud, Aisha felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and unease. However, after hearing Yiyu's story from Alfred, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Perhaps this individual before her held the key to altering the future. From a young age, she had harbored a passion for martial arts, dedicating herself to the tutelage of the Empire's legendary knight for a decade. Yet she was far from a simple-minded brute. On the contrary, her strategy, grace, and leadership capabilities were rivaled only by those seasoned in battle. The Empire's second prince was weak, the third prince treacherous, the fourth and fifth princes ineffectual, while the other princes and princesses were strikingly mediocre. Yet she, in the hearts of the populace and in terms of capability and demeanor, was the most qualified to inherit the Empire's throne, in the empire of his. The selection of a leader was not dictated by gender. Her father had regarded her as the heir from the very beginning, nurturing her with great care. If all proceeded smoothly, she would ascend as the next queen, and of course, this was contingent upon everything proceeding favorably. "You want me to teach you?" Night Shadow narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze lingering on the striking beauty before her, laced with a hint of teasing as she inquired, "Your Highness, what could a mere commoner like me possibly teach you? You are a man of vast knowledge and remarkable prowess." Aisha rose, her eyes resolute, her tone imbued with reverence. "Your tales have profoundly enlightened me." The stories that Night Shadow had casually recounted, the rebellious monkey defying fate, the young hero who split mountains to save his mother, the transcendent love across races, might seem like mere trifles to the average listener. Yet, Aisha discerned extraordinary truths within these narratives. Those legends painted a tableau that utterly contradicted the logic of this world. Fate could be defied, the boundaries of identity and morality could be transcended, and even deities could be overthrown. These ideas, so at odds with the entrenched beliefs of this realm, revealed to Aisha a glimmer of potential solutions. She painstakingly pondered these tales, realizing that within their seemingly simple fabric lay profound wisdom, perhaps the very answers to the conundrums that had long plagued her father, the king. Thus, she unhesitatingly ventured to Night Shadow's tavern. Her respect for Night Shadow's strength was matched only by her fervent desire to learn wisdom capable of altering her circumstances. Time was of the essence. As an increasing number of foreign individuals flooded in, her unease intensified, and a sense of impending crisis shadowed her every step. "I hope you can impart to me the principles of governance, the liberation of thought, and the pinnacle of martial power." Aisha gazed earnestly into Night Shadow's eyes, her voice resonating with determination and hope. Night Shadow raised an eyebrow, a half-smile playing on her lips as she regarded her. "Your Highness, do you wish for me to be your teacher?" "Indeed. As long as you are willing, I would gladly take you as my mentor, treating you with the respect due to a master. Should I inherit the throne, you shall be the imperial sage." The notion of a future queen sincerely beseeching a tavern owner to be her instructor was, at first glance, somewhat ludicrous. Yet, Aisha's expression bore no trace of jest. It was imbued with genuine sincerity. "If you doubt my intent, I can sign a magical contract." Her tone was unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Night Shadow merely chuckled softly, shaking her head slowly. "Your Highness, at present, you are not yet worthy of being my student." Aisha's countenance stiffened, her face a mask of frustration, but Night Shadow calmly continued, "Wait a while longer. When you have truly experienced the depths of despair, then come to call my name." Night enveloped the princess's chamber. Aisha jolted awake from her dream, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, the soothing voice still echoing in her ears. Her face flushed as she took several deep breaths, and after regaining her composure, she approached the vanity, tending to her disheveled hair. The depths of despair. She gazed at her reflection, letting out a soft sigh. Outside, a servant announced, "Your Highness, the king summons you to the palace. Please prepare swiftly." Aisha snapped back to reality, gathering her scattered thoughts, and responded in a low voice, "Understood, you may leave, my dear sister." In a dimly lit secret chamber, flickering candlelight cast shadows as a chilling voice emerged. "I hear she visited the Black Flame Tavern a few days ago." "Indeed. What discussions transpired between her and that Night Master?" "At present, there is no intelligence available." "Humph, this Night Master seems rather intriguing." Accompanied by a cold chuckle, the atmosphere within the room grew increasingly sinister. "Is that fool Joseph about to take action?" "Indeed. This gate, utterly foolish, eliminate him. The dog blinded by greed has become worthless, as you command." Following the simple order, the secret chamber once again fell into silence. The surging magic in the air trembled slightly, as if heralding an impending upheaval. "It matters not. Sooner or later, this entire empire shall be mine." "How fares the situation on the imperial side?" in the clandestine chamber of the grand cathedral of the holy nation, where sacred light lingered, a middle-aged man clad in the vestments of a high priest fervently prayed before an effigy, then inquired of his attendant. High priest, news has arrived from Lord Russell. All is well within our grasp. Excellent. What is the current number of believers among the foreign denizens? There are presently 632, all led by 4 foreign saints, and the followers of Calamity. For the moment, it remains unclear. Upon hearing this, the high priest furrowed his brow, slowly pacing to the window, and after a moment of silence declared, "Are the faiths of the 4 saints unwavering, absolutely steadfast? That is well. When the time is ripe, grant them the glory of inheritance." Understood. Outside the city of radiant sun, Yu gently tapped the forehead of the dark elf girl, his tone laced with admonition. "Little one, what has been the matter lately? You've misremembered the spell again." Kalia covered her forehead where he had tapped, her expression tinged with embarrassment. She had indeed been somewhat distracted of late, yet such youthful sentiments had no outlet for expression. She lifted her gaze to Yu, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Once, she believed her greatest desire was merely to have a warm home and a hearty meal. Now, she possessed everything, even exceeding her initial expectations, yet she still felt unfulfilled. Her gaze lingered on Yu, filled with admiration and inner turmoil, before she softly inquired, "Brother Yi, will you leave this place?" She actually harbored no concern about women like Shinmuji or the Grand Princess drawing near to Yu. Even feeling somewhat inferior, she envied those who thrived in the sunlight. Her reason for secretly observing was rooted more in the fear of losing Yu. She understood that Yu was no ordinary man, bearing many secrets. Yet, she had no desire to pry. She merely wished to remain by his side. However, Yu was as enigmatic as clouds in the sky, always leaving her with the impression that one day he might vanish. These days, sweet as honey, also filled her with unease. She had once lost everything, believing she could face loss with equanimity once more. But when it came to Yu, she could not fathom what it would mean to lose him. If one day she awoke and found no Yu smiling at her, calling her little one, her world would crumble. Yu smiled gently, countering, "Why do you ask such a question?" Before she could respond, a waft of fragrant air enveloped him as a soft figure leapt into his embrace. Kalia clung tightly to Yu, her fingers grasping his robes with fervor. "Brother Yi, please do not leave me." "All right," she choked out. "Wherever you go, whatever you do, and whomever you are with, please take me along, will you?" In a moment of utter emotional collapse, the girl, who had never shed a tear even while foraging through refuse, now wept helplessly. Yu paused slightly, bowing his head to gently pat her back. "You won't leave me, will you?" Her voice was laced with a plea. "How old are you, still crying like a child?" Yu chuckled softly, tenderly caressing her cheek. "Promise me," she said in a coaxing tone. "All right," Yu replied softly. Kalia's tears transformed into a smile, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Sunlight poured down, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, as the two on the grassy field resembled a serene and beautiful painting. Yu's gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the farthest eastern reaches of the continent lay, home to the most exquisite races amidst endless dense forests. "Little one, do you wish to become a king?" Yu inquired nonchalantly. "Huh?" Kalia was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond in time. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted from the very center of Liang City. The ground trembled violently, and the roar echoed far and wide. This Kalia instinctively looked toward Yu, her eyes filled with confusion. "The story is about to commence." Yu gazed into the distance and murmured softly. "Paradise lost of Calamity, shrouded beneath the statue of the Black Dragon, the fallen sanctuary." Followers of Calamity ascended the obsidian steps, ultimately arriving at the desolate ground to receive the blessings of the Lord of Calamity. Each player in the Calamity faction begins with the power of Calamity, accompanied by the corrosive effect of black flames, inflicting sustained damage. By accumulating faction points, followers can further awaken to gain special powers and classes bestowed by Calamity. For top-tier players serve as the representatives of Calamity, ruling over the entire faction. Han Ming focused on leveling up, rarely making an appearance. Liu and Shi Xiangyun were reclusive, seldom interacting with others. Gu Yi, in contrast, was relatively friendly, often leading players in collective endeavors. Today, the explosion in Liang City caught their attention. Ji Yi. Was that in the direction of Liang City? A player inquired. Etion squinted, murmuring softly. The first major event has finally begun. Meanwhile, under the sacred light of the Alung Church, the faithful prayed earnestly. Here, rules are strictly enforced, standing in stark contrast to the Calamity faction, where rituals and faith reign supreme. Players of the sacred faction gain divine power through baptism, capable of purifying all evil. Those with unwavering faith may undergo trials to receive honorable legacies and hidden classes. The objectives of Calamity and the Sacred are entirely opposed, each seeking their destined heroes or the annihilation of their foes. This is an era marked by faith and power, with conflicts poised to erupt. The faction quests of the Church are far more intricate and diverse than those of the Paradise Lost of Calamity, encompassing a broader scope. Beyond the basic task of defeating enemies, there are bounty quests for slaying monsters to acquire loot, as well as responsibilities to maintain the daily operations of the Church. In terms of item redemption, the Church faction offers a more varied and practical array of rewards through faction points. Unlike the straightforward inheritance model of the Paradise Lost of Calamity, the process for acquiring special classes within the Church is more obscure and complex, demanding multiple trials and validations of faith. Among all players in the Sacred faction, only 4 saints have completed the Trial of Glory and received the legacy of the Divine class. These 4 saints are also the original players of the Holy faction, tasked with overseeing the affairs of the entire faction. Among them are 2 men and 2 women, each possessing unique personalities and leadership styles, enjoying immense prestige within the player community. However, today, with a thunderous roar, an astonishing explosion reverberated from the heart of the Empire. Almost simultaneously, all players of the Holy faction received a faction message notification. The content of the message was, proceed to the City of Radiance and participate in the war against the enemy. Oracle, as an open-world game, it has never undergone any maintenance updates, nor is there a clear version delineation. This world is in a state of constant dynamic change, where all events are irreversible, and even the actions of players can influence the unfolding situation. Major events may be instigated by players or arise from the actions of the indigenous inhabitants, often altering the entire landscape of the continent. Following the conclusion of significant events, corresponding locations will generate instances, allowing players to enter the projection world of the event to obtain rewards. The last major event that Etion experienced prior to his traversal was Wrath of the Elements, a dungeon that continues to wield profound influence. Before that, many heart-stirring major events had taken place, and now we find ourselves amidst one of them. As novice players gradually venture into the vast continent. The City of Radiance, the most prosperous metropolis of the Empire, has ushered in the eruption of its first major event. In the heart of the City of Radiance, magic surged and smoke billowed, as a noble mansion was instantaneously reduced to rubble. Amidst the thick smoke, a silhouette could be faintly discerned, followed by a low, hoarse murmur. It succeeded, Your Majesty. The Grand Mage, what are you doing? The guards and generals were left dumbfounded by the scene that unfolded before them as they rushed into the ruins. At the center of the explosion stood a man clad in tattered light blue robes, his face alight with uncontrollable ecstasy. Surrounding him were eerie black magic circles, shattered remnants of instruments, and human limbs, exuding a chilling aura. Despite his disheveled state, everyone recognized his identity as the Grand Mage of the Empire. Several generals, their faces ashen, demanded, "What on earth are you doing?" In response to their inquiries, the Grand Mage merely chuckled darkly, his magical aura pulsating violently around him. "Halt!" A general bellowed in anger, but the magic circle had already activated, and amid the fluctuations of space, the Grand Mage's figure vanished from sight. The ruins were left with the terrifying residual magical waves and scattered severed limbs, indicating that something profoundly unusual had just transpired here. "General Ted, what shall we do?" The soldiers were at a loss. Casting their gazes toward the highest commander, Ted furrowed his brow, deep in thought, when suddenly the sky darkened, casting shadows over the entire City of Radiance. A crimson dragon soared through the skies, accompanied by the fierce storm whipped up by its powerful wings, descending upon the ruins. The red dragon, Flare. Players watched in exhilaration at the sight of this legendary beast, filled with a W.E.S. the Guardian of the Empire. This dragon was the companion of the legendary Dragon Knight Alfred, renowned for its might. Chapter 11. Intruders shall be executed without mercy. On the back of the dragon, Alfred frowned deeply, leaping down and coldly inquiring, "What has happened?" "This is the life drain spell." The red dragon fixated on the remnants of the magic circle on the ground, its voice low and astonished. "Life drain?" Alfred's complexion subtly shifted, and he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The re-emergence of this long-lost forbidden sorcery from a century ago signified that the Empire was confronting an unprecedented crisis. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze becoming profound and solemn. This was the residence of the Imperial Sorcerer, a fact with which he was intimately familiar. The sorcerer of his empire was an exceedingly peculiar individual, perhaps a practitioner of magic, though of rather unremarkable prowess. Alfred sensed his aura, which could barely be classified as that of a level 70 hero. This individual was characterized by a haughty demeanor and a frigid presence. Having never engaged in conversation with him, Lacking both the talent for governance and the ability to benefit the populace, he seemed wholly unfit for the prestigious position of imperial sorcerer. Nonetheless, this was a decision made directly by His Majesty, and as the guardian of the empire, Alfred had no choice but to comply. He possessed neither the authority nor the inclination to interfere. Indifferent to state affairs, he had intended to focus on the protection of the empire. However, the unfolding events compelled him to intervene. It appeared that this sorcerer was delving into forbidden magic, causing significant upheaval and even drawing the attention of countless individuals. This was anything but trivial. More importantly, a persistent question lingered in his mind. What role had His Majesty played in all of this? He raised his gaze towards the royal palace, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Suddenly, a cold, incisive voice pierced the air beside him. The sorcerer of his empire has transgressed the boundaries of forbidden magic, trifling with life, and has been forsaken by the divine. The church shall adhere to the will of fate and initiate a campaign of investigation and retribution. Following the sound, he beheld a black-clad youth who had appeared unbeknownst to him. The young man bore an icy expression, his eyes like shards of ice, devoid of any respect for Alfred, who simply uttered in a tone devoid of emotion, "Dragon Knight, I hope you will cooperate with me." "Sir Knight Russell?" Alfred's brows raised slightly. He recognized the man's identity with a mere glance. "Your church arrives with impeccable timing." He narrowed his eyes, sensing an unusual implication, and his tone abruptly shifted to one of sternness. "The affairs of the empire are not for the church to meddle in. You lack the qualifications to converse with me. Let your high priest or knight commander come." As a legendary powerhouse of the empire, Alfred would naturally not heed the commands of others. His imposing presence loomed like a mountain, gazing down imperiously at the youth, refusing to yield. Yet, at that moment, partnered, it's him. "He's looking at me. I'm terrified. I can't hold on any longer. Forgive me, partner. I must flee." Alfred's crimson dragon suddenly trembled, its wings stiffly unfurling, and it took to the skies in a panicked retreat before the onlookers. The once majestic dragon now resembled a stray dog, stumbling away from sight. An awkward silence enveloped the gathering. Meanwhile, in the depths of Dragon Island, the silver-white dragon Gleides roared in fury, questioning her father about the reasons for the island's closure, only to receive a deep, solemn sigh in response. "You do not understand, Gleides. The emergence of that individual is far beyond your imagination." Yet Gleides dismissed his words with disdain, taking flight towards the continent, leaving her father in contemplative silence. Simultaneously, atop the sunlit city, Yu observed all that transpired, a faint smile gracing his lips. He keenly sensed the presence of an unusual force of rules, as if an invisible hand were recording every fleeting moment within the entirety of Radiant Sun City. The great event has commenced. Adventurers are summoned to reach the designated location and unlock their destinies. The system message instantly reverberated across the entire continent, sending a tremor of excitement through all players. "Quite intriguing, little imp. Are your activities not subject to restriction?" As he felt the enveloping power of rules over Radiant Sun City, Yu gazed down upon the city, now somewhat transformed, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then turned to the dark elf girl beside him and inquired, "Ah? Restrictions? What restrictions?" Kalia was momentarily taken aback, her understanding of Yu's question somewhat elusive. "I asked it because of me. This rule has no bearing on me. Is it due to my power, or perhaps something more unique?" Yu shook his head, extending his palm to gently grasp the air, lost in contemplation. The reason for choosing Radiant Sun City as his first destination was partly out of curiosity. For him, players posed no immediate threat. The local races, their champions, and factions were of little concern to him. He held a keen interest in the deities who toyed with fate and harvested belief. The only aspect that felt foreign and worthy of exploration was this so-called game system, which had drawn millions of players and was entrenched within the world's rules. He was uncertain what this entity truly was and what his own role might be. NPC. Boss? Player? Thus, he had ventured here, for this was Radiant Sun City, the site of the game's inaugural grand event. This gaming world, with its dungeons and grand event mechanics, was particularly fascinating in everyday life. All beings, matters, and events flowed much like the normal, tangible world. Yet, when a grand event or dungeon was initiated, everything transformed. The rules of the game would envelop the entire location of the event, altering the fabric of time and space. All living beings would be confined to their positions at the moment the event unfolded, akin to typical games where one becomes an NPC, standing still. After all, the essence of this real world is also a game. Players crave a sense of participation. Following the occurrence of a grand event, all actions in the location would require players to guide the next steps. The local populace would begin to move, engage in battles, and undergo transformations in accordance with the player's choices and influences. In a sense, these individuals could steer the continent's trajectory. This is why these foreign players hold a unique status in the eyes of various major powers, such as the teaching nation. Otherwise, these predominantly sub-20 level weaklings, despite their ability to respawn infinitely and grow stronger, would find it impossible to participate meaningfully in the conflicts of the continent's top champions. Yu was uncertain of his own role and whether he would be affected by these so-called rules. After all, in Yi Tian's memories, an alternate self was attacked by a savior at the door, striking down his subordinates, which was quite absurd. This was also the reason he had begun to scheme, control the 13 demon pillars, establish factions, and amass players in large numbers. He needed to prepare for the worst. Should the power of confinement fall upon him, he too could steer the situation by exerting control over the players. However, it now appears that he has overthought the matter. The grand event has commenced, and the force of the rules descends upon the entirety of Liwaying City, reminiscent of the memories held by Yi Tian. Even the legendary Dragon Knight remains ensnared, locked in place, facing the Knight Commander Russell without further action. Yet, standing atop a distant wall and observing everything, Yu feels not a trace of confinement or control. Even the presence of Kalia beside him seems utterly unaffected. He is uncertain of the cause. Perhaps it is due to his formidable strength, transcending the limitations of the rules, or perhaps his unique identity as a traveler, a being not entirely native to this realm, akin to a virus or bug, eluding the system's calculations. Nevertheless, this is ultimately a fortuitous circumstance. He has no desire to be restrained or manipulated by any chaotic forces. Has the grand event begun, Brother Yi? Kalia inquires with curiosity, observing the happenings within the city, as though it were common knowledge. Everyone in this world seems to understand the rules of the grand event, akin to the awareness of the arrival of otherworldly beings, acknowledged but not surprising. Indeed, it has begun. Little one, would you like to witness it? Yi replies nonchalantly, seated upon a high platform, gazing towards the epicenter with a smile. According to the memories of his past life, he is designated as the ultimate boss, and at this moment, he is merely a figure heralded in legends. The first grand event is but a conflict among humanity, which bears no direct relation to him. However, now that he has arrived here, he has altered the dynamics among the player factions, shifting the fates of many. The original destinies entwined within the grand event have already been muddled and transformed, and the conclusion may very well diverge from its expected path. For now, it is merely the spark that ignites the unfolding events. He finds himself devoid of intentions, content to observe from the sidelines. I will stay with Brother Yi. In such moments, she is the only one by his side. The dark elf girl squints her eyes in delight, offering a radiant smile as she settles beside Yu. The grand event? The otherworldly beings. She holds no interest. They are of no concern to her. But simply sitting here beside Brother Yi is the happiest thing for her. Everyone, to Liwaying City. Our faction has no other tasks than to oppose the followers of those deities. The players of the Calamity faction gather around Yi Tian at the threshold of the portal, as he relays a message to all players across the Calamity factions throughout the continent. I am so excited. I've almost grown weary of grinding. Is the grand event finally upon us? Haha, let us crush the opposition. Will we gain faction points this time? I wish to acquire a hidden profession like the great masters. Can the esteemed Guyi take us along? The players buzz with excitement and anticipation, engaging in lively discussions. Yi Tian merely smiled, casting his gaze towards the direction of the Sunfire City, quietly contemplating thoughts unknown to others. The first grand event was undoubtedly one he must partake in. Regarding alliances, while he had no ties to the Lord of Calamity and had received no communication from his master, there was little to heed. It sufficed to merely irritate the sacred faction. However, given the significance of the event, players could reap abundant rewards, experience, wealth, prestige, treasures, and opportunities, all awaited. Such activities were essential to attend. This was far superior to the subsequent repetitive projection dungeons that followed the completion of a major event. Fellow adventurers, let us venture to Sunfire City to aid Knight Commander Russell. At the same time, at the portal of the Holy Land of the Church, numerous players from the sacred faction had already received the faction's message. Preparing to head to Sunfire City to engage in the grand event, the forefront stood 4 distinguished saints, guiding the throngs. Ryu, Hanya, Chinga, and Chi. 2 men and 2 women, the embodiment of revered deities. Chinga was a lively and cheerful girl, naturally warm and approachable, reminiscent of a neighborly younger sister, evoking no ill feelings. The final individual, Chi, was an upright knight, amiable and helpful. Though reserved in speech, he often led players into battle, displaying a diligent and meticulous work ethic. The 4 managed the players of the Sacred Order with their respective responsibilities, ensuring everything was orderly and systematic, in contrast to the Calamity side, where the reputation of the lone representative, Guyue, overshadowed all others. The 4 saints here, Despite Ryu and Hanya enjoying slightly higher popularity, were not markedly different. Each possessed a unique charm, garnering their own dedicated following. Hanya Goddess, I admire you immensely. May I join your party? I shall protect you. Ryu, I heed your words. Chinga, will you accompany us? What should we do for the grand event? I'm not quite sure. Are we to wage war? Are we going to battle? The players here chattered among themselves, filled with anticipation for the impending grand event while following the saints. However, compared to the more liberated players of the Calamity faction, these individuals faced certain restrictions. After all, the church's influence had already entered the fray. They could only, and must, stand by the church's side. Assist Knight Commander Russell. Players from various regions of the continent gathered in droves towards Sunfire City. Dragon Knights, I hope the Empire can entrust your national sage to the church for judgment and investigation. Researching forbidden individuals is not permissible under sacred justice. Otherwise, I have reason to doubt the Empire's stance. Although confined to their position, it did not imply they were inactive. Russell's gaze was cold and piercing as he regarded Alfred. Speaking with a hint of disdain, the Empire will not tolerate the study of forbidden individuals. But Russell, your reach extends too far. When did it become necessary for the Church to pass judgment on the Empire's people? Alfred countered resolutely, his voice icy. Ha! The Empire will not tolerate? Dragon Knight, this is indeed your national master. Russell raised an eyebrow and, with a cold smile directed at Alfred, remarked, Is it not somewhat problematic that your king permits such a person to assume the role of national master? Upon hearing this, Alfred's heart leaped, yet he did not betray a hint of emotion on his face. Instead, he widened his eyes and exclaimed sharply, Audacious! Such an accusation cannot be made lightly. If it were to be revealed that the Emperor condones the National Master's research into forbidden magical spells, it would surely lead to great trouble. If the Dragon Knight is truly honorable, then I request that you hand the National Master over to me. Once all the facts are thoroughly investigated, the innocent shall be vindicated. Thus, two formidable beings stood their ground, exchanging verbal barbs. My lord, is there anything I can assist you with? At that moment, a player approached and inquired of Alfred. Adventurer, I hope you can help me uncover clues about the National Master. Alfred seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity, promptly replying to the player, Commander, is there anything you require assistance with? Meanwhile, another player from the Holy Faction also addressed Russell, saying, To the palace. Seek out the National Master. Russell responded coldly. Major Event, Part 1 The National Master Researching Forbidden Magic. Please select a quest.in the next instant. Within the city of Liang, all players felt a sudden jolt. Not only those present at the site of the explosive confrontation between the two, but every player in Liang received the same game system quest notification. In major events, players can receive tasks from different factions. Upon completion, they can advance the event's progress. Completing various tasks may yield entirely different outcomes. Additionally, players can choose their contributions based on the progress of task completion, gaining corresponding experience points, reputation, and item rewards. Empire Dragon Knight? How magnificent! I shall certainly assist the Dragon Knight. Teach the nation. The Holy Faction has prompts to aid Commander Russell. I choose to teach the nation. Ha ha ha. I will definitely side with the Dragon Knight. Teach the nation can go aside. National Master? Where is he? I heard he might be in the palace. Forbidden magic? Can it be learned? How powerful is it? The first major event, the first quest, was indeed astonishing, prompting players to marvel. They pondered and made their choices. Players from the Holy Order faction typically opted to assist the National Master, Commander Russell. Conversely, players from the Chaos Calamity faction opposed them, choosing to support the Dragon Knight. Neutral players selected based on personal preference. However, despite the differing allegiances, the content of the quests remained the same. What kind of rule is this so intriguing? Dungeons? TSK. Will there be wild monsters to grind as well? On the high walls, Yu and Kalia sat together. Gazing into the distance, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the girl's strands of white hair and bringing with it a hint of orchid-like fragrance. The two sat in serene silence. The passage of time felt tranquil, and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. However, the scene visible to the two was a stark contrast. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the palace. Further advancement is strictly prohibited. The players surged forward towards the palace. Yet, at every intersection, armored soldiers wielding weapons emerged, obstructing their path. The ordinary soldiers were merely NPCs confined to their designated areas. Though these individuals bore resemblance to the Imperial soldiers, they lacked a certain brilliance. According to the game's design, they could be classified as monsters opposed to the player's name. Imperial Soldier Level, LV25 Skills, Imperial Spearmanship, Military Fist, War Inspiration, Team Unity Description. Guardians of the City of Liang, loyal and resilient. They uphold their duties and are willing to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. As players, one could also observe these individuals' attribute panels, which appeared not too dissimilar from those of the wild monsters outside the city. Unauthorized intruders shall face merciless execution. Ahem, there were always some impatient players eager to breach the palace and complete their quests. However, barely had they taken a step when 4 or 5 soldiers swiftly converged upon them, their eyes glowing fiercely, expressions filled with menace. The long spears lunged forward, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. Damage numbers emerged. 336, 217, 267. The intruding player was instantaneously turned into a pincushion. The player's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter even a cry of despair before meeting a swift demise. Their figure gradually vanishing from the spot, with some items dropping from their backpack. This seems rather intense. How on earth can one get past this? Is there another route? The daring team had already demonstrated the consequences of forcefully intruding. The first wave of eager players was momentarily stunned, hesitating in uncertainty. They were not particularly strong and lacked the confidence to confront such terrifying soldiers. At that moment, a chilling, arrogant laughter echoed from behind them. Hee, ha ha ha, get out of my way. In the blink of an eye, an astonishing figure darted past them. By the time the players regained their wits, the figure had already slipped into the path guarded by the soldiers. It was a pale-faced, emaciated man clad in a blood-red robe, devoid of equipment, his face adorned with a sinister, mocking smile. That person, could he be the infamous Liu? Cursed, he has come too. Is he a madman? Surely, wouldn't he kill me? Would he? It seems he has already slain over 1,000 players from the holy faction. How could such a being exist? Has he come to partake in this grand event as well? This man is quite notorious. Yet, his reputation is far from commendable. One of the 4 harbingers of disaster from the catastrophe faction. He possesses a special hidden class and belongs to the draconic race symbolizing calamity, wielding terrifying power. His demeanor is peculiar, reveling in the slaughter of players from the holy faction. The forums are inundated with posts condemning his atrocities. This man is a lunatic, and yet, he is immensely powerful. Many players from the sacred faction had once attempted to band together to hunt him down, only to be effortlessly countered and eliminated. His prowess may not be the most formidable among players, yet when it comes to the sheer number of player kills, he is likely unmatched. As nearby players recognized his identity, a shiver of fear coursed through them, causing them to shrink back. The players of the sacred faction, in particular, turned on their heels and fled. Killing the opponent could yield faction points as rewards. However, that was contingent upon the ability to actually prevail. Halt! You shall not proceed any further. The soldiers manufactured by the game system appeared to be limited to this dry proclamation. He'd up, be gone. In response, only a chilling, tooth-gritting laughter echoed back. Whoosh! The long spear thrust forward without hesitation, the soldier's expression turning cold and resolute as he launched an attack towards the chest and abdomen of the foe. Ha! In the blink of an eye, the dark pupils were replaced by the crimson slits of a dragon. He smirked, as dragon scales spread across his pale visage, and dragon horns sprouted forth in an instant. He completed his transformation. The Calamity's ghost step, fueled by arcane energy, twisted his ankle at an incredible angle, allowing his body to leap through space. Casually, he dismissed the soldier's incoming attack. Die. He seized one by the neck, his sharp claws sinking into flesh, and hurled him away. With a swift bend, he charged toward another. Cry, scream, and then perish. He laughed maniacally, his sharp dragon claws mercilessly tearing at the bodies of the Imperial soldiers. The damage numbers, 102,156,199, were not particularly high, but they came far too swiftly. A flurry of damage figures erupted, accompanied by claw strikes that moved like shadows. The health of the Imperial soldiers plummeted in a frenzy. Ha ha ha! Along with Liu's frenzied laughter, the final moves of his assault approached completion. He grasped the neck of an Imperial soldier whose health had already reached 0, and then, boom! A violent burst of black flames erupted from his dragon claws, obliterating everything in their wake. The Calamity's 8 maidens, the Imperial soldier did not utter a single syllable throughout the entire ordeal, vanishing without a trace. Name: Liu race, Dragon King class, Sacrificial Slayer level, 28 health, 2900 mana, 526 rage, 109 320 strength, 90 spirit, 20 agility, 90 stamina, 20 skills, form transformation, rending claws, calamitous fury, calamitous dark hook, calamitous shred, calamitous ghost step, calamitous 8 maidens, traits, calamity sacrifice equipment, robe of slaughter, boots of the wind, guardian's ring, spirit conduit bracelet, title, mass slayer of thousands TSK. Should I provide him with another hint for a new appearance? The actions of the followers are all under the control of Yu. He lowered his gaze, seemingly recalling something, and couldn't help but murmur nostalgically, as Tion had initially surmised. The power bestowed upon each follower by Yu is entirely distinct. He imbued his newfound powers with a distinctive flair, tailored to his unique characteristics and abilities. Naturally, woven within this tapestry were traces of Yu's own whimsical inclinations. For instance, some of the abilities he acquired were inspired by the moves of characters from a classic side-scrolling fighting game he cherished in his past life. The dazzling, fantastical powers conceived in those iconic games, films, and anime left him mesmerized and captivated when witnessed or employed. However, such indulgence was merely a fleeting pleasure in a virtual realm, utterly unattainable in the realm of science. Yet now, with boundless strength and dominion over energy, Yu found the creation, alteration, and manifestation of illusions to be a trivial endeavor. Observing his followers as they gradually matured and wielded the powers he bestowed upon them evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of nurturing a character in a role-playing game from his previous existence. Quite delightful indeed. Could this be the power of a hidden profession of catastrophe? To be frank, it possesses a certain charm. Alas, what fortuitous luck this madman has stumbled upon. I too wish to join the ranks of catastrophe, to become a devoted follower of its master. This is simply astounding. Lord Lu is truly impressive. The battle raged on, as shadows danced and shifted, black flames erupted and scorched, claws tore through flesh, and blood splattered in the chaos. Unbeknownst to him, those valiant soldiers had been transformed into lifeless corpses scattered across the ground, slowly vanishing from sight. He. The man with the ominous aura casually flicked his sharp dragon claws, the dragon scales gradually shedding, yet his pale visage remained adorned with that same sinister, defiant smile. Then, without a glance at the players behind him, he vanished in a flash, swiftly advancing down the path ahead. The surrounding players stood in stupefied silence, transfixed by the dazzling display of carnage before them, awestruck by the departing figure. Their astonishment and envy were palpable, for witnessing such a spectacle firsthand was an experience unlike any hearsay. They had come to understand what it truly meant to be among the apex players. Similar occurrences unfolded at several other intersections. The stronghold served to filter out the weak. It would not impede the formidable in the slightest. The latest major events dungeon was perpetually reserved for the most powerful elite players. Was it not? Your Majesty, in the final moments before the major event commenced, within the palace, where the air shimmered and figures flickered, the coldly charismatic, tattered-robed national master approached the emperor without hesitation. His excitement was barely concealed as he gazed intently at the imposing figure of the sovereign, respectfully declaring, "The research on the technique has been successful." The emperor, draped in royal raiment, paused momentarily, his expression inscrutable, betraying no emotion even at the long-anticipated completion of the spell. He regarded the newcomer with a calm demeanor, quietly inquiring, "Was that explosion you caused?" The national master faltered under his penetrating gaze, then nodded affirmatively, "Yes, Your Majesty. But I assure you, the technique poses no issues. The crux of the matter lies elsewhere," asked the sovereign of his empire. Heroin must contemplate a multitude of affairs. He glanced towards the exterior of the palace and murmured gravely, "You have provided some individuals with an excuse." The king, exuding an air of authority, raised an eyebrow, his keen eyes sharp as a hawk's, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the person before him. The emperor's presence was suffocating, rendering others breathless. He hastily added, "Nevertheless, it is of no consequence. What has transpired is done. There is no point in further discussion. The dynasty of his empire fears no one. Grand Master, I place my trust in you." Just moments ago, the emperor's countenance was stern and his aura formidable. Yet, in an instant, he revealed a gentle smile, lightly patting the Grand Master's shoulder, as if treating a most trusted confidant. "Should I become an eternal monarch, you shall forever remain my most trusted Grand Master. Behind the rod of authority, there are always sweet dates to be had." Heruin tempered his imposing demeanor, smiling as he made this solemn promise to the Grand Master, "I dare not, but I am willing to share your burdens." "Your Majesty," the Grand Master, drenched in cold sweat and already pale, touched his bloodless cheek and bowed deeply in deference. "Then let us commence immediately. Time is of the essence. I must also address the mess you have just created." Heruin stood before the Grand Master, speaking in a measured tone. Though his words were calm, an unmistakable hint of joy lingered beneath. For the Emperor, the pursuit of immortality is an eternal theme, an unchanging aspiration. Various races possess differing lifespans. Indeed, there are long-lived beings such as elves and dragons that may thrive for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet, as a human, even one wielding the highest authority in the realm, his lifespan barely extends to a century. Moreover, as an emperor, Heruin is burdened with the governance of state affairs, leaving little time for cultivating his strength to prolong his life. Gradually, he feels the weight of limitations pressing upon him. After all, time is impartial to all. Even the exalted emperor is not afforded any special privileges. However, it is evident that Heruin does not wish to exit the stage so soon, becoming merely a plaque enshrined in the ancestral hall. He yearns to live for 10 years, a century, a millennium. He desires to defy death and become the eternal ruler of the empire. Indeed, the Grand Master is delving into the taboo sorcery of immortality on the continent, a pursuit instigated by none other than Heruin himself. Perhaps it is fair to say that it is precisely due to the Grand Master's capability to explore the forbidden art of life draining that he has attained his esteemed position. After such prolonged research, Heruin's patience has nearly worn thin, and now, at long last, success is within reach. The taboo of seizing the life of others. Such details are insignificant. Heruin focuses solely on the outcome. He requires eternal life. He wishes to be the everlasting king of the empire. For this, he is willing to transgress taboos and sacrifice the lives of others, even if it means relinquishing everything else. Now, the time has finally come to reap the fruits of his labor. Despite the peculiar sensations that accompany this endeavor, under the allure of immortality, he chooses to ignore them entirely. Your Majesty, are the blood offerings prepared? The National Master exhaled softly, directing his gaze towards Heruin. Heruin furrowed his brows, his dissatisfaction evident as he inquired, "Is there no way to eliminate this side effect?" The National Master tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling somewhat tense under Heruin's scrutiny, yet he mustered the courage to respond, "Your Majesty, the improved spell is not only more stable but also significantly more powerful, posing no harm to the soul. However, it necessitates a blood sacrifice to bear the burdens of the magical taboos and their accompanying curses. This is an indispensable prerequisite." Heruin maintained a stoic expression, falling into a momentary silence before casually waving his hand. "Summon the Grand Princess at once," he uttered, addressing the air with a nonchalant tone. Whoosh! Following this command, a sound akin to the breaking of air resonated, and in the blink of an eye, a figure darted through the room, vanishing without a trace. "You should commence your preparations as well." The Emperor's thoughts were inscrutable. Heruin merely cast a glance at the departing figure before turning to the somewhat uneasy National Master. Speaking in a lowered tone, "Not yes." The National Master hesitated briefly before retrieving alchemical materials to begin arranging the magical circle, in times of utter despair. Today, perhaps, something significant is about to unfold. Ever since the deafening explosion echoed through the city of Liang, the Grand Princess Aisha felt a jolt in her heart, inexplicably filled with a sense of unease, her thoughts racing. Since the arrival of the foreign beings, her foreboding feelings had intensified. Her father's guards summoned her to discuss matters with him, a routine occurrence in the past. Yet, from the moment she stepped out of her chamber, each stride felt like a step deeper into an abyss. The words exchanged with the night proprietor of the Black Flame Tavern echoed in her ears, and she shook her head, attempting to dispel the unsettling thoughts. "Fathered, National Master?" Upon entering the room, she was greeted by the sight of the one she revered most. Her father, the highest authority in the empire. The ruler of the Shisi Empire, Emperor Heruin. Just as she completed her bow, her gaze was drawn to an unexpected figure. The National Master, Tustin, appeared to be conducting some ritual, and the room her father typically used for state affairs was adorned with intricate magical runes. Surrounded by an array of bizarre magical artifacts, a chilling magical energy pulsated, and the air was thick with a suffocating stench of death, making it difficult to breathe. What were her father and the National Master engaged in? She had always struggled to comprehend why her father would grant such a lofty position to a seemingly talentless individual. He was merely a hero-level mage, lacking any political acumen. Although he maintained a low profile, refraining from forming factions or abusing his power for nefarious deeds, mere non-interference was insufficient. One in the position of National Master must contribute accordingly. However, it soon dawned on her the meaning behind his ascension to such a title, an understanding fraught with despair. "Aisha, is that you?" Heruin regarded the elegant and poised Grand Princess before him, a gentle smile gracing his features as he spoke tenderly. "Among all his offspring, she is undoubtedly the most exceptional child. Gifted with remarkable intellect, diligent in her studies, and devoted in her cultivation, she possesses extraordinary talent in every aspect, be it wit, capability, strategy, strength, or reputation. She excels beyond measure." Prior to this, he had indeed nurtured her as his chosen heir. The ministers, soldiers, and citizens alike hold her in high regard. He harbors no doubt that she will one day blossom into a wise and capable queen. However, "Yes, father, you summoned me. There's something amiss." Aside from the peculiar ambience of the room and the presence of an additional royal advisor, everything seems rather unchanged. In fact, Father appears even more benevolent towards her than usual. Aisha suppressed the turmoil within and respectfully addressed Heron. "It is nothing. I merely wish to converse with you," Heron replied with a gentle smile. Inquiring, "Child, what do you think of me?" "You?" Aisha was momentarily taken aback. Previously, Heron sought her out primarily to impart the wisdom befitting a ruler or to inquire about her perspectives on various matters, largely official in nature. This was the first instance where her father posed such a question to her. What does it mean? The mind of a ruler is difficult to fathom. Even as his progeny, she found it perplexing. Why would Heron solicit her opinion? Was he testing her filial piety? Or perhaps assessing her judgment of character through his own example? "You are the person I admire most. I often contemplate how wonderful it would be if you could govern our empire indefinitely." She spoke with unwavering sincerity, gazing into Heron's eyes. Her words were indeed heartfelt. As a sovereign, Heron was truly deserving of admiration. He exhibited compassion while embodying the regal demeanor expected of a king, measuring all things with remarkable prudence. Both the populace and his subjects cherished and revered him. Aisha had always aspired to emulate such a ruler as her father. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Heron lowered his gaze slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he looked into Aisha's eyes. "In that case, my dear, would you be willing to assist your father with a task?" In the next moment, as soon as the words fell from his lips, Aisha's pupils contracted suddenly, and with a thunderous roar, the dark, potent magic erupted. Everything transformed in an instant. This moment would be forever etched in Aisha's memory. On this day, the Empire's Grand Princess underwent a profound change. The palace of the Hiss Empire is vast. Numerous paths stretch in every direction. Inevitably, players will emerge, defeating the respawning guards and swiftly making their way toward the inner palace. Meanwhile, the palace's usual sentinels and attendants have transformed into mere NPCs of a typical game, oblivious to the players passing by, even offering directions to those who traverse their path. Of course, should a player foolishly choose to attack them, they would certainly retaliate. "Everyone, let us proceed together." At the intersection of the roads, before the Grand Plaza situated at the heart of the palace, Yetion led a group of players from the Calamity faction as they emerged from the pathways. With a touch of helplessness, he sighed and addressed several imposing dragonmen nearby. He, too, felt quite exasperated. While his companions possessed formidable strength, their personalities were exceedingly distinctive. Each of the four had taken a different route, and yet they all converged here. The dragonman, with bloodshot eyes and a strikingly handsome visage, stood silently with a blood sword in hand, exuding an aura of stoic strength. The enchanting dragon sorceress, with her alluring and graceful demeanor, also stepped forth from the road. The deranged butcher, grinning wickedly, casually crushed the neck of an unsuspecting player. The four representatives of Calamity had safely arrived at this juncture, well versed in the trajectory of future events. Yetion understood that to proceed further, through the Grand Hall's door, and into the conference chamber of the Channeling Pavilion would allow them to complete their initial task, to locate the National Master researching forbidden magic, witness the shocking scene, and initiate the prologue of the Chaos Empire. The impending battles would not be straightforward. Unlike the earlier mindless slaughter of soldiers, this time, many conditions in this world had already shifted. Perhaps the outcome would differ as well. It would be prudent to act in unison. "Let us move forward." With a cool demeanor and a countenance devoid of mirth, Han Ming took his place beside Yetion, signifying his allegiance. "Let us go," he urged. Although Lu's expression varied, he ultimately acquiesced to the decision for collective action. However, at that moment, a mischievous laughter broke forth. He. "You all go ahead. I shall not follow." Lu seemed to have suddenly spotted something, revealing a hint of a wild grin as he halted his steps, gazing in another direction with a sinister glint in his eyes. There would always be players trailing behind the prominent figures, eager for a chance to reap the rewards. Behind the four, a motley assortment of players from the Neutral and Calamity factions followed. Of course, the other pathways were sparsely populated, but there were also some notably powerful players present. Nonetheless, compared to Yetion and his trio, they were hardly worthy of consideration. The prowess of these four stood as the pinnacle among all players. Meanwhile, another pathway yielded a different contingent, in stark contrast to Yetion's eclectic assembly. This group was orderly and disciplined, resembling a military force. The leaders among them radiated an aura of divine light, their presence formidable and almost on par with Yetion's group. Just as Calamity had its representatives, the Holy Faction boasted its own champions. The Holy Faction exhibited a stricter discipline, with core players led by saints, moving in unison. "Brother Ryu, what shall we do?" The players of the Holy Faction, having emerged from the pathway, also caught sight of Etion and his companions. Among the saints, the youngest, Qinggu, instinctively directed her gaze towards the most reliable member of their team. For players, the rationale for battle was quite simple. With the assurance of survival, any incentive would suffice to spur them into action. The animosity between factions served as the most straightforward and direct justification for conflict. Whether from the Cataclysm faction or the Holy faction, players who vanquish adversaries from their opposing side are rewarded with faction points. Since the moment players departed from the Novice Village and chose their allegiances, the strife between the two factions has never ceased. Players from the Cataclysm faction, save for the combat-restricted city areas, invariably engage in combat upon encountering members of the Holy faction. Similarly, players from the Holy faction stand resolute. From the very beginning, their enmity has been foundational. The battle shall never wane. Yet, despite the incessant conflict, the four saints and the four heralds of Cataclysm have never crossed paths until now. This marks their first direct encounter. As fate would have it, the convergence on this narrow path may render battle inevitable. What of the other subordinates? They seem rather lackluster. The question posed by the saint named Qinggu was met with the calm demeanor of a man of refined elegance, who stood at the forefront of the four saints. His expression remained composed, exuding steadiness, as he cast a discerning gaze upon the chaotic assembly of minions led by the opposing faction. His eyes flickered momentarily, lost in contemplation, leaving others oblivious to his thoughts. "Let all of you perish, scum!" Lu, perhaps truly afflicted with a touch of madness, laughed maniacally, disregarding the strategy of his own faction, boldly charging toward the formidable ranks of the enemy. With a flick of his claws, a dark pillar of flame was hurled into the midst of the opposing players. "Do you truly presume to be worthy adversaries of my master?" Although they often clashed among themselves, their synergy in moments of madness was conspicuously present. Lu surged forward. A pair of ebony wings sprouted from his back, propelling him into the air. Accompanied by a laughter reminiscent of a queen's, he exhibited none of the gentle demeanor one might expect from a girl. His gaze, sharp and unforgiving, scrutinized the players of the Holy faction, as black flames roared and swirled, a colossal magic circle manifesting beneath him in an instant. Etion thought this is a major affair, not a mere brawl. He felt a tinge of helplessness. Truly, troublesome individuals are difficult to manage. While he harbored animosity toward the players of the Holy faction, as the sole representative possessing a semblance of normalcy, he recognized the need to oversee the larger picture. Would it not be better to complete the task before engaging in combat? Han Ming, let us first proceed to the palace. Fortunately, there were still those willing to heed commands. However, just as he turned his head, his words barely half spoken, a robust figure with bloodshot eyes had already charged forth, wielding a massive bloodied sword. Etion. Damn it! Amidst the exasperation of not being able to restrain his frenzied companions, he also noticed the leading saint from the opposing side. Four familiar faces materialized before him. Riao, Han It truly is them. How could these two possibly join the Holy faction? Despite having heard their names previously, he had never encountered them in person, leaving him uncertain. Yet now, the reality stood before him, leaving Etion momentarily bewildered. In his past life, the church had indeed boasted numerous formidable players of unique professions. At the outset, it was indeed led by four saint players, who subsequently flourished and gave rise to various departments and systems of players. Now, across from us, those two, Chinga and Qi, are undeniably the saints I recall. But what of the other two? Ryu and Hanya. These two should be the demon pillars. It would be one thing if they chose not to join the ranks of Calamity, but how have they ended up in the opposing faction and become saints? Is it the influence of that butterfly's delicate wings? The three of them, while the rest of the demon pillars have vanished without a trace. Today, I even spotted one of my own among the enemy ranks. What on earth is happening? Are they friends? Or foes? You wish to battle, then let us engage in combat. Receiving the expectant gazes from the players of our faction, Ryu observed the fierce onslaught of the harbingers of calamity. With a gentle smile, he uttered softly, "By my hand, the sacred barrier." A resplendent radiance burst forth, coalescing into a colossal wall of light that stood resolutely before the magical explosive. Ryu was not taken aback. He merely tapped his forehead lightly, and as magic surged forth, a grand magical circle materialized beneath the feet of all in their faction. Glory's blessing. Simultaneously, their strength amplified, magical power surged, and vitality was restored. A group enhancement buff appeared in everyone's status bars. "Comrades, let us fight." He conjured a knightly lance effortlessly and addressed all present. "Fear not, my friends. I shall heal you." Standing beside him, Hanya clasped her hands together, resembling a devout and compassionate saintess, Her eyes closed as gentle healing breezes emanated from her, spreading outward. Very well. If Brother Ryu commands us to fight, then I shall fight. In stark contrast to her sweet and innocent appearance, Chinga drew from her inventory a massive axe that towered over her height. Charging forth towards the adversaries, she, though silent, brandished a long spear and joined the fray. Let us crush them. I've long found these lunatics intolerable. Is this the power of the saints? How formidable. This is exhilarating. The players shouted in unison, launching their assault against the enemy. This is serious. Etion frowned at the formidable display before him. While he possessed unwavering confidence in the power bestowed upon him by his master, 3 against 4 was still a precarious situation. With some neutral players eyeing them warily, there were certainly many who bore ill will towards that unfortunate individual. With this in mind, he raised his foot and stomped fiercely upon the ground. Instantly, the earth trembled, the floor cracked, and the air grew unbearably hot. Black flames erupted spontaneously, engulfing everything in a searing blaze. As a vast circular domain of fire enveloped all players within, the inferno of calamity, the emissaries of disaster, the hallowed saints, the very pinnacle of players, commenced their first clash. However, at that moment, an announcement echoed. Major event. One, the National Master researching forbidden magic has been completed. How terrifying! Exine Muji exclaimed, removing her cloak and sticking out her tongue in awe. Cloak of Shadows. This exquisite artifact, obtained by her through the vanquishing of monsters, possesses the remarkable ability to conceal its wearer from detection by entities exceeding her level by 10 or more. As for the patrolling soldiers, she could only manage to deal with 1 or 2 at most. Thus, she opted to remain cloaked throughout, stealthily slipping away from her responsibilities. The fierce battle between the forces of Calamity and the Sacred Realm held no significance for her, as she had chosen a neutral faction. Although this choice did not yield any power-related rewards or immediate faction quests, it afforded her greater creativity, an abundance of choices, and a sense of freedom that aligned with her character. The chaos of battle outside was of no concern to her. She deftly navigated past the battlefield and infiltrated the inner sanctum of the Imperial Palace. The palace of the Hiss Empire was vast. She had no inkling of the whereabouts of that unfortunate national sorcerer. As she wandered aimlessly, a thought crossed her mind. Father, Whyt that moment, from not far off, a sound of anguished whimpering and a chorus of agonized roars echoed through the air. Well then, I have found it. A sigh escaped Exine Muji's lips as she glanced around before stepping forward to open the door. What in the world is this? Upon clearing her vision of the scene within the room, she was momentarily taken aback. A dense, indeterminate violet magical substance was coalescing, nearly suffusing the entire space with a stifling aura. In the center of the room, a blood-red, shadowy magical array radiated a dim light, and at its heart stood a princess of noble bearing and striking beauty, bound by chains of unknown magical origin. Her eyes brimmed with blood, her countenance pale and defeated, a visage marked by despair and hopelessness, as if her very faith had shattered. She cried out in helplessness and desperation, as tendrils of vitality seemed to siphon from her being, replenishing a formidable man clad in yellow robes on the other side. A brooding sorcerer orchestrated the flow of magic, seemingly engaged in some sacrificial ritual. What on earth is this grotesque spectacle? Witnessing such a surreal tableau, Exine Muji was profoundly shaken. She stood frozen for a moment. To be honest, she recognized none of the 3 individuals present. Though she had seen the eldest princess once at the tavern, the woman before her now bore no resemblance to the dignified and valiant figure she remembered, leaving her unrecognizable. Nevertheless, it appeared that none of the 3 acknowledged her presence, remaining oblivious to her arrival. Child, I no longer require an heir. Did you not express your desire for me to rule this empire forever? Am I not correct? You would be willing to assist me, wouldn't you? Halloran gazed tenderly at his suffering daughter, his voice gentle and amiable. The dark arts of life-draining magic had indeed long been lost to time. What the national sorcerer had acquired were merely fragments of incantations and ritualistic diagrams. The subsequent developments of this arcane practice were his own research and completion. It diverged greatly from the fabled forbidden sorcery. The most fundamental distinction lay in the necessity for blood sacrificial offerings. The greatest challenge in the study of this art was the immense pain and shadowy curses one must endure while wielding the magic to siphon life. If overused, it would result in a backlash, rendering the pursuit of immortality utterly unattainable. Thus, the National Master found a means to transfer the adverse effects through blood sacrifices. It is necessary for the practitioner to use a blood relative as the sacrificial offering to endure the suffering, with the quality of the blood offering being of utmost importance. Presently, the most suitable blood offering for Halluin is undoubtedly Aisha, the Imperial Grand Princess. Hence, This elucidates the circumstances that have unfolded before us. Aisha's eyes widened as she stammered, emitting a series of broken sounds. The imperial family is the most heartless. Feeling her vitality being relentlessly siphoned away, she gazed at her father, who wore a gentle smile. Aisha felt as though everything she had believed in and aspired to had crumbled to dust. She had tirelessly strived to improve herself, yearning for her father's acknowledgement, hoping to bear the weight of her responsibilities honorably, and aspiring to become a ruler akin to her father. Lately, she had been plagued by a sense of foreboding, an incessant feeling that she would soon face great tribulation. Yet, she had never doubted her own being. She had never imagined that her revered father, whom she regarded with unwavering faith, would sacrifice her as an offering for eternal life. Until the harsh reality unfolded before her eyes, she felt betrayed by her own dreams and ideals. The bleakness of reality was overwhelming. "Your Highness, you are not yet ready to be my student. Please wait a while longer. When you have experienced the depths of despair, then call upon my name." Suddenly, the memory of her exchange with the enigmatic Knight Proprietor echoed in her mind. "Knight Proprietor? Sir?" Aisha clung to this lifeline, desperately invoking it within her heart. However, the scene remained unchanged, with no one to respond to her cries. As she felt her strength being inexorably drained, an anguish that seemed etched into her very soul coursed through her. Her complexion, once as pure as cream, began to take on shades of gray and black. The once bright and lustrous depths of her eyes gradually lost their luster, the whites fading as her pupils transformed into a pallid hue. Felt as though she were undergoing some curse, slowly fading away from her humanity. Could this not be the epitome of despair? She pondered sorrowfully. Meanwhile, with the arrival of Shinmuji, Major Event, Part 1, the National Master Researching Forbidden Magic, was complete. The game system's notification appeared before all players in Liang City. Rewards obtained: 1 reputation with the Teaching Nation. Rewards obtained: 1 reputation with the Empire. Rewards obtained: 6,000 experience points. 12 reputation with the Empire. The first task was completed, and all players received their settlement rewards. Even those idling in the city, doing nothing, were granted a basic reward of 1 reputation point. Each phase of the major event concludes with rewards for players, determined by a comprehensive evaluation of their task completion, contributions, and combat performance. Naturally, players closer to task completion would receive more substantial rewards. Outside the palace, the battle of the Calamity Sacred faction was rather fierce. In the realm of the Holy faction, a saint named Qi was sacrificed, beheaded by Han Ming with a blood-soaked greatsword. The saint, Qinggu, was in a precarious state. Despite the relentless support from the saint, Hanya, the casualties were insurmountable, and ordinary players suffered losses of nearly half their numbers. Humanity is perpetually embroiled in conflict. When juxtaposed with the death toll among the soldiers spawned during significant events, it is evident that more players perished at the hands of their fellow players in this brutal battleground. Overall, although the Holy faction boasted a numerical advantage, the balance of power and the situation suggested that the Calamity faction was somewhat stronger. At that moment, the notification of the event's completion resonated, causing the players of the Calamity and Holy factions to momentarily halt, even forgetting their adversaries in the heat of battle, gazing incredulously toward the Imperial Palace. Has our base been compromised? Despite their engagement in combat, all were secretly attentive to the narrow passageway. Should anyone dare to slip in amidst the chaos, they would undoubtedly be met with concentrated fire and reduced to mere ashes. Several neutral players had already paid the ultimate price to demonstrate this truth. When did this happen? Who stealthily infiltrated and completed the task? Gained 120 Imperial Prestige, 60 experience points, 100 gold, and 1 epic event gift. Yi Tian delivered a swift kick that sent the saint Qinggu flying, and upon glancing at his system notification, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, it would have been wiser to enter and complete the task first. Although his rewards were considerable, they paled in comparison to the benefits of directly accomplishing the mission. He hoped the individual who entered chose to assist the Dragon Knight. Otherwise, the inaugural grand event would likely unfold as it had in his previous life. Gain 200 Imperial Prestige, 80,000 experience points, 200 gold, 1 Dragon Knight token, and 1 legendary event gift. High. Standing at the threshold of the Imperial Council, Xian Muji felt rather at a loss. She paused, awkwardly extending her arm to wave at the trio who seemed entirely oblivious to her presence, smiling sheepishly in greeting. However, the 3 individuals continued their ritual, utterly ignoring her. It was quite awkward. She forced a smile. It appeared she had successfully completed her task. Her luck seemed to be quite favorable. Yet, she was uncertain about her next steps. Originally, she was meant to assist the Knight Commander of the Church, as the Church at least espoused ideals of righteousness. However, Not long ago, the knight owner of the Black Flame Tavern had communicated with her. He bestowed upon her a mysterious quest, claiming to be a friend of the Dragon Knight, and expressed hope that she would lend her aid should the Dragon Knight encounter difficulties in the future. This task was indeed challenging, for she had yet to even lay eyes on the legendary Dragon Knight of the Empire. Nonetheless, this time, the task choices within the grand event included options related to the Dragon Knight. As a neutral player, it mattered little whom she aided. Embracing the notion of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat, she boldly chose to assist the Dragon Knight. Knight Commander, it seems victory is mine. The shackles that bound her being vanished in an instant. The Dragon Knight, situated far across, exhaled softly and bestowed a faint smile upon Russell. In the next moment, a shadow flickered, and he disappeared from sight. Humph! The truth, driven by grotesque desires, has already unfolded. What significance lies in victory or defeat? The Dragon Knight. Observing the retreating figure, Russell scoffed coldly, remaining unperturbed in his stance, merely gazing at the departing silhouette, softly murmuring, "Ah, a different choice has been made." Though merely a distant observer, all the faithful serve as Nightwing's eyes, having previously laid some rudimentary groundwork. His power was sufficient to envelop the entirety of the Sunfire City. Thus he did nothing overtly, yet in reality, everything remained under his dominion. He continued to watch with keen interest, whispering to himself. He was quite curious about the transformations that awaited in the future. "Little one, tell me, what does the deepest despair feel like?" Nightwing lowered his gaze, then turned to Kreia with a light-hearted smile. "The deepest despair?" Kreia paused momentarily, then replied, "It is the extinguishing of hope with ruthless finality." After pondering, she added, "For her, the profoundest despair would be the day this person vanished from her world." "Indeed, is betrayal by the one you trust the most included?" Nightwing inquired with a smile that Kreia hesitated, then gently shook her head. "Not at all. The one I trust most is, in fact, you, Nightwing. I could accept your betrayal, or even your demise, for if it weren't for you, perhaps I would have perished that fateful night." "I see. Your Majesty, you..." Even though she harbored some unsettling conjectures, the moment she witnessed the reality, she could not help but feel a jolt of shock. After the players completed their tasks, Alfred made his way directly to the palace. Upon beholding the scene before him, his pupils dilated sharply, and he gasped in astonishment. "Your Majesty, you have truly dared to touch the continent's taboos. Moreover, it appears you are using the Grand Princess as a sacrifice." This matter could no longer be concealed. A significant event was unfolding. Surrounded by foreign players, it would not be long before the Knight Commander Russell would arrive. The Imperial Master's research into the taboo was no longer the pressing concern. After all, Your Majesty is the sovereign of the Empire. If this situation is mishandled, the Empire will undoubtedly suffer catastrophic repercussions. Sir, save me. At last, she had encountered someone capable of delivering her from her plight. Aisha's eyes ignited with the last flickers of hope, gazing imploringly at Alfred by the doorway, her request emerging in a muffled whisper. In this moment, Alfred stood as the sole individual capable, and potentially willing, to rescue her. Chapter 14. The blood sacrifice. From a young age, she had trained in martial arts under Alfred, adhering to the decorum befitting a student. Regrettably, Alfred was merely a general, lacking political acumen. Otherwise, Aisha would undoubtedly have taken him as her mentor without hesitation. Alfred, too, held great admiration for Aisha, the diligent and tenacious heir to the kingdom, and devoted himself wholeheartedly to her instruction. The two individuals held each other in mutual esteem, their relationship flourishing splendidly. In the tavern, it was during a casual conversation that Alfred introduced Aisha to the enigmatic night boss. "My dear, you have arrived." Regarding the arrival of the Dragon Knight, Helren displayed no surprise whatsoever. He merely smiled and waved a hand in greeting, saying, "Your Majesty, what are you doing?" Alfred took a step closer, and though he was but a subordinate, a hint of urgency tinged his voice, laced with questions. He was well aware of Helren's current endeavors, yet he yearned to understand the rationale behind them. Researching the continent's taboos was destined to invite public scorn and condemnation. Standing against the tide of countless voices could spell disaster for the Empire. Moreover, Helren had sacrificed his most outstanding heir. What could possibly justify such actions? Helren regarded the somewhat flustered Alfred with a slight furrow of his brow. "Alfred, I aspire to become the immortal king. I aim to establish an eternal empire. I seek to expand the Empire's dominion across the entire continent. I shall reign over this empire for millennia." His gaze was piercing, even though his personal strength did not rival that of the Dragon Knight. At this moment, his regal aura was unmistakably evident, unflinchingly voicing his grand ambitions. "Look at the realm I govern. Is it not splendid? What is wrong with my actions?" He raised an eyebrow, countering Alfred's concerns. Yet, Alfred wished to articulate more, but before he could voice his thoughts, Helrin interrupted him. General Alfred, do not forget that you are a dragon knight of the Empire. This land that nurtured you is my kingdom, and I am your devoted king. Please align yourself with your rightful stance. The foremost principle of an imperial knight is loyalty. Under any circumstances, it must not waver. Helrin stood tall and proud, exuding an air of majesty, entirely unperturbed by the taboo actions he had undertaken, offering his daughter as a sacrifice. He cast a downward glance at Alfred, as if to remind him. Regardless of the circumstances, Alfred remained a subordinate. While Helrin was the king, with their statuses so divergent, Alfred could only acquiesce to Helrin's commands, his will utterly unchangeable. But the Grand Princess. Alfred gazed sorrowfully at the girl ensnared in curses, her eyes filled with hope as she looked towards him. He held deep admiration for this diligent successor and harbored no doubts about her potential to become a remarkable ruler. She strove so ardently to be a worthy heir to the empire, only to be betrayed by the very figure she revered most. How desolate she must feel, watching the once vibrant and graceful Grand Princess transform into a pale, lifeless figure filled him with heartache. She had no future. Helrin's pursuit of immortality, even through forbidden means, surely entailed consideration of the aftermath should his actions be uncovered. Helrin was a competent sovereign, and such a king, governing eternally, could potentially be beneficial for the empire. At the very least, it was preferable to the emergence of a feckless ruler who might lead the nation astray. However, the Grand Princess was innocent, sacrificing a young woman in the prime of her life, especially one as exceptional as Helrin's daughter, seemed profoundly inhumane. Alfred felt that the current king seemed somewhat unfamiliar. It matters not. Aisha has devoted herself to the empire, and I firmly believe it was of her own volition. I too contribute to the eternal and immortal achievements of his empire, albeit in a small measure. Helrin gently shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Alfred, do you have any further inquiries? He raised an eyebrow and fixed his gaze upon Alfred's eyes, asking in a mild tone. He had already reminded Alfred several times. He is a vassal, a knight of the empire. His sole duty is to obey, to protect the nation, and to fight for the empire, nothing more. He possesses no right to sway his own will. Thus, historically, loyalty and righteousness cannot coexist. Standing firmly in place, Alfred clenched his fists tightly. He glanced at the girl ensnared in a dire predicament, then at his monarch, who gazed down at him with a faint smile. Despite knowing that his king was committing a grave error, and that the girl was blameless, he remained silent for a long while. He finally sighed softly and gradually relaxed his grip. Seemingly overwhelmed with guilt, he averted his gaze from Aisha. He merely shot a cold glare at the national sorcerer performing the incantation, his expression icy and wordless. Aisha's eyes brimmed with tears, 2 streams of crimson cascading down her ashen cheeks. She watched helplessly as the dragon knight, who possessed the power to save her, averted his eyes from her desperate plea. She understood that this knight, whom she had once revered as a mentor, would no longer extend his hand to rescue her. Once again, she had been forsaken. The world appeared to shatter around her, and searing pain tormented her very soul, yet she felt strangely numb in a mere few minutes. She seemed to have lost everything. All that she had once cherished was rendered null and void. Despair. What truly constitutes despair? Suddenly, she recalled the enigmatic man from the tavern and couldn't help but curl her lips into a sorrowful smile. Was it a mockery of the merciless monarch before her, the indifferent dragon knight, or perhaps a lament for her once innocent self? What kind of ethical farce is this? The heavily guarded palace, at this moment, felt to the players as if it were merely a bustling marketplace. The players, who had been embroiled in conflict at the entrance, unanimously ceased their skirmishes and stepped inside. All stood as mere spectators, watching the relentless emperor pursue immortality play out before them. For them, it was nothing more than a game. While some may harbor sympathy for the plight of the Grand Princess, there was little they could do. Comparatively, they were far more concerned with the unfolding developments. Who exactly was that unfortunate soul who dared to intrude upon the royal household? Of course, as the ultimate victor, Sinuji had long concealed herself in a cloak, hiding away before the player's arrival, observing in silence. Dragon Knight arrives first. Did the one who completed the task choose to assist the Dragon Knight? The Emperor has survived. Indeed, a monumental event has transpired. Among the players, Etion surveyed the unfolding situation, slightly lowering his gaze as he stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. According to his memories from his previous life, the prestige of the nation within the player community was exceedingly high. In the first major event, approximately 90% of the players opted to assist the Holy Kingdom. Consequently, the mission of the valiant Knight Commander Russell was completed first. Following this, Russell pursued his quest into the Imperial Palace, where the gallant knight commander decisively vanquished the emperor's guards and swiftly executed the emperor and the sorcerer, who had transgressed the forbidden. The dragon knight arrived a moment too late, merely managing to protect the grand princess. However, due to the curse of the blood sacrifice, the grand princess underwent a transformation in both character and lineage, rendering her unfit to inherit the throne. The empire was left leaderless, plunging into chaos. Subsequently, the Holy Kingdom instigated a campaign to quell the unrest, swiftly restoring order and supporting the ascension of the second prince. This prince was equally wise and discerning, effectively reorganizing the nation and fostering a more amicable relationship with the Holy Kingdom. In retrospect, it could be deemed a happy resolution for all. The Holy Kingdom was lauded for its virtues, the new sovereign was revered for his sagacity and valor, and the empire stabilized. Thus, the first major event came to a close. However, the current circumstances were entirely different. Due to the factional divide, players choosing to aid the Dragon Knight and the Knight Commander were evenly split. The unfortunate soul who fortuitously found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time had chosen to support the Dragon Knight. Consequently, the Dragon Knight arrived at the palace first. The Emperor was not dead. Therefore, everything that followed might indeed be altered. Just then, as Etion pondered, a warm, sacred light enveloped him, and a figure swiftly entered the scene. The king of the empire, rather than governing with integrity and caring for his subjects, had audaciously meddled with the forbidden, defying divine will and exhibiting obstinacy. "You are unworthy of kingship. You must face judgment." The cold words echoed as the Knight Commander of the Holy Kingdom stood at the doorway, arms crossed, gazing levelly at Heron. Devoid of any respect for the Emperor, it was as if he looked upon a despicable insect, disdainfully remarking. The other protagonist of the major event, the Knight Commander Russell of the Holy Kingdom, arrived tardily after the Dragon Knight. "Humph! Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to dictate to me?" The Knight Commander, whose power exceeded level 90, was among the most elite on the continent. These individuals typically resided in the Holy Kingdom, guarding the knightly order. Absent any missions, they rarely ventured forth. Heron was somewhat taken aback by the swift arrival of this individual at the palace. Nevertheless, with the legendary Dragon Knight, who had surpassed level 100, at his side, and given that this was his stronghold, protected by hidden guards, he remained entirely unperturbed. If necessary, he might even choose to keep this audacious intruder detained. He cast a grim, indifferent gaze upon Russell and spoke from a position of superiority. People often like to isolate the Holy Kingdom. Yet in reality, the Holy Kingdom has always been a part of the Empire. Strictly speaking, this boastful Knight Commander before him is still one of his subjects. If he is indeed his subject, what right does he have? How dare he presume to judge me, the king? Emperor Heron, defying the will of the divine, has openly employed forbidden magic, disregarding life and trampling upon the rules. Henceforth, the Holy Kingdom shall commence a grand trial. A sacred campaign of conquest shall be initiated. Selecting a worthy sovereign, Russell raised an eyebrow, yet did not cast a glance in his direction. From his spatial ring, he procured a message scroll, reciting its contents while gradually tearing it apart. The magical scroll transformed into shimmering motes of light. Vanishing into the ether, he then fixed his gaze upon Alfred, speaking in a measured tone. "Dragon Knight, should you wish to spare the innocent soldiers from demise, I implore you to surrender the Emperor, the national master, and not the Grand Princess to me." At this juncture, the only obstacle standing in his way was the Dragon Knight. Power was his sole criterion for judgment. Thus, in this assembly, it was solely the Dragon Knight who captured his interest, the only one with whom he could engage on equal terms. Humph, the commander of the Church's knights, audacious and reckless, disregarding the king, brazenly breaching the palace, and defaming both myself and the national master. Such transgressions warrant execution. Helron's gaze was icy as he regarded Russell, equally unyielding, with both parties steadfast in their stances, ultimately driven by their respective interpretations of righteousness. If you seek to incite war, then let it commence. The unmatched might of the Empire fears not any challenge. "Alfred, do you wish to fight for me?" he inquired of Alfred with a detached demeanor. "Commander, you have overstepped your bounds." Although Alfred hesitated regarding the matter of the Grand Princess, he remained resolute in his allegiance to both the Empire and the Church. Meanwhile, amidst the confrontation, few noticed the Grand Princess, previously ensnared within the magical circle, whose expression was gradually transforming. "Your Highness, have you learned what it truly means to be a ruler?" A familiar, gentle whisper resonated within her soul. Aisha momentarily froze, her previously vacant expression morphing into one of shock. This voice was all too familiar. It had been echoing in her ears of late, and just moments ago, she had dared to hope for assistance from its source. The Black Flame Tavern, the enigmatic night boss. Why is it so? Some possessed the ability to manipulate the fates of others at will, commanding the masses and conjuring clouds with a mere gesture. Perhaps the torment of being a sacrificial pawn had become unbearable, or perhaps her vitality had been entirely siphoned away. Vaguely, Aisha sensed a vision unfolding before her. As if shadows danced, a figure gradually materialized before her. Clad in dark robes, with a striking countenance and eyes that held the mysteries of the cosmos, the man appeared before her. He inclined slightly, gazing down upon the disheveled grand princess, gently gesturing towards the majestic emperor, who seemed oblivious to his presence, and spoke words that only she could hear. He then pointed towards Aisha herself, and some, despite their tireless efforts, can only become pawns at the mercy of others. Aisha trembled violently, her eyes widening in astonishment. Her numbed thoughts awakened, erupting with renewed fervor. The commander and the emperor of the Zai's empire stood beside her, locked in a fierce standoff. They were the focus of everyone's attention, the ones steering the course of events and destiny. And she had been diligent. She had strived with all her might. She aspires to be a worthy heir, desiring the satisfaction of her father, her subordinates, and her people. Yet, what is the outcome? She finds herself ensnared within a circle of magic, a pitiful pawn deserving only of pity, a sacrificial lamb. How despicable and laughable. She is but a puppet, a plaything, a victim of betrayal. Why must it be so? Come now, Your Highness, I can offer you a chance to prove yourself. As her thoughts swirled tumultuously, the apparition of the man before her spoke once more. Knight, the proprietor, gazed into her eyes with a gentle and serene demeanor, yet his words, akin to the whispers of a devil tempting her, penetrated the depths of her soul, stirring the innermost emotions of Aisha. An opportunity to demonstrate your worthiness to ascend as a ruler. Strive, fight. Hee. Father, I know what you desire. No matter how wise or sagacious one may be, when faced with their lifelong ambitions, they inevitably lose their reason. What talk of eternity exists for one who has been slain? My illustrious sister, how pitiable you are. In the dimly lit room, echoes of muffled laughter emerged from the shadows. A figure flickered and slowly stepped out into the light. Where the sun illuminated their visage, it was a young man, standing serenely at the threshold, gazing up at the sunlit dome, a fleeting cold smile crossing his face, swiftly replaced by an air of extraordinary composure and restraint. Reminiscent of a regal sovereign strategizing with grand ambition, he was prepared to embrace his destiny as a king. Oh, hasten your pace. I can hardly contain my anticipation. This empire belongs to me. The populace of the Hiss Empire speaks of the eldest princess as diligent and studious, endowed with exceptional talent and an air of nobility befitting a leader, the most qualified heir to the empire. Conversely, the second prince is characterized by weakness. Though kind-hearted and upright, he is indecisive and lacks the mettle required of a king. The third prince, arrogant and ruthless, is nothing more than a spoiled scion, unworthy of mention. Yet, it appears that the reality is not so straightforward. The true vicious hound does not bark. It lurks in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a lethal bite. There are still too few outsiders. Russell has failed. Oh, the sacred light shines upon the sanctuary. Wisps of luminescence dance before my eyes, gently descending into my palms. The high priest, responsible for the daily affairs of, seemed to have received some revelation. Approaching the window and looking southward, towards the most prosperous capital of the empire, he shook his head, softly murmuring in lament. A king who disrespects the divine, overstepping their bounds and defying taboos, has yet to be purified. Should conflict arise again, it is destined to bring suffering and bury countless bones. His countenance was gentle and mournful, as if he felt sorrow for the impending war and the loss of life it would entail. However, he then shifted his tone. The sacred judgment and the righteous war are indeed necessary. The souls of the sacrificed are all dedicated to a brighter future, a tribute to the workings of fate. The empire requires a more sagacious sovereign. I shall act in the name of justice. Everything is for the sake of illumination. With hands clasped together, he fervently proclaimed, Fire! May the world assist me in my righteous path. Indeed, several figures gradually emerged behind him, bowing respectfully and responding devoutly. Prepared for battle, however, just as his resolute command echoed, he seemed to sense something amiss. The previously placid expression on his face finally revealed a hint of disturbance. Disbelief etched across his features. He widened his eyes, staring blankly at the rows of resplendent, flickering candle flames behind him, which upon closer inspection revealed a subtle anomaly. Among all the flames, one flickered suddenly, emitting a wisp of blue smoke before extinguishing in an instant. This? Russell has perished for his country? How could this be? The eternal candle flames surrounding the Holy Master during the sacred rites of the are no ordinary candles. Each flicker symbolizes the unwavering faith of its most devout followers. The extinguishing of a flame signifies the shattering of faith, the vanishing of a soul. The Master of the Flames has sacrificed himself to serve the divine. Furrowing his brow, he gazed intently towards the southern imperial capital, Liang City. The Empire's Dragon Knights should not possess such power. Who is responsible? What has transpired in the Empire? The meticulously crafted plans, aligned with the will of the divine, now seem to be facing unforeseen variables. In the palace, Emperor Helen stood in confrontation with the Knight Commander, while simultaneously, a significant second choice appeared before all the onlookers. Once more, a decision was required, but this time it was merely a choice of allegiance, rather than the completion of a task. Whom to assist? I believe it would be prudent to support This villainous emperor does not seem to be a benevolent figure. His fate cannot be good. Yet, that is not certain, perhaps a gamble. It seems the emperor holds substantial power. What of the Grand Princess? She appears to be on the brink of death. How can one assist her? The players pondered the 4 choices before them, their thoughts swirling. The first 2 options seemed quite reasonable, as the opposing parties were indeed the emperor and the Knight Commander. Even the 4th, neutral choice, was understandable. However, the 3rd option, concerning the Grand Princess of the Empire, raised questions. If I am not mistaken, the Grand Princess must be the pitiful sacrifice imprisoned within the magical array. Clearly, she is but a pawn caught in a treacherous scheme. Is there any value in supporting such an individual? There is no sign of hope. The Grand Princess? The factions? Everything has changed. Why Etion contemplated the system prompt for the second significant event, quietly calculating in his mind. As one reborn from the future. He naturally possessed greater knowledge, in his previous life's memories. It was the Knight Commander who first arrived at the palace. Without the Dragon Knights backing Helen, the Knight Commander, who commanded the sacred artifacts within that chamber, stood as the strongest. Thus, there was no semblance of equality in the confrontation. The Knight Commander launched a direct assault on Heron. The players found themselves devoid of any semblance of faction choice, as there existed but a single task: to assist the Knight Commander in vanquishing the Emperor who dared to delve into forbidden research. The Emperor, now a twisted figure corrupted by taboo, stood as a formidable boss within this grand event dungeon. Countless elite players had perished at his hands. After the players whittled down the Emperor's life force, the subsequent events unfolded as the Knight Commander eliminated the palace's hidden guards and dispatched the national sorcerer, Tustin, delivering a final blow to the gravely wounded Emperor. Thus, a once great tyrant met a hasty demise, falling victim to the very path of eternity he sought to pursue. The Dragon Knight arrived belatedly, rescuing the barely breathing Grand Princess, thereby concluding the palace incident. However, this time, everything had changed from the outset. The Dragon Knight's prior arrival at the palace, under the protection of his formidable presence, rendered the Knight Commander unable to act, thereby establishing a standoff. Consequently, the notion of faction choice emerged. Yet, what of the Grand Princess? How to translate this? In Etion's recollections from a past life, there indeed existed further developments concerning the Grand Princess. How to articulate it? This woman is truly unique, possessing an extraordinary allure. She is akin to a resilient winter plum blossom, unyielding in the face of adversity, imbued with a touch of tragic romanticism. Her early life unfolded smoothly, filled with hope and brilliance as the esteemed heir to the Empire. Yet, a sudden twist altered her destiny, as she faced betrayal from her most revered father, relegated to a sacrificial pawn. Cursed and tormented, even after Heron was slain by the Knight Commander Russell, breaking the magical ritual, she bore irreversible scars. Her once luminous skin faded to a pallid hue, her eyes transformed into a haunting black and white visage. Beauty, irrespective of circumstance, remains beautiful. Although players may still perceive her as striking, even possessing an exotic charm, to her own people and from her perspective, she embodies the most intolerable curse. She has lost her humanity, becoming a creature that is neither fully human nor specter. Naturally, such a being could not seamlessly inherit the leadership of the vast empire. Indeed, had it not been for the Dragon Knight's intervention, she would have faced purification by the Church under the guise of heresy. Her very essence underwent a profound transformation, utterly devoid of the former grace and commanding presence of the Grand Princess. Chapter 15. The Accursed One. Subsequently, the second prince ascended to the throne with the Church's support, yet the realm remained in turmoil, his reputation marked by weakness. Despite exhibiting shrewdness after his ascension, he struggled to earn the trust of the populace. It was during this tumultuous period that the Grand Princess rose in rebellion, forming a revolutionary army. She perceived the events that had befallen her as fundamentally unjust, sensing discrepancies within the Church's declarations. She yearned to reclaim all that was hers. The side effects of the forbidden magical curses brought forth unbearable agony, yet there lay a singular advantage. She glimpsed the immense power held by her cursed form, an existence deemed unacceptable in this world. She had become more potent than the self she once was. Despite her change in race, she benefited from the network built upon her past renown, coupled with her poise and personal charisma, which once divided the entire empire, garnering her nearly half of the supporters. She was celebrated as the Enchantress Queen, the unyielding Cold Plum, and the First Empress. However, ultimately, the influence of the Second Prince proved slightly stronger, and the Church intervened. The legendary Queen, in the end, could not traverse her path to the very end. With soldiers perished and foes surrounding her, the agonies of her cursed existence erupted, leading her to conclude her tragic life at the Empire's brink. Subsequently, as players traversed the valley of the Queen's abode, they often heard the lingering, sorrowful wails, reminiscent of the legendary Queen lamenting the injustice of her fate and the humiliations she endured. This once ignited a wave of nostalgia and compassion among players, who briefly hoped the gaming company would resurrect this tragic figure. Alas, the game's progression is irreversible. All the locals, once dead, remain so. The notion of resurrection is utterly out of the question. However, as of now, everything has changed. The future circumstances remain enigmatic, and she may not meet such a sorrowful end. Etion pondered for a moment before making his choice. He chose the faction, the Empire's Grand Princess. As a member of the Catastrophe faction, he clearly could not assist the Church. The remaining options were merely Emperor Haluan, the Empire's Grand Princess, or neutrality. He was disinclined to aid Emperor Haluan, and neutrality held no significance. Thus, he was left with the option of supporting that tragic yet undeniably extraordinary woman from his memories. Among the players present, there were also gamblers, and seasoned SP players made the same choice as him, supporting the Empire's Grand Princess, who appeared trapped in a predicament with no apparent advantages. Yet, in the next instant, a tremendous roar erupted. Accompanied by a resounding boom, a surge of dense magical energy erupted forth, and an overwhelming aura of fear began to spread outward. All present were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with terror. For the energy that exploded forth, the gushing magical power, and the suffocating aura all converged upon a single individual. A person overlooked by many, a pawn, a hapless sacrifice. The Empire's Grand Princess, a pillar of dark magical energy soared into the heavens, embodying fear, despair, power, and mystery. Compared to the malevolent magic that had previously lingered in the room, this force, while not radiating a holy brilliance, was undeniably powerful and sheerly tyrannical, evoking both dread and reverence. The oppressive magical array was instantly shattered, and the national sorcerer controlling the array widened his eyes in horror, followed by a backlash of the spell, causing his complexion to pale as he involuntarily spewed blood from his mouth. Likewise, as a beneficiary of the spell's connection, the once imposing Emperor Haluan suddenly stiffened, intense pain coursing through his limbs. Having lived in luxury for so long, he had never known such suffering and collapsed to the ground. Glancing back, even he felt his mind momentarily stall, as the two most formidable beings in this moment. The sensations experienced by Alfred and Russell are strikingly pronounced, and even more astonishing, powerful, terrifying, fearsome, dangerous, such is the acute perception that conveys a message to them. How is this possible? Not to mention that the Grand Princess is currently ensnared in a curse as a blood sacrifice. Her life diminished, even in her prime. She barely surpassed the threshold of a level 60 hero. Yet now, the woman enveloped within that mysterious, dark column of magical energy exudes an aura that instills an overwhelming sense of dread in the legendary Dragon Knight of the Empire and the formidable Knight Commander of the Church. It feels as though she possesses a might surpassing theirs. It is as if an unseen, indescribable terror stands behind her, capable of effortlessly annihilating them. What is happening? This is an entirely unforeseen turn of events. Meanwhile, few noticed as Knight Commander Russell furrowed his brow, discreetly casting a glance towards the side where the mage Tustin, afflicted by magical backlash, stood. Everyone, look at me. I must demonstrate something. In the face of their astonished gazes, Aisha, having acquired an indescribable, immense power, broke free from the shackles of the magical incantation and emerged from the abyss of despair, now towering over all present with a renewed presence. Aisha, what is this? Hurin stood in bewilderment, completely at a loss regarding where the error lay, simply staring at his daughter as she stepped forth from the inky column of magic, her demeanor utterly transformed. Yet, he understood. Everything had spiraled beyond control. Trouble was imminent. The woman before him, so drastically altered in appearance, was no longer the girl he once knew. The curse and pain wrought by forbidden sorcery had been washed away, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of fullness and comfort. She stood still, gently caressing her skin, now pallid and gray from the curse, experiencing an inexplicable sensation as if she had traversed through time. Beneath the baptism of that dense, dark magic, she advanced step by step, the atmosphere profoundly hushed. Clack, clack, clack. The crisp sound of her footsteps resonated within the hearts of those gathered, strikingly clear. Stripped of her human guise, her exotic appearance possessed an alluring charm. Father, thank you for imparting to me your final lesson. She approached Hurin, lowering her gaze, and spoke gently. Thank you for revealing to me the most fundamental qualities required of a ruler. The tides had turned. She was now the one wielding power, while her father, who had once regarded her as a mere offering, had devolved into a mere subject of her dominion. Yet, despite this shift, her gaze remained filled with the same admiration and affection as before, seemingly unchanged. However, the Emperor Hurin, standing closest to her, suddenly froze. In that instant, he felt a tremor in his very soul, a chilling sensation that penetrated to the marrow. Aisha, I am your father, he uttered, unable to meet her gaze. His voice stiff and strained. One side cast a glance of desperation towards the dragon knight on the opposite end. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Aisha paused, seemingly amused by some intriguing revelation. She lifted her head, unable to contain her laughter, her bright, ringing chuckles resonating throughout the room. Mr. Alfred, did you hear that? Everyone, did you hear? Father claims he is my father. She chuckled lightly, directing her words towards Alfred. Yet, all that greeted her was silence. Alfred had just forsaken her, disregarding Aisha's plea for help, and now, he found himself unable to confront her directly. Loyal to the Empire, he felt powerless to intervene in matters of the royal family. Just as he had refrained from acting when Hurin offered Aisha as a blood sacrifice, now that the tables had turned, he similarly would not take action against her. What do you intend to do? Hurin could no longer maintain his composure. Fear gripped him with palpable intensity. He stumbled backward, a picture of disarray and despair. At the precipice of death, the distinction between king and commoner fades into insignificance. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 shadows flickered as 5 or 6 figures, concealed in the dark, lunged forth, brandishing short daggers aimed at Aisha's vital points. As Emperor, he naturally had his own hidden guards. They were the loyal protectors of Hurin. Now that Hurin found himself in peril, they would undoubtedly spring into action. However, Aisha merely raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile gracing her delicate features. She didn't even glance at them, casually waving her hand. In the next moment, time seemed to stand still, as if the approaching assassins were ensnared by some unseen force, suspended mid-air. Then, a gentle breeze swept past, and those formidable assassins, each surpassing level 80, gradually disintegrated into ash. Vanishing with the wind, it was as if they had never existed. Father, after this lesson, you will have nothing left to teach me. Your very presence stands in my way. Aisha spoke as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Utterly unfazed, she lowered her eyes to Hurin, smiling as she spoke. Aisha, the Grand Princess, cease this at once. In the next moment, Hurin's eyes widened in horror. Alfred seemed to sense something amiss, exclaiming in alarm. Yet, it was ultimately too late. Amidst the splatter of blood, a pale hand pierced through the chest. Hurin's eyes widened, disbelief etched across his features. He had envisioned a future of eternal life, the establishment of the mightiest empire on the continent, the unification of the world, his ascension as an everlasting monarch, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine. He had imagined so much, but never had he anticipated such a humiliating exit from this grand stage, at the hands of his own daughter. The unparalleled sovereign of the empire, a legendary hero, Hurin, thus met his demise. Your dreams, I shall fulfill them for you. Aisha withdrew her bloodied hand, gazing at her father's eyes gradually losing their luster. With her eyes slightly lowered, a flicker of inexplicable thoughts seemed to dance within them as she softly murmured, whether it be the adoration of the past or the betrayal of today, both have now receded into the distance. Ladies and gentlemen, from this moment onward, I shall be the sovereign of this realm. She elegantly flicked the bloodstains from her hands, her visage adorned with a smile as she proclaimed to all present. Before the lifeless body of the former king, the new monarch ascended. A moment of hesitation swept through the crowd, captivated by the enchanting yet formidable woman who appeared to command the very situation. All were momentarily taken aback. The events had unfolded with astonishing swiftness. The occurrence of such incidents is often most unforeseen. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 major factions was eradicated. Aside from those players who had allied with the Grand Princess, reveling in their gamble, The rest were left in a state of bewilderment. Our sovereign? Meanwhile, at the same time, Eteon and the four embodiments of disaster, along with the saints, Ryu and Hanya, abruptly paused, as if sensing something, gazing intently at the Grand Princess, their expressions varying. They had obtained the dragon scales bestowed upon them by Yu, and their sensitivity to the essence of their own powers was acute. From the Grand Princess, they sensed the imposing and majestic aura of their dominator, their master, the great terror of this world, the culmination of ruin, the sovereign of calamity, Yu. Our master desires this empire? Eteon squinted, pondering the intentions of his lord. After all, he was at the helm of the disaster faction, and as a leader, he needed to discern what Yu sought, akin to following the divine prophecies as tenets of faith. They too must adhere to Yu's will as they moved forward and the memories of his past life. The Grand Princess, even after acquiring power from this cursed vessel, was not particularly exceptional and endured the profound agony wrought by endless curses, far from the astonishing strength she now exhibited. The Dragon Knight, a renowned superpower on this continent, seemed dwarfed by her overwhelming presence. Coupled with the yearning and affinity conveyed through their souls, it was evident that Yu's influence loomed behind her. The Grand Princess's earlier remark about needing to prove something likely pertained to her master. Everything began to make sense. With Yu's stance clarified, their future choices were thus rendered straightforward. Blindly following their lord was all that remained to be done. Yet, amidst his musings, he overlooked that the opposing saints, Ryu and Hanya, also displayed unusually distinct expressions. An unforeseen upheaval transpired. Yet the player's mission remained unchanged. This was not the time for them to intervene. They remained mere onlookers, a peripheral audience to the unfolding drama. Aisha's unilateral decision to slay Emperor Hurin and proclaim her own ascension, in a certain light, was not entirely misguided. With Hurin's demise, she, as the primary heir, was indeed the most qualified to ascend the throne. However, her current actions, alongside her appearance that seemed to transcend the boundaries of humanity, contributed to an unsettling dissonance. An alien inheritor slaying their father to claim the throne. I cannot accept this. Elsa's ascension to the throne had never been part of the plans for the teaching kingdom. Everything had spiraled beyond control. Russell furrowed his brow, observing Elsa as an unpredictable variable, and spoke gravely. The dangerous aura she exuded lingered in his mind. Yet, deep down, he could not fathom how a frail princess, recently ensnared by a curse, could suddenly possess years of arduous training and wield the protective power of the holy relic of the teaching kingdom. Oh, you disagree? Elsa arched an eyebrow, a hint of disdain dancing on her lips. In the next instant, however, her playful demeanor turned icy. What are you, exactly? Accompanied by her cold words, Russell's previously unshakable composure shattered, his eyes bulging in astonishment, as if they might pop from their sockets. Swift, too swift. With a casual flick of her hand, an indescribable and terrifying force surged towards his chest, horrifying, potent. In an instant, it shattered his protective mirror and crushed several of his ribs, sending him flying, severely injured. In all his years as the Knight Commander, he had never endured such grievous wounds. The situation had drastically changed. He coughed blood, struggling to rise, his gaze filled with horror as he stared at the woman who had just moments ago been a mere pawn in this game. What kind of power is this? The forbidden curse could not possibly yield such strength. Someone had intervened. Equally astonished was the Dragon Knight Alfred, who stood at a distance. Yet, while the unexpected display of power was alarming, his concerns lay elsewhere. The formerly humble and courteous princess would never utter such words or wear such a countenance. Observing the drastically altered demeanor of the princess, Alfred's expression grew complex. In the past, he had regarded her as an exemplary junior. Yet now, he inexplicably felt a palpable pressure emanating from her, more intense than that of the previous Emperor Hurin. This was not merely the pressure of raw power. It spoke to the qualities of a leader: charisma, dominance, and authority. Some may wield the most formidable strength, yet remain mere subordinates or guardians. Conversely, others may possess modest power, yet exude the ability and temperament to command multitudes and lead the valiant. On what grounds do you refuse to acknowledge this? Like a trivial matter, Elsa retracted her hand, her slender brows arching slightly as she looked down upon the Knight Commander, who had just moments ago exuded arrogance and grandeur. In terms of lineage, I am the Imperial Grand Princess, the foremost of royal blood. In terms of reputation, I am the most acclaimed and beloved heir across the nation. In terms of capability, I have diligently studied the path of kingship for over 20 years, devoted to governance and meticulous in my duties. In terms of strength, I am the mightiest among all royals. In every regard, I am the one most deserving of the throne. Why? Do you not recognize this? At this moment, She had fully embraced her identity as a sovereign, gazing coldly at Russell, her words imbued with soaring confidence, yet laced with indifference and pride. What right do you, a mere knight commander, possess to deny the sovereignty of an empire? Since when has the authority to determine kingship fallen into the hands of your church? Is it not the case that your church's influence has grown excessively long? The queen's words carried an unmistakable weight, even in the absence of that terrifying force. They exuded a suffocating sense of majesty. For a moment, Russell found himself speechless. Every utterance from her lips was a precious gem, leaving no room for rebuttal or justification. Compared to the forbidden studies of Helen, the Grand Princess seemed to possess no substantial leverage to refute. You are now an aberration, a being loathed by the divine. Devoid of any right to ascend to kingship, he was gravely injured. He had no strength left to resist the Dragon Knight and that enigmatic woman. The most prudent course of action would be to retreat from the church, to recuperate his wounds. Yet, he could not depart just yet. His mission required him to leave behind a rational aberration, loathed by the divine. Ha ha ha. Aisha seemed to find something amusing, her gaze fixed upon Russell as she coldly remarked, "Am I not of royal blood? Do I lack the capability to reign? Have I not engaged in forbidden acts? When did your church's criteria for judging outsiders transform into a basis for assessing the legitimacy of kingship? Furthermore, in my current state." Aisha cast her eyes down upon her own form, observing her ashen arms. Although the agonizing curse that delved into her very soul had been lifted by that gentleman, the alterations to her body were irreversible. She smiled faintly, her icy gaze piercing into Russell. Can your church truly extricate itself from this entanglement? Chapter 16. The sacred war. Her white eyes seemed to peer into the very depths of one's soul. A steadfast believer should possess an unwavering spirit and resolute will. Yet, inexplicably, Russell trembled beneath her gaze. What do you mean? Everything had spiraled beyond control. Russell could no longer maintain his composure, urgently demanding an explanation from Aisha. Aisha blinked, a playful smile gracing her lips as she countered the once proud knight commander. What do I mean? Oh, knight commander, do you truly not comprehend my meaning? What troubles your mind? Do not fret. Or perhaps there's something you wish to conceal. With that, she casually gestured. An invisible force seized the neck of the gravely wounded national advisor, Tudston, drawing him forcibly before Aisha. National advisor, in the face of your soul, reveal to me, who is your leader? Aisha smiled seductively, her enchanting eyes shimmering with alluring light. She gazed intently into the advisor's eyes. A higher power dictates a broader perspective. Aisha discerned that the binding spell which had recently ensnared and cursed her was not the life-draining array promised by her father, but rather a peculiar form of shattered control magic. Upon its completion, it would bestow no benefit upon the recipient, nor would it allow the siphoning of others' lives. Instead, it would only bring forth negative repercussions for the afflicted. Thus, the question arises, what stance does the national master, who delves into the arcane arts, truly hold? Furthermore, why conduct magical experiments in such a central location as the heart of the blazing Sun City? Why is there an urgent need to rush to the imperial palace? Why does the commander of the knights, who typically remains stationed in the and seldom ventures out, suddenly appear at the epicenter of the incident just as it unfolds? Is this yet another instance of divine prophecy? Another instance of divine guidance? How many prophecies from the gods are preordained? And how much of the sordid underbelly is obscured by baseless divine predictions? As for me, the terrifying backlash brought forth by the forceful destruction of magical incantations is indeed harrowing. The national master was already on the brink of collapse, yet, upon encountering the enchanting heterochromia of Aisha, he suddenly froze. It was as if he had become somewhat dazed, staring blankly with hollow eyes, utterly lost. Tell me, pray, tell me, who are you, truly? A melodious female voice, imbued with an extraordinary allure, resonated within the imperial palace. Aisha gazed at the national master, softly whispering time and again. The queen's power emanated from her voice. It was not a gift bestowed upon her by that gentleman, but rather her own. The strength derived from this cursed form. Her seductive whispers could ensnare the soul, extracting secrets etched within. Her mournful lamentations could cloud the mind, evoking compassion. The roar of war could galvanize spirits, amplifying strength, bestowing the army with indomitable courage. Her gentle singing could purify the soul, conjuring the most cherished memories. This was known to Yetion, the only boon bestowed upon that tragic woman from her harsh fate in a past life. Now, she wielded this power, and then, amidst Russell's fury, the contemplative Dragon Knight, and the onlookers' curious gazes, the expressionless national master slowly began to speak. I am the national master of the empire. I serve His Majesty with utmost loyalty, researching the eternal taboos on his behalf. The initial declaration seemed unremarkable. It was a well-known fact. Yet, the narrative continued, taking an unusual turn. He continued to reveal secrets unknown to others. I am a subordinate of His Highness, the Second Prince. I am the one who will guide him to ascend the throne. The mention of the Second Prince caused the Dragon Knight's eyes to widen in astonishment. He had never expected that the esteemed National Master would be a subordinate of the Second Prince, let alone lead him to claim the throne. But why? The Second Prince is of little renown, possesses mediocre abilities, and has a rather gentle disposition, lacking any competitive edge. By all accounts, the eldest princess seems the most likely to ascend. And what else, National Master? What more is there? Do not hesitate. Share your knowledge with me. Hearing that the National Master was related to her brother, Aisha paused momentarily, her expression unchanged, yet her gaze remained fixed on Tustin as she continued to inquire. The National Master trembled, his vacant expression twisting into a grimace, as if struggling against some unseen force. An inexplicable surge of eerie magic seemed to pulse within him. Yet, in an instant, it was quelled once more by Aisha's imposing presence. His expression grew increasingly bizarre as he spoke. I am a devoted servant in the service of the divine. I am the holy dust, illuminated by radiant light. We are the moths that dwell in darkness before the dawn. I am willing to sacrifice my soul, my body, and everything for the great gods, for the fate of illumination. Life shall turn to dust, nourishing destiny and guiding the future. I shall not hesitate to perish, my soul returning to the realm of my master. By the end of his words, he seemed utterly deranged, resembling a fervent and fanatical devotee who had cast aside all, filled with reverence and pursuit. Then, blazing white flames erupted from Tustin's chest. The flames, as if capable of incinerating all, swiftly spread in all directions. I come to serve you, my lord. The enigmatic Grand Master emitted a series of cries akin to lamentations. Yet, his expression bore no trace of agony. Rather, it was one of ecstatic fulfillment, as though his lifelong wish had been granted. Ultimately, his form was entirely consumed by the flames, reduced to ash, vanishing without a trace. Commander, are you not going to explain? The white, blazing flames seemed solely intent on incinerating Tustin, inflicting no harm upon Aisha whatsoever. The Grand Master perished before her eyes, yet his purpose had already been achieved. Aisha's thoughts swirled, contemplating something inscrutable. With a sudden, amused glance at the furious Russell, she smiled and remarked, though Tustin's final words were somewhat deranged, they bear a striking resemblance to the rhetoric typically employed by the Church. Next, will it be proclaimed across the continent that my father is tyrannical and engages in forbidden research? You shall carry the will of the gods, the guidance of fate, and support my treacherous brother's ascension. Yes, this cannot be. By heavens, what a twist! The Grand Master is of the Church. Is this for real? This seems rather dark. Surely, it must be a fabrication. It feels as though the Crown Princess hypnotized him. Holy dust? What kind of organization is this? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. How does the Church seem to know everything? The Grand Master is a member of the Church. This shocking revelation was laid bare under Aisha's temptation. Yet, how could this be? The Church came to study those who engage in forbidden practices. Yet, the one studying the forbidden is one of their own. As some quick-witted individuals pondered, it appeared that a narrative completely divergent from their expectations could be pieced together. The Grand Master was a pawn secretly embedded by the Church, using his immortal life to seduce Emperor Heron with magic, gaining his trust to become the Empire's Grand Master, clandestinely conducting magical research for Heron. The entire Empire, the spark, the reason, the purpose. Everything could be interlinked. This stark reality, though somewhat incredulous, could validate the intricate details of many events. The bizarre behaviors exhibited by the National Master evoke questions regarding the swift reactions of the Holy Kingdom. In contrast to the simplistic narrative of righteous crusades against malevolent taboos, this darker, more calculating struggle among formidable powers seems far more authentic, inviting profound contemplation. Some players of the Sacred Order are left with a sense of disillusionment akin to a collapse of faith, feeling as though the noble and grand image of their holy kingdom has somewhat altered. Naturally, there are those who suspect that the Grand Princess is sowing discord, fabricating slanders against the Holy Kingdom. However, Etion, who has traversed from the future, is aware that the reality is likely true. He understands that the Grand Princess possesses the ability to pry into others' secrets. In his previous life, numerous scholars dedicated to the study of game content have scrutinized various details, and even Heron, a supporter of the Grand Princess, has speculated that the National Master is merely a pawn of the Holy Kingdom. Both Heron and the Grand Princess harbor no fondness for the Holy Kingdom. Their long-standing grievances suggest that the National Master serves as the catalyst for this situation, allowing the Holy Kingdom to invoke righteousness to eliminate Heron and the Grand Princess, the two obstacles in its path. Conversely, after the ascendance of the second prince, the entire empire has leaned towards a close alignment with the Holy Kingdom, effectively allowing the latter to dictate terms, with royal authority completely overshadowed by divine power. It can be said that the Holy Kingdom is the greatest beneficiary in this unfolding drama. The Grand Princess, sensing the disarray, has risen in rebellion, establishing a revolutionary army to reclaim what is rightfully hers. However, she ultimately failed. In the end, all involved parties met their demise. The matter is left without witnesses. Thus, conjectures remain mere conjectures. At that time, the supporters of the Holy Kingdom were numerous, and such baseless speculations were relegated to the realm of tales, drowned out by mainstream discourse. Yet now, the scenario has shifted. No one could have foreseen that the Grand Princess, once a mere pawn and sacrificial offering, would emerge as the greatest variable, rising to vanquish Heron, gravely injure Russell, declare herself queen, and assert her identity in front of the public as she seizes control of the national master, a pivotal figure. Consequently, the reputation of this affair and the standing of the Holy Kingdom will inevitably change. The truth or falsehood of it all is of little consequence. What truly matters is how he is perceived by the majority. Yet evidently, for those who believe in calamity, this is not a misfortune at all. The more adversity the opposing Holy Kingdom faces, the better. He lowered his gaze and chuckled softly. Nothing brings greater joy than witnessing the hypocritical beliefs of the sacred camp crumble. You, sorceress, you spread your poisonous words. You slander the Holy Kingdom. You deserve to be judged and cast into the boundless abyss of despair, to endure the purifying flames of retribution. The situation has taken a turn for the worse. Russell, filled with fury, shouted at Aisha. The boundless abyss of despair? I have long been there. Aisha raised an eyebrow, laughing lightly as she spoke. Your value has been exhausted, Knight Commander. Continuing this discourse is futile. I know what you desire. Since you seek a justification, it could not be simpler. Allow me to provide it for you. Even transformed into a different species, she was inherently a beauty. Regardless of the changes to her skin tone, her eyes, or her ethnicity, beauty remains beauty. The queen, resplendent and haughty, wore a smile that could enchant the heart, breathtaking in its allure. What do you intend to do? However, to Russell's eyes, she appeared more terrifying than the most fearsome of demons. It felt as though death was imminent. In the decades he had lived, blessed with exceptional talent, esteemed status, and formidable power, he had never experienced such a piercing sensation. He could see the unyielding, killing intent in the eyes of the woman before him, an ominous presence that could not be dismissed. How dare she? He was the Grand Knight of the Church. Yet, in the next moment, you Church are far too arrogant. Accompanied by cold words, Aisha. No, echoed the Dragon Knight's alarm. Boom! A violent explosion of magical energy erupted within the ravaged council chamber, amidst the swirling dust and debris. All that could be heard was a suppressed cry of pain. Splash, blood sprayed forth, and as clarity returned to his vision, he beheld the once gallant and imposing Grand Knight, now reduced to a state of disarray, his armor shattered, hair disheveled. He stood there, dazed, unable to believe his eyes, filled with profound horror. The once magnificent emperor had departed in such a manner. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, it would be his turn. Blood gushed forth, strength rapidly dwindled, and his will began to blur. The owner of that hand was not difficult to guess. Opposite him, the enchanting and proud woman smiled seductively, her face splattered with droplets of blood, adding an exquisite charm to her allured eye. In her other hand, she held a cross necklace that radiated a soothing, gentle light, smiling softly. The sacred relic of the church cannot save you. As his consciousness waned and his spirit dissipated, he heard the queen's final whisper. Those who offend the majesty of the king shall face the death penalty. Grand Knight, I hope you remember this. Good heavens, his sister single-handedly shattered the other two brothers. How fierce. I absolutely adore Her Majesty the Queen. She's so magnificent. I've chosen to support the Helen Emperor's faction. What should I do now? This is overwhelming. The Grand Knight has perished just like that. Aisha's strike was decisive, leaving no room for retreat. The esteemed Grand Knight of the Church was slain. In mere minutes, two heavyweight figures had met their demise in this moderately sized council chamber, including the Helen Emperor, who had died in a manner eerily similar to his own. The onlookers, players witnessing the scene, were struck with shock, momentarily stunned by the radiant figure before them. Who could have imagined that the pawn destined for a tragic blood sacrifice would ultimately become the last player standing? However, this was likely not the end. Instead, it might signify the beginning of an even greater upheaval. The Grand Knight of the Church has fallen. As Aisha stated, she would provide the church with a reason. And the death of the Grand Knight serves as the most fitting justification. The ensuing events are undeniably foreseeable. War is on the horizon, and a tempest brews. The Holy Kingdom and the newly ascended imperial leader, Aisha, are destined for a fierce confrontation. This is precisely why the Dragon Knight, in a moment of alarm, sought to intervene against Aisha 2-6. As Aisha previously asserted, she is the most fitting heir to the throne. Aside from her altered identity due to a magical curse, which poses a slight impediment, the rest of the issues are not insurmountable. The stain of patricide is difficult to assess, but it is ultimately understandable. However, should she slay the commander of the Holy Kingdom's knights, the situation would escalate dramatically. Such an act would be a direct provocation to the Holy Kingdom. Their wrath would undoubtedly be incited, igniting a holy war, and the clash between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom would ensue, leading to a tumult of arms and the suffering of the populace amidst the chaos of war. This is hardly a favorable outcome, yet now, with everything set in motion, it is too late for lamentation. Aisha glanced at the cross necklace in her palm, shimmering with divine radiance, and exhaled softly, casually discarding the lifeless body of the commander. She turned to the onlooking players and smiled. Esteemed guests, the farce has concluded. The palace is not a place for you to linger. I kindly ask you to depart. With a wave of her hand, the surrounding players felt a shift in the light before them, and in an instant, the dilapidated council chamber transformed into the gates of the palace. Was this the conclusion of the event? They stood momentarily stunned. Throughout the grand affair, they had merely participated in a task, chosen a faction, and observed from the sidelines, without even facing a boss. They were abruptly ejected. It left a rather anticlimactic impression. Yet, such is reality. Battles of the caliber of the commander, the Dragon Knight, and the Grand Princess are indeed beyond the reach of mere mortals like themselves. The guards at the palace gates no longer bore the demeanor of mere NPCs. They now regarded the players with hawkish scrutiny, clearly unwilling to grant them another chance at entry. That moment, the second grand event concluded. The Eternal Monarch has reached its end. The comprehensive assessment rewards have been distributed. The Eternal Dungeon. The royal turmoil is now open. Adventurers may enter the cycle of eternity, repeatedly challenging and exploring further choices and possibilities. Accompanied by the game's system prompt, a void portal, visible only to players, manifested at the side entrance of the palace, as per eons prior recollections. Following a grand event, a dungeon for repeated challenges would remain. Yet, the outcome was irrevocable. All players received their assessment rewards based on their participation and choices during the event. However, soon after, the game system's notifications rang out once more. Grand event. The Holy War has commenced. War task. Adventurers are to visit the Imperial General, Salas. War task. Adventurers are to visit the Holy Legion of the Kingdom. War choice. 1. Holy Kingdom 2. Empire 3. Neutral players who previously aligned with the Grand Princess and the Holy Kingdom's commander during the grand event were each assigned a war task, while the remaining players were required to make new choices. The Grand Princess has slain the Knight Commander, providing the church with a rationale for their irreconcilable conflict. It is all too predictable that friction and warfare will ensue. Naturally, players will also be able to partake in the forthcoming battles. Aisha, are you aware of your actions? Everyone has already departed. The once vibrant Imperial Council chamber now feels rather desolate. The National Master delves into forbidden research, the church seeks accountability, the Grand Princess is sacrificed as a blood offering. Chaos erupts, a parasite ascends to the throne, the true identity of the National Master is unveiled, and the Knight Commander is slain. Everything that has transpired today is somewhat unforeseen, each event monumental in its own right. Yet now, they have all erupted simultaneously. The Knight Commander and the corpse of the former king, Heron, still warm, blood gushing forth. In less than half a day, this vast empire has undergone a seismic shift. Alfred finds himself momentarily dazed, stunned into realization. He cannot help but urgently inquire of Aisha. The decision to kill the Knight Commander was utterly disastrous. Chapter 17. I will annihilate the world. Alfred, what do you call me? However, Aisha furrowed her brow, casting a sidelong glance at the esteemed Dragon Knight of the Empire, and spoke coolly to You are loyal to the Empire, loyal to the Sovereign, are you not? Aisha gazed into the eyes of the rigid Dragon Knight and retorted. Indeed. Then what do you address me as? Aisha raised an eyebrow, an invisible pressure emanating from her. Apologies, Your Majesty. Alfred faltered, suddenly recalling that the imposing queen before him was no longer the humble and gentle Grand Princess he once knew. Lost in thought, he averted his gaze from Aisha, simply stating with respect. Although no formal ceremony had taken place, merely Aisha's unilateral declaration of her ascension, Alfred still recognized her as the rightful heir. With Heron deceased, Aisha is now the new sovereign. No matter, after all, you are not accustomed to it. Alfred, I forgive you. Instantly, the queen's previously stern demeanor dissipated, replaced by a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Aisha made no mention of Alfred's earlier decision to abandon her rescue, instead speaking kindly. Alfred remained silent for a moment. Your Majesty, Russell must not be killed, he then sighed, seemingly regretful, as he turned to Aisha. Had he been able to stop Aisha earlier, the outcome might have been far more favorable. Alas, with the Knight Commander dead within the Empire, significant troubles are likely to follow. Aisha gazed into his eyes. Hey, Alfred, are you questioning my decision? I would not dare. Ha! Aisha scoffed disdainfully. Alfred, have you grown too accustomed to comfort that you have forgotten what dignity means? Did you not hear? The Church has sent the National Master to plot against my father, to conspire against me. A mere Knight Commander from the Church, Russell, dares to threaten the King of the Empire. An affront to the King is an affront to the nation. Do you not understand? Have I erred? Why should I not kill him? Aisha's eyes glinted with cold severity as she fixed her gaze intently upon Alfred's. Do you truly believe, she questioned, that by conceding even a single step, the Church, which has long orchestrated the affair of the Grand Master, would show us mercy? That the citizens of the Empire could enjoy peace and stability? Alfred's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. Aisha's words seemed beyond his capacity to refute. Forgive me, Your Majesty, for my short-sightedness. The roles of king and deity inherently exist in conflict. When royal authority flourishes, the divine faith wanes. Conversely, when divine power prevails, control over the crown diminishes. Even if Aisha were to spare the Knight Commander, the Church would never permit a powerful monarch to inherit the throne. This matter is unrelated to whether Hurin lives or dies, or whether Aisha is of a different kind. The Church will always fabricate a justification. They can easily fabricate a crime without remorse. Both Hurin and Aisha are aware of this, thus they have mentally prepared for a conflict with the Church. However, as a vassal focused solely on the Empire and its people, the Dragon Knight remains oblivious. Hence, you are merely a subject, not a king, Alfred. Aisha lowered her gaze, glancing at her once-admired father, now devoid of life. Her expression bore neither joy nor sorrow as she softly declared, Alfred, a king who seeks only the path of the virtuous cannot survive. This is the most crucial lesson I have just learned from my beloved father. Yet, all that responded to her was Alfred's heavy silence. Hey, Alfred, would you fight for me? I would fight for the Empire. Oh, truly. Sir, are you satisfied with Aisha's proof? Alfred withdrew. A significant event had transpired within the Empire. Aisha, the new queen, ascended the throne, with countless matters awaiting her attention. Nevertheless, she did not depart. Instead, she stood quietly within the dilapidated room, softly murmuring. Although the room was empty, it seemed as though she perceived something. Her gaze fixed on a particular direction as she seemingly handed over the sacred artifact of the Church, which she had just seized from Russell and her line of sight. A figure gradually materialized. A man clad in dark garments, with black hair and eyes, possessing an exquisitely handsome visage, who had appeared here unbeknownst to her. He gazed at her silently. "Do not inquire of me, Your Highness. The proof was not meant for my benefit. Was it? He, dear sir, you must keep your eyes on me." The enchanting queen teased with a playful blink of her unusual eyes. Yu lowered his gaze, accepting the sacred artifact she offered, smiling as he remarked, "If you wish, do come to the Black Flame Tavern for a drink sometime." "Does this mean you acknowledge me?" Aisha raised an eyebrow, her strikingly contrasting black and white eyes fixed intently upon Yu. Her gaze imbued with an alluring charm. She had once descended into an abyss of boundless despair, with no one to save her. The father she admired had thrust her into unfathomable pain, and the esteemed mentors had dismissed her pleas for help, treating her as a mere pawn in the game of power. The world was rife with malevolence. Yet, amidst the darkness of despair, there was one who offered her a ray of sunshine, illuminating everything. The sovereigns seldom express gratitude, yet the individual before her occupies an irreplaceable position within her heart. Yu merely smiled, remaining silent. In the next moment, his figure transformed, embodying both reality and illusion, ultimately vanishing from sight. Along with his disappearance faded the terrifying aura emanating from Aisha, the overwhelming power she wielded. Yu merely granted her a choice, an opportunity to prove herself. As an opportunity, the power lent to her was, of course, only ephemeral. Unlike Rona, Aisha did not share a compatible attribute that would allow her to awaken and metamorphose with just a drop of blood. Thus, this was where it concluded. With Yu's vanishing, the matter was finally resolved. What was once a bustling hub of momentous events now left Aisha standing alone. The room, having endured relentless battles, lay in ruins. The lifeless body of Sir Helran sprawled upon the ground, blood flowing in all directions, adding a macabre horror to the desolate chamber. Yet, as a woman, Aisha exhibited not a trace of fear. Was this the pinnacle of the experience? She simply gazed fixedly in the direction of Yiyu's departure. Her pale hand lightly touching her crimson lips, in her unusual eyes lingered a hint of intoxication, and she couldn't help but murmur softly, "So beautiful I in the lonely palace," as the ultimate victor. The enchanting woman sighed, marking the conclusion of this globally scrutinized royal tumult. The game had reached its end. "Good girl, let us return home." On the towering walls, a gentle breeze blew, and the day gradually waned. Yi withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon, gently patting the shoulder of the girl nestled beside him, smiling as he spoke. The farce has concluded, and there is no longer any desire to continue playing. By merely selecting a simple node to intervene, he had altered the entire outcome of the game. The ordinary citizens of the sunlit city remained oblivious to the monumental event that had transpired within mere moments, a dynastic upheaval. Yet, after today, it was likely that the city would be engulfed in turmoil, the continent shaken to its core. The flutter of a butterfly's wings had rewritten a predestined fate. Calamity stained the empire, bestowing upon the grieving queen the power to perform miracles. No one, not even the theocratic nation that served the divine, could foresee this. The one orchestrating everything from the shadows was but a tavern keeper of little repute. "Ah, homeward bound, to our home, my dear." The charming dark elf girl narrowed her eyes, gently linking her arm with Yiyu's, revealing a radiant smile. She was unaware of the events that had transpired, nor did she care. The collapsing world outside held no significance for her. The tides of the dynasty's fortunes were irrelevant. All she desired was a simple life, eagerly anticipating his daily companionship. In a world basked in sunshine and clear skies, a thunderous roar of despair and terror erupted, shaking the heavens. Instantly, dark clouds obscured the sky, sunlight vanished, and scenes reminiscent of apocalyptic calamity descended. Boundless black flames raged, consuming the entire world, accompanied by thunder and lightning. As smoke billowed forth, leaving all things desolate. In the midst of the air, a pair of enormous, scarlet vertical pupils opened wide, shrouded by ebony wings that obscured the heavens. The colossal dragon, enveloped in unquenchable black flames, wielded its massive claws to dominate the world, bringing despair and calamity to humankind. The continent crumbled, the fabric of reality distorted, and the cries of countless races echoed in anguish as the entire world descended into chaos, leading all things to silence. At dawn, within a lavishly adorned mansion, a sudden, piercing cry reverberated. A young man with thick brows and large, expressive eyes jolted upright from his bed, his face pale as a ghost, his eyes wide with bewilderment, gasping for breath, appearing utterly shaken, as if he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. He remained dazed, unable to regain his composure. Touching the mattress, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, cold sweat had thoroughly soaked the fine fabric. He stared blankly at the familiar ceiling above. The dream felt so vividly real. The terrifying apocalyptic vision that blotted out the sun, the sheer calamity, the palpable despair, and the anguished wails of countless beings seemed to resonate in his ears, an incessant echo that refused to fade away. Even now, he felt as though he were in a different realm altogether. He sluggishly rose and donned his garments. "Young Master Khan, are you unwell?" came the worried inquiry from a maid at the door. "I'm fine." The typically insensitive young man seemed to lack some of his usual bluntness. He furrowed his brow and gently shook his head. "The general has gone to court. He instructed you to remain calm, as significant events have transpired in the dynasty." The maid, unaware of his thoughts, merely offered a reminder. "I understand." It was unclear whether he truly absorbed her words, as he strode straight out of the room, his figure vanishing from the maid's view. "Young master, he seems a bit strange." Watching his departing silhouette, the maid paused momentarily, whispering softly to herself, "Have you heard? The news of the foreign invaders has spread far and wide. Emperor Heron has passed away, and the Grand Princess has ascended to the throne." Yes, I've heard. It seems Emperor Heron delved into forbidden sorcery and was judged by the church." "Nonsense. It was clearly a master from the church who infiltrated and seduced His Majesty. Their treachery deserves punishment. Even the Grand Princess has been cursed. Fortunately, the Grand Princess turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring a divine power that enabled her to slay the church's Knight Commander." "Is that true? Could the church truly commit such an act?" "Surely, war is on the horizon. I heard that with the Knight Commander's death, the church has been enraged, issuing a holy proclamation declaring the Grand Princess immoral and advocating for the ascension of the noble second prince." In the blazing Sun City, At the Black Flame Tavern, what had already been a bustling establishment seemed even more lively than usual. Patrons and adventurers mingled, engaging in spirited conversation about their experiences and discoveries. Recently, a monumental event had transpired that left the continent in shock. Emperor Heron had passed away, and the Grand Princess had taken the throne, amidst reports of battles and chaos within the royal palace. The Grand Princess had been transformed by a curse into an otherworldly form, and the church's knight commander met his demise therein. On the imperial front, there is a vehement denunciation of the church's hypocrisy and depravity. They have dispatched a national master to infiltrate and tempt the former king, curse the Grand Princess, and the church's knight commander has displayed arrogance and rudeness, insulting the emperor. Such transgressions warrant punishment. If war is to be waged, then let it be waged. The storm is brewing. The two sides have already engaged in numerous skirmishes along the northern borders of the empire. Players and armies have clashed in that very region. Many central cities of the empire have withdrawn their allegiance to the church. Naturally, due to the widespread dissemination of evidence by many players, the notion that the national master is an undercover agent of the church has become widely recognized among the populace. For those with unwavering faith, this revelation bears little consequence. They continue to ardently uphold their devotion to the church, firmly believing that it is the Grand Princess who instigates discord. However, for the neutral parties, those with wavering beliefs or no faith at all, the situation is markedly different. Compared to the pure and unblemished light, the onlookers, drawn to the spectacle, are more inclined to believe that behind the light lies something insidious. Furthermore, there are those who have always favored the church. Now, with the emergence of rumors and testimonies, regardless of their veracity, they are more eager to propagate the church's hypocrisy. The noble and upright image the church has long cultivated appears to be crumbling. When something once so perfect begins to fracture, its disintegration becomes all the more complete and grotesque. Alas, what concern is that of mine? I find the Grand Princess rather commendable. At least she surpasses that second prince by a wide margin. Just keep me away from the battlefield. The church is meddling far too much. Speaking of which, the Grand Princess previously sought out our esteemed Knight Boss. Knight Boss, who exactly are you? Whether it be the Empire or the Church, both represent the pinnacle of power on the continent. Ultimately, their governance does not align with the lives of the common folk. Some individuals may spend their entire lives without ever seeing the Emperor or the Knight Commander of the Church. For them, what matters most is their daily existence. These affairs are merely idle chatter during mealtimes. Some recall that the Grand Princess had once visited this place to seek out Yu, who is now exalted as the Emperor. This only heightens their curiosity about the enigmatic proprietor of the tavern. Of course, no matter how they ponder, they are unlikely to conceive that the most significant variable in this grand affair lies right here. Yu has not engaged in conversation with others, but rather sits casually at the tavern counter, playfully toying with a necklace that appears quite extraordinary. The patrons are largely unaware that this very necklace is of utmost importance to the church. A sacred artifact bestowed by the divine T. That moment, he seems to sense something, raising his head to glance toward the entrance. Coincidentally, a remarkable young man, exuding charisma and confidence, pushes the door open. Knight Boss, I have decided to leave Liang City. Rest assured, I will take good care of her. Khan gazes earnestly into Yi Yu's eyes, posing his inquiry. In recent days, turmoil has engulfed the empire, yet it is of no concern to him. In his eyes, neither the church nor the empire holds the moral high ground. The Grand Princess is not a tyrannical ruler. Rather, he believes that the other possesses the qualifications and capabilities to lead a nation. His aspirations do not reside within these confines. His goals and direction extend far beyond this country, reaching towards a more significant and distant future. He feels it is time for him to depart. Remaining in this bustling capital would only blind him, preventing him from perceiving the more remote horizons. After having that dream today, this sensation has intensified. Little one, no one has the right to confine another's freedom. Yu lowered his gaze, studying the so-called destined individual before him with keen interest. Then he shook his head, as if to admonish, and with a light laugh, addressed Khan, saying, I shall never restrict Krelia's choices. If you wish for her to join you, you must persuade her yourself. Upon hearing this, Khan's lips curled into a slight, helpless grin. If Krelia were inclined to join him, he would not have sought Yu's assistance. How could she possibly wish to leave Yu? That would be an impossible feat, even unto death. Little one, since you have resolved to leave, would you care to share a drink with me? I shall bid you farewell. Yu raised an eyebrow, lifting his wine glass with a playful smile as he inquired, Sure. Khan thought to himself that this Knight Boss was a rather enigmatic yet peculiar figure. It seemed many sought to share a drink and converse privately with him. The Dragon Knight he admired was of this nature. The currently controversial Queen Aisha of the Empire had also visited him. Such news was widely known. However, it had never been heard that he had proactively sought someone out for a drink and a chat. It appeared he might be the first. Despite the odd sensations he often felt in his presence, an unsettling feeling, there lingered an almost faded sense, a feeling shared with all his companions yet distinctly different. Nevertheless, Khan still wished to engage him in conversation. For some unknown reason, he felt an inexplicable notion that today's interaction with this boss could alter the course of his life. Night boss, do you have something you wish to discuss with me? He recalled that individuals such as Lord Alfred and Queen Aisha had conversed with this night boss in that moment, even with his typically straightforward character. Khan felt an unusual sense of unease. Do not be nervous, little one. This is merely a farewell toast. Let us treat it as a casual chat. Yu narrowed his eyes, smiling at the young boy destined to become a hero. Their stances were opposed, yet at this moment, Yu did not wish to extinguish him in his infancy. To crush a frail hero merely based on the so-called prophetic fate would be too humiliating for his dignity. It would serve no purpose. What he yearned to uncover instead were the intricate causes and connections entwined with gods, saviors, fate, and the game system that bound all these elements. To slay a Khan was trivial. There would surely be others born in accordance with destiny, perhaps a second Lin, or Thorn in comparison. It seemed wiser to observe silently, to watch and manipulate, to hold everything within his grasp. Until at last, he would unravel the enigma of fate piece by piece. After departing from the city of blazing sun, where do you wish to go? Nightfeather casually poured a glass of wine for him and spoke gently. Heralded as the ultimate calamity destined to bring despair and annihilate the world, the hero born to save the realm and uphold justice is fated to become a formidable adversary. Yet at this moment, they converse like old friends over the dining table. We wish to visit the borders of the empire. The prosperous metropolis obscures his vision, one that is naturally privileged. He yearns to witness the more authentic realities of the mortal realm. Those who possess a limited and superficial understanding can never aspire to greatness. Indeed, Nightfeather lowered his gaze, gently sipped his drink, and with his profound eyes quietly regarded Khan. Young lad, you aspire to be a hero, do you not? Yes, Khan, momentarily taken aback by his gaze, resolutely nodded. I wish to become a hero, though it may seem somewhat presumptuous. This straightforward and somewhat blunt young man, seemingly shedding a measure of his usual naivety, earnestly declared. He had been the subject of ridicule, mocked for his foolishness and overambition, yet his determination remained unwavering. That's so. Quite amusing, isn't it? After all, I am merely a swordsman who has yet to reach level 60. Khan smirked slightly, a hint of self-deprecation in his smile. Hee. What is there to find amusing? Nightfeather chuckled softly, responding nonchalantly. Young lad, it is only those with hollow souls devoid of ideals who deride the sincere aspirations of others. Those with dreams should never be scorned. Khan paused, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha. Thank you for acknowledging me, Boss Knight. You are the first to ever say such words to me. Despite the strange aura that the mysterious boss always exuded, his current words imparted a sense of camaraderie and understanding. Even among the companions of his adventuring party, none had ever spoken to him in such a manner. The oppressive feeling that lingered since awakening from his dream seemed to dissipate slightly. He downed his drink and cheerfully addressed Nightfeather. Boss Knight, what are your ideals, me? If you aim to save the world, then I shall set out to destroy it. Nightfeather raised an eyebrow, playfully jesting. Hey, then there's no helping it. Despite his usual straightforwardness and lack of subtlety, Khan was not oblivious to humor. He raised an eyebrow, jokingly proclaiming, Boss Knight, I shall surely defeat you and thwart your plans. Chapter 18. I am the true king, the calamity of world destruction and the hero of salvation conversing in such harmony. Nightfeather paused, then continued. Young lad, would you care to hear a few words of advice? Boss Knight, please do. Nightfeather swirled the wine in his glass, gazing at the young savior destined to emerge, and smiled. You must keep your eyes wide open. Sometimes, the definitions of black and white are not so clear-cut. When pursuing so-called justice, do take a moment to reflect. Is this justice your own, or is it a definition imposed upon you by others? Heroes.justice. Khan paused, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowed in contemplation, as if he were savoring the words of Yu. Then, lifting his gaze to meet Yu's eyes, he earnestly declared, Boss, you are quite an enigmatic individual. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have been struck by an unusual aura surrounding you. However, my father always advised me that one should not rely solely on intuition in relationships. At present, I find you to be a rather commendable person. Thank you. I believed we could forge a friendship. Hey, little rascal, are you about to extend an invitation for me to join your band of adventurers? Yu jestingly inquired, gazing at the spirited youth before him. pondering whether this young savior would still utter such words upon witnessing his true self. Of course, if you're willing, ye boss, Khan responded with a laugh. Haha, let us not get ahead of ourselves, little rascal. You have much to learn. Yigu, what are you saying to him? You wouldn't he actually consider sending me away? Would you? The dark elf girl, observing Khan's retreating figure, bit her lower lip, appearing much like an abandoned kitten. She clung to Yiyu's arm, her plump form seeking solace, as she pitifully implored, Indeed, Khan did offer me 100 gold coins to take you away. Yiyu replied, seemingly in good spirits, winking at her with a touch of levity. What? I refuse. The flustered girl, caught off guard, took his words at face value, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as her voice quivered with distress. Gripping tightly onto Yiyu's sleeve, it seemed the only way to ensure she wouldn't be taken from him. Why, Yigu? How could you be so cruel? She pouted in complaint, but midway through her protest, she suddenly grasped. 100 gold coins? She halted abruptly, her mind whirring with newfound realization. Upon her arrival, Yigu had casually bestowed 100 gold coins as a greeting gift to the tavern staff. How could it be that she would be sold for a mere 100 gold coins? She lifted her head, and indeed, she did not miss the playful glint in his eyes. Yigu, you tricked me. You nearly frightened me to death. She exhaled dramatically, playfully shaking his arm while pouting. The wheels of fate began to turn. Yiyu merely smiled gently, watching Khan's figure fade into the distance, tenderly stroking the girl's pale hair as he softly murmured, Good girl, whether you wish to stay or leave, it is entirely your choice. However, remaining here could alter the course of a future that draws the world's attention. You may never become a hero. Yiyu gazed into Klea's blood-red eyes, speaking words that left her somewhat bewildered. I will not leave. The dark elf girl was oblivious to Yiyu's cryptic message. Would departing from this place lead her to a glorious future? Would she become a hero? She cared not. All she desired was to remain by his side. Ha. No. You must stay here. I, on the other hand, must take my leave. Yiyu teased her deliberately, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. What? Where are you going, brother Yi? Sir, are you truly leaving Liang City? Kalia exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. At that very moment, another voice of surprise echoed nearby. A tall woman, her face obscured by a veil and a hat, stood before Yiyu, having overheard their conversation. She covered her mouth, gazing at him in disbelief. Who are you? Kalia paused momentarily, furrowing her brow before turning to the peculiar woman beside her. Indeed, we have quite an array of guests today. Yiyu merely cast a glance at the stranger, then gently ruffled the dark elf girl's hair, nodding towards the unusual visitor. Come now. Your Highness. The tavern remained lively, patrons indulging in food and drink, engaging in chatter, entirely unaware that the individual at the center of the empire's most fervent discussions, one who wielded the highest power, the most esteemed figure, the very core of the empire, had chosen to conceal her identity and grace this humble establishment. Sir, are you not comfortable with your accommodations in Liang City? I can arrange the most luxurious lodgings for you. Whatever you desire, I can provide. The veiled woman urged eagerly, having just secured a private room. Who are you? Kalia interjected, her brows knitting together in suspicion. Something about this person feels off regarding Brother Yi. The woman seemed to hesitate for a moment, glancing at Yiyu instinctively. It's all right, Your Highness. Kalia is a good girl, not a gossip. Yiyu reassured her with a smile, not permitting Kalia to depart. The woman across from them paused, then removed her hat and veil. With a flick of her hand, the magic altering her appearance dissipated, revealing a stunning beauty with exotic gray-white skin and striking heterochromatic eyes. Everything about her exuded an air of extraordinary identity. She was the queen of the empire. Aisha? Kalia stammered, her eyes wide with disbelief as she beheld the transformed woman. Her mouth agape, she struggled to find words, utterly speechless. Who are you again? She asked, her focus wavering from matters distant from her life. Having never seen the queen in her true form, she had only heard whispers, and the woman's enchanting visage struck a familiar chord within her. For a moment, it did not register that such a noble figure as the queen would grace their humble tavern. Aisha.Yu mused, perhaps life has been a tad too smooth and leisurely, causing the young lady to become somewhat naive. Sir, Kalia, I am Aisha. The regal demeanor she typically bore in the court was nowhere to be found, replaced by an unexpected warmth. Elsa shook her head with a hint of exasperation, remarking that the grand princess had indeed undergone a significant transformation in character. Yet, the humility and gentleness of her former self had not vanished. Rather, it was merely selective, reserved for those she deemed worthy, such as Yiyu. Elsa. Your Majesty? With the affairs of the realm keeping you busy, Do you truly have time to visit this humble corner of my domain? Yu gently patted the back of the dark elf girl, smiling as he spoke. Am I unwelcome? Did you not say that I should come here to share a few drinks with you? The once formidable queen now resembled a playful young girl, winking at Yu with a hint of mischief. If the trembling ministers in the court were to witness such a sight, they would surely be taken aback. However, the other individual present appeared utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? The queen of the empire, and yet here I am, entangled with Yigu. It was absurd. You are the queen. Is it truly appropriate to regard my Yigu with such eyes? As for the reasons behind her assistance to the Grand Princess, there were likely many. Perhaps it was the serendipity of their encounter, or perhaps she found her pleasing to the eye. Maybe she yearned to witness the unfolding fate and to wield a few more pawns in her game. In essence, what proved insurmountable for others was but a trivial task for Yu, who possessed foresight and commanded unparalleled power in this world. If Elsa were deemed worthy of kingship, Yu would not hesitate to extend his aid. His arsenal of pawns had dwindled, and he had grown weary of single-handedly handling every matter. Rona was tending to affairs in the far south, while his 13 disciples were preoccupied with their own affairs, their powers still too feeble to effectuate meaningful change. Clea was still in her formative stages, resembling more a companionable cat in Yu's eyes, and he harbored no expectations of her undertaking any significant actions. Moreover, having recently awakened from a millennium-long slumber, Yu found himself devoid of any usable subordinates. Even the mere knight commander he had previously encountered required his direct intervention to bestow power upon Elsa, rendering the experience rather dull. Yet, the deities who temporarily stood in opposition to him commanded a church that had flourished for a millennium, along with a chaotic array of legions, knights, warriors, and priests, an overwhelming multitude. Although these beings were weak enough for Yu to extinguish with a mere flick of his hand, to recklessly obliterate everything would strip his involvement in this destiny of its significance. The uncertainty of the consequences of such actions loomed over him. Thus, he opted for a strategic approach, engaging in a game of fate against the designs laid out by the gods. Since the memories of Yetion revealed that these beings could transform his elemental lord into a formidable boss for players to conquer, Yu was keen to experiment with turning the church, the servants of the deities, and the scheming gods themselves into sacrifices for the players. This vast empire was a precious asset, and Yu was determined not to allow the church to govern it as depicted in Yetion's recollections. Through Aisha, she has managed to seize control, thus alleviating the predicament of having no capable heirs at her disposal. Ultimately, the outcome appears to be rather favorable. Sir, are you truly intending to depart? The Dark Elves are certainly not favored in the eyes of the Queen. Referring to her as Miss Kalia is merely a reflection of your influence. Aisha disregards the utterly bewildered Kalia, her gaze fixed intently upon Yu, brimming with hope. Crowned as queen, commanding this empire, she has fulfilled her dreams and realized her lifelong ambitions. Yet, that lofty position is accompanied by a chilling solitude. Following the incident with the Grand Mage, she has been unable to find even a hint of warmth within this vast empire. The immense realm belongs to him, yet it is filled with indifference. Only this modest tavern serves as an indescribable source of spiritual solace, the brightest flower of hope amidst the abyss of despair. Now, though she holds the title of queen, she still respectfully addresses the man before her as Sir, even eagerly setting aside her pressing duties to clandestinely meet him, not for his unparalleled power, but for the radiant light that pierces through her desolate world. Indeed. Yu nodded gently, his fingers gliding through the silken white strands of the dark elven girl's hair, decisively stating, having concluded the first leg of our journey, it is only natural to move on. How could he, having arrived in this world, remain confined to a mere tavern in the blazing Sun City? The world is vast. After a millennium of slumber, he yearns to explore it, to behold the stark, cruel glaciers of the northern lands, to witness the majestic orc grasslands, to gaze upon the boundless expanse of the endless sea, to traverse the desolate and eerie wastelands, to peer into the ominous void beyond the continent, and to marvel at the exquisite elves within the lush forests of the far east. Though heralded as the harbinger of world destruction, Yu remains profoundly curious about this vast and mysterious realm. The queen, somewhat reticent, embodies the demeanor of one in power, concealing her emotions from others. Yet, even Kalia can discern the palpable sense of loss and melancholy etched upon her face. What troubles you, your highness? Are you afraid you cannot prevail in the division of the empire? Yu inquired with a smile, pouring himself a cup of tea while glancing at Aisha. How could that be, sir? Trust in me. I shall undoubtedly triumph. At his words, Aisha's demeanor transformed instantly, exuding an air of regal authority and pride. She lifted her chin, as if to assert her resolve, addressing Yu with unwavering determination. Her eyes sparkled with confidence and ambition. Now, significant events are unfolding. The church has issued a holy decree, proclaiming the second prince as the new king, seeking to overthrow Aisha's reign. The borders are rife with skirmishes, and players are actively engaging in various conflict events, grinding for experience and rewards. Yet, in truth, after Aisha vanquished the Knight Commander and reclaimed Alfred, this grand event had already reached its conclusion. EU merely needs to alter a single pivotal moment to effect change. The subsequent holy war initiated by the church is, in essence, a matter of preserving their face. Ultimately, an empire requires a king to govern, not the deities of the church. Aisha has been firmly established as the new monarch. This is an undeniable fact. The so-called rightful heir, the second prince supported by the church, lacks legitimacy and fails to gain the recognition of the imperial subjects and military forces, i.e. Tion's memories from a past life. Aisha lived a life of tragedy, perpetually on the brink of failure. When she raised her forces to reclaim what was hers, the second prince had already ascended the throne, rendering her a revolutionary and a rebel, devoid of sufficient strength. However, in this life, Aisha acts with decisiveness and swiftly claims her position as queen. She is undeniably the most qualified candidate, possessing both the authority and capability of a leader, quickly gaining control over the entire court, while also guiding the public sentiment. She can be regarded as legitimately sovereign, holding the reins of imperial power firmly in her hands. She is indeed the rightful queen. The empire is governed with meticulous order, having not experienced any chaos. Following the church's subsequent division, the second prince they supported has instead become a false king and a rebel without any support. The church is undeniably powerful, yet the vast and militarily robust empire is not to be underestimated. As Aisha and Huluan have stated, the empire has never feared engaging in war with the church. The principles espoused by the church also necessitate a foundation of righteousness. Personal grievances cannot serve as a justification for grand military campaigns. Should the war escalate, the damage inflicted upon the church would, in fact, exceed that on the empire. Aisha's confidence is wholly justified. She no longer requires assistance from EU. Her previous efforts to prove her qualifications as a ruler were also an affirmation to herself. She is the queen. To seek further assistance from her mentor would only showcase her incompetence. Her purpose in coming here today is certainly not to request anything from EU. Rather, it is, well, sir, in 5 days, the imperial coronation ceremony will be held, proclaiming to the world the day of my ascendance as queen. The queen bit her lip, her heterochromatic eyes fixed intently upon the person before her. Will you come to see me? If the coronation ceremony were to lack this one spectator, it would hold little significance for her. She merely wishes to have him witness her most radiant moment. She desires to show him, to prove that he has not erred in his choice. Yigij. This, observing the tall figure donning a wide-brimmed hat and veil as they turned to depart, Kalia was left somewhat bewildered. Even if she was indifferent to external affairs, it was shocking to witness the queen of such a vast empire engaging in casual conversation and addressing him with such respect, even gazing at him with such fervent eyes. Ultimately, it was a startling revelation. What had Yigij done? He had always been by her side, within the tavern. Though not absolute, he had at least maintained a presence within her sight for 70 to 80% of the time. When had this transpired? The most vivid memory was perhaps that day during the significant event, when they stood atop a tall building, enjoying the breeze while gazing into the distance, as her thoughts meandered. A soft whisper interrupted her swirling musings. Little one, do you wish to become someone like her? Watching the queen gracefully depart, Yu gently shook his head. He then turned with a light-hearted smile to the shadowy elven girl at his side and inquired. The most esteemed queen of the empire, proud, confident, formidable, and beautiful, undoubtedly embodies the aspirations of many women who yearn to become like her. Clea paused, her crimson eyes fixated on the retreating figure, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yet, she resolutely shook her head. I do not desire that. She gazed into Yiyu's eyes, brimming with tender affection. That was the empire's most revered queen, while she, merely an ordinary dark elf girl, felt somewhat insignificant. However, she harbored no longing or admiration for that woman. What of the queen? Ascending to such a position meant the loss of oneself. This vast empire was a prison that confined her. She was bound to dedicate her time, energy, and life to it. The queen cannot entertain personal affections. She could only watch as the one who occupied her heart departed, silently wishing that he might linger a moment longer to cast a glance her way. In this cage, she awaited, hoping he would return to visit. What was there to yearn for? It was utterly lamentable. How pitiful! Clea gently grasped Yiyu's arm, her eyes sparkling with joy, and she could remain by his side forever. Wherever he went, she would follow. Whatever he did, she would do. Though her status was humble, in her eyes, she was infinitely superior to that lofty queen. Brother Yi, where shall we adventure? she asked with a playful smile, turning to him. They were about to leave the home that provided her with boundless warmth and happiness. Yet, she felt no trace of sorrow, only overwhelming excitement and anticipation. A world of two traveling together with Brother Yi. How it surpassed the tedium of languishing in a tavern, plagued by bothersome lights and the flirtations of women. Aren't you meant to stay here? Yi, returning his gaze, looked at the charming dark elf girl before him and jested. Ah, I don't want to stay here. Take me with you? The girl pouted, playfully shaking Yi's arm. The handsome pair's affectionate interaction sparked envy in others. Damn it, damn it. Why? Foolish subjects, base vassals, in the ornately decorated chamber. The sound of objects crashing to the ground echoed incessantly. The young man clad in a yellow robe, his demeanor cold and menacing, raged and cursed. Dark magic surged around him as he bit his finger, consumed by a frenzied state. That wretched Aisha. How dare she claim the throne? She is no longer human. What right does she have to reign? These foolish subjects and base vassals. Why do they acknowledge her? Damn it, damn it. I am the true king. After 10 years of stagnation and intricate scheming, I have feigned innocence and weakness for a decade. According to the original plan, my formidable father was destined to die. Aisha, burdened by a curse, would lose her humanity and thus her right to the throne. With the support of the church, I would undoubtedly be the next king. Everything was meant to proceed flawlessly. Yet, at the moment of ultimate reaping, it was snatched away by a pawn whose fate was most lamentable. Tosi's psyche had reached a breaking point. Now, Aisha held the upper hand, enjoying the support of the populace, and was on the verge of her grand coronation as queen. In stark contrast, he found himself merely receiving nominal support from the church, which was lackluster at best. Moreover, with the exposure of their schemes, they possessed no legitimate grounds to stand upon. All advantages had vanished. It could be said that the future was already laid bare before him. As long as Aisha remained alive, the church would inevitably abandon the conflict. Although the church's reputation would suffer a slight blemish, the impact would be negligible. The church and the empire would continue to maintain their delicate equilibrium, and he, now, was utterly exposed. When all was said and done, he would become a sacrificial pawn, facing the inevitable embrace of death. Albert, Albert. His visage twisted with madness, he hissed in a low growl. Your Highness. A figure materialized. A man clad in black robes slowly emerged behind him. Doesn't your church boast a plethora of experts? Go and slay Aisha. Where are your palace guard knights? Your knights of glory? Your archmage and warlord? What of the high priest? His bloodshot eyes fixated on Albert as he vehemently exclaimed. Assassinating Aisha was indeed the sole method to break the deadlock. However, the cost was exorbitant. Not to mention Aisha's unfathomable power that allowed her to dispatch the warlord in an instant. Their covert preparations had been laid bare. The church lacked any moral high ground in this affair, and its reputation had already taken a hit. Reputation was of paramount importance to the church, which was founded upon the principles of divine justice. Should the church truly resort to assassinating Aisha, the centuries-old goodwill and image they had cultivated would crumble in an instant. Chapter 19. The sacred artifact destroyed? This would be an unspeakable loss for the church. Your Highness, I implore you to remain calm and await further news. Tosi's face contorted in rage. A prince behaving like a common street urchin, he spat contemptuously at the impassive Albert, bellowing, You worthless, holy dust, envoy, useless swine. All of you, be gone. He cursed vehemently. Albert, however, remained unfazed, his form flickering before gradually vanishing from sight. How could this be? How could this be? It was only right that I should be the king. He had always felt this way. Even when the grand princess displayed remarkable prowess, he dismissed it entirely, for deep down, he harbored an unshakable conviction. He was destined to be king. Yet, when reality lay before him, the outcome was one of profound disappointment. The room fell into an eerie silence. Tosi gazed at the wooden chair before him, envisioning it as the resplendent golden throne that commanded legions. His eyes grew vacant. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air, shattering all of the second prince's illusions. You must be the most valuable person in this affair. Abruptly, the icy voice echoed in his ear, instantly dispelling all of Tosi's fantasies. He shuddered violently, a wave of terror coursing through him, his very soul trembling. He had just dismissed his guards. What a fortuitous coincidence. Tosi's eyes widened in horror as he let out a fierce, albeit feeble, shout. A sudden chill, tinged with a sharp sting, crept up his neck unbeknownst to him. He stood frozen in place, paralyzed with fear, his gaze shifting in horror towards the nearby copper mirror. Reflected within was his familiar visage. However, at some point, a shadow behind him began to manifest with dark magic. gradually morphing into a figure. No, perhaps it was not a human, a dragon-like being, adorned with twin horns and cloaked in obsidian scales. It pressed against his back, resting its chin lightly on his rigid shoulder, revealing a sinister smile, its sharp dragon teeth inducing an unsettling chill. The crimson vertical pupils pierced through the copper mirror, locking eyes with the terrified Tos. The scent of fear hung palpably in the air. It extended its tongue, delicately licking the cold sweat from Tos' cheek, causing him to shudder violently. Subsequently, a dragon claw grasped a razor-sharp dagger, which had somehow found its way to Tos' neck. No, please. He. Ha ha ha. The new king. TOS is dead. Major event. The duel of the Twin Kings has concluded. Comprehensive rewards have been distributed. The eternal dungeon. The last stand of the tyrant has been unlocked. Adventurers may enter the cycle of eternity, repeatedly challenging and exploring further choices and possibilities. A sudden system notification appeared before all players involved in the Duel of the Twin Kings event. In an instant, players engaged in faction warfare, undertaking minor quests, and battling hostile player factions were left in stunned silence. What? The second prince is dead? Damn. Had I known, I would have supported the Grand Princess. I will never trust the church again. How did the second prince die? Surely, it wasn't he at the hands of players. It must have been an imperial expert. Someone like a dragon knight. Hey, I've leveled up. This major event is exhilarating. Bring on 2 more. The rewards for the second prince's faction are far too meager. What the hell? How could this major event have ended so abruptly? The second prince is dead? How could that be? Beneath the layers of protection from the church, how could he possibly perish? This makes us look utterly foolish. Yet, moments later, 2 system notifications echoed through the world channel. Suddenly, all players, momentarily dazed, found their confusion thoroughly elucidated. System notification. Congratulations to adventurer Song for achieving the legendary accomplishment of regicide in the major event, earning the honor medal. Legendary assassin. System notification. Congratulations to adventurer Song for becoming the first player to surpass level 30, earning the title Fearless Hero, along with a gift from the heavens. Following the legendary disaster faction player, Hanming, who was the first to emerge from the novice village, another mysterious legendary player has stepped into the spotlight of all players through the system notification. Song. This was truly the work of a player. Just under level 30, how did he manage to slay the second prince under the church's protection? This player is incredible. Is he playing as an assassin? What faction does he belong to? Has he joined a guild? This is a true legend. Fame at first glance. Having assassinated the king supported by the church, the first player to reach level 30 has achieved a feat that ignites envy and admiration among all players. While the players are left in shock, on the other side, just a short distance from the residence of the second prince, Albert seems to sense something amiss. He suddenly halts, turning back in horror. In an instant, his figure flickers and vanishes from sight. Damn you! Albert storms into the chaotic room, where blood stains the floor, his eyes wide with trepidation. The second prince lies lifeless on the ground, his throat brutally slit. The usually reticent and cool-faced messenger of Saint Dust finally displays a rare flicker of anger. Before him stands a foreigner wielding a short dagger, still sporting a derisive grin. Blood drips slowly from the blade, a testament to the violence that has transpired. A beam of light descends from the heavens, as if accepting a divine offering. Hey, don't rush. One day, you will all be sent to keep him company. The audacious figure, unfazed by the stark power disparity, does not flee but instead chuckles coldly, the sharpness of his dragon-like fangs instilling a sense of dread. His crimson eyes point languidly towards the lifeless body of the second prince. Though facing an opponent so weak, the steadfast Saint Dust messenger, exceeding level 90, finds his heart quaking inexplicably under the foreigner's gaze. As if cursed by an ominous premonition. In a flash, he appears behind the cursed foreigner, plunging his dagger into the wretch's neck, severing the head. Yet, with a resounding thud, the decapitated figure retains its sinister smile, vanishing into thin air, leaving behind only a jester doll that seems to mock the situation. Boom! In the shadows, maintaining composure is essential. However, this unprecedented fury scorches Albert's reason. A terrifying energy erupts within the room, obliterating everything in its path. Yet this explosion serves no purpose beyond venting his rage. Alas! Paradise of Calamity, overwhelmed by the myriad tasks at hand, and the subsequent frictions between the church and the empire, along with tedious war missions, Yetion deems the cost-benefit ratio unfavorable, opting instead to remain within the confines of paradise to manage daily affairs or pursue hidden tasks and opportunities to rapidly grow stronger. He has, of course, seen the system announcements. He knows where the second prince is. He understands that slaying the second prince would yield the most extravagant rewards for concluding the grand event. However, The presence of a bug-level formidable protector renders such an endeavor seemingly impossible. Yet now, he is astounded to discover that someone has achieved what even a reborn individual from the future could scarcely imagine. Moreover, he recognizes this person. Logically, in a certain sense, this individual ought to be one of their companions. Song, one of the 12 pillars of the demon gods, is an individual of understated demeanor and enigma. Even he possesses only a limited understanding of the surrounding circumstances. It is known that he has been exceptionally active in significant events, having assassinated numerous formidable figures. To his astonishment, upon his rebirth, the narrative has become utterly chaotic, and he has committed the earth-shattering act of regicide. Yet, he remains oblivious to whether the flutter of his butterfly wings has inadvertently extinguished this companion. After all, in his previous life, the pillars of the 12 demon gods, Ryu and Hanya, now occupy opposing positions as saints in this life. The remaining individuals remain unseen, devoid of communication, and their current endeavors are unknown. Only the 4 of them have genuinely embraced the Master's will. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Everything in this world is distinctly different from the past. However, curiously, the statues of the dragon lineage left by the Master in the lost paradise of disaster seem to bear a striking resemblance to Ryu and Hanya's dragon forms from the previous life. Are these 2 individuals foes or allies? Are they spies? Would the Master engage in such actions? He silently contemplates, for in his previous life, this Liver Emperor was the fastest to level up, claiming all the experience rewards. In this life, however, he has been robbed of one by Tsong. One wonders what he feels about this. Yet, in the next moment, before Yi Tian could tease his counterpart, he and Han Ming seemingly sensed something amiss, their expressions shifting dramatically as they turned their gazes toward the realm beyond the lost paradise. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sky reverberated with the sounds of rupturing air, oppressive magical energy surged forth, and a terrifying dark wind enveloped the entire sacred ground of disaster. How lively! Ha ha ha! What a splendid day! Her Majesty the Queen is about to ascend the throne. It has not been easy for Her Majesty. Having been transformed by His Majesty Haluan, she still perseveres under pressure to become a queen. I hold great respect for her. Look, there are the Dragon Knights, and the mighty Dragon Flare, guardian of our nation. The Queen is coming out. How beautiful! As numerous players gathered here, they undertook various tasks to maintain the city, clean the streets, and adorn the celebrations before the coronation ceremony. The entire city of Sunfire is festooned with lights, presenting a scene of prosperity and harmony. 5 days have swiftly passed, and today the streets are bustling with people. Yet, no one dares to occupy the center of the road. Instead, they stand orderly at the sides, eagerly gazing toward the heart of the city. They await the ruler of their empire. Today is a momentous occasion. The era of the old king has ended, and the enchanting rose, Queen Aisha, who has endured darkness yet continues to bloom defiantly, officially ascends the throne, proclaiming her reign to the world. The magical cannons roar. Resplendent fireworks streak across the sky in a riot of colors, and the red dragon, protector of the empire, soars majestically, breathing flames that embellish the vibrant spectacle. The formidable army emerges from the royal city. The most elite troops of the empire, standing in formation, their military might guarding the center. As the procession of the grand army advanced with measured grace, 9 unicorns, emblematic of purity, drew forth a resplendent royal carriage, capturing the gaze of all who beheld it. Within the carriage stood the regal queen, adorned in a golden robe, quietly surveying the sprawling city and its subjects from her elevated position. Merely by standing there, she exuded an air of noble dignity and commanding presence that compelled those around her to bow in reverence and admiration. To her left stood the mightiest general of the empire, while to her right was the venerable and esteemed prime minister, as they slowly traversed the central avenue of the radiant city. To the citizens, the announcement rang clear. The new monarch ascends the throne. The court's grand sorcerer summoned his arcane powers, conjuring a cascade of ice that gradually formed a majestic staircase of shimmering frost ahead. Your Majesty, let us proceed. The prime minister, Mers, urged, holding a precious object swathed in crimson cloth, as he noted the queen's momentary distraction toward the direction of the Black Flame Tavern. Though her expression remained unchanged, revealing no hint of ire, the perceptive prime minister sensed an inexplicable disquiet within the queen on such a momentous occasion, as if she were somewhat preoccupied, perhaps even a touch melancholic. Together, they ascended the ice-forged platform amidst the watchful eyes of the multitude, making their way toward the empire's highest dais of sovereignty, where the entirety of the radiant city could be observed. The citizens of Liang City, gazing upward, could behold the lofty platform that had witnessed the coronation of all emperors of the His Empire throughout the ages. Today, at last, it was Aisha's turn. As the rightful heir to the empire, She had long anticipated this day, envisioning countless times how it would unfold, brimming with excitement and trepidation at the thought of bearing the hopes of her people. Yet now, as the moment drew near, she felt an unexpected emptiness within her. The dais loomed high, and step by step, Aisha and the Prime Minister ascended, yet ultimately, they would reach the pinnacle, however, upon arriving at this coveted heights. Where her aspirations converged, she found herself devoid of any joy. It was then that she realized she had not seen that person. Had he departed? Had he chosen not to witness her? "Sir, you deceived me," she murmured softly, gazing down upon the bustling subjects below, her eyes slightly cast downwards. This coronation ceremony was utterly dreadful. "Your Highness, shall we commence?" The Prime Minister, unable to discern Aisha's faint whisper, removed the crimson cloth that concealed the precious object and addressed her directly. "Indeed, I appreciate your efforts, Prime Minister," Aisha replied with a slight nod. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in disbelief as if she had witnessed something extraordinary. "Your Highness, on such an important day, why not grace us with a smile?" A familiar warm voice, one she had long cherished, suddenly resonated beside her, causing Aisha to freeze momentarily, casting a cold glance at the Prime Minister. He appeared as the esteemed, composed elder that all perceived him to be. However, in her eyes, after his momentary pause, his visage began to shift. The handsome man smiled gently, his deep-set eyes seemingly harboring the very cosmos within, gazing at her with quiet intensity. The one who illuminated a glimmer of hope in her despair. It is he. He has arrived. Aisha is certain that this is not a mere figment of her imagination. She is aware that this individual possesses unfathomable and terrifying power. Achieving such heights is effortlessly within his grasp. On the most significant day of her life, he stands in the closest proximity, both surveying the kingdom that belongs to her. Everything seems almost dreamlike in its beauty. This coronation ceremony is simply exquisite. "Sir, might you crown me?" The enchanting queen's eyes glimmered, and upon this highest imperial dais, she finally revealed a radiant smile, the most genuine she has shown today. Unbelievably stunning. "Certainly." The Prime Minister, Yu, smiled, holding the imperial crown, a symbol of the highest authority of the empire, and slowly, he placed upon this resilient rose, which has blossomed from the depths of despair, the glory that rightfully belongs to her. The queen gazed tenderly at the one before her, observing as he crowned her. In this moment, just as in her dreams, she must surely be overwhelmed with happiness. This day, this moment, she shall never forget. Then, she swept her sleeve, withdrawing her gentle gaze from the individual beside her, turning instead to overlook the entire city, her subjects in its stead. Her eyes were filled with an air of majesty and dignity. "Behold, my subjects, my ministers, my armies, look upon me. From this day forth, I am your queen." The cursed body endowed her with a unique power, and her commanding voice resonated throughout the blazing Sun City. All present seemed to be touched by the determination and sincerity in her voice, kneeling in reverence before their exalted queen, pledging their loyalty. "Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I meant to be crowned? When did I complete the coronation? Did I? How can I not remember?" In a daze, she stared blankly at the woman before her, who appeared transformed, bewilderment washing over her. Truly beautiful, on the high walls, Yu and Kalia stood silently, gazing at the resplendent woman upon the imperial dais, who smiled softly. With a sigh, Kalia remarked, "Though I do not particularly favor her, I must concede that at this very moment, this queen, standing in the highest echelons of the empire, is likely the most radiant woman in the world. Like a flower blooming in full splendor, a phoenix among a flock of birds, she exudes charisma. Ah, now that she is addressed as Sir, a gift must be bestowed." Yu smiled gently at the unparalleled queen upon the imperial dais, then produced the sacred artifact that Aisha had previously given him, acquired from the Knight Commander Russell, a cross necklace, aglow with holy light, imbued with the power of faith. This is a divine relic, of great significance. Each is entrusted to the leaders of the respective ecclesiastical nations. The role of Russell is that of a combatant, capable of significantly enhancing one's strength and defensive capabilities, providing a formidable shield against fatal injuries, among a plethora of splendid attributes. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to unleash an absolute defense for self-preservation. In the hands of a player, it would undoubtedly be a coveted piece of top-tier equipment, likely to evoke tears of longing. However, for Yu, it holds little significance. He looks down upon the gifts bestowed by the gods, considering it merely a trivial toy. Nonchalantly, he tossed aside the precious holy artifact and proceeded to gather the crucifix necklace into his palm, gradually tightening his grip, with a series of crisp snaps. What ought to be a rare treasure imbued with mysterious power, resistant to destruction and too precious to obliterate, shattered slowly beneath an overwhelming force, transforming into specks of luminous light that soared into the heavens. Had the sacred artifact been destroyed? How could this be possible? Does Aisha possess such power? Where, indeed, does her strength originate? Os is dead. Alas. The fate decreed by our master has been thrown into disarray. Where is the destined individual now? How shall we proceed? Chapter 20. The future of hidden professions. In the holy nation, within the grand cathedral, an elderly man clutching a tome suffused with holy light suddenly froze. A page was inexplicably extracted from the serene book in his hands, dissipating into glimmers of light. He furrowed his brow and sighed softly, his murky old eyes filled with confusion as he gazed intently at the statues of the gods before him. Murmuring in a trance, a chilling sensation crept over him, as if an invisible hand were manipulating everything, ruthlessly dismantling and rewriting the originally smooth plans and established destinies. However, at that moment, he abruptly halted. As if sensing something amiss, he withdrew his scattered thoughts and turned towards the window. Boom, boom, boom. Something seemed to transpire in the nearby Calamity paradise, ominous and oppressive magical energy reaching into the adjacent holy nation. The ground itself appeared to resonate with an imperceptible tremor. Demons have emerged. The demon Lord of Calamity has arrived. He lowered his gaze, sighing softly. Where are the heroes of salvation? Alas. Yet, this presents a target to shift our focus upon. Perhaps this war, which has been erroneous from its inception, can finally cease. Behold. What is that? My wounds have healed. What manner of power is this? Has heaven manifested? It feels reminiscent of the divine power of the holy nation. But how could the holy nation support the queen? The queen has been acknowledged. Divine grace has descended. A miracle. The queen is indeed a wise ruler. Long live Queen Aisha. Long live the empire. As the queen ascended the lofty imperial platform, surveying the nation, suddenly, the heavens and earth trembled, radiant light enveloping all. The sacred power transformed into specks of luminescence, cascading from the dome above, warm and tranquil, soothing the people's ailments and suffering, fortifying their strength, and awakening their will. Amidst the swirling, sacred halo, the queen of the majestic dome appeared ethereal, like a deity. On this extraordinary day, it seemed as if heaven and earth were collectively bestowing their blessings upon her. She was the chosen sovereign, whose worthiness had been acknowledged by the world after enduring numerous trials and tribulations. In that fleeting moment, all present felt compelled to bow in reverence, moved by an overwhelming respect. In their hearts, they increasingly recognized the new monarch of the empire. However, Miss Aisha did not share the common belief in deities or in the notion of fate as so fervently preached by the church. If such entities truly existed, as the doctrine suggested, the world would not be rife with sorrowful and poignant human suffering, nor would she have to endure such profound despair. She placed her faith solely in herself, trusting only in reality. Yet, as she basked in the divine radiance, absorbing the reverence of the populace, she was acutely aware of the architect behind it all. In the empire, there was but one individual capable of such feats, one who would act in her favor, the very person who had just crowned her. Enveloped in the blessings of heaven and earth, Aisha's eyes grew somewhat hazy and dazzled, the warmth enveloping her as though she were cradled in the embrace of her mentor, making the moment feel as exquisite as a dream. Quite the illusionist, indeed. Nightwing observed the sacred spectacle of blessings within the City of Radiance. His gaze lowered slightly as he sighed softly. He had shattered the church's holy artifact, harnessing its energy to orchestrate this magnificent display. He, too, could achieve such grandeur, and could even bestow upon this empire a power far more formidable. However, the outward manifestation would lack the sanctity of light, possibly yielding adverse effects if taken at face value. Regardless, this toy held little value. It could be seen as the church's penance to Aisha for its misdeeds. Thus, with the queen's coronation and the demise of the false king, the saga of the imperial struggle for supremacy reached a definitive conclusion. Compared to another timeline, this outcome was entirely different. The so-called fate was merely a charade devised by those with greater power to manipulate the hearts of men. Nightwing lowered his gaze, looking northward, his vision seemingly transcending the city to glimpse far-off horizons. Smiling gently, a visitor approaches. Clea paused at his words. Was a patron arriving at the tavern? She and her brother Knight had already resolved to embark on a journey across the continent. They had entrusted the tavern to a reliable elder to oversee its affairs. Who, then, could this visitor be seeking her brother? No need. Nightwing chuckled softly, shaking his head. The guest is rather impolite. A lesson is in order. Let us be on our way. He cast one last glance at the resplendent queen atop the highest spire of the City of Radiance, receiving the homage of her subjects, before withdrawing his gaze. Gently ruffling the girl's hair, he spoke kindly. "All right." The dark elf girl could hardly contain her excitement, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. They were about to leave the Empire's most bustling city, departing from the pivotal place of Clea's fate, and vacating the tavern that housed so many cherished memories. Yet, she felt not a trace of reluctance. Forsooth, the sweet journey of two is about to commence. The simple-minded dark elf girl remains blissfully unaware that the rude guest mentioned by Yi is not the patron of their tavern, but rather the calamity of the lost paradise. A chilling wind howls, and ominous clouds obscure the heavens. In this land of disaster, a sinister and frigid magic erupts, further infusing the already bleak soil with an air of peril. The epicenter of this magical eruption, ripples of space swirl, gradually materializing into a shadowy figure. Ha ha ha. He lifts his gaze to the floating calamity of the lost paradise above, observing the obsidian steps that lead to the sky, a ghastly smile creeping across his visage. "Oh, sacred ground of calamity, let me behold the supreme force that brings the world to its end, the power it possesses." As his whispers linger, the atmosphere shifts dramatically, and a profound magic surges forth in an instant. "Undying warriors, souls entombed beneath the earth, heed my summons, arise." The azure flames of soul flicker, accompanied by the erupting magic and a hoarse murmur. Clack, clack, clack. The jarring sound of bone upon bone resonates. From the desolate soil, staggering figures forged of white bone emerge, one by one, clawing their way out. 1, 2, 3, a dense swarm, seemingly endless. Centered around him, they spread outward. An infinite legion of bones awakens from the threshold of life and death, rallying around their king, instilling an overwhelming sense of despairing terror merely by their presence. "Lord Guy, what is this? By the heavens, are we to be besieged? There are far too many of these creatures. What shall we do?" The elite players of the Calamity faction gawk in disbelief at the skeletal army gathering below, resembling a horde of locusts. Their expressions are filled with horror. This dark mass of undead appears far more calamitous than they. The undead catastrophe? Has it entered the world so swiftly? Etion had initially intended to tease Han Ming about being robbed of his level reward. However, he, along with all the players, stood transfixed, gazing at the ominous throng of undead below. Furrowing his brow, he murmured softly, deep in thought. Although somewhat astonished, being a reborn player, he possessed a discerning eye. With a single glance, he recognized the identity of the newcomer. The undead catastrophe, the king of the undead. Sal's, this formidable boss, jointly hunted by players and saviors mid-game, hails from the desolate Gobi in the northwest, the icy peaks of the polar regions. Having been steeped in the undead curse for a millennium, he wields the power to summon the deceased and command the undead in the grand event of the undead catastrophe. He leads a horde of undead akin to locusts, invading and ravaging the entire continent. The curse of the undead grants them a body devoid of pain and an unwavering will to march forth. The powerful and fearless army of Calamity obliterates all that they encounter in their path. Even legendary powerhouses above level 90 would not dare to flaunt their might amidst the inexorable tide of the Scourge Legion. Orcs, humans, dwarves, elves, all races of Middle-earth have been affected to varying degrees. Countless beings have perished, their forms reduced to mere bones, only to be tainted by the curse of undeath, transforming into the undead and joining the ranks of the Scourge, once again wielding their blades against former comrades. The terrifying undead plague spiraled out of control, eluding any semblance of management. Day after day, players found themselves engaged in relentless battles against skeletons. The ceaseless horde of the undead was simply beyond reckoning. The horrific undead scourge became a veritable nightmare for NPCs, a presence capable of silencing even the cries of children. It was not until the arrival of the burgeoning saviors, armed with the will of the gods and artifacts capable of dispelling the curse of undeath, that the disparate powers of the continent united, ceasing their conflicts to jointly direct their efforts against the Scourge Legion in concert with the players. They ultimately vanquished the undead king, Sal's, the formidable boss. Nevertheless, even in his demise, he left an indelible mark upon this world. Since the player's arrival, the ultimate calamity, the Dragon of the End, has yet to make an appearance in the rankings of significant events. When considering influence, strength, and destructive power among other criteria, this undead king undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of Dark Lords. However, in this iteration, the game has only just begun. The fastest leveling players have scarcely reached level 30. How could this formidable entity appear so soon? Moreover, what brings him to this place? This is the lost paradise of Calamity. It is the sacred ground of disaster created by their master. Their master is the ultimate boss, and the Scourge Legion along with the Undead King are destined to be the targets of retribution. Strictly speaking, They belong to the same faction. Why does this undead king choose to abandon his Scourge Legion's invasion of the continent to pursue a path here with such fervor? It seems he is not here in search of an alliance. Gazing upon the throngs of the undead army below, Etion let out a gentle sigh, feeling somewhat helpless, if none among them are virtuous. Then why not unite to avoid being systematically dismantled by the saviors in the future? He has long pondered the significance of faction quest. In his previous life, players did not adhere to factions, and thus, there were no such quests to speak of. However, this life is different. The Master has created the sacred ground of Calamity, offering players the choice of corruption. The followers of Calamity, the holy devotees, and the neutral free players form three distinct groups. While neutral players receive no significant rewards, they enjoy greater freedom. The other two factions, beyond their daily faction quests and enemy-slaying tasks, also have a legendary quest to seek and recruit the rumored saviors. He is aware of several saviors from his past life. They are akin to protagonists endowed with a fateful halo, with exceptional talent, an extraordinary demeanor, and a constant influx of opportunities. It is hardly surprising that the nation seeks their aid. The divine command to vanquish the ultimate apocalyptic calamity cannot be fulfilled without the powers of those destined to be saviors. On the other hand, the forces of disaster are on a quest to locate the dark sovereign of calamity, seeking out those loathed by fate and shunned by the world, inviting them to join the lost paradise of despair. After all, where there are saviors, there must also be the malevolent Dark Lords they vanquish. In his previous life, Etion did not encounter a title such as Dark Lord, but he believed it referred to the search for formidable antagonists, aiming to recruit them into their ranks to oppose these holy figures. Prior to the grand event, he had planned to enlist the sorrowful Queen Aisha as a worthy candidate. However, an intervention from the Master altered her fate entirely, elevating her to the status of a revered queen, thus rendering her need to serve as a Dark Lord unnecessary. Yet now, before him looms an overwhelming army of the undead, led by the legendary Dark Sovereign of the Undead, who was also on his list of potential Dark Lords. However, the current situation seemed somewhat amiss. This fellow's premature emergence was one thing, but it appeared he bore ill intentions. Was this individual directionally challenged? Could he not see that the nation was right next door? What is this? He intends to attack us, a bone dragon? A level 90 legendary creature. Is this even within our capability to confront? Etion was oblivious to Salza's thoughts, just as the latter would not pause his advance for anyone. Amidst the horrified gazes of all players, the ground trembled, the earth caved in, and dust swirled as an enormous, shadowy magical array manifested upon the scorched terrain. Radiating a dim glow, a colossal figure began to emerge. Inch by inch, from the magical circle, the immense bony wings shuddered violently, engulfed in flickering azure flames, while sharp, bony claws erupted from the earth, rending a massive fissure across the ground. From the depths arose a figure that instilled despair in the hearts of all. With a deafening roar, the eerie bone dragon lifted its head, unleashing a chilling, despair-laden howl. Despite its wings being mere bones without flesh, they effortlessly supported its heavy skeletal form, allowing it to ascend into the sky. The bustling army of bones swarmed around, as the bone dragon soared high into the air. Ascended to the same altitude as the floating lost paradise of Calamity, its terrifying eyes, ablaze with azure flames, fixated on the players standing atop that realm of despair. With an impolite greeting, the unwelcome guest acknowledged the masters of this domain in his own manner. What is that? Haha, it seems the Calamity faction has been attacked. A bone dragon? The undead? This is far too much. Are they coming to attack us? What on earth is happening? The malevolent whims of the Lord of Calamity manifest in the juxtaposition of the paradise lost of disaster, established beside the theocratic realm that stands in absolute opposition to it. The two are irreconcilable neighbors. Indeed, the moment the devout believers step foot outside the sacred confines of their holy domain, they are greeted by the ominous horizon of the paradise lost. Naturally, the immense disturbances emanating from that realm are also visible to them. The skeletal dragon soaring through the air, though a creature of the undead, exudes an aura of terror that rivals that of a true dragon. They stand by, observing, consumed by a myriad of emotions. Schadenfreude, anxiety, curiosity, a cacophony of thoughts envelopes them. Alas, is this for real? What in the world is happening? Not to mention the terrifying skeletal dragon before them. Even the ordinary undead soldiers crawling up the stairs below are far beyond the capabilities of players at their current level. Why? Etion gazes at the unfolding situation, letting out a resigned sigh. Has the game changed so drastically that the system intervenes, summoning a boss to engage them in mutual slaughter, thereby forcibly realigning the world's narrative? He muses in silence. This undead boss is simply not something they can contend with at present. Even they, as the embodiments of the Calamity are currently ill-equipped for such a confrontation. This is a conflict of an entirely different magnitude. The fearsome skeletal dragon roars, its hollow azure eyes surveying the entirety of the Paradise Lost, its oppressive gaze causing the assembled players to tremble. What are we to do? Unbeknownst to them, however, the true objective of the approaching entity is not to engage with these mere ants. O King of Calamity, let me witness your mettle that a figure, seemingly insignificant compared to the colossal skeletal dragon, stands quietly atop its head. Unless one were to look closely, it might easily go unnoticed. A tattered cloak billows in the wind. A sword of ice clutched in hand, clad in armor and a silver helm, with its visage obscured, revealing only a pair of flickering azure flames for eyes. It does not cast a glance at the diverse expressions on the high platform, but instead fixates upon the imposing black dragon statue that obscures the sky. Gazing at the statue, those eyes, even in stillness, radiate an aura of terrifying authority. A low chuckle escapes its lips, accompanied by a raspy whisper. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupts as the skeletal dragon obeys its master's command, thrusting its head skyward and unleashing a deafening bellow. Following this, amidst the horrified gazes of all the disciples of Calamity, a breath imbued with malice, decay, and plague gathers within its maw. Flee. Utilize the teleportation portal. Depart from this place. Etion curses under his breath, suddenly regaining his composure, and promptly shouts at the surrounding players. This unfortunate undead king is short-sighted. How foolish to think of self-destruction. It is no wonder it was ultimately vanquished. This terrifying level 90 skeletal dragon, with a mere attack, could spell doom for them all. To perish within their own territory, losing experience and equipment, would be utterly humiliating. Yet, at this moment, it seems that such a fate is indeed imminent. In an instant, faced with the terrifying skeletal dragon, all the players present found themselves in a state of disarray. However, just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the floating realm of Calamity, shaking the very earth beneath them. Players attempting to teleport away were abruptly halted. What followed was a spectacle that reshaped their understanding. The statue of the Black Dragon, which enveloped and protected the entire domain of disaster, seemed to ripple with an unusual power. Its eyes, glowing with a sinister crimson light, radiated an imposing aura. Whoosh! In the next moment, some players merely glimpsed a flash of light as a figure swiftly darted past them, hurtling towards the menacing skeletal dragon poised to unleash its necrotic breath. Boom! A tremendous force erupted instantaneously. The skeletal dragon's jaw was forcefully struck upwards, its gathered breath severed and swallowed back down. Hiss! Incredible! That statue resembles the moves of the esteemed master, Lu. That must be the power of a hidden profession. Can we choose such professions in the future? As the figures that had collided came to a standstill, the players finally beheld the visage of the one who interrupted the skeletal dragon. It was a sight they had encountered many times before. The Dragonman statue. The Dragonman statues representing various legacies in the realm of Calamity. At this moment, they appeared to have been activated. Their eyes flickered with a red glow, quivering slightly before transforming into streaks of light and vanishing from sight. Their target was none other than the impolite visitor to this domain, the undead king, Sals, along with his skeletal dragon and his necrotic army. There were a total of 21 Dragonman statues in the realm of Calamity, each distinct in appearance and form, arrayed before the places representing various powers. The players had seen them countless times. The Dragonman forms of the 4 heralds of Calamity bore a striking resemblance to one another. This was hardly surprising. Each statue represented a hidden special profession endowed with the power of Calamity. In contrast to the ethereal piety of the church, the means of acquisition here were straightforward and direct. Calamity faction points. As long as one possessed sufficient Calamity faction points, they could exchange them for the gifts of Calamity. This was the aspiration of countless players in the Calamity faction, and now, these Dragonman statues were demonstrating to these players just how formidable the hidden professions they pursued could be. 2 robust Dragonman statues stood poised, one on either side of the skeletal dragon, engaging in close-quarters combat with fists and feet, each strike reverberating with bone-crushing force. Amidst the flurry of movement, the jarring sounds of impact echoed relentlessly. Dazzling skills and relentless martial attacks dazzled the eyes. Fragments of bone flew as the once awe-inspiring skeletal dragon, now reduced to chaos, roared in fury, attacking wildly. Its cumbersome form resembled a massive punching bag, continuously subjected to relentless assault. Amidst the scene, dragon-like figures stood suspended in midair, their profound and resonant magical energy coalescing within their claws, resembling formidable magical artillery as they relentlessly unleashed barrages upon the seemingly endless horde of undead below. Each strike claimed a swath of decayed bones, instantly reversing the tide of battle. These dragon statues, with their abrupt intervention, proved to be rather impolite guests. The players present were left in a state of astonishment. Han Ming, this, even Yi Tian, who had always been the mastermind behind the scenes, found himself taken aback by the sight before him. He had never anticipated that such guardians would remain within the sacred domain created by his master. No wonder the Church of Light, so close in proximity, had never dared to encroach upon their territory. Observing the formidable dragon statues before him, he could not help but call out to Han Ming beside him. Today, they were the only two left within the sanctum, while Lu had inexplicably vanished into the chaos. However, he felt certain that after today, both would come to regret their choices. Han Ming's expression remained as cold and unyielding as ever, devoid of emotion, utterly ignoring Yi Tian's call. Following his gaze, Yi Tian's eyes were drawn to a dragon-like figure with blood-red eyes, brandishing a bloodied sword, as it leaped fiercely from the realm of despair. The sword struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble, debris scattering in all directions, accompanied by a deafening roar as the land collapsed beneath it. Magical energy surged forth, and an endless torrent of black flames erupted, incinerating all surrounding undead into mere ashes. This was the dragon statue representing Han Ming. Still my best. They exchanged glances, ultimately focusing on the elegant figure gliding amidst the enemy ranks, hands clasped in prayer, surrounded by a swirling inferno that consumed all in its vicinity. With a light chuckle, they whispered, "The power bestowed upon them by our master. It is the mightiest force in this world, after all." It was a creation that Yi Yu had meticulously prepared over the course of many years. Naturally, the realm of despair could not merely be a floating platform. He had infused each dragon statue with strength capable of contending with the most formidable beings of the age. When necessary, they would activate, safeguarding the realm of despair from harm. Each dragon statue possessed unique strengths, representing the pinnacle of various catastrophic professions. The undead and their legions were indeed formidable, an unending horde, terrifying bone dragons, and the eerie curses of the undead. Should such a military force choose to invade the Church of Light, it would not merely spell destruction for them. Inflicting severe damage would be a trivial matter. However, for the dragon statues, which were equally powerful yet comprised of unique life forms, such threats held little sway. In a certain sense, they could be seen as countered. 21 dragon statues, like wolves among sheep, reveled in battle with effortless grace and dominance. They strode through the battlefield as if it were their own domain, obliterating all they beheld, showcasing what it truly meant to wield the pinnacle of power as the harbingers of catastrophe. The players of the Calamity faction stood in a state of bewilderment, their eyes filled with a longing for the formidable and resplendent power before them. Ha ha ha! How magnificent! How splendid! How extraordinary! Despite the fact that the skeletal dragon had been continuously thwarted, and the Scourge army below was being systematically annihilated, the Lich King, standing atop the skeletal dragon and swaying as he endured the blows, remained utterly unfazed, a maddening grin etched upon his face. He paid no heed to the imposing and powerful draconic statues, instead fixating on the black dragon statue that loomed over the sky in the Garden of Calamity. Whispering hoarsely to himself, in the next moment, from the shadows behind him, a surge of magic materialized, and the eerie draconic statue took form, a short dagger delicately poised against his throat. The manifestation of the draconic statue, representing the power of the Azure, had occurred. With a swift motion, the Lich King, adorned with a silver helm and a tattered cloak, who commanded all the undead and the Scourge army, found his head severed from his body. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. The skeletal dragon froze midair, and all the undead and Scourge soldiers stood motionless, akin to lifeless clay, frozen in place. Similarly, the draconic statues flickered and returned to the Garden of Calamity, each to its own hallowed ground. Was this the end? The players exchanged glances, a look of bewilderment plastered across their faces as they beheld the aftermath. The immobile Scourge army and the motionless draconic statues. If not for the lingering tremors of battle, they might have believed they had merely witnessed a fleeting dream. Everything concluded with remarkable speed, as though it were but a farce. All the players of the Calamity faction found themselves in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the cause of the undead invasion or the outcome of the battle. Yet this was of little consequence. The battle had been exhilarating. They gazed longingly at the draconic statues, now returned to their positions, for these statues had just presented them with a spectacular performance. It was as if they glimpsed the pinnacle of their own futures. In another realm, shrouded in darkness, eerie and profound, an eternal black flame flickered and burned fiercely, subtly outlining the silhouette of an indescribable colossal figure. At that moment, ripples coursed through the space, and a figure slowly emerged. With his arrival, It seemed as though he brought something extraordinary to this realm, a heavy aura of death, as if countless wailing spirits mourned behind him, embodying despair and desolation. This was a style entirely distinct from the originally pure and oppressive darkness of the space. It was none other than the impolite guest from the Garden of Calamity, the Lich King, Sals. The cerulean flames of his soul danced within his eye sockets. Upon entering this realm, he appeared momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings with keen interest. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the area before him, the domain enveloped in black flames. Suddenly, a weighty, domineering fear enveloped him, as if an immense pressure could crush one's very soul. In the pitch-black expanse, a pair of crimson eyes abruptly opened. The shadowy figure, once obscured by darkness, began to manifest its form. A jet-black dragon, the terminus of the world, the harbinger of apocalyptic calamity, an indescribable terror. With a slight lowering of his gaze, he remained impassive, quietly surveying the visitor who had entered this obsidian realm. O King of Destruction, a profound dread seeped deep into the soul. The perspective from afar and the proximity of closeness were undeniably disparate. Merely locking eyes with this entity, Sals felt as though his immortal resolve was being violently shaken, as if he could be effortlessly reduced to dust. Such thoughts instantaneously flickered through his mind. Yet, he harbored no trace of fear. Instead, there was an exhilarating madness. How resplendent! How perfect! The flames of his soul burned fiercely as he gazed in rapture upon the black dragon, the epitome of the world's end. Like a fervent zealot, he beheld his faith, O King who brings about the world's demise. You are exalted, you are magnificent, you are immortal. Your power is unparalleled, your grandeur unmatched. Your Majesty, I am the forsaken monster of this world, the cursed undead, the wretched spirit scorned by the divine and forgotten by fate. Although the black dragon uttered no words and made no moves, Sals was utterly unconcerned, kneeling devoutly and speaking to himself. I have come to seek the truth of death. O Majesty, please permit me to join the realm of obliteration, for death is the essence of eternity. Your Majesty, I am willing to bring the faith of eternal death to this world. Lord Guy, what shall we do? How do we handle these monsters? What is happening here? Is another grand event about to unfold? What of the leaders among the skeletons? From the undead incursion, the ascension of the bone dragon, to the awakening of statues, clashes of battle, culminating in the assassination of the undead king, the return of the Dragonman statue, and the stalling of the undead Calamity Legion. All of these harrowing events transpired within the briefest span of time. The players felt little sense of involvement, merely watching, perplexed and bewildered, uncertain whether this was an opportunity or a peril, unclear as to the purpose of the undead's arrival, and ignorant of what the future might hold. How should they address the current situation? With eyes filled with questions, they instinctively turned to the player leaders of the Calamity faction, Yi and Han Ming. Yi himself was somewhat bewildered. He gazed at the myriad of Calamity legions, dense as locusts, beneath the banner of the Lost Paradise, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Although he had witnessed the decapitation of the Dragonman statue, in truth, as a formidable super boss whose influence had once reverberated across the continent, the undead King Sals was not so easily vanquished. His existence was indeed terrifying, the undying, the sovereign tainted by the curse of immortality. He is devoid of the attribute of life. He cannot perish, even when his body is crushed and his soul severed. He remains impervious to death. This frenzied immortal, empowered by his unyielding physique and the formidable curse of undying, wreaks havoc with a calamity akin to a natural disaster, fervently pursuing his belief that death is eternal, that death is the ultimate truth. This doctrine permeated the entirety of the continent. It was not until the Savior wielded a relic capable of eradicating the curse of immortality that he was ultimately purified. Presently, this unfortunate soul has invaded halfway, vanishing after having his neck severed, leaving behind a chaotic mess. Etion remains uncertain whether this entity is friend or foe, and is at a loss regarding the course of action to take. However, at that moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted not far from the Paradise Lost. A serene and sacred beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating the scorched earth. Bathed in its radiance, imbued with blessings and hope, the rhythmic sound of hooves began to resonate clearly in the air. The neighing of white steeds and the gleaming silver armor reflecting the divine light heralded the arrival of a regiment of holy knights, their presence imposing and orderly, gradually coming into view. By the heavens! The Holy Knight Order? Are they never-ending? Are they here to strike us again? After the onslaught of the undead, now the Church's forces arrive. I'm at my wit's end. Observing the swift approach of the indomitable Holy Knights, the calamity-stricken players hovering above Paradise Lost were equally taken aback. First the undead calamity, now the holy knights. Today, Paradise Lost is truly bustling with activity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the holy knights arriving in the rear do not target this accursed sanctuary that incites revulsion among all believers. Instead, the church proclaims, demons have emerged, wreaking havoc upon the world. The divine bestows mercy upon all beings, and we, the church, execute the will of the gods, purging the vile and malevolent entities to safeguard the harmony and stability of the continent. With the church's reputation tarnished, the second prince slain, and Aisha unable to manage the situation, the imperial forces find themselves in a stalemate. The church is now caught in a dilemma reminiscent of riding a tiger. The emergence of Sal's serves as the perfect distraction for the church. Shifting their focus, they direct their attention toward the ominous and sinister demons. This not only halts the standoff in the war, but also preserves their sullied reputation. They are currently ill-equipped to confront the apocalyptic calamity. However, dealing with this newly arisen undead malevolence should pose no significant challenge, or so they presume. The valiant knights charge forth in righteous assault against the immobile army of the undead, illuminated by the sacred light of blessings. Appearing as if they are an avenging force descended from the heavens, they penetrate the ranks of the undead as though slicing through vegetables, annihilating the surrounding undead entities. Ha 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 ha. Yet, at this juncture, a cacophony of maniacal laughter, reminiscent of a broken gong, echoed across the skies. The very fabric of space rippled in response. The tattered cloak billowed in the wind, while the frostbitten sword, adorned with a skull, emanated waves of chilling aura. Within the silver helm, the flame of souls flickered, surveying all beneath, soaring like a deity. The once decapitated king of the undead, carved by the statue of the dragon folk, now stood resplendently in the sky, miraculously intact. Moreover, he was transformed, in that fleeting moment, gazing upon the figure in the heavens, resembling an evil god. An inexplicable sensation washed over all players who had previously encountered him. They could not articulate how he was different. No one knew what he had experienced in those brief minutes. Yet, undeniably, he was no longer the monarch who commanded the legions of the undead. Death is eternity. Death is truth. Sal's gazed down upon the players, the knights, and his endless horde of undead. A gentle smile graced his lips as he raspily murmured "I" in the next instant, with a sudden burst. The previously motionless undead, seemingly resigned to their fate, jolted violently, the azure flames of their souls flickering wildly in their eye sockets. Simultaneously, the insatiable black flames blazed fiercely around their forms, adding an ominous air of danger. Bang! A knight's greatsword struck fiercely against a skeletal soldier. The force of this blow, moments before, would have easily shattered these seemingly fragile undead. However, this time, the impact resonated with a sound akin to steel colliding. Crack! Accompanied by the unsettling sound of grinding bones, the previously motionless undead gently shook its cracked arm, rigidly turned its head, and the flickering flames in its eye sockets reflected the knight's horrified visage. The spear in its grasp thrust fiercely toward the knight's chest. Similar scenes unfolded in various corners, for the king had returned, and the slumbering undead army had naturally awakened. Moreover, they had grown even stronger. An individual undead may be inconsequential, sluggish, and stiff in movement. Yet when 10, 100, 1,000, an infinite multitude emerged, everything transformed. At an unknown moment, a knight, distracted in battle, was pierced through the lower back by a lurking undead, and in the blink of an eye, the opportunity for escape vanished, swallowed by the tide of undead, their cries gradually fading into silence. When all had settled, what remained was merely a brand new undead clad in shattered armor. Is it you? The malevolent one. Among the knights, some wielded their lances, sweeping through the ranks, invincible and dazzling. The Aelan knight pierced through 3 undead soldiers with a single strike, yet his expression was grave. Observing the relentless advance of the undead army and the plight of his beleaguered comrades, his brow furrowed deeply. The battle had begun to feel amiss, and the reason for it all lay with that figure in the sky, the very target of the holy decree from the kingdom, the malevolent one who wreaked havoc upon the world, the undead, a being that should not exist in this realm. However, this time, he sensed an ominous feeling emanating from his opponent. His keen senses were incessantly alerting him. This individual might prove to be more formidable than any malevolent beings he had ever vanquished. Nevertheless, steadfast in his bravery, integrity, and perseverance, the noble knight commander would not falter. With radiant combat skills, he fixed his solemn and unwavering gaze upon Sal suspended in midair. His divine aura surging violently, he hurled his massive knight's spear with great force. The lance, imbued with holy light, tore through the air at an unbelievable speed, flashing like a streak of light. Carrying tremendous power, It vanished in an instant, reaching Sal's chest in the blink of an eye. Such might could likely pierce through him directly. Yet clink. The indomitable knight's lance, forged from the finest steel of the Holy Kingdom, seemed to encounter an unseen force just before making contact with Sal's, as if halted by a mysterious power, losing all momentum and coming to a standstill before Sal's gaze. With a casual wave of his hand, Sal sent the lance flying away. How could this be possible? Although Aelin's strength was not particularly outstanding among the knight commanders of the Holy Kingdom, he certainly was no ordinary warrior. He prided himself on being one of the most formidable fighters around. Never had he witnessed anyone so effortlessly deflect his full-force attack. Yet, before he could process this astonishment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth beneath him. What came into view was the sinister visage of a skeletal dragon. Its breath swept over him, and its claws descended with a resounding crash. Suddenly, he felt as if the Holy Kingdom had erred once more. Though they were following the divine will, why did it seem otherwise? Was this the end? This was undeniably the epicenter of the unfolding calamity. However, the players of the disaster faction stood once again as mere spectators. They stared blankly at the brutal battlefield below, exchanging glances as if seeking confirmation. Below, the clashing swords shattered, horses lamented, and the once mighty knights, who had ridden forth bathed in holy light, now stood devoid of divine radiance. What remained were only the tattered undead in ragged armor. Even the renowned knight commander, who could single-handedly face 1,000 foes, perished within the terrifying breath of that skeletal dragon. The holy knights dispatched by the Holy Kingdom to execute the purge were entirely obliterated. Goodness, were these undead, who had been so ruthlessly beaten by the dragon statue, truly this formidable? The players gazed in astonishment at the figure standing quietly in midair, the epicenter of all events, the king of the undead. Sal's, uncertain of what he had endured or what had brought him here, they watched as he cast a glance toward the vast site of calamity. After a mere moment, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Below, the undead scourge, along with the skeletal dragon, gradually sank into the ground, accompanied by a gray magical circle, disappearing from sight. Were it not for the harrowing battlefield, the menacing terrain, and the shattered remnants of armor, it is likely that no one would ever know what transpired here. Yet, at this very moment, the players are hardly able to concern themselves with such reflections, for suddenly, boom, boom, boom. A cacophony erupted from the floating realm of the Calamity's lost paradise, and the land beneath their feet trembled. From the depths of the earth, a towering palace of bones ascended, nestled in the shadow of a colossal dragon. Within this palace stood a statue, an exact likeness of the undying king. Sal's, silently observing amidst the surrounding skeletal branches, exuding an ominous aura of decay and death. Concurrently, the faction system notification unexpectedly appeared before all players of the Calamity faction. The Calamity's master, the undying king, Sal's, join the Calamity's lost paradise. Receive Calamity faction points. 500. Calamity faction unlocks race transformation. Undead. Adventurers may enter the Master's Chapel of Bone to make changes. Note: transformation is irreversible. A significant event, Undead Cataclysm, has commenced. Please select a faction. 1. Divine Holy Kingdom. 2. Undead Cataclysm. The notifications cascaded in rapid succession, momentarily leaving the players transfixed, their expressions blank as they grappled with the enormity of these revelations. Had they not done anything at all? Since the onset of the undead invasion, they had merely been spectators, watching the conflict between the undead and the draconic statues, as well as the holy knights of the kingdom. Chapter 22. The Master of Sinners, Race Transformation, Major Event. Is this truly the Master of Calamity referenced in the legendary faction quest? A comrade, no less? The Undying King. How magnificent! Long live the Calamity faction. The ability to change races? Splendid. Another major event has begun. I shall undoubtedly choose Undead Cataclysm. Ha ha ha. It seems our Calamity faction now boasts its own NPCs. If I transform into an undead, will I still have the option to revert to a draconic form in the future? I still feel that the Dragonkin are superior. The day's events unfolded with twists and turns, filled with numerous bewildering aspects, yet the journey itself held little significance for them. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Players, now regaining their composure, laughed with excitement, some checking their rewards, others selecting their new faction for the significant event, while many surged toward the newly unveiled structures within the Calamity's lost paradise. The game was ever-evolving, ushering in fresh content. That ominous and enigmatic Undying King had aligned with the Calamity faction. However, the task of enlisting the Master was not one to be undertaken alone. Thus the faction points were shared among all present players, in contrast to the Holy Kingdom. While the Calamity faction possessed an unparalleled leader, the embodiment of the world's end, The fragmentation was too severe, the chaos overwhelming, and the foundation too shallow, beyond the intangible presence of the Calamity's master, who was merely a figure of spiritual belief. The only remaining entities were the players themselves, not a single other NPC in sight. At long last, they have welcomed their inaugural Demon Lord, the first NPC of Calamity. Players are even presented with the option to change their race, igniting a flicker of envy among some. Does this signify the emergence of a brand new legacy? With the addition of the first Demon Lord, might it also herald the arrival of a second, third, fourth, and a myriad of other formidable and enigmatic harbingers of disaster? The populace is brimming with anticipation. This haven of calamity far surpasses the rigid and austere teachings of the Church. The Calamity faction is truly magnificent. The second prince has been assassinated, and the killer turns out to be a player. The first major event reaches its conclusion. Who, indeed, is Tsong? A master among the common folk. A new king rises, achieving fame in an instant, surpassing the four great saints, the four embodiments of calamity. Top players share insights, strategies for the eternal instance. A significant update to the Paradise Lost of Calamity, welcoming the first formidable NPC of disaster, the Undead King Sals. Introducing a brand new race exclusive to Calamity, the Undead. Detailed introduction. A new grand event unfolds, the war between the Church and the Undead King. In the span of a single day, numerous occurrences transpired across the continent. The hidden second prince was slain, the major event concluded, and the mysterious assassin player, Tung, began to make a name for himself. In the imperial capital of the Hiss Empire, the Grand Princess was officially crowned queen amidst an extraordinary omen. The Paradise Lost of Calamity joyfully welcomed its first powerful demon lord, the Undead King, providing players with a new choice in race. The Church has abandoned its holy war, now turning its efforts towards the extermination of the undead. As a new grand event unfolds, the major event acted as a lit fuse, igniting the once tranquil continent of 26, as fate began to shift. The long-dormant heroes, shrouded in schemes and intertwining forces, gradually emerged into view. Discussions surrounding these events surged on player forums, with players eagerly engaging in discourse about the novel and arcane elements of the game. Completely unprepared for the unfolding of unforeseen events, the breathtaking and grandiose battle scenes. The authentic game world is utterly enchanting. Even the weakest of minions cannot dampen the fervor of these individuals. Though in the realm of true events, NPCs possess overwhelming strength, leaving players largely relegated to the role of event triggers, with little sense of participation. However, in the aftermath of these grand events, within the projection world of the Eternal Instance, highly creative players are afforded a vastly different experience. Once a major event concludes, those who perished in the real world transform into significantly weakened bosses, awaiting players' challenges in the Eternal Projection world. For instance, in the instance of the Royal Turmoil, players can engage in combat with the likes of Emperor Haluan, Master Tustin, and Knight Commander Russell. In the final instance of the Dual Kings conflict, they can experience a legendary player like Hong, evading the guardianship of NPCs to assassinate the boss, the second prince. For instance, in the realm of the Empire's battlefield instance, players have the opportunity to confront formidable generals of the military and challenge the Knights of the Holy Legion. Upon successfully overcoming their initial trials, they are rewarded handsomely. Of course, such experiences cannot truly compare to participating in grand events. After the completion of the inaugural major event, players have gleaned a general understanding of the overarching rules. Although this particular gaming format can feel somewhat disjointed and awkward, they swiftly cast aside any feelings of discord and immerse themselves in the captivating world of the game. At present, the most fervent and enthusiastic players belong to the Cataclysm faction. This faction inherently possesses powerful special classes and unique abilities, rendering the grand events largely irrelevant to them. Subsequently, a legendary Cataclysm Demon Lord was introduced, ushering in new racial transformations and unveiling glimpses of the future of certain Cataclysm special classes. Despite the fact that their revered Cataclysm Lord has not made an appearance in quite some time, the players of this faction remain filled with anticipation for the future. Their numbers have surged, with newcomers emerging from the novice village predominantly opting for the seemingly villainous Cataclysm faction, thus aligning themselves with the great Dragon King and the Cataclysm Lord. In stark contrast, the Holy faction represents an entirely different extreme. They have faced repeated setbacks during the grand events, with the commander of the Knights perishing and becoming a boss, leaving players without any significant power. Sometimes, comparison breeds discontent. In an instant, many players found themselves regretting their initial choices. However, the inhabitants of this realm remain oblivious to the fact that, in another timeline within the same world, the Empire would undoubtedly emerge as the greatest victor. Alas, the gentle flutter of a butterfly's wings and a dragon's breath have altered everything irrevocably. Where are you headed, Night Boss? Night Boss, have you heard? It seems the Empire has declared a holy war once again. I hardly believe them anymore. Do you think this time the Dark Forces are merely a self-scripted play by them? Night Boss, Miss Kreia, did you see it? Queen Aisha's coronation ceremony was truly magnificent. She is my idol. If only Mr. Alfred could secure a signature for me. On the small path to the east of the city of the blazing sun, Kreia wore a frown, pouting slightly as she cast a wistful glance to the side. The most important person in her life was, of course, by her side. Night Feather, as ever, donned a dark robe, his visage adorned with a gentle smile, exuding grace and elegance. Yet, what truly vexed her was another individual, a lively and enthusiastic girl dressed in adventurer's attire, her hair tied in a single ponytail, radiating a sunny smile and seemingly brimming with endless chatter as she conversed animatedly with the two. This was none other than the fortuitous player, Shinmu Ji. Why had things turned out this way? Life had gradually begun to acquire meaning, and this was the eagerly anticipated first journey with Brother Yi. Such joy should have woven together a tapestry of dreamlike happiness. Yet, why had it devolved into this? In a state of bewilderment, I stumbled upon this unfortunate woman in the outskirts of the monster zone, and she unexpectedly approached me with a sense of familiarity. What was once a blissful world for two has now become cluttered with a glaring third wheel. Kelia felt her mood plummet into disarray. Night Boss, do you happen to know where I might procure some elven floral wine? The lively girl inquired with an affable demeanor. Exian Muji was a congenial soul who relished making friends. She harbored an extraordinary curiosity towards the enigmatic NPC, EU. Though he seemed indifferent to other players, he appeared quite affable towards her. She was convinced they had forged a friendship, since fate had brought them together and their paths conveniently aligned. It was only natural for them to journey forth as a trio. Yet, she couldn't shake off the peculiar sensation that Miss Kelia regarded her with an odd gaze. During the initial major event concerning the National Master of Forbidden Magic, she had been the first to locate the National Master, earning the most coveted reward, the Dragon Knight's token. She had encountered the Dragon Knight Alfred, who generously bestowed upon her a hidden special quest, to assist him in collecting exquisite wines. Thus, this was the purpose of her expedition. Within the Elven Kingdom nestled in the Far East's dense forests, lay the floral wine sought by the Dragon Knight. Isn't it simply a matter of seeking an audience with the Elven Queen? Yi remarked with a sly smile directed at the spirited girl. Exian Muji was momentarily taken aback, rolling her eyes in disbelief as she retorted, "Are you jesting? Night Boss, the Elven Queen. How could she possibly entertain a mere outsider like me?" It was evident that he had caught her incredulity. Despite having transformed into a colossal dragon, wielding immense power for centuries, Yi still cherished the memories of his human existence, relishing the opportunity to interact on equal footing with a somewhat naive girl like Exian Muji. He chuckled softly. Exian Muji, can the Night Boss truly jest with others? What an enlightening experience, however, unbeknownst to her. If she were to accompany you consistently, she might indeed have the chance to encounter the fabled Elven Queen, renowned across the continent for her unparalleled beauty and grace. Why you genuinely desired to explore the various corners of the continent, and naturally, he had certain matters to attend to, including retrieving specific items and orchestrating various plans. For instance, the dark elf girl who had been following him. Kelia remained oblivious to the fact that if she continued to linger in the tavern, the treasures that rightfully belonged to her would forever elude her grasp. Hence, Yi had decided to take her along. Moreover, he wished to delve into the secrets surrounding the Savior. For his first destination, he chose to journey eastward, to the endless forest, to behold the most exquisite race of this world. Outsider sister, why don't you utilize the portal designated for outsiders? Observing the two engaged in their playful banter, Kelia could no longer restrain herself and leaned in, prompting Exian Muji with a hint of exasperation. Could this unfortunate third-wheel sister not engage in the pursuits befitting an outsider? Players possess an innate convenience, allowing them to traverse between various major cities through exclusive teleportation arrays. Naturally, certain exceptional locations can only be accessed by privileged players. For instance, the Paradise of Desolation can only be entered by those belonging to the Desolation faction. Any other player attempting to ascend the Celestial Stairway will suffer continuous damage from the searing black flames. In contrast, the local inhabitants of this world face far greater challenges. Aside from a few powerful factions, such as the Theocracy, which boasts dedicated spatial teleportation arrays for swift relocation, most individuals must rely on foot travel or mounts for their journeys. However, for Yi, this poses no difficulty whatsoever. He can effortlessly rend the fabric of space itself, going wherever he pleases. Yet, such actions would strip travel of its significance. He remains unhurried, opting instead to leisurely stroll alongside Kelia, taking in the sights. His strength already ranks among the pinnacle of the continent. There is little left to pursue. no anxiety to contend with. The rhythm of life may be slow, languid even. Ah, indeed. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly forgot. Miss Kalia, I shall be on my way. Farewell, bossy, Miss Kalia. It was as if a single phrase had awakened one from a dream. Xian Muji paused, then suddenly comprehended, hurrying towards the teleportation portal while waving goodbye to the two. Kalia. How should I put it? This foreigner seems rather oblivious. Yigu, why do you look at me like that? Noticing Yi Yu's meaningful gaze, Kalia blushed, feeling somewhat guilty as she spoke. TSK, what a petty little devil. Ah, I am not petty. Yigu, don't speak nonsense. The charming dark elf girl pouted playfully, while the handsome and gentle man smiled. Their combination was particularly striking, drawing envious glances from those around them. Yet, who could fathom that this refined gentleman, whose smile radiated warmth like flames, would be the harbinger of world destruction, the terminus of sin, the end of all existence. Not long ago, there were those who fervently knelt before him. Yi Yu gently caressed the girl's silky white hair and cast a quiet glance towards the north. His expression was inscrutable. In the distance, beyond the mountains and plains, lay the land of skeletal remains, where the ominous and treacherous undead Calamity lurked, tattered cloaks billowing in the wind. The undead king stood atop a gray-white boulder, gazing up at the dim sky above. O king of world destruction, your majesty, you are the scourge that shatters fate. You are the supreme being capable of altering all that. I humbly revere you. I hoped that you might grant me the opportunity to change my destiny. Whispering hoarsely. Unlike the devout followers of calamities like the demon pillars, the undead King Sal's does not regard you as an object of worship. Sal's faith resides in death, eternal death. This will never change. Even when faced with a world-destroying calamity like Yu, it remains the same. His kneeling before Yu is in homage to his power and status. He venerates Yu as his king, the king of world destruction. Thus, he addresses Yu as your majesty. At times, the inhabitants of this realm, particularly those of extraordinary talents and formidable powers, experience an elusive sense of destiny. Like Khan, who feels calamity approaching and vows to save the world. Or like Aisha, who foresees her descent into despair and seeks out Iwayu in a similar vein. Sal shares this sentiment. In simple terms, although he has invaded the holy land of calamity, causing significant upheaval, and later encountered Yu in the dimensional abyss, uttering words of reverence and admiration, the truth remains that his intentions are twofold: to display his worth and to join Yu's ranks. From the moment Yu ascended to the heavens, he, who slumbers amidst the icy peaks of the western polar region, awakened in anticipation. He sensed the disruption of fate's trajectory, the obscurity of the future, and the shattering of the hypocritical gods' prophecies, and at the epicenter of it all lies that overwhelming terror. Yu possesses the power to obliterate everything, including the inescapable sense of destiny that clings to him. Thus, apart from his pursuit of the truth behind eternal death, he also seeks Yu, yearning for an opportunity to transcend fate. He wishes to grasp the essence of death before destiny seals his fate, to impart the truth of eternal death to the undead and to the world. For Yu, it is a matter of simplicity. In essence, it is merely about acquiring a subordinate. He has always harbored plans to recruit those who are intolerable to the world, particularly in the face of forthcoming grand events where formidable foes will arise. Hence, the legendary quest of the Calamity Demon Lord emerged, for the foundation of Yu's faction is indeed rather shallow. With no heirs to utilize, how can one play a game of chess without pieces? In the vast expanse of the calamitous paradise, there are only players. It is tiresome when everything rests upon his shoulders. Players have their merits, yet at times, the locals possess irreplaceable roles, and Sal's, be it in strength or temperament, possesses the qualifications to become a Calamity Demon Lord. Yu remains indifferent to the proclaimed theory of eternal death espoused by the other party. His actions do not concern Yu. Yu merely anticipates the spectacle of an undying king rewriting destiny as the Demon Lord of Calamity, stirring the tempest. What a sight that would be! Moreover, Sal's lacks a kingly father, and his sword is not named Frostmourne. Yu expresses regret over these two matters, my dear sir. The renowned Black Flame Tavern on the outskirts of Liang City remains as boisterous as ever. At that moment, a woman, her face concealed beneath a wide-brimmed hat and veil, and possessing a graceful figure, hurriedly pushed the door open and entered. She appeared somewhat exhilarated, and upon stepping inside, her gaze fixed intently on the counter. The affairs following her ascension to kingship have proven overwhelmingly demanding. Now that she has finally found a moment of respite, she can hardly contain her eagerness to arrive. She wishes to share with him a multitude of thoughts. She longs to articulate her ideals of kingship, to seek his counsel on the principles of rulership, to express her gratitude for his blessings on that fateful day, to show him her current self, and to extend an invitation for him to join the imperial dynasty. She wishes to see him. Forced to master the tyrannical ways of an emperor, Aisha is not a heartless individual. On the contrary, she forever cherishes the memory of the gentle soul who rescued her in her time of despair, the one and only person who resides within the queen's heart. Only in his presence can she shed the facade of a formidable queen. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly freezes, standing transfixed as she gazes at the unfamiliar old man before the counter. Words stick in her throat, and she finds herself unable to utter even a single syllable. It feels as though her enthusiasm has been doused with cold water. Has it vanished? Or has he departed? She lowers her gaze, softly murmuring, her emotions visibly sinking. Dear guest, are you here to dine? Will you be eating in the hall or reserving a private room? The tavern's attendant approaches her, noticing her immobilized state, and gently inquires. He opens his mouth but finds himself at a loss for words. I am here to find someone. Find someone? Who are you looking for? Where is your boss? Our boss. Isn't he at the counter? No. You must be referring to Knight, our boss? The attendant pauses for a moment, then suddenly comprehends. Aisha had never been so flustered at court. Her eyes widen as she exclaims, Yes. Where is your boss, Knight? I am his friend. Hey, miss. Please don't inquire too much. Over the past few days, more than a dozen ladies have claimed to be friends of our Knight. The attendant, noticing Aisha's reaction, perhaps misinterprets her intentions, sporting a mischievous grin as he teases her. He intentionally emphasizes the word friends. One can only wonder how he would react upon discovering this new suitor's true identity. TSK, miss, you should really give up. Our Knight has long since left with Kalia. To be honest, if I were a woman, I would also be enamored with Knight. He is truly an extraordinarily charismatic individual. I have never encountered anyone like him in my life. How to describe him? Like a deity. Perfect. When discussing his former boss, the attendant seems somewhat loquacious, yet his awkward cultural background limits his eloquence. Nevertheless, his tone and demeanor convey a deep respect for the subject of his admiration. A person like him, how could he remain in our little tavern for long? Miss, I advise you not to waste your thoughts. I feel that aside from Miss Kalia, the only one worthy of our Knight in this city would be someone from the royal palace. At this hour, the tavern is rather quiet. The attendant appears quite at ease, and the old man on the other side seems indifferent to his chatter as he engages Aisha with familiarity. He's gone. Aisha merely lowers her head slightly, her eyes lost in thought. Upon hearing the attendant mention that he has already left, she feels utterly despondent. I may be speaking boldly, but please believe me. Before that individual ascended to power, he had indeed sought out our esteemed tavern owner at this very establishment, a matter well known to all. The server, seemingly aware that his previous words may have been inappropriate, instinctively lowered his voice, I believe. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Aisha. She gazed intently at the server before her, her expression inscrutable. Well, the server suddenly sensed that the woman before him was no ordinary person. Her aura was formidable. Her peculiar gaze left him speechless, his usual loquacity momentarily stifled. With a dazed demeanor, he continued to inquire, Will you be dining here? The veil obscured her features, rendering her expression unreadable. She merely nodded slightly and inquired, What is the name of your most intoxicating wine? The most intoxicating wine? The server raised an eyebrow. Ah, our most intoxicating concoctions would undoubtedly be the hero and bell crafted by our esteemed owner. He spoke with a sense of pride, adding, Let me tell you, you are aware of the Empire's Dragon Knights, yes? That esteemed gentleman once consumed merely a cup of hero and was instantly inebriated. Hero? Bell? Aisha lowered her gaze and continued, Bring me 2 casks of Bell. Ah? Are you certain? The server, inexplicably, detected a hint of sorrow and a quiver in her voice. He forced a stiff smile and replied, It's not a matter of money. Do you have companions? We currently lack female staff, and should you become inebriated. However, before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash resonated from the entrance, splintering wood and violently shattering the swaying door behind him. Silence, in an instant. The once lively tavern fell eerily quiet. All patrons and diners instinctively lifted their gazes toward the same direction. Old man, have you made your choice? Either pay up or get lost. A coarse male voice boomed, revealing several robust and imposing figures standing at the entrance. The leader, wielding a massive axe taller than himself, sported a shaved head and a formidable physique. He crossed his arms, fixating his cold gaze upon the elderly man at the counter, a mocking smile playing upon his lips. His already fearsome visage bore 2 prominent scars, further amplifying his menacing presence. Them again, a band of ruffians. How dare they prey upon us now that the tavern owner has departed? Is this establishment doomed? Rumor has it there are issues regarding contracts, likely due to the Empire's new decree. It seems that Boss Ed has been swindled. The surrounding diners exchanged hushed whispers, casting wary glances at the thugs. Scoundrels! These men truly leave us no respite. Meanwhile, the server standing before Aisha widened his eyes, entirely bereft of his previous jovial demeanor. Furrowing his brow, he muttered under his breath, "Alice, you have gone too far." The elderly man standing behind the counter was visibly enraged. His face flushed a deep crimson as he glared menacingly at the rowdy thugs gathered at the entrance. Unable to contain his fury, he let out a string of curses. His name was Ed, the newly appointed manager of the tavern. Chosen by Yu before his departure, it was not that Yu intended to abandon the place. On the contrary, he relished the tranquil life here. He merely entrusted its temporary management to the old man. However, the awkwardness arose when, shortly after Yu's departure, troubles began to surface. The newly enthroned queen wasted no time in issuing a series of edicts, one of which mandated that all establishments within the city must register with the local street management authorities for better oversight. This was not a major concern. Shopkeepers only needed to present their land deeds to obtain the Empire's sanction certificate. Yet, the problem arose when Ed, armed with the necessary documents, approached the local authority, only to be informed that the Black Flame Tavern had already been registered. A new certificate had been issued, and their documents were deemed fraudulent. This left the old man utterly bewildered. How could there be an error with the records left by Yu? Furthermore, how could anyone else have successfully registered ownership of their tavern? Soon after, complications escalated. A group of individuals brandishing the new imperial certificate arrived, declaring themselves the rightful owners of the establishment. They demanded that the original staff either pay 100,000 gold coins to reclaim the tavern or vacate the premises entirely. Ed could not possibly part with such a sum for nothing, nor could he surrender the tavern entrusted to him by Yu to outsiders. Thus, the situation deteriorated into its current state. The adversaries frequently caused a ruckus, and the city guards turned a blind eye, with even the local officials siding with the intruders, urging the original staff to vacate. After all, the new documentation certified these rogues as the rightful owners of the tavern. Aisha, already in a foul mood, felt her anger intensify as she beheld the ruffians. She coldly inquired of the attendant beside her. "Sigh, ever since the departure of our bossy, troublemakers have surfaced." The attendant sighed softly and proceeded to explain the unfolding events. "Those troublemakers have come before. I suspect they are affiliated with the previous group. They are all lackeys of the Bai Huang Tavern. Humph. They are merely taking advantage of Ye's absence. If our boss were here, they would not dare to be so brazen." The attendant's face turned crimson, and he muttered indignantly, "Eat, eat, eat. What is there left to eat? Get out, all of you. Do you want me to force you out?" As the two conversed, the bald, burly man and his crew stormed into the tavern, wreaking havoc on the decor and driving patrons away in an instant. What should have been a lively and welcoming tavern descended into chaos. Most of the diners were ordinary folk, unwilling to provoke or offend these brazen thugs. "Oh, and what a lovely woman we have here. Why the veil? Do take it off for me to see." Ever since that so-called bossy ran off, the number of women here has dwindled significantly. Aisha's figure and demeanor were striking, drawing unwanted attention in no time. A lascivious rogue approached, frivolously teasing her, though her visage was concealed by a veil. The alluring curvature of her figure and the inescapable aura of nobility and mystery surrounding her attested to one undeniable truth. She was an extraordinary woman. In the bustling streets, where the wicked often prey upon the innocent, such miscreants rarely pause to ponder the consequences of their actions, for how many truly formidable adversaries could they possibly encounter? Yet, fate has a peculiar way of orchestrating encounters. "Begone." Aisha lowered her gaze and spoke softly. What did you say, my dear sister?" The man, unable to discern her words due to their subtlety, leaned in closer. Chapter 23. "The one destined by fate," I said, and in the next instant, a resounding crash echoed through the air as a robust figure was propelled violently across the room. Crashing against the wall, the eyes of the nefarious miscreant widened in disbelief and terror. His chest caved under the force, and it was clear that he was beyond salvation. "Begone." Aisha's eyes betrayed no emotion as she coldly commanded, not bothering to glance at the fallen figure. Unbeknownst to her, a figure adorned in a green python-patterned garment and a silver-white mask had silently materialized beside her, standing guard. Those who dared to offend the royal family were certainly deserving of their fate. Yet what incited her wrath further was the audacity of these men to affront that individual. How dared they? As the situation took a dramatic turn, the once chaotic tavern fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixated on the unfolding spectacle, utterly astounded. I asked that. "The royal secret guard? The queen? Your Majesty. How is this possible?" Beneath her disguise, Aisha was unrecognizable to the masses. Yet, the combination of the Imperial Guard's green python-patterned attire and silver mask was unmistakable to some. Consequently, the identity of that woman became glaringly apparent: the Queen. "Your Majesty?" The attendant by Aisha's side was left utterly dumbfounded. Remembering his earlier discussions about the Empire's most esteemed sovereign, he turned pale, his face a canvas of despair. In his stupor, he even forgot the dismissive "I believe" she had uttered moments earlier. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty. I meant no offense." The tide of fortune had shifted instantaneously. The once imposing, radiant bald man now found himself pale and trembling. Collapsing to the ground in abject supplication, pleading and wailing in terror, he was utterly paralyzed by fear. He could never have fathomed that the leader of the Empire, the most revered queen, would grace this humble tavern in the bustling streets. Before his desperate entreaties could fully escape his lips, his eyes widened in horror. Words caught in his throat as a flash of steel glimmered before him. A crimson line appeared at his throat, blood gushing forth. His vision blurred, consciousness waned, and life ebbed away swiftly. In the distance, he could faintly hear murmurs, "How dare you?" Setting aside the issue of the king's dignity, she is, in fact, rather indifferent to the jests of others. For instance, when the tavern server recently teased her, she paid it little mind, even finding it somewhat enjoyable. However, should anyone dare to speak ill of that individual, that is an entirely different matter. Such a transgression would strike at her vulnerable spot. She would unleash everything at her disposal to reduce the offender to ashes. How dare anyone attempt to seize what belongs to him? She has given herself to him, and still it is insufficient. How audacious of anyone to covet his possessions! Kill! Elsa slowly sheathed her long sword into the scabbard at her side, her eyes radiating an unfathomable chill and ferocity as she coldly declared "I" in an instant. Her demeanor transformed from that of the sorrowful woman who had just conversed with the server. "To all involved in this matter, I do not wish for the sun to rise tomorrow with a single soul still alive." Upon uttering this, the shadowy guards flickered and vanished from sight. Some went forth to execute the Queen's orders, while others concealed themselves in the shadows. The revelry was over. Her identity had been compromised. Elsa surveyed the wreckage of the tavern before her, her gaze lowering slightly as she sighed softly. The earlier coldness dissipated, replaced only by a faint sense of melancholy and sorrow. She cast a glance at the dumbfounded server and the various patrons, each displaying a different reaction. She murmured softly, Your Majesty?" At that moment, the new proprietor of the tavern approached, unable to conceal his astonishment, and tremblingly handed her an envelope. Initially, when Yu had mentioned this matter, he had been incredulous. To his utter amazement, the Queen had indeed arrived. "What?" Upon hearing the significant name, a wave of excitement washed over him. The Queen instantly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling like precious gems. "Thank you." She brushed aside her previous despondency, seizing the envelope from the elder as if it were a treasured prize, even expressing her gratitude. "I dare not." The old man appeared equally anxious. The events of the day had nearly sent his heart into turmoil. Roar, flare. Yet, just as the eager Elsa was about to open the envelope, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated from the vaulted ceiling. A terrifying force swept across the city of blazing sun. Instantly, the already stunned patrons of the tavern found themselves even more bewildered. A dragon! A silver-white dragon! The shadow cast obscured the sky, and passers-by on the street all looked up in astonishment, uttering gasps of surprise. The dome above, beautiful and graceful, yet powerful and majestic, was traversed by the silver-white dragon. Boom! Outside the city of blazing sun, accompanied by a resounding roar, the earth trembled, dust swirling into the air, and an invisible force spread forth, causing the weaker magical beasts to flee in terror. And at the epicenter of this upheaval, as the dust began to settle, the magnificent silver wings unfurled, roaring, "Flare, you have grown weak?" The exquisitely graceful silver-white dragon lowered her gaze slightly and let out a low growl, following her line of sight. One could behold an equally formidable and terrifying figure. If there were any citizens of his empire nearby, they would undoubtedly recognize this rather disheveled red dragon as the guardian deity of his empire, the companion of the dragon knight Alfred, Red Dragon Frere. Yet, this powerful being found itself awkwardly toppled to the ground, having created a substantial crater upon impact, with the silver-white dragon, considerably smaller in stature, standing triumphantly upon it. Roar! Princess, have you grown stronger?" Frere struggled, his eyes displaying a remarkably human-like expression of grievance. Go be honest, he was the esteemed Lord Frere here. It was a matter of great embarrassment for him to be so clumsily thrown to the ground and trampled upon. Roar! Humph! Only the weak lament the strength of their adversaries. Freyr, look at your pitiful state. Roar. You have brought shame upon the pride of our dragon kin. Roar. After a century away from Dragon Island, you have fallen. Gladys shot him a glare and coldly remarked, however, as she spoke. She also released the grasp of her dragon claws that had confined him. Roar, roar, hee. Freyr scratched his head, not truly feeling weakened, yet recognizing that he had made little progress. His nature was that of a languid dragon. His current strength sufficed for his needs, and he had no desire to toil for greater power. He paused for a moment, unable to suppress a somewhat obsequious grin. Roar, what brings the princess here? Isn't Dragon Island sealed off? Roar, I have come of age. I wish to traverse the continent. I do not accept the cowardice of retreating before the strong. The silver-white dragon proudly lifted her neck and replied with a hint of indifference. Roar, I have come to witness the unparalleled pinnacle of the world. I have come for the glory of the dragon warriors. Roar, Gladys hesitated, her eyes glimmering with a hint of determination as she continued to inquire. Roar, that individual, has he been here before? Where is he now? Have you seen him? Roar, this, princess, you seek that individual. Please don't. His Majesty holds you in the highest regard, if you... Upon mentioning another unspeakable name, Freyr's expression suddenly shifted to one of sheer terror, his dragon tongue stumbling over the words. What was he to say? Goodness, dragons typically ventured out to find places to rest. This princess was truly unconventional. Did she intend to undertake something monumental right from the outset? Was she not afraid of the tiger when stepping out as a newborn calf? The princess had indeed transformed remarkably, growing significantly stronger, however. His face was etched with dread as he hastily advised Gladys. That being, he still vividly recalled the glance that had been unconsciously cast his way, a gaze filled with such terror and a soul-deep tremor. He wished never to experience that again in his lifetime. Roar, what do you mean? Gladys glared fiercely at him and could not help but roar in anger. Freyr, what has transpired? Are you unharmed? I am here to assist you. At that moment, a figure flitted by. The dragon knight, clad in armor and wielding a weapon, suddenly appeared beside his companion, gazing with a demeanor akin to facing a formidable foe at the silver-white dragon before him, which, although more diminutive than his ally, exuded an exquisite beauty. Despite its relatively petite stature, he sensed an uncommon and intense pressure emanating from it. A tremendous force indeed, far surpassing that of ordinary dragons. Just when the Empire had enjoyed a brief respite, another unknown terror in the form of a dragon had emerged, with the calamitous black dragon, the familiar red dragon from his own kin, and now this silver-white dragon. It seemed that Liang City had truly become a second home to dragons. Roar, what a lack of spirit. Is this the human who claims to conquer you? What did he utter? This individual possesses quite an impressive aura. Gladys had encountered few, and this was likely the strongest she had ever seen. Yet, it was merely a commendable presence, merely fortunate to have met Freyr, the spineless one. Gladys furrowed her brow and cast a glance at Alfred before turning to Freyr with a low growl. As a young dragon, she had devoted herself solely to mastering the magical arts and combat of her kind, leaving no time to learn a foreign tongue. Roar, he praises your beauty and extols your might. Freyr, glancing at his old companion, then turned with a somewhat obsequious tone toward Gladys. Gladys, observing the armed and vigilant dragon knight, with an imposing aura, let out a disdainful snort directed at the fawning Freyr. Roar, I am no fool. Roar, Roar, I have no interest in meeting the human who claims to conquer you. Your glory is of no concern to me. Freyr, dragons should be free to soar in the skies. Roar, I shall take my leave. Should you encounter that individual, notify me via magic. Gladys cast a downward glance at the diminutive dragon knight below, then lifted her head, spreading her silver wings and soaring directly into the sky, transforming into a beautiful silver streak as she flew into the distance. Freyr, what just transpired? Alfred, somewhat bewildered, watched the silver-white dragon ascending toward the horizon and then looked around at the battlefield that bore the marks of a fierce struggle, unable to suppress his need for assistance as he turned to Freyr. This is our princess. She ventured out from the island for training, and I suppose she wished to greet me and seek my insights on her experiences. However, she is a bit shy and timid. Upon seeing you, she decided to depart. Freyr rubbed his face awkwardly as he explained to Alfred, is this what you call a greeting? An inquiry? Glancing at the craters left by immense force, the flowing dragon blood, the shattered scales, and Freyr's body marred with claw marks, Alfred couldn't help but smirk. The dragon's way of saying hello is indeed rather unique. The silver dragon? That has nothing to do with me. Why haven't Alice and the others returned yet? In Liang City, at the Bai Huang Tavern, Boss John stood in the second floor's partition, watching the stopwatch, and couldn't help but furrow his brows as he questioned his attendant. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was plagued by an inexplicable sense of unease. Such a man was insatiably greedy and bore grudges with fervor. Previously, in the incident involving Jack, he had suffered a setback at the hands of Night Feather, losing a staggering 10,000 gold coins. This affront was one he could not possibly swallow. Moreover, the enigmatic Night Boss possessed a treasure trove of wealth that could drive one to madness. Even though the individual was shrouded in mystery and possessed formidable strength, having connections with Alfred and having once met the unacclaimed Grand Princess, Joseph could hardly contain his desire to obtain what was rightfully his. Even with the second prince, who had covertly supported him, having abandoned him, he remained unfazed, for he had outlived the second prince himself. Now, finally, he had awaited his opportunity. Night Feather had departed. He resorted to hiring the continent's most elite assassin organization to eliminate the mysterious Night Boss. He bribed the street official to acquire the official ownership proof of the Black Flame Tavern. If Night Feather demanded 10,000 gold coins from him, he would seize the Black Flame Tavern for himself at a price of 100,000 gold coins. Whether it was the wealth possessed by Night Feather or the increasingly renowned Black Flame Tavern, it was all his. However, a greedy soul is destined to succumb to the demons within, ultimately leading them into the abyss. It would erase one's shrewd rationality, blind their vision, and deceive their very selves. At an unknown moment, a figure donned in a silver mask and adorned in azure python-patterned garments appeared within his tavern. In a fleeting motion, a blade glided across his neck. The life, consumed by greed, was effortlessly extinguished without his awareness. Captain, this is the glorious spear of Knight Commander Aaron, recovered by the daylight. The pious devotee bowed slightly, handing over the somewhat damaged sacred spear to a middle-aged man clad in silver armor, exuding an extraordinary aura. First Russell, and now Aaron. Alas! The commander of the Sacred Military Legion, Geoffrey, faltered momentarily, swaying slightly, and upon receiving the spear, he couldn't help but cast his gaze downward with a melancholic sigh. What do the Archbishop, the High Priest, and the Speaker mean by this? Are we, the brave warriors and noble knights, to sacrifice ourselves in vain? Why not directly vanquish the source of all evil, the primordial embodiment of sin? His voice grew colder, tinged with indignation. The Lord of Calamity has not slumbered. The King of the Undead has gained even deeper powers of corruption. The holy war requires careful deliberation. I implore you, Captain, to await the divine summons with patience. The attendant before him bowed slightly, speaking solemnly. Alas, the Lord of Calamity, the Lord of Calamity. Why must we, the guardians of the divine, bear such humiliation? Geoffrey, filled with wrath, stamped his foot and drew his sword, delivering a fierce slash. The sword's aura surged forth, cleaving a massive tree before him into two. Captain, please remain calm. The church's reputation has suffered greatly. The King of the Undead has joined the realm of calamity, commencing a legacy, and now we, the foreign peoples, are beginning to stray from faith. The Archbishop has resolved to initiate the Holy Guardian plan ahead of schedule. Please prepare to select the guardians. The attendant before him appeared to be momentarily shaken by his imposing presence, yet he soon continued in a deep voice, Alas, I understand. Well then, summon the four saints to seek me. My lord, the demons that have emerged prematurely have joined the depths of destruction. We are utterly powerless to rise and wage war again. Fate has been thrown into disarray, and the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty. The world shall plunge into suffering and despair. Please save us. Save this tormented world. Pray, tell your devout follower where, indeed, is the hero destined to save the world. Within the cathedral, an elderly man adorned with a gilded crown and wielding a scepter slightly bowed in reverence, fervently praying before the lifelike statue of the deity. In the next moment, the crown and scepter shimmered with radiant light, encircling the statue, and gradually, the light coalesced into a vague image. Dimly, a blurred youthful figure could be discerned within that apparition. The statue of the deity seemed to come alive, its hand gently moving to point towards the east. Why, Lord, thank you for your mercy. The elder paused, then could not contain a smile, expressing his gratitude earnestly. In the city of the blazing sun, has everything been arranged at the palace? Aisha, clad in opulent royal garments, stood with her hands clasped behind her, gazing out at the vast city beyond the palace walls. Her exquisite features devoid of emotion, calm and composed, her voice cool and detached as she inquired. There was no trace left of the earlier disarray she had displayed in the tavern. Indeed, all involved parties have been executed. A figure emerged behind her, reporting in a solemn tone, Aisha nodded lightly. What of the silver dragon? Lord Alfred has sent word. The individual is a princess of the dragon clan, here to greet Lord Freyr. There is no malice intended, Mem. The princess of the dragon clan. As Aisha considered the matter of the dragon, she nodded slightly, yet suddenly seemed to recall something, momentarily taken aback. You may leave, she said, gesturing dismissively for the individual to withdraw. Understood. The figure promptly vanished from sight. The lavishly adorned and spacious room now felt somewhat desolate, leaving her in solitude. Aisha glanced around before resuming her seat, pushing aside the burdensome affairs and documents. Treating it like a precious treasure, she retrieved an envelope from her bosom. This was the item that Ed had entrusted to her earlier at the Black Flame Tavern, passed on by Nightwing. Sir. She gently placed the envelope against her chest, exhaling deeply, and could not help but murmur softly. Eventually, she decided to open it. The contents of the envelope were quite simple, just a blank sheet of white paper and a mysterious, profound black scale. Aisha stared in astonishment, gently caressing the scale. Is it true, she mused, as if a thought had been validated, her expression reflecting a moment of realization. When the cataclysmic dragon sweeps across the world, the prologue of the story shall indeed begin. At this very moment, Aisha gradually began to comprehend the reasons behind the tavern's name, Black Flame. She understood why Freyr had once shrunk back in terror, and why Yu could effortlessly bestow upon her such exquisite and invincible power. He must be that one, the harbinger of calamity rumored to have the ability to devastate the world, bringing despair, disaster, and nightmares. The dragon of the end. If that were the case, then everything would make perfect sense. Yet, dear sir, what you have given me is hope. The most beautiful, the most dazzling, the most unforgettable hope. She gazed intently at the obsidian scales, her unusual eyes seemingly tinged with a hint of moisture as she whispered softly. Then, amidst the flickering light, the blank sheet of paper gradually manifested words, "Why, Lord, is my path here?" The crimson dragon eyes glimmered as a figure slowly emerged from the shadows, draped in pitch-black dragon scales, adorned with twin horns, exuding a reserved yet powerful aura. Previously, 5 others of his kind had already carved their legendary names among the players. He was one of the most esteemed among them, the Pillar of Calamity. Yet for the moment, he remained remarkably low-key, unknown to outsiders. At this moment, he stood before a peculiar edifice, slightly lowering his gaze as he spoke softly. This tower, constructed from an unknown white metal and crystal, was surrounded by blue magical crystals emanating streams of phosphorescent light. The tower was extraordinarily tall, soaring into the heavens, majestic and grand, a sight rarely encountered in reality. Faintly, at the pinnacle of this tower, a floating landmass the size of a small nation could be discerned. Following his master's guidance, he slowly withdrew his gaze and resolutely entered the mysterious and magnificent tower before him. Brother Yi. Look, it's so beautiful, Brother Yi. What is that? I want a Brother Yi. Isn't it lovely? Hee. Why is life so wonderful? Even the most splendid dreams cannot compare to this moment so real, so blissful. If this were a dream, then it is best never to awaken. Ever since that unfortunate foreign sister, the unwelcome lightbulb, had departed, Kelia had finally attained the life she had longed for, with only her accompanying Yu on their travels. Each moment, each second, felt to her as if she were immersed in a pot of sweet candy, almost overwhelmingly delightful. A radiant smile never faded from her face as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Sweetly smiling at Yu, sharing her thoughts, she was truly happy. The hardships and pains of her childhood seemed to have been healed, as if sacrificed for the beautiful present. In recent days, Yu had indeed been traveling and enjoying adventures with Kelia. They had traversed beyond the eastern borders of the Hiss Empire, exploring numerous enchanting places. This wondrous otherworld was indeed starkly different from the steel and concrete cities of Yu's past life. In this place, each locale boasts peculiar vistas and a myriad of life forms, all of which, if transposed into reality, could undoubtedly serve as the hallmark of a thriving tourist destination. They once galloped across untamed paths, mounted on various formidable beasts. They have witnessed the customs and traditions of diverse cities, engaged in an array of novel activities, and encountered a plethora of wondrous landscapes and extraordinary species. The identity of Yu is that of a cataclysmic calamity. He has, in the past, crushed angels' throats, astounded the world with the establishment of a disastrous paradise, and secretly orchestrated the pieces of fate. The searing black flames of the dragon may scorch the world, obliterate goodness, and incinerate the sacred. Yet, at present, he embodies merely a man. Known as Yu, he leisurely embraces this identity, savoring the life that it affords him. The Calamity Lord named Yu schemes to carve out dominions, capable of slaughtering deities, annihilating worlds, shattering destinies, and ushering despair into the mortal realm. However, the individual named Yu is a refined and genteel proprietor, running a bustling tavern, listening to the tales of passers-by, and recounting the myths of another world, all while wandering the globe and relishing the breathtaking sights. This duality is not contradictory. Yu is both the shadow of the dragon and the essence of humanity. He excels in embodying his designated role and possesses ample power to fulfill his aspirations. The dragons of this world regard human strength with disdain, wielding the magic of metamorphosis to take on human forms. Though they often scorn such transformations, figures like the guardian dragon of the radiant Sun City, Freyr, and the dragon princess, Gladys, have consistently presented themselves in their most majestic and formidable dragon forms. Yet, as the harbinger of the world's end, the most potent force, the apocalyptic black dragon, Yu remains unfazed by such superficial pride. An attachment to outward form often signifies a lack of confidence in one's intrinsic power. True strength lies not in the corporeal, but within, be it dragon, human, or even the diminutive slime or goblin, it matters not. Yu is even unbothered by the prospect of transformation. Regardless of the guise he adopts, his power is eternally his own. Even the most delicate butterfly can wound a deity. Thus, no being is inherently superior or inferior. He does not harbor the arrogance of a world destroyer to look down upon any entity striving to live in this realm. After all, in his past life, he was merely an ordinary person. Naturally, should anyone seek to probe the depths of despair and the abyss, that is another matter altogether. The charming dark elf girl, her face radiant with a blissful smile, affectionately clung to the man's arm. Yet, in an instant, her smile vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow and a visage tinged with a fury akin to a raging demon. Her spirits had been soaring. But why? Why must there always be those intent on shattering her blissful mood? Following her gaze, several trees nearby trembled slightly, morphing into humanoid forms. Cloaked figures adorned in black, exuding an aura of chilling stillness, emerged. They donned crimson masks, their gaze fixed upon the pair, the scent of blood palpable in the air, exuding an imposing menace. Like a wretch emerging from a sea of blood and corpses, it is likely that he has claimed many lives. Little one, I have little left to teach you. Let this encounter serve as your graduation test. Yu regarded these individuals with indifference, his face adorned with an ever-present, gentle smile. With a casual flick, he dispatched an assassin attempting to ambush him from behind, and with a light chuckle, he spoke to Kalia. While travel is delightful, it ultimately lacks excitement. Now that there is a bit of spice added, it becomes rather enjoyable. The journey of becoming stronger must ultimately rely on oneself. Indeed, Yu had imparted all that Kalia could learn from him. The remaining path, belonging to Kalia alone, must be traversed by her own efforts. She is a person of exceptional talent by birth, and Yu is genuinely curious to see how far she can ascend with his assistance. The illustrious dark elf assassin from Yetion's memories is far from her limit. Although Kalia currently stands at level 71, Yu does not doubt that the girl he has trained can handle these few pests at level 80. To him, levels, be it 1, 80, 90, 100, or beyond, are essentially indistinguishable. As long as there are levels, they are all mere insects. He is indifferent to the origins of these individuals. Does one ponder the intentions of a boastful ant that has been casually crushed underfoot? The sole value these people possess now is to serve as practice for Kalia. What? Kalia froze, completely taken aback. It was not the presence of these unwelcoming assassins that concerned her, but rather Yu's words. He had finished teaching her. This was the graduation test, which meant, from now on, she would no longer enjoy the tender and affectionate lessons from her elder brother Yi. How could this be? This day was bound to arrive eventually. Yet, Kalia was wholly unprepared. Damn it. She gazed at her palms. Unbeknownst to her, she had transformed from that frail beggar girl into her current formidable self. In the span of just a few short months, she seemed to have effortlessly acquired powers that many practitioners could only dream of attaining throughout their lives. But she would rather not have them. Damn it. Was she learning too quickly? How foolish. She should have feigned ignorance. She inwardly cursed the envious words of countless admirers. Yet, this was indeed her genuine sentiment. Anticipating a future devoid of reasons to be close to her elder brother Yi, Kalia felt her heart bleed. The pain was unbearable. Little one, what are you thinking during battle? Deduct 5 points. The gentle reminder from Yi pulled the somewhat dazed Kalia back to reality. Before her eyes, a blade gleamed with a chilling light, and a fierce wind howled as a killer lunged at her with a short dagger, viciously aiming for her throat. Instinctively, Kalia leaned back and sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack. Chanting an incantation in her heart, she swiftly executed a spell, transforming herself into wisps of black mist, vanishing from her original position. The shadow spell returned to nothingness as the dagger barely grazed her, piercing only the air and striking at a mere shadow. In the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air as the blade sank into flesh, blood splattering forth. The shadowy spell of the dark arts struck. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kalia had instantaneously materialized from another's shadow, ruthlessly plunging the dagger in her grasp into the nape of his neck. Such a technique, should it lead to the assassination of the second prince, would undoubtedly be recognized by Zong, who was also present. The arts Kalia employed bore an uncanny resemblance to his disastrous vocational skills. One life extinguished. Kalia cast aside all thoughts, swiftly entering the fray. This marked her inaugural act of killing. Yet, she felt no aversion, nor a shred of pity. These individuals were foes. To show mercy to enemies was to inflict cruelty upon oneself. Her heart was resolutely unyielding. In this world, only one person deserved her tenderness. The rest were inconsequential. Should anyone dare to offend them, she would wield her blade, severing the heads of all who dared approach. Swish! The surrounding assassins were of the swiftest kind, each a top-tier killer above level 80. They would not hesitate in the face of a fallen comrade. Upon revealing her position, the 5 other assassins surged towards her with alacrity. Shadows flickered, and magic intertwined with the glint of blades, creating a dazzling display of figures in constant motion, colliding with one another. With sluggish vision alone, it was impossible to discern the clear features of these individuals. Yet Kalia, destined by fate to be the savior of the world, was no ordinary contender. Gifted in having undergone Nightwing's tutelage, she was bolstered further. In this moment, at level 71, she held her ground against 5 assassins exceeding level 80, neither faltering nor yielding. Indeed, amidst this tense clash, she rapidly assimilated the knowledge and techniques imparted by Nightwing, weaving them into her own arsenal. The brutal dance of life and death was the swiftest path to strength. Visibly, within the tangle of clashing forms, Kalia appeared to enter a state of profound transcendence. She was growing stronger, at an astonishing pace, her momentum surging, her movements increasingly swift, her strikes decisive and ruthless. With a swift thrust, another adversary was cleanly pierced through the heart. Chapter 24. The driving force. Blood splattered onto the delicate features of the dark elf, lending her an alluring yet perilous beauty. Such enviable talent. Nightwing effortlessly grasped the neck of an assassin attempting to ambush him, crushing the throat with a mere flick of his wrist, discarding the lifeless body aside. He gazed upon Kalia's graduation test battle, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he sighed softly. The rapidity of her ascent, such prodigious aptitude, was indeed the envy of many. Fate is a curious thing. Just months prior, this little imp was but a frightened beggar pursued through the streets, and now, unbeknownst to him, a budding master had emerged from beneath his wing. This level of combat was mere child's play to him. The outcome of Kalia's battle had been decided from the very beginning. With a soft sigh, he withdrew his gaze. Instead, she took a keen interest in another direction, regarding a relatively insignificant assassin, while being intrigued by a clumsily concealed figure lurking in the shadows. The twin daggers in her hands were already drenched in blood. Shadows struck swiftly. Kalia immersed herself wholeheartedly in the battle, letting out a delicate cry as she forcefully stomped her foot against the ground. Unbeknownst to her, a dark, mysterious circular purple magic circle had materialized beneath her feet, causing her figure to vanish from sight. Meanwhile, the edges of the magic circle surged with arcane energy, conjuring forth 4 shadows that appeared both real and illusory, mirroring Kalia's form. Then, amidst the eruption of magical energy, whoosh! The 4 shadows surged towards the remaining 2 assassins at the center of the magic circle from all directions, striking with a velocity that rendered them incapable of reaction. A fleeting dark light flashed by, leaving no trace of an afterimage. The 2 assassins, who had just intended to continue their assault, suddenly found themselves frozen in place. The magic circle on the ground gradually dimmed and faded away, while the 4 shadows swept past, ultimately converging at the center of the circle and materializing into corporeal forms. Kalia exhaled softly, elegantly retracting the daggers that dripped with blood. Simultaneously, the 2 assassins, halted on either side, trembled violently, their heads soaring high into the as blood splattered. Their lifeless bodies slowly crumpled to the ground. The battle of an assassin is swift. From the moment Kalia commenced her fight to its conclusion, not even half a minute had elapsed. Yet, for a practitioner who pursues the utmost speed, this duration felt considerably prolonged. Kalia cast a glance at the scattered corpses around her. The grass soaked in blood, painting a gruesome and bloody tableau. All of this was wrought by her hands. Each corpse was a testament to her precise and lethal strikes. Her eyes remained tranquil, coldly observing the scene with indifference, devoid of any particular sentiment towards the lives extinguished by her hand. The enemies deserved their fate, however. She then blinked, a radiant smile emerging on her face. In an instant, she transformed from the indifferent assassin into an adorable maiden. Turning her gaze in another direction, she sweetly exclaimed, "Brother Yi, how did I perform?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she noticed that at some point, another person had appeared before Yi, a rather peculiar individual. He was diminutive, barely reaching the height of a person's thighs, clad in a long green robe, with a hood concealing his face and a mask obscuring his features, rendering his appearance entirely hidden. Even his race was indiscernible. He looked rather sneaky. However, compared to those assassins, this person bore no ill intent. Moreover, his aura was pitifully weak. "Who are you? What do you want?" Clea raised an eyebrow and coldly questioned the stranger, her tone far from amicable. After all, it was this very individual who had prevented Brother Yi from witnessing her strikingly handsome display of defeating the enemies. The figure paused momentarily, seemingly unbothered by Clea's unfriendly demeanor, simply gazing intently into Yi's eyes through the mask. With gloved hands, a palm emerged, cradling a pulsating gemstone that flickered with flames. The voice, seemingly restrained and somewhat hoarse, spoke, "Sir, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about this stone. From whence did you acquire it? Do you possess more? Might you consider selling it to me? I am willing to pay any price." The fire spirit gem, a treasure from the forbidden lands of the extreme south of the continent. This diminutive stone harbors a terrifying energy capable of obliterating an entire city, a coveted asset for any mage specializing in fire magic. Before Yi stood a figure clutching such a precious item, valued in the millions. Moreover, the flame energy within this gem was exceptionally pure. Yi recognized this artifact well. After all, it was he who had relinquished it. Previously, during his visit to Liang City, he had carelessly disposed of 2 such stones due to financial concerns. He had plenty of these to him. This priceless treasure was no more significant than a pebble by the roadside. It was astonishing that this object had traversed such a journey to end up in the hands of this individual, who had sought him out. "Theo, demonstrate my sincerity. I can provide you with intelligence about these individuals and their motives for targeting you." The stranger, seemingly impatient, did not await Yi's response. In an apparent effort to validate his intentions, he gestured toward the scattered bodies of the assassins and addressed the two. "They are senior bounty hunters from the Free District. A high price has been placed on your life. Hence the Free District, located in the eastern part of the empire, is a chaotic city devoid of rules or laws. It is perpetually shrouded in rain, with no sun penetrating its gloom, permeated by the stench of vice and decay. It is a haven for the wicked. Assassination for hire, gambling, and various manifestations of humanity's darker instincts abound here." The individual who placed a high bounty on Yi's life was none other than Boss Joseph from the Bai Huang Tavern in Liang City. Yi's departure from Liang City presented the perfect opportunity for an assassination attempt. Joseph had directly dispatched agents, investing a fortune to set a high bounty in the chaotic district, seeking Yi's life. Those who had wronged him, who had taken away his 10,000 gold coins, were bound to pay the price. This mysterious figure, no matter how formidable, could hardly withstand the onslaught of several assassins, each above level 80. Right? However, what he did not realize was that Yi's strength surpassed imagination. A mere handful of assassins posed no threat to a being capable of catastrophic destruction. It was but a farce. Of course, he would have little opportunity to grasp this truth. Long before, the wrathful queen's blade had already claimed his head. Naturally, Yi was oblivious to these matters and cared not a few assassins. A greedy tavern owner, these beings were not of the same caliber as him, lacking even the qualifications to serve as his pawns, and thus had no place in his memory. Whether these assassins or the one who had placed the bounty on his head, Yi held no interest in them. "My dear sir, do you believe this information regarding those individuals holds any significance for me?" Yi raised an eyebrow, gazing with keen interest at the diminutive figure before him, a light chuckle escaping his lips as he posed the question in return. The gaze seemed to penetrate into the depths of a person's heart, causing the other party to shudder ever so slightly. "Do you believe that determining the sincerity of an individual lies in their feigned enthusiasm while uttering trivial information, or rather, in their willingness to openly showcase their true selves?" Nightwing inquired with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the other person faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Hesitation enveloped him. He glanced at Nightwing and then at Krayot as if roused by a sudden resolve. He sighed softly, saying, "Well, very well, however. I implore you to believe me. I come with genuine intentions." With this statement, he slowly removed the hood from his head and the mask that concealed his face. "This you, a goblin?" A grotesque visage of dark green emerged before them. Before Nightwing could utter a word, Kreia, standing beside him, could not help but exclaim in astonishment, her gaze fixated on the distinctly marked features of the race, and she coldly reprimanded him. Her already unfriendly demeanor had grown even more hostile at this moment. As you can see, I am indeed a goblin. My name is Garox, the 23rd child of Prince Gawk of the Goblin Trading Company. It seemed Garox had anticipated Kreia's reaction. With a resigned sigh, he donned his mask once more to obscure his features, introducing himself to the two. He no longer suppressed his voice, instead adopting the sharp, jarring tone characteristic of goblins. Goblins are, in fact, a classic race within this world. Unlike their brutish cousins who dwell in the wild, possessing only rudimentary intelligence, they are a high sophisticated race of considerable cunning. Though diminutive in stature and lacking in physical prowess, goblins possess the most shrewd and astute commercial acumen. They have established their own cities and numerous trading companies along the eastern coastal fringes. Their trade network is the most developed on the entire continent, capable of connecting the entirety of the land and amassing immense wealth. Additionally, their advancements in engineering and alchemy are noteworthy. Many devices and magical alchemical facilities across the continent were invented and created by goblins. However, due to their unsightly appearance, their excessive cunning, and their willingness to forsake all for the sake of wealth, not to mention the crude behavior of their brutish cousins, they do not enjoy a favorable reputation among the general populace. This is exemplified by Kreia's reaction. In stark contrast to the beautiful and beloved elven race. They represent an entirely different extreme. At times, beauty and ugliness indeed hold significant importance. Well, with the exception of exotic players. As the game progresses, players will soon come to appreciate this race, which bears a less than stellar reputation. Naturally, their affection is not rooted in sincerity but rather in the benefits they can derive. Despite their unappealing appearance, they offer substantial rewards. The wealthiest goblin trading companies provide the most generous rewards to players who complete their tasks. Moreover, their engineering sciences, alchemical arts, and an array of peculiar inventions will bestow upon players numerous conveniences amidst the forthcoming events. Brother Yi, let us depart. Never forge friendships with goblins, for you can never ascertain when and at what cost they might betray you. This sentiment resonates with the inhabitants of the mainland. However, the goblin clan's trade and inventions have indeed flourished, rendering many individuals and factions reliant upon them. Much like a certain penguin from Yu's past life, their reputation may be tarnished, yet many still engage with them. Kreia cast a cold glance at the diminutive Garox before turning to Yu. She harbored no desire for Brother Yi to associate with such a cunning and unsightly race. Whether among regular elves or dark elves, there exists an innate aversion toward goblins, trolls, and orcs, primarily due to their unappealing appearance. According to the prevailing standards of beauty on the continent, the elven race is deemed the most aesthetically pleasing. They take pride in their beauty and harbor disdain for those deemed unattractive. This prejudice is deeply ingrained and nearly impossible to eradicate, of course, due to her previous experiences living in the dust of the marketplace. Kreia herself bore no airs of arrogance. Yet, she simply found no liking for the fellow before her. Her greater concern was that Yu might be ensnared by the notoriously cunning goblins, who could deceive him based on their insidious reputation. Yu glanced at Kreia and couldn't help but chuckle. The goblins and orcs of this world were not as depicted in some bizarre works from his past life. Their sense of aesthetics is rooted in their own race. In contrast to the strikingly beautiful elves, orcs prefer robust members of their own kind, while goblins favor the wealthy and intelligent among their kin. To outsiders, they may appear unattractive, yet at times, these individuals possess a charm that is recognized by their own kind. Goblins are preoccupied. They harbor no fondness for the tall, foolish, and unattractive elves and show little interest in indulging in absurd desires or engaging in peculiar activities with them. Thus, a stunning beauty like Kreia is, in Garox's eyes, merely an ordinary outsider. He is utterly disinterested. Despite his inherently flippant tone, his words carry an unusual seriousness. Your name is Garox? Yu's gaze lacked the overt disdain and indifference that Kreia displayed. Instead, it remained consistently warm and gentle. With a profound depth that concealed his thoughts, he merely sought confirmation and inquired once more. Race, appearance, and rumors can serve as metrics for evaluating an individual, yet they do not encapsulate the entirety of one's character. Yu bore no malice toward this seemingly insignificant race, which he regarded as diminutive as ants in certain respects. They may even possess a purity that surpasses that of some individuals, and this inconspicuous goblin named Garox, akin to a speck of dust, would, in the future, accomplish feats that would astonish the entire continent. Garox, perceiving Yu's lack of animosity, immediately brightened and exclaimed eagerly, "Yes, sir, do you know me? Then you should be aware that I have never met you." However, the conversation was abruptly interrupted by Yu. Discussing such matters seems rather futile, does it not, Mr. Galax? With a casual flick of his hand, Yu conjured several fiery spirit crystals, radiating with potent flames, and playfully waved them in front of Galax. A light chuckle escaping his lips, Galax's breath caught in his throat, his crimson eyes fixated intensely on the crystals in Yu's grasp, urgency etched across his face. Sir, you truly possess them. Yes, I need this. I desperately need it. His anxious demeanor suggested a fear that Yu might inadvertently drop or damage the precious stones. Would you consider selling it to me? I am willing to pay any price, as long as I can afford it. Yu gently shook his head. I seek no monetary compensation. Discussing money in the face of apocalyptic calamities is a narrow-minded approach. If I desired, I could summon any amount of wealth at will. Rules and currency are constructs for those confined within their boundaries. For beings beyond these rules, such matters hold no significance. Galax momentarily faltered, rendered speechless. Aside from currency, it appeared he possessed no other bargaining chips. I am truly impoverished, reduced to mere finances. What do you require? I can offer any price. Any price? Yu smiled. His interest piqued as he regarded the diminutive goblin before him. Might you share what you intend to do with it? One must possess the capacity to match the treasures they seek. Perhaps I could even gift it to you. One who seeks to gain without sacrifice often meets with ruin. There are no free lunches in this world. The allure of treasure without cost invariably conceals a vast pitfall. This was a long-standing truth upheld by the goblin kin. Yet, now, under Yu's intrigued gaze, Galax couldn't help but exclaim, his face flushed. He cast aside all such principles. No creature remains rational when faced with temptation. If they do, it is merely because the temptation is insufficiently compelling. Why flying rocket and power airship are but a final engineering step away from fruition. Sir, I merely lack the ultimate energy source. Galax paused, releasing a soft sigh. His eyes burned with fervor as he gazed at the fiery spirit crystals in Yu's possession, articulating each word with purpose. It was as if he spoke of something he had pursued his entire life. Like a devoted pilgrim, Galax turned his gaze skyward, his face a picture of reverence and longing. He appeared utterly oblivious to the inherent cunning and treachery of his own kind. It is only when one gazes upwards that they realize their own insignificance. Following his gaze, one could see the towering white spire stretching towards the heavens, atop which lay an expansive, elusive floating landmass, an aerial realm seldom trodden by mortals. The city in the sky, perhaps, Brother Yi, why should we trust a goblin? He is undoubtedly deceiving you. Alas, you remain utterly oblivious, for the goblin. Galax has already departed. That recent ambush by the assassins seemed almost trivial. Neither Kreia nor Yu took it to heart. In fact, Kreia found herself preoccupied with thoughts of that cunning goblin, whose deviousness was apparent at every turn. Despite being in the company of Yu and living a life devoid of material worries, one she had once only dared to dream of, she still bore the remnants of her past existence in the dust of poverty, which made her somewhat avaricious. She was unaware of the substantial quantity of the precious fire spirit crystals Yu possessed, which he carelessly discarded as though they were mere refuse, suggesting he had an abundance. Yet, regardless of how many he held, they belonged solely to her elder brother Yi. They were the fruits of his labor, and why should he bestow them upon others? Although Yi was akin to family, she would never solicit wealth from him. However, she was unwilling to relinquish what rightfully belonged to them without just cause. Merely a promise, without even a magical contract, and her elder brother would bestow priceless treasures upon others. To her, this was utterly incomprehensible, especially when the recipient was a notoriously ill-reputed and grotesque goblin. A goblin's promise, she mused, is as credible as flatulence. How could one trust it? She found herself murmuring to Yu in frustration. Hey, all right, little accountant. Yu chuckled softly at the sulking dark elf girl. Such a girl, in the society of his past life, would likely embody the ideal of the domestic woman, long yearned for by many. He gently caressed the girl's silken white hair, chuckling as he suggested, how about a wager? Ah? Even from the murkiest depths, the purest flowers may bloom, and from the despicable and ugly races, noble souls may yet arise. He lifted his gaze towards the floating land atop the white spire, softly murmuring with an inexplicable tone. The outskirts of the endless forests in the farthest east of the continent were not desolate. In fact, they were rather vibrant. Brother Yi, have we arrived? Kreia, who was venturing outside of Liang City for the first time, gazed in astonishment at the breathtaking landscape before her eye in comparison to the culturally rich magical metropolis of Liang City. This place was imbued with the raw and untainted essence of nature. Here, there were no stone edifices, no magical lampposts, and no bustling shops. Only verdant grasslands, soft earth, and no thoroughfares, enveloped beneath a grand magical array teeming with life. Towering trees stretched skyward, exuding an aura of antiquity and primality. Yet, upon these majestic ancient trees, one could discern treehouses crafted from vines and branches, twinkling with ethereal light. Blossoms flourished, fireflies danced, and the scene appeared as though it were a dream. This was the realm of the elves. In stark contrast to the opulent imperial capital of Liang City, this was a world of entirely different character. The elven folk, seldom seen elsewhere, were plentiful here. Slender, fair-skinned, and beautiful elven maidens, alongside handsome and distinguished elven youths, graced the surroundings. They leaped and frolicked among the branches of the colossal trees, laughed amidst the blossoms, and lived freely and joyfully upon this land that nurtured them. Of course, the realm of the elves is not insular. In addition to the elven kin, there are druids, who possess some beastly traits and have long dwelled here, as well as travelers from various races, adventurers, merchants, and of course players. How enchanting! Nightwing gazed at the verdant jungle before him, his eyes slightly lowered, and he could not help but let out a soft sigh. This was a kingdom that existed only in the fantasies of his past life. The vibrant elven kingdom here stood in stark contrast to the war-torn, lifeless southern forbidden zone where he had slumbered for a millennium. Humans? Dark elves? At that moment, a cold, hard voice pierced the air. Kreia, who had often lingered in the marketplaces, was particularly sensitive to these proud and disdainful gazes. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a look. She could not help but furrow her brows. Retracting her gaze from the beautiful natural scenery, her blood-red eyes shifting towards the source of the chilling voice. At the edge of the grand magical array of the elven kingdom stood two elven warriors clad in emerald armor. Strikingly handsome, brandishing long spears and bearing bows, their cold eyes fixed on the two of them. They regarded Nightwing with a mixture of pride and disdain, while Kreia faced an even deeper, lingering aversion. The Dark Elves were a cursed race. They did not possess the alabaster skin of the elves, akin to that of a luminous moon, nor did they share the innate affinity for nature bestowed upon the elves. Instead, they were accompanied solely by shadows that dwelled in filth and darkness. The elves harbored no affection for these cursed kin. Indeed, they often felt contempt for those who sullied the beautiful name of the elves. The elven kingdom had never offered sanctuary to dark elves, nor did they even acknowledge dark elves as true elves. This was one of the reasons for the awkward status of dark elves on the continent. Until now, Kreia had only encountered foreign players from the elven race and had never interacted with true elves. Yet now, she felt acutely the unabashed malice emanating from her kin. You two must pay a toll of 10 gold coins. The two elven warriors regarded them coldly, speaking in hushed tones. What? 10 gold coins? Why don't you go rob someone instead? Kreia exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is the ground here made of gold? This is nothing short of bullying a Na'vi fool. Windkeeper, this is our toll. Coincidentally, at that moment, two middle-aged men, dressed as merchants, passed by their side, casually handing one of the elven warriors 2 silver coins. You may enter. The elven warrior known as Windkeeper merely glanced at him, accepted the silver, and allowed him to pass. You treat us so differently without any pretense. Kreia was no fool. She could clearly sense their animosity towards her. Her mood had been utterly shattered. Her gaze turned icy, her scarlet eyes fixated on the two before her. What does this mean? A fight broke out. A fight was about to ensue. Are there tasks available for me to undertake? Is that a dark elf? How exquisite it is. It truly resonates with my heart. What kind of magic is this? How magnificent. Hiss, such power. It seems something significant is unfolding today. The elven kingdom, filled with the essence of nature, has suddenly been enveloped by an eerie and sinister shadow magic. At the periphery of the protective magic circle of the elven realm, players instinctively gazed in the same direction, engaging in hushed discussions. What does this mean? We do not welcome you filthy races. The elven warrior, known as the Wind Guardian, cast a disdainful glance at Kreia, revealing no trace of concealing his aversion. It appeared he had misunderstood the situation, casting a sidelong glance at the gentle and refined Yu. This man, with his ebony hair and dark eyes, possessed a strikingly handsome visage that rivaled that of the elves, along with an aura that was both mysterious and profound. The Wind Guardian, perhaps driven by some unknown sentiment, coldly huffed, You must be her master, right? We do not welcome vile individuals like you here. Thanks to the dark elves' alluring features, graceful figures, and exotic skin tones, they were particularly favored in certain underground trading venues. Many dark elves frequented establishments of ill repute or served as cherished companions to affluent and powerful figures. Clearly, in the eyes of the Wind Guardian, the two of them belonged to the latter category. What did you just say? One utterance had stirred a hornet's nest. Kreia could tolerate the scorn and disdain of others toward her. After all, She had long endured such gazes, however. What she could not abide was the insult directed at the person most dear to her. More importantly, with a flippant remark, he had transformed her purest admiration, her sweetest thoughts and intimate affections into vile slander. It was evident that the Wind Guardian had stepped on her landmine. How could a being that epitomized all the beauty in the world, such as the elves, so readily resort to verbal harm against others, simply because of their race? In that moment, Kelia seemed to comprehend the sentiments previously expressed by Garox. Yet, this did not mean she would forgive the wretch before her. She would certainly apologize to Garox in due time. But for now, she demanded that this despicable elf pay the price. Kelia glared fiercely at the Wind Guardian, her crimson eyes unable to suppress the surging tide of murderous intent. She coldly shouted, "I am no longer that beggar who roamed the streets." With no remorse as life slipped through her fingers, she had never been a person easy to deal with. If someone dared to offend her, they must face the consequences. What do you intend to do? This is the Elven Kingdom. Damn dark elf. How dare you? She had kicked a metal plate. The overwhelming aura of terror and immense pressure emanating from her was undeniable. Death, death, death. The initial arrogance had vanished. What remained was only fear and astonishment. The Wind Guardian and another elven warrior's eyes widened in horror as they instinctively recoiled, exclaiming in disbelief. The arrogance and prejudice of their race had led them to neglect assessing the strength of their adversary. They could scarcely fathom that the mere dark elf, destined to be a slave, could possess such formidable power. They were nothing more than ordinary elven warriors, barely at level 40. The hero, Kreia, was on the verge of touching the realm of true power, a being far beyond their capacity to confront. Nightwing made no move to halt Kreia's fury. Instead, he observed with keen interest. True strength is not demonstrated by the oppression of the weak. Previously, he had casually tossed a precious fire spirit crystal worth a fortune to the guards of Sunfire City as a toll for passage. He had no intention of complicating the lives of those struggling for survival. Whether it was a single silver coin, 10 gold coins, or even millions, such sums were of little consequence to him. However, when an ant brandished its minions in provocation, the scenario changed entirely. Humph! Kreia disregarded the warnings of the two elves, her blood-red eyes cold as she lightly pressed her foot against the ground. In the next instant, a dark and enigmatic shadow magic circle materialized beneath her feet. Simultaneously, her form flickered, and two shadows, seemingly both real and illusory, appeared at her sides, their lithe figures mirroring Kreia's perfectly. Then, before the astonished gazes of the two elven warriors, the two shadows darted towards them with astonishing speed. They were utterly unprepared, and before they could react, they found themselves ensnared by an unresistible magical force. The shadows swiftly extended their hands, gripping their necks and slowly lifting them off the ground. Their eyes bulged in terror, faces flushed crimson. Struggling to free themselves from the binding around their throats, they feebly kicked their legs, the once valiant elven warriors now resembling powerless insects. I felt as though the increasingly thin air and chaotic thoughts were suffocating them. They were going to die. How could she dare? A mere dark elf, audacious enough to attack elven warriors at the gates of the Elven Kingdom. Did she not fear the kingdom's retribution? Did she not fear death? They struggled, gazing at the figure before them, seemingly filled with regret, wanting to speak, yet unable to utter a single syllable. The two shadows acted with ruthless decisiveness, while their summoner, the delicate dark elf girl, stood calmly in the center of the magic circle. Arms crossed and eyes coldly fixed on the two. She was not a bloodthirsty villain, yet neither was she a paragon of mercy, kindness, or magnanimity. Those who commit wrongdoings must pay the price. Chapter 25. The Elven King. At that moment, voices of familiar surprise reached her ears. Kreia? Night Boss? What are you doing here? Stop it, Kreia! Kreia paused, instinctively turning her head to look. The two elven warriors seized upon this glimmer of hope. Conway Lord, save me, a group of individuals, each clad in diverse attire yet exuding a unique aura, came into view. The foremost among them was recognized by both Nightwing and Kreia. The savior, Con? Ah, it has been quite a while, my little friend. It appears you have grown significantly stronger. Mr. Alfred would surely be pleased with you. Despite being at the epicenter of the event and standing right beside him, Kelia brazenly clutched the necks of two elven warriors. Yet, Yehu remained entirely unfazed, as though nothing had transpired, completely indifferent to the scene, and greeted Con with a light-hearted chuckle. A diverse assembly of individuals, each exuding a unique charisma, gathered around. At the forefront stood a knight clad in resplendent crimson armor, radiating an imposing presence and remarkable grace. He resembled a dazzling sun, possessing an extraordinary aura. Is it any wonder that he is destined to be the savior of the world? His rapid growth is indeed astonishing. Compared to the naive and bewildered figure who had met Yeyu upon leaving Liang City, he has matured considerably. He has evolved into a competent leader, confident, spirited, dignified, and passionate, evoking an instinctive sense of trust. Heh, dear Night Boss, you flatter me. I still have a long way to go. Yet, in the next moment, the Knight's endearingly foolish grin shattered the atmosphere. The two elven warriors, still gasping for breath in her grasp, expressed their disbelief. The spectators. In an instant, his companions behind him appeared somewhat helpless. Doesn't this unfortunate fellow consider the occasion? The nearest, a swordsman cloaked in black, furrowed his brow and shot a glance at Yeyu. Then sharply patted Khan's shoulder. He coldly admonished, Khan, get a grip. Can't you save the greetings for later? Oh, right? Khan froze for a moment, as if awakening from a dream. He hurriedly addressed the two. It's a misunderstanding? It must be a misunderstanding. Night Boss, Kelia, please release them. Fengshuo and Fengli are not villains. Although Yeyu had always struck Khan as somewhat peculiar, the brief conversation they had before his departure instilled in him a sense of respect for Yeyu as a wise elder, indeed, a good person. As for Kelia, there was no need to elaborate. Despite her persistent rejections, Khan had always regarded her as a comrade. Surely, she is a person of integrity and kindness. Furthermore, the two elven warriors had been of great assistance to them since his arrival, earning his deep respect. Thus, they were certainly not malevolent beings. The current conflict between them must surely stem from a misunderstanding. He sincerely hoped that both sides would grant him the favor of resolving the situation amicably. Up until now, he did not perceive this as a grave matter. He believed it could be resolved smoothly. However, perhaps he had been a tad presumptuous, overestimating his position in Kelia's eyes and misjudging her temperament. Little one, I have told you. I shall never command Kelia, nor restrict her freedom. It has always been this way, and it remains so. Yeyu cast a glance at the two elven warriors who were on the verge of losing consciousness, his smile serene and untroubled, as he addressed Khan in all simplicity. This person, who smiled as gently as the sunlight, inexplicably instilled a chilling sensation that penetrated the very marrow of all present. Clea, release them at once. Khan shouted once more towards Clea. Good people? I cannot say. All I know is that they have insulted me, insulted my brother of the night. Clea cast a sidelong glance at him, devoid of any warmth or friendliness that Khan had anticipated. What remained was sheer indifference. Clea had always been thus. Khan consoled himself inwardly. A misunderstanding. It is all a misunderstanding. Clea, if they have offended you, I shall apologize on their behalf. Words spoken in error do not warrant death. Do they? This is the realm of the elves. Cease this at once, or dire consequences shall ensue. For my sake, let them go. Recalling Clea's lineage, Khan swiftly comprehended the situation's context. He sighed quietly, feeling a sense of helplessness as he awkwardly chuckled towards Clea. Why must there exist animosity and prejudice among the different races? Cannot we coexist harmoniously? During his time spent wandering, the naive ideal of saving the world still loomed in his heart. However, beyond that, he had encountered much more, gaining a profound understanding of the essence of this world and the disputes between races, leading to grander visions. He yearned to cultivate a more beautiful world, free of strife, where all races could live together in peace. Yet this endeavor might prove somewhat arduous. At that moment, Clea narrowed her eyes, regarding him with a smile that was neither entirely friendly nor unfriendly. For some inexplicable reason, Khan suddenly faltered. That gaze, cold, mocking, and fierce, sent a shiver down his spine. He did not recognize this version of Clea. This Clea felt foreign, not the ally he had always wished to recruit. Your favor? Not deserving of death. Clea chuckled softly, nodding slightly. You are correct. They truly do not deserve death. With a thought, her eyes flickered, and the two shadows, which he commanded to grip the elves' necks, instantly released their grasp. Thud! The two elves tumbled to the ground, gasping for breath, desperately awakening from the brink of death. Now, that is more like it was merely an illusion. Though Clea was cold, she had always been a kind-hearted individual. The matter was resolved. Khan could not help but narrow his eyes, revealing a radiant, signature smile. However, before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in shock, and his words became lodged in his throat. Clea! You! With a sharp gasp, accompanied by the heart-wrenching wails of the two elves, blood splattered. When did a mere airy apology suffice to atone for one's transgressions? The aloof dark elf cast a sidelong glance at the speechless knight, wearing a gentle smile. If you cannot speak, then your tongue holds no purpose. If one cannot perceive the essence of others, then the very existence of those eyes holds no significance. the enchanting dark elf. Kelia slightly inclined her figure towards the two elves before her, their handsome faces marred by a gushing torrent of blood, and with a smile, she expressed, "I sincerely apologize for the harm I have just inflicted upon you. Now that I have offered my contrition, might we consider this matter resolved?" Ah, the exquisite dark elf. She resembled the alluring Manjasaka, resplendent and enticing, infused with an undeniable charm. Yet, beneath that beauty lurked a chilling indifference and peril, capable of ensnaring souls. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere, as no one uttered a word, save for the bloodied elven warrior who could not help but lament, recounting the recent calamity that had transpired. The blood-drenched shadows trembled slightly before dissipating into glimmers of light, vanishing from sight. Kelia wore a delicate smile, as though she had merely committed an insignificant essay, so brazenly, in broad daylight, within the confines of the elven realm. She had gouged out the eyes of an elf and severed their tongue. Khan opened his mouth in shock, gazing blankly at the tragic scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Then, as if awakening from a dream, he turned his gaze towards the charming dark elf girl, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Kelia, how have you transformed into this?" he lamented. Where had the spirited dark elf from the tavern vanished to? The cold and ruthless dark elf before him felt like a stranger. "Transformed, you say?" Kelia seemed to find amusement in his bewilderment, casting him a curious glance. "Do you harbor some misunderstanding about me?" "Khan? I have remained unchanged from the very beginning. I have always been this way." She had never entertained the thought of becoming Khan's companion. In fact, she had once found his persistence rather distasteful. Naturally, she was indifferent to how he perceived her. If he now harbored animosity towards her, that would suit her perfectly. With that, she turned her back on him, approaching Yeyu, where the earlier harshness faded entirely. She playfully inquired, "Brother Yeyu, where shall we venture next?" However, before Yeyu could respond, a swift sound pierced the air. A whistling arrow soared past, a streak of green light flashing as several arrows imbued with nature's magic embedded themselves into the earth beside them. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" shouted several figures emerging from the treetops, clad in armor, bows drawn tight. Their eyes locked onto Yeyu and Kelia, demanding answers with fierce authority. This was the Elven Kingdom, and Kelia's brazen assault on the Elven warriors would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Elven Defense Forces. Just as Khan had warned her earlier, apart from the emotional conviction that Kelia should not inflict harm indiscriminately, the reality remained that injuring Elven warriors within their realm was akin to openly challenging the entire Elven Kingdom. The conflict between both sides had become irreconcilable. It was evident that the situation had spiraled beyond a mere resolution. "Brother Yi, it seems I have caused a bit of trouble." The sharp arrows glimmered with a chilling light under the sun, pricking at one's back like thorns. However, Kelia gazed at the surrounding Elven warriors, who eyed them with predatory intent and showed no sign of fear. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue at Yeyu and, with a hint of innocence, said, "Trouble?" Yeyu slightly lowered his gaze, gently stroking the girl's silky white hair, and inquired softly, "Do you believe you have done something wrong?" "No," she replied. "Then it cannot be considered trouble." Yeyu smiled at her, reassuringly stating, "It's all right, I am by your side. You can do whatever you believe is right." This is the distinction between Brother Yi and Khan. That arrogant fellow merely imposes his so-called ideals of goodness and justice upon others. In contrast, Brother Yi embraces her, guides her, allowing her to follow her own will and pursue her desires. Brother Yi is the best. Although surrounded by countless arrows capable of piercing flesh, Kelia felt utterly unconcerned and simply basked in a profound sense of happiness. "Esteemed guests, is it not a tad impolite to have bows drawn against us?" Yi raised his eyes to the Elven warriors, who were poised to shoot, and chuckled softly. "I personally do not appreciate being targeted." In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted, an overwhelming wave of fear. The ground trembled, trees splintered, and a collective shock swept over all present. Thud. Some Elven warriors perched in the trees felt as if their very souls were being shaken by a terrifying pressure, losing their balance and tumbling to the ground, their bows feeling impossibly heavy in their hands. They gazed up in astonishment at the figure at the epicenter of this pressure, finding themselves devoid of the courage to meet his gaze. Domain Master? What is this? Who is that person? So powerful. This is a provocation to the entire Elven Kingdom. They are but two individuals. I have seen them before. One is the tavern owner from the tavern in Liang City, and the other, the Dark Elf, is a server there. There were posts about them on the forum. I can't believe it's true. This is astonishingly powerful. Their level is completely unrecognizable. Damn, had I known, I would have increased my rapport with them. The glory adventurers truly are the children of fate. Wherever they go, trouble follows. Is another extraordinary event about to unfold? Can we take on quests? EU's formidable presence primarily affected those elven warriors harboring ill intent towards them, leaving the surrounding players largely unaffected. They continued to munch on snacks while discussing the unfolding events. Khan's glory adventurers are indeed well known among the player community. In merely a few months, they have risen from obscurity to prominence in everyone's sight. This adventuring group is not large in scale, but its numbers are gradually increasing, seemingly comprised of individuals with unique characteristics. The leader, known as Khan, is a knight of noble lineage hailing from the sunlit city of the Sith Empire. What makes this adventuring party truly extraordinary is their uncanny ability to trigger bizarre and unusual events, while simultaneously providing hints to nearby players about the unfolding quests. They consistently manage to navigate perilous situations with remarkable finesse, seizing opportunities that allow them to grow in strength at an astonishing pace, often outpacing the players themselves by several-fold. They have encountered the awakened forbidden sorcerers at the Empire's edge, faced the berserk orc incidents on the Orc Plains, and stumbled upon strange plagues in nameless villages. Players can also partake in their adventures, gaining special quests and lucrative rewards, and their exploits give rise to corresponding eternal dungeons. Gradually, an increasing number of players became familiar with them, and this adventuring party gained considerable fame in the players' forums. Many players often follow in their footsteps, eager to partake in unique events and seize extraordinary opportunities. Although lacking concrete evidence, numerous individuals believe they are the destined saviors of this world, blessed with the protagonist's halo, sought after by the Church. Indeed, many players from the holy factions have attempted to break the ice, hoping to invite them to join the Church. However, due to a significant incident that transpired in the imperial capital, Khan harbors little affection for the Church and thus chooses the path of free adventure, resolutely declining such invitations. Yet this time, the players present sensed that the two individuals encountered by the Glory adventuring party were distinctly different from those they had faced in previous events. Their power was formidable, an insurmountable strength that was beyond challenge. The ruthless actions of Kreia could be overlooked, but the moment Night Feather unleashed his imposing presence, all were struck with awe. This individual was entirely unlike the experience-gaining foes previously encountered by the Glory adventuring party. He was not someone they could contend with at present. The aura he exuded was akin to that of the Church's Knight Commander, the Empire's Dragon Riders, the King of the Undead Calamity, or the Chieftain of the Orc tribes, figures of unparalleled might in this world. Moreover, an enigmatic and mysterious essence surrounded him, lingering inexplicably in the air. The progression of events became shrouded in uncertainty. However, should the Glory adventuring party choose to engage in conflict with this opponent, there was a high probability that these presumed saviors destined for greatness would face utter defeat. As for the player's psyche, Night Feather paid it no heed. He merely observed with keen interest the elven warriors around him, now reduced to dust under the slight pressure of his presence. It was hardly a matter of pride to bully such feeble creatures. He simply was not accustomed to being pointed at. Nevertheless, he would not resort to annihilating an entire race over such trivialities. Was this the domain of Brother Night? Kreia gazed upon the fallen elves, and though there seemed to be nothing present, she felt as though she could see flames blazing fiercely, spreading outward from Night Feather's figure, both real and surreal at once. High in the air lingered an ominous aura of destruction and chaos, inexplicably evoking a sense of despair and despondency. If that is the case, so be it. Nightwing shrugged nonchalantly as he spoke. In this world, the practitioners of cultivation, those of exceptional talent, diligently honing their skills over several years, endure tribulations to seize the fortuitous favor of destiny. Yet, to transcend the shackles of heroic rank, to break through the 90th level, and to comprehend a power that is uniquely their own, a pinnacle achieved through relentless endeavor. This power is known as a domain. By harnessing their own strength and aura, they create a space that wholly belongs to them, exerting complete dominion over all within a certain radius. This represents a crucial watershed that delineates the elite of the continent from other heroic figures. Figures like the Dragon Knight Alfred, the Knight Commander Russell, and the Undead King Saldus, all of whom have mastered the power of a domain. However, during the recent cataclysmic events, Russell had yet to showcase his prowess before being instantaneously vanquished by Aisha, who wielded the blessing of Nightwing's power. These domains, magics, a hodgepodge of abilities and realms, are merely the interpretations of power by the practitioners of this world. As the origin of power, the culmination of existence, Nightwing's might lies beyond the comprehension of any cultivator. He cannot be confined by the definitions of realms established by practitioners, nor does he conform to any so-called domain. Ultimately, these definitions are but deeper understandings of power and its applications. Nightwing's strength has reached its zenith. Should he desire, not just this place, but the entirety of the Elven Kingdom could be transformed into his so-called domain. As for his recent actions, they were merely a subtle display of might. What Korea perceived as a domain, both real and illusory, was simply a manifestation of his formidable presence interwoven with power. Such power who could it possibly belong to? Alas, calamity has descended. O divine being of nature, your child earnestly beseeches you to bestow greater favor upon the elves. At the very heart of the elven kingdom, a sacred ground forbidden to all but the supreme elven queen, bathed in a gentle halo of light, the grass swayed, flowers bloomed in abundance, and vibrant butterflies danced gracefully. At the center lay a crystal-clear spring, its surface serene, exuding a profound essence of life. Beneath the water's surface, immense roots extended, nurturing towering ancient trees. This was the life tree, emblematic of the elven destiny. The most significant belief of the elven race. At this moment, before the tree, stood a woman who seemed to embody all the beauty of the world, her pointed ears adorned with blooming vines, holding a natural scepter pulsating with life. She was the supreme elven woman, universally acknowledged as the fairest across the continent. The elven queen, flowers blossomed for her, sunlight bathed her, and the gentle breeze caressed her resplendent golden hair. All the beauty of the world unfolded before her. At this instant, she appeared to sense something, slowly opening her luminous eyes to glance in another direction, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she let out a soft sigh. In an instant, she found herself whispering prayers to the ancient tree of life, a revered symbol of the elven race. Yet, at that very moment, a sudden interruption ensued. Giggles and laughter echoed ominously. The noble and graceful elven queen abruptly faltered, her ears ensnared by a sharp cackle that only she could perceive. Gradually, the once exquisite and dignified visage began to crumble under the weight of despair. Clutching her radiant golden locks, her stunning features twisted into a semblance of rage. "Silence! Silence, I command you," she repeated vehemently, shaking her head. Nevertheless, the piercing female voice continued its relentless reverberation in her ears. "It is all your fault. It is all your fault, Teresa. You are unworthy of being the queen of the elves. You can only pray weakly, futile. My master shall descend. Destruction approaches. Calamity looms. Ha ha ha. All shall perish. Everyone shall die." "Silence," she screamed. "I am the queen of the elves. I shall safeguard all that belongs to my kind." With a tremendous force, pure green natural energy was unleashed, creating a vast crater upon the grass nearby. The elven queen clutched her head, her fair complexion flushed crimson, her bright eyes bloodshot as she shouted with increasing ferocity. The regal queen now appeared as a deranged madwoman. Ha ha ha. Yet, soon after, accompanied by the chilling laughter only the elven queen could hear, tendrils of shadowy magic began to swirl around her. A master of nature magic. She had never delved into the shadowy sorcery of the dark elves, however. This bizarre and profound energy was undeniably real. Meanwhile, as the energy permeated her, her once creamy, delicate skin began to dull, gradually transforming to a shade of gray. From her fingers, ears, toes, and one side of her body, it crept inch by inch, until half of her was engulfed in the blackness of the dark elves, leaving her with a stark contrast of white and black, tainting the purity of the queen with a hint of malevolence. The blackened half of her being slowly revealed crimson eyes, accompanied by a sinister smirk. "Teresa, have you forgotten? I am my lady. I sincerely apologize. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. May I inquire as to your purpose for being here? To engage in battle with an opponent one cannot hope to defeat is sheer folly. No faction is willing to provoke a top-tier warrior exceeding level 90. Once the oppressive aura of Yu subdued the surroundings, the elven beings present lost their chance to engage in equal dialogue with him. In this world, power is the determinant of status. Only the kingdom's eldest elder, the archdruid, and the queen possessed the standing to converse on equal terms with such a force. Despite the recent cruel act by Kelia, who had mercilessly gouged out the eyes of 2 elven warriors and severed their tongues. However, at this moment, the gathered elven guardians slightly bowed, speaking with a demeanor that was both respectful and humble. Gone was the earlier tone of questioning and imposing presence. Despite being locals, they were acutely aware that Yu was an outsider. Yet, the initiative did not rest in their hands. Yu possessed the formidable power to effortlessly obliterate them all. They had to maintain their humility and strive not to offend him. Why had they not acted this way from the beginning? The weaker and more petty individuals often lack the understanding of humility and restraint. It is only when confronted by an insurmountable fear that they shed their hollow arrogance, becoming as insignificant as insects. Yu, intrigued, observed the elven warriors who had transformed from their previous haughty demeanor to one of subservience, and with a gentle smile, inquired, "Now, tell me, is the toll here 1 silver coin per person, or 5 gold coins?" Matters could have been exceedingly simple. Although Yu was a harbinger of apocalyptic terror, wielding invincible power, he preferred to strategize and engage in intellectual duels with those of equal standing, rather than proving his worth by crushing the weak. Such actions held no significance. He considered himself quite refined. Previously, in the city of Liang, he had graciously paid the toll to the 2 city guards. He could also engage in dialogue with the goblins whose status was a stark contrast to his own. Yet, there were always those who unwittingly built their arrogance upon a perilous abyss. Ultimately, being blinded and silenced was merely their own doing. When one resolves to uphold arrogance and treat others with disdain, they must contemplate whether they can bear the consequences of such hubris. The strong must always retain their dignity. Even a knight as formidable as Captain Russell lost his life for a single disrespectful remark towards the Queen. In comparison, Cleo was already exceedingly gentle. 1 silver coin. Yu's words were straightforward and easily comprehensible. Considering the events that had transpired and the personalities of Feng and Shou, the leading elven warrior quickly deduced the situation. After all this, it was their side that had provoked first. How embarrassing. They deserved it. He couldn't help but glance at the 2 who were lamenting nearby, muttering under his breath. Their indiscretion had backfired. Now they would drag their companions down with them. This is our toll. May we enter now? Yu strolled toward the leading elven warrior, who bowed his head, not daring to meet his gaze. Yu, unfazed, merely chuckled as he placed 2 silver coins on the warrior's shoulder, gently stating, "Of course. Esteemed sir, the Elven Kingdom welcomes you." Although the other party's imposing aura had completely receded, their words were exceedingly gentle. Even courteously presenting the toll, their demeanor was refined and graceful, reminiscent of a gallant gentleman, entirely devoid of the earlier mountainous pressure. Nevertheless, the elven warrior remained tense, his body trembling slightly, responding with a stammer. There was an inexplicable sensation of having walked through the gates of the underworld. "Very well. Let us proceed, little spirit." Was the matter truly resolved this easily? Had these elven warriors conceded? It seemed that this enigmatic man and the enchanting dark elf lady did not appear to be villains at all. The suffocating and soul-shaking terror that had just enveloped the atmosphere seemed almost illusory, vanishing in an instant. The 2 parties, once on the brink of conflict, unexpectedly concluded their encounter in such a manner. In that fleeting moment, all present felt a sense of unreality. "Khan, is that the Kriya you mentioned? Who is that individual? Khan, do you not find him somewhat peculiar?" Nightwing and his companion appeared disinclined to engage with Khan and his group, passing respectfully by the humble elven warriors as they ventured deeper into the flourishing heart of the Elven Kingdom. Meanwhile, the members of the Glory Adventure team displayed a myriad of expressions as they observed the retreating figures, prompting one to speak to Khan, who seemed utterly disheartened. Although Kriya had never expressed a desire to join his adventure team, in Khan's eyes, she had always been a steadfast companion, frequently introduced to others. Yet now, upon encountering the real Kriya, everything diverged sharply from his expectations. "Halt!" A steady, authoritative voice rang out from the Glory Adventure team, calling out to Nightwing and Kriya. "Ling Feng, you." Khan regained his composure, hesitating as he addressed the source of the voice. Following his gaze, an elven archer with striking features and an extraordinary presence emerged from their ranks, fixing his gaze intently upon Nightwing and Kriya. This was their newly recruited companion from the Endless Forest, an elf who, like them, harbored lofty ideals and noble aspirations. "Miss, my name is Ael Ling Feng, and I am an elf, Kriya." However, the eyes of an elf are illuminated by the blessings of the stars, and our words are a gift from the deity of nature. I cannot condone the forcible deprivation of the 2 warriors' right to gaze upon the heavens and express their ideals. Therefore, I implore you to allow me a fair duel. I am willing to defend the honor of the elves, Kriya. Faced with the earnest elf challenging her, Kriya found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 26. The Annihilation Cross. What nonsense is this? Is this individual unwell? Thankfully, I did not join Khan's adventure team. What a peculiar bunch they are. Saviors are generally a collection of eccentric personalities. This is not to say they are flawed. Quite the contrary, they possess an almost obsessive loyalty to their beliefs, never straying from their principles, always acting according to what they deem right, refusing to compromise for the sake of reality or overwhelming power. Thus, they are the saviors. If one were to describe them, they might be seen as idealists blessed by fate. Just like the elf before me, named Ling Feng, who, despite having witnessed the terrifying aura of Nightwing and the formidable strength of Kriya, still dared to challenge Kriya to a fair duel to uphold the honor of the elves. This was a choice made in accordance with his convictions. Such a decision is utterly incomprehensible to outsiders. However, in Nightwing's eyes, this elf was far more endearing than the surrounding opportunistic and hollow-hearted guards. To bow one's head for the sake of life and existence is not a sign of shame. However, to live fervently for one's convictions and beliefs, even in the face of death, is truly more moving than, of course, it would be preferable if the opposing goals were not misaligned with one's own. Sir, I too wish to challenge you. As Lingfeng and Kalia declared their duel, a young man clad in black, with a strikingly handsome visage, stepped forth from the ranks of the glory adventurers. He bore a mighty sword upon his back and fixed his gaze upon Yu, speaking in a low tone. This individual was familiar to Yu. They had crossed paths before. Previously, in the city of Liang, when Yu confronted the provocations of the Emerald Emperor Tavern and sought a sum of 10,000 gold coins from USE, this was the same youth who had been the sole one willing to assist USE in his noble cause. Now, as if by the hand of fate, he had joined the adventure group of Khan, where he truly belonged. Indeed. So, young one, have you thoroughly investigated the matter from before? Now, who do you believe is right or wrong? Yu inquired with evident intrigue. The other remained somewhat reticent. In this world, is there truly such a thing as right or wrong? Nevertheless, at the very least, according to Rex's own standards, USE's initial actions were indeed misguided. A challenge? Do you deem yourselves worthy? Just then, Kalia interposed herself before Yu. Her delicate brows furrowed as she spoke coldly. Provoking her could perhaps be forgiven, but if it involved Yu, that would be intolerable. She had grown weary of the disturbances caused by Khan and his ilk. She now wished only to deliver a sound thrashing to them all, driving them far away from her and her brother Yu's blissful world together. You, and you come forth together. She gestured toward Lingfeng, then indicated Rex, who had issued the challenge to Yu, along with Khan and the entirety of the glory adventurers behind him, speaking with a hint of disdain. Khan, I shall say this one last time. I have no desire to join your adventure group. Do not trouble me again. You are all so weak. What gives you the right to expect my allegiance? Kalia, Yuha, do you not fear stumbling over your own words? This woman is overly self-assured. Who among us is not a genius in their own right? The glory adventurers are a congregation of exceptional talents, favored by destiny as saviors. Though they are still in their growth phase and have not yet reached their pinnacle, they possess a certain pride that cannot tolerate Kalia as provocation. Khan found himself increasingly puzzled by this dark elf girl before him. Was she truly not one of their companions? He sighed softly. Such an internal conflict held no meaning, yet as the leader, he found himself powerless to intervene. This is utterly astonishing, isn't it? Now the question arises. If the glory adventurers are saviors, then what is this dark elf maiden? My queen, do ravage me. Can one transform into a dark elf? How splendid! Accompanied by the gasps of the surrounding players, they followed the direction of their gaze. Bang! A petite dagger collided fiercely with the massive steel sword, producing a sharp and resounding clang. Two vastly different weapons clashed with fierce intensity, and in the blink of an eye, the steel sword was sent flying, unsteady from the tremendous force. You have lost, declared a cold female voice as a frigid dagger pressed against the knight's throat. The battle had come to an end. Khan sat on the ground, somewhat dazed. He had lost, or rather, they had all lost. His companions lay scattered around him, either wounded or utterly exhausted. Each collapsed on the ground. Despite Krea's provocations towards them all, they displayed a commendable spirit of dueling, taking turns to face her in one-on-one combat. Although such a rotating challenge was inherently unfair to Krea, it was the most suitable approach they could muster. Yet the outcome was utterly despairing, a devastating defeat. None of them, be they the magically potent sorcerers, the agile archers with their precise aim, or the skilled swordsmen and martial artists, even Khan, their leader, could withstand more than 3 moves from the slender, seemingly frail dark elf girl, whose beauty belied her strength. It was worth noting that, unlike those long-established champions, Krea was their peer. They stood on the same starting line. In fact, in a certain sense, Krea's training had been significantly shorter than theirs. For as long as they could remember, Khan and his comrades had far surpassed their contemporaries in power, a fact they had taken great pride in. Having sailed through challenges with ease, they had seemingly forgotten what failure felt like. This was the first time Khan and his illustrious adventuring party had faced such a setback against their peers. He stared blankly at the dark elf girl before him, her enchanting visage as cold as ever, her eyes raised in a condescending glance. There was no arrogance from a victor towards a vanquished foe, nor any intent to belittle or insult him. What lay before him was merely an expression of utter indifference. A bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. Perhaps he had truly misjudged the situation. They were not of the same world, and they were certainly not comrades. The girl turned away, her smile transforming into a warm spring breeze, her earlier aloofness vanishing. She was a stark contrast to the swift and decisive dark elf rogue who had just faced the illustrious adventuring party. Brother Yi, how did I perform? She giggled, playfully seeking praise from her beloved. "TSK. You little fool," he chuckled, gently tousling her nose. "Huh? Brother Yi? Is something wrong?" Kreia sensed an unusual tone in Yi's voice. "It's all right. Dio, you want a reward? Hee. Then I would like you to accompany me tonight." Is this a twist of fate? Even if his dark elf girl was unaware, she would still lend her aid to these destined heroes. Sometimes, for these extraordinary champions, a harrowing yet cost-free defeat holds far greater value than countless, effortless victories. Yu smiled, seemingly unfazed, and led Kreia over to where Khan sat, lost in thought on the ground. "Little one, do you still recall the words I spoke to you when you departed?" Knight Master. There exists a peculiar sensation surrounding Khan, as if everything has transformed. Kreia, himself, and the companions of the Glory Adventure Group. Everything has changed. The very source of this transformation lies within the person before us, a powerful being, endowed with vast wisdom, who once imparted counsel to him. He gazed blankly at Yu, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. Sincerity is not a flaw, however. One must also exhibit shrewdness. You all too readily become tools in the hands of others. The world has never been merely black and white. Wouldn't you agree, little one? Yu smiled gently, casting a contemplative glance at the pensive Rex. The matter concerning Boss Youssef serves as a microcosm. It can be applied to any situation, and when you stand up for them, ponder this. Are you truly acting in righteousness? Little one, I shall say no more. Reflect upon this well, for you have much ground to cover. Best of luck with that. Yu waved farewell to the contemplative group and turned to depart with Kreia. Yet, at that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. What is happening? Everyone froze, their eyes widening in shock. Boom. The grand magical array, which had shielded the Elven Kingdom for millennia, shattered with a resounding crash. Enigmatic energies surged forth, and swift, shadowy figures darted towards the realm of the elves. Yu and his companions were merely travelers, never fierce adversaries. However, the true calamity that was to befall the Elven Kingdom, the significant event, was only just beginning. What has transpired? The grand magical array. How could it? What is that? Invaders. There are invaders. Suddenly, the once clear sky turned ominous, the earth trembled, and fierce winds howled as the ancient magical array, established by the great sage to protect the Elven Kingdom for centuries, abruptly collapsed. In that instant, a tremor swept through the entirety of the Elven Kingdom, instilling an inexplicable sense of foreboding within the hearts of all elves. They anxiously scanned their surroundings. The elven soldiers, guardians of the kingdom's peace, swiftly armed themselves with weapons and staffs, standing atop the towering trees, drawing their bows and gathering magical energy, vigilantly surveying the area. Suddenly, accompanied by a muffled gasp, blood spurted forth from the neck of an elven warrior. His eyes widened in horror as he stared in disbelief at his side. Unbeknownst to him, shadows converged. A short dagger stained with blood flashed past him, belonging to a figure with a cold gaze. Their face obscured, moving with remarkable speed. Faintly visible were pointed ears and a hint of darkened skin. Dark elf. The same scene unfolded relentlessly throughout the Elven Kingdom. Meanwhile, a profound and ominous shadowy magic began to coalesce in the distance. Suddenly, the fabric of space warped, rippling with an eerie undulation. A colossal portal gradually unveiled itself at the kingdom's edge, through which one could glimpse an endless void, distorted and treacherous. Boom. Accompanied by thunderous roars, a massive stone arm forcefully pried open the strange portal. From within emerged a gigantic stone foot, ablaze with an emerald flame. As the cacophony of sounds intensified, a figure, as imposing as a mountain and eclipsing the sun, stepped forth from the magical circle, eliciting terror in the eyes of all who beheld it. A demon. A legendary sorcerer has summoned a demon. Hellfire. This, my queen, great druid, save me, save me. This is the portal for summoning demons. A demon from the void has emerged from the magical circle. With a titanic form engulfed in hellish green flames, the fearsome demon trampled forward, heedless of the giant tree representing the nature-loving elf sanctuary, showing no regard for the fragile beings beneath its feet. In that instant, chaos erupted. Those possessing the strength to protect themselves were few. The majority were merely ordinary individuals struggling through life. They gazed in horror at the towering stone giant, ablaze with green flames, and instinctively fled in terror, crying out for help. Invaders. The ruthless dark elf assassins, the terrifying void demons, the enigmatic sorcerers summoning these fiends. The elves, who had long lived in peace and safety under the aegis of the ancient grand magical circle in the boundless forests of the far east, found themselves under a sudden and dreadful assault. Caught completely off guard. The prophecy? The situation had shifted dramatically. What was once a serene elven kingdom had swiftly devolved into chaos and bloodshed. In that moment, Khan and his companions, recently defeated by Clara, momentarily forgot their despair, staring in bewilderment at the scene before them. The Shadowed, the cult of destruction? Has it truly invaded the Elven Kingdom? What are these madmen planning? Khan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the unfolding chaos, murmuring softly. They had not come here for mere travel. They had followed clues and guidance to arrive at this place. Their purpose was to assist and rescue. Ever since they had embarked on their adventure from the imperial capital, they had encountered a series of strange occurrences. The mad mages delving into forbidden magic, plagues, and the frenzy of orcs. Yet, as they resolved these matters, they consistently received subtle hints and clues. All signs pointed towards a mysterious and sinister cult, the cult of destruction. The mad sorcerers who delve into forbidden research are members of the Church of Destruction, and the plague that spreads along the imperial borders is a consequence of the Church's peculiar experiments. The rampant chaos among the Orcish plains is also surreptitiously influenced by the Church of Destruction. In each of these occurrences, they seem to uncover traces left behind by this enigmatic cult. Gradually, they have come to comprehend certain aspects of the sect, which is synonymous with madness, depravity, malevolence, and danger. The principal leaders of this cult consist of 7 archbishops, each embodying one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, wrath, greed, sloth, and so forth. At the heart of their doctrine lies the worship of the god of destruction, a divine entity synonymous with ruin and calamity, often depicted as formless, representing the hopes of every individual. The manifestation of this deity varies according to one's beliefs, yet paradoxically, the image of the god of destruction is strikingly vivid, in the majority of faiths. The god of destruction is personified as the Lord of Catastrophe, the Dragon of the End, symbolizing the ultimate conclusion of the world. In contrast, the players aligned with the Catastrophe faction, who also venerate the Lord of Catastrophe, predominantly engage in conflicts with opposing factions or the Church's political entities, rarely resorting to madness. Khan, who is devoid of faith, these individuals do not qualify as villains, and he has no desire to meddle in the disputes of foreign peoples. However, the Church of Destruction is an entirely different matter. They appear to be concocting some horrifying scheme. Any misstep in their endeavors could yield catastrophic repercussions. They espouse death, propagate pestilence, and instill terror. They are a perilous and deranged collective, obsessively convinced that the world is corrupt and filthy, with all beings embodying pride, wrath, and other base instincts. The world is tainted and in dire need of purification. The existence of life holds no significance. The god of destruction is believed to bring calamity and despair to the world, annihilating all and returning everything to the void. When all is obliterated, the world shall be purified. They consider themselves the devout servants of the god of destruction, the harbingers of a new world, sacrificing to summon destruction and laying the groundwork for its arrival. Such a frenzied belief system stands in stark contrast to Khan and his companions' ideals of protecting and saving the world. They have always been at odds. During the last investigation into the plague on the imperial border, they uncovered some clues and a mysterious prophecy, directing all evidence toward this place, the Elven Kingdom. The clues indicate the presence of a sealed archbishop of the Church of Destruction here. Thus, they have arrived. Upon their arrival, the Elven Kingdom appeared unremarkable. They merely assisted the Elven soldiers in apprehending a few nefarious slave traders. Aside from that, nothing else transpired. They once entertained the notion that the clues and prophecy were erroneous. After all, no matter how deranged the mysterious Church of Destruction might be, it seemed implausible that they could orchestrate an invasion of an entire race's kingdom. They had never heard any rumors about the Elven Kingdom sealing away any malevolent entities. However, it was not long before the tides turned unexpectedly. Just after experiencing the setback in the duel with Kalia, an invasion struck. Those madmen had truly arrived. They had even mustered such a formidable display. Summoning a colossal and terrifying siege demon signified that within the enemy ranks, there was at least one legendary sorcerer of level 90 or higher, possibly even one who had reached the 100th level. My comrades, are you all well? That band of lunatics is upon us. We cannot remain idle. Glory adventurers, charge forth. At the very least, before the might of the Elven Kingdom's champions appears, we must shield some innocent souls from impending disaster. The situation had shifted dramatically. Demons descended, dark elves invaded, and chaos reigned throughout the Elven Kingdom. Despite recently suffering a setback, Khan tightened his grip on the massive sword and raised himself, addressing his companions who bore varied expressions. Angus, I entrust the restoration of our stamina and the blessings of status to you. Kate, I hope you can provide freezing control during the battle. Brant, your speed is remarkable. Hasten to assist the civilians in their evacuation. Rex, let us confront this behemoth together. Khan had now grown into a competent leader, issuing commands to his companions with a calm demeanor. Then, as if recalling something, He turned and asked, "Night Boss, Kalia, could you possibly?" However, just as he began to speak, he halted mid-sentence. The two, EU and Kalia, who had been sauntering away, had already vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Gone? Where could they have gone? War event, the chaos of the Elven Kingdom. Please select a faction and participate in the war. The event has commenced. Which side shall I aid? What is the Destruction Cross sect? Is it truly a tri-faction conflict? Aren't the demons and dark elves allied? I suppose I shall choose the Elven Kingdom. Meanwhile, amidst the sudden turmoil within the Elven Kingdom, all surrounding players were also greeted with new system prompts. The war event has begun. Unlike the earlier grand events that confined cities through game rules, this war event would not be swayed by the player's will. Players could engage in the conflict, yet all locals would remain unrestrained. Everyone would fight as they pleased, and the battles would rage on. Players would not encounter monsters conjured by the dungeon mechanism. Those slain in battle would be truly dead. Should a player perish here, they would be barred from participating in the war event again. The chaotic invasion was a calamity for the Elven Kingdom, yet for the players, it was an unparalleled opportunity. After all, they could not truly die. Upon choosing a faction, they could embark on a series of tasks to aid their chosen side, such as slaying enemies, relaying intelligence, or assassinating leaders. Completion of these tasks would yield corresponding rewards. Players would find themselves akin to solitary combat units, and similar events had transpired multiple times during the previous conflicts between the Church and the Empire, making this occurrence far from extraordinary. However, it is rather unexpected that, aside from the overtly opposing dark elves and demons, there exists a peculiar cult known as the Church of Destruction. This invasion appears to be far more complex than it initially seems. Has a war event erupted in the Elven Kingdom? Far in the northern territories of the Empire, in the dismal paradise of Calamity, Eon narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing into the endless forests of the far east, and couldn't help but murmur softly. As a player, he naturally had access to a myriad of messages exchanged between the game system and other players. Various events would not escape his keen observation. Ladies and gentlemen, let us refrain from involving ourselves in the affairs of the Elven Kingdom and instead head towards the Orc tribes to prepare for the impending civil war among the Orcs. He paused, then addressed the group of players before him, all clad in black, their formation impeccably coordinated and their demeanor extraordinary. As time passed, the previously chaotic Calamity faction began to exhibit a semblance of order. The four representatives of Calamity had gradually established a cadre of elite player armies, akin to the teams led by the Four Saints witnessed during earlier grand events. These individuals belonged to the ranks of the more formidable faction players, possessing a high faction point count. Soon, they would be able to exchange their Calamity faction points for special class advancements in the Sanctum, transforming into a formidable legion of players embodying the Calamity profession. Generally, they engaged in adventures across the continent much like ordinary players, seeking opportunities and leveling up through monster hunting. However, should the need arise to assemble for significant events, they would converge with the swiftness of a military force. As a reincarnate, Eon, endowed with the advantage of foresight, undoubtedly emerged as an exceptional leader, adept at guiding his faction's players towards the most rewarding outcomes. This world is not a linear sequence of events occurring in isolation. The entire continent operates in a dynamic reality. While chaos reigns in the Elven Kingdom due to the invasion, similar disturbances and opportunities may also arise elsewhere. The player's destinations demand careful consideration, as far as he knew. Despite the presence of a savior there, the war event in the Elven Kingdom bore little fruit. In contrast, the internal conflict on the Orc plains held far greater promise. Yet, unbeknownst to him, their deity was currently within the Elven Kingdom. The Church of Destruction, you say? Since my lord has manifested here. Nevertheless, despite his decision to avoid the Elven Kingdom, one matter remained of significant concern to him. He raised his gaze towards the skeletal tomb of the Demon Lord's shrine and then turned eastward, his brow furrowing slightly as he murmured softly. The inclusion of the Undead King is a monumental development for the entire Calamity faction. It would elevate the already advantageous position of the Calamity faction amidst the players' moral dichotomy, leading to a rapid expansion of their numbers, which would soon rival the combined totals of the Divine and Neutral factions. The emergence of a new race has brought great astonishment to many. The Undead possess attributes that are significantly more formidable than those of the basic races, along with a unique ability. Upon reaching 0 health, players do not perish immediately, but instead revive in an unassailable undead form with a fraction of their health restored, subject to a cooldown of 1 hour. This effectively grants them an additional life, remarkably powerful. Furthermore, the undead can learn exclusive skills at the Bone Tomb of the Mage Lord's Shrine and also inherit special. In terms of combat prowess, they utterly dominate other basic races. However, the price of such power is the enmity of the majority of races and factions on the continent, making it difficult to gain favor from NPCs. Yet, For certain players, such negative repercussions are not insurmountable. The undead race remains highly sought after, with a significant number of players in the Calamity faction opting for the rebirth as undead in the player forums. The ranking of the undead has soared, trailing only behind the insurmountable first place held by the Dragonkin. This is the impact brought about by the joining of the Undead King to the Paradise Lost of Calamity. Since local NPCs and bosses, including the Undead King, can actively seek to join the Paradise Lost of Calamity, one must ponder why not the followers of the shared deity, the Cult of Destruction, do not come forth? Chapter 27. The Forbidden Land, truly beautiful Why Etion gazed towards the east, immersed in contemplation. As a reincarnator, he was well aware of the mysterious enemy that this savior had long been confronting. Although their deity is proclaimed to be the ultimate boss of world destruction, in reality, his master remained in slumber throughout his previous life and never made an appearance. The true adversary to the saviors, with a palpable presence, should rightly be regarded as the ultimate villain boss, the enigmatic cult of destruction in this life. His master has revealed himself and even created the holy land of calamity. So why does the cult of destruction not approach? Etion furrowed his brow in deep thought, but then, as if perceiving something, he abruptly halted his musings, his eyes widening in astonishment in the distance. A silver speck rapidly approached their direction, swiftly magnifying. Gradually, it became clear. A colossal dragon. Great Elder, what is happening? The grand magical array left by the great sage, how could it be breached? Demons have emerged, and dark elves. What shall we do? Is the queen still praying at the Tree of Life? This is the highest tree of the Elven Kingdom, representing the pinnacle of the kingdom's power and command center. At this moment, a remarkable assembly of elves and druids gathered here, led by an elderly elf who appeared to have weathered many seasons. His deep-set eyes radiated a profound affinity with nature's magic. Swirling around him, he is the Grand Elder of the Elves. In the Queen's absence, he is the highest authority. Teresa is still in the Forbidden Land. It is a place that isolates magic, accessible only to the Queen. We have neither the permission to intrude nor to send messages. In a grave tone, he addressed the esteemed dignitaries of the Elven Kingdom before him. For the time being, I shall orchestrate the forthcoming measures. Do any of you have objections? None. The guardian of the great magic array proclaimed, "It is my duty, and the recent disturbances are a failure on my part. I extend my sincerest apologies to you all. I shall swiftly ascertain the cause and rectify my error. Regarding this matter, I shall personally accept the punishment. You are being overly harsh, Elder. Let us save pleasantries for later. The situation is urgent, General Elvis. I implore you to lead the Nature Guardians into battle at once and eradicate the dark elven intruders within our kingdom." "Yes," replied the resolute male elf clad in dark green armor, bowing slightly before the elder, before decisively turning and departing. "Great Druid, Mia, Ian, I sense an overpowering and nauseating surge of shadow magic. The legendary sorcerer capable of opening demonic portals is formidable. I hope you can unite your strengths to confront him. Our adversary is not to be underestimated. This undertaking is perilously dangerous, so please exercise utmost caution. May the god of nature bless you." The elder's countenance was stern, palms pressed together as he addressed a deer-headed druid and two imposing elven elders. "It is my inescapable responsibility to protect the kingdom. May nature likewise bless you, Elder. Leave it to me." The three bowed in unison, nodding earnestly, and in a flash, they vanished from sight. "General Hislia, the evacuation of the populace is entrusted to you. Olivier, please tend to our injured." Commands were issued in an orderly fashion. The foremost champions of the Elven Kingdom had already departed to fulfill their respective duties. It appears we are the only ones left. Gentlefolk, let us proceed together to investigate and restore our great magic array. Gradually, the meeting chamber was left with only 5 adept practitioners of nature magic. The elder slightly lowered his aged gaze and addressed the 5. "ASU command, Elder. The great magic array of the Elven Kingdom serves to repel external threats and gather natural magic, safeguarding the elven race for millennia. It holds immense significance for the entire kingdom. Traditionally, it is overseen by the elder himself. It is an area of paramount importance, second only to the sacred grove of life." The 5 elven champions appeared somewhat bewildered. Logically, the restoration and investigation of the great magic array should suffice with the elder alone. They were entirely ignorant of the intricate arcane runes that composed the array and lacked the qualifications to enter its core. They were also uncertain of the purpose of their presence there. They merely responded instinctively, and perhaps it was their illusion, but the elder seemed somewhat peculiar all of a sudden. However, in the next moment, they were indeed taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. Suddenly, without warning, a torrent of dense shadow energy erupted forth, catching the unprepared and frail nature mages off guard. Easily, they were pierced through the heart by arrows forged from shadow magic, their bodies bursting apart, blood splattering everywhere. They were the most esteemed sorcerers of the Elven Kingdom. Yet, in this moment, they lay sprawled upon the ground, having lost their lives without any semblance of awareness. Until the very moment of death, as consciousness faded, a sense of bewilderment enveloped them. How could this, the very epitome of elven authority and the most secure sanctuary, become the site of such a senseless demise? In their final moments, they seemed to vaguely perceive a ripple in the fabric of space behind them. As a shadowy figure cloaked in black gradually materialized, was 5 enough? At this juncture, their most revered and esteemed elder of the Elven clan bore an expression of peculiar pallor. There was no surprise at the arrival of the figure. He merely regarded it with an indifferent countenance and uttered, "Ah, what splendid magic! The malevolent spirits are satiated." The nauseating shadow magic gradually permeated the entire assembly chamber of the highest tree. A rotund figure, draped in black robes, ambled forth, shrouded in a hood that obscured its features. In its grasp was an oddly sinister skull staff, the hollow eye sockets of which seemed to emanate an eerie gaze. It cast a downward glance at the lifeless elven archmages, erupting into fits of strange laughter. Gently caressing the enigmatic skull staff, a look of intoxication washed over its visage, before it jestingly addressed the elder of the elves, Orangus. "Do you still wish to inhabit this form? It appears rather uncomfortable. Maintaining this body for a century without decay must be quite a burden." The elder of the elves offered no reply, merely swaying slightly. Subsequently, tendrils of strange black mist began to emanate from his being, slowly extracting themselves from his form. Simultaneously, as the black mist departed, the elder's body seemed to lose vitality, his skin rapidly withering and dissolving into a putrid state, ultimately reducing him to mere dust. The once mighty elder, who had exuded robust natural magic, transformed into a mere skeleton in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground. The black mist coalesced at his side, gradually taking shape into a humanoid figure. Astonishingly, the elder of the Elven clan was but an impersonation. Perhaps it could be said that the true elder had perished long ago. The troublesome archdruid, sages, and elders had all been dispatched. "Your demon shall not gain much time. It is time to attend to matters at hand. We must seek the Elven Queen and rescue our comrades." The figure materialized from the black mist paid no heed to the fallen elder's skeletal remains, casually gesturing to inscribe a mark of the Church of the Cross of Destruction upon the surrounding walls. It then addressed the hooded figure beside it in a voice devoid of emotion. "The Elven Queen? Our comrades?" At this, it could not help but lick its lips. "Orangus, what benefits would there be if I were to accompany you? Can the Elven Tree of Life nourish my treasures?" The black mist figure coldly responded, "Impossible. Only these 5 individuals are meant for you." The other party could not help but curl their lips in disdain and shake their head in refusal, saying, "Shout, then I shan't go. You may venture forth alone." The figure known as Alangis, the being of black mist, revealed no discernible expression and remained silent. The other did not follow him, nor did he insist. Subsequently, a flicker of movement was observed as he departed without hesitation. "Hee, my dear, let us indulge in some delectable delights." Meanwhile, the figure cloaked in black chuckled sinisterly, gently caressing the eerie skeletal staff in his grasp. Lost in the surrounding aura of shadow magic, the silhouette gradually twisted and, amidst the fluctuations of space, vanished from sight. "Damn, these monsters are exceedingly difficult to contend with. The blood is overwhelmingly thick." The Glory Adventure team stands at a loss. What on earth is happening? What is going on in the Elven Kingdom? Why have reinforcements not yet arrived? Aside from a handful of players, the majority chose to align with the Elven Kingdom to aid the elves. After all, the remaining 2 invaders hardly appeared to be favorable options. Nevertheless, even so, the battle remained far from easy. The demon portal had not closed, and 5 towering hellfires emerged in succession. Their shadowy forms cast an oppressive sense of terror over all. Beneath the hellfires, there were also various lesser demons, imps, hellhounds, and a myriad of peculiar void creatures slipping out from the demon gate. Though the massive hellfire demons moved sluggishly, their offensive and defensive capabilities were formidable, making them akin to a major boss for the players. Countless players, alongside the Glory Adventure team and several elven soldiers, launched an assault, yet they could hardly inflict significant damage upon their foe. Coupled with the disturbances from other minor demons and the incursions of dark elves, the entire scene descended into chaos. The forces of the Elven Kingdom faced relentless setbacks, with smoke billowing all around. What was once a tranquil and harmonious realm, brimming with the essence of nature, now lay in a state of desolation. "Khan, use that one." After being struck back by a demon once more, Khan struggled to rise. gripping his great sword tightly, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the grim situation before him. His companion sighed softly, as if having resolved to make a significant decision, and spoke to him. The grand magic circle had been shattered, plunging the entire elven kingdom into paralysis. The kingdom's formidable warriors had yet to arrive, and the surrounding elven soldiers were merely ordinary troops, still far from the realm of heroes. Meanwhile, the saviors, having endured a series of events, had experienced rapid growth. With few exceptions, they had all surpassed level 60 and entered the realm of heroes, some even having discovered unique opportunities and hidden trump cards to in contrast. The current members of the Glory Adventure team were the most powerful defensive force available. Thus, Khan and his companions needed to deliberate carefully on every step and decision, for the longer they could delay here, the more lives they would be able to save. Khan furrowed his brow in contemplation. If only Kelia and Night Boss were here. Unable to suppress a sigh, he recalled the two friends he had just encountered in an instant. He shook his head, casting aside his thoughts. Just as he was about to issue a command, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. A massive emerald energy arrow suddenly cleaved through the sky, striking precisely into the cranium of a hellfire creature, its formidable magical power and immense kinetic energy driving it deep into its skull. Pinning it against the trunk of a colossal tree, boom! The magical force erupted violently, instantly shattering the massive body of the hellfire creature. An instant kill. The hellfire, which had posed a considerable challenge to the onlookers, was effortlessly vanquished. Elders, under the command of Yufeng, save us. Marvelous. We are saved. How magnificent. I am also an elf, and my profession is also that of an archer. May I learn from her? Amidst the exclamations of the native elves and players, their gazes followed to a strikingly elegant and commanding female elf standing upon a high branch, gradually lowering her longbow crafted from enchanted wood. The elven elder, Mia Yufeng, a legendary powerhouse of the elven kingdom, held the prestigious role of a high-level archer known as an arrow feather. Moreover, the great druid has also arrived. The elven sage is here too. Ha ha! The guardians of nature, quickly eradicate these despicable dark elves. After all, this is the realm of the elves. How could a kingdom that has thrived for 1,000 years lack profound heritage? Once the initial chaos subsided, the elves swiftly launched their counterattack, tearing their foes to shreds. Some elven sages wielded nature's magic, allowing the great trees to slowly awaken. Their roots emerged from the soil, transforming into powerful legs, while branches morphed into arms, becoming formidable treants to fend off intruders and protect the elves. A valiant elven general led the elite forces of the elven kingdom, counterattacking the dark elf invaders who had previously been driving the elven soldiers to retreat. Wherever they passed, foes fell before them. The situation took a sudden turn. With the arrival of the elven kingdom's elite forces, the once dominant invaders fell apart like tissue paper, easily pierced through. What do you dark elves intend to do? Why do you assault this place? The armored elven general pressed his blade against the throat of a bound dark elf, coldly interrogating him. Humph! We have come for the awakening of the dark elves. We sacrifice ourselves for the future of the dark elves. The dark elves are not a cursed race. Despite being captured, the dark elf maintained a stoic demeanor, his crimson eyes glaring defiantly at the powerful elven general before him. Even in dire straits, he showed no hint of fear, instead radiating a fierce determination, embodying the spirit of one willing to fight to the death. Clearly, your queen, Ian, quickly use your natural guidance to unearth that wretched little insect hiding in the shadows. I will tear the damned invader to pieces. The great druid, in the form of a colossal bear, seemed to have adopted a temperament tinged with ferocity. He shattered 2 hellfires in quick succession, trampled countless lowly demons, and roared in fury as he turned to the elven nature mage, whose form was a stark contrast to his own. Strangely enough, despite the situation proceeding relatively smoothly and the chaotic circumstances being brought under control, the usually composed elven sage, the nature mage Ian, found himself gripped by an unsettling sense of dread. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition loomed over him. He drew upon the residual shadow magic from the shattered fragments of hellfire before him, slowly closing his eyes as the natural magic surged within him, gradually invoking the spell of nature's guidance. When one immerses oneself in nature, it will invariably illuminate the path ahead. However, in the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes, his face a mask of horror. He swiftly turned to behold the direction from whence they came. This is bad, in the royal city. The queen, the grand elder, as if to confirm his horrified expression. The next moment, a tremendous roar echoed. The elven kingdom, akin to a monarchy, revered nature. Thus, each ruler was chosen by the ancient tree of life, which embodied the will of nature. The current elven ruler, Queen Teresa, aged 350, remained strikingly beautiful, even amidst the long-lived elves, who averaged a far greater age. She was the treasure of the elves, the most radiant among all past monarchs, her name resounding throughout the continent. Moreover, she was a legendary nature mage, formidable in strength. Possessing the poise and acumen befitting a leader, she had governed the elven kingdom for 2 centuries, maintaining order and earning deep respect, revered as an idol by all within the elven realm. She epitomized the perfect elf. Countless visitors flocked to the elven kingdom, yearning to witness the splendor of this legendary queen. Yet, unbeknownst to outsiders, this extraordinary elven figure, standing at the pinnacle of femininity on the continent, harbored a secret known only to her. A troubling secret that cast her daily existence into a torment of anguish. Within her body resided a peculiar dark elf. 150 years prior, whenever the dark moon graced the night sky, she would hear the eerie whispers of a female voice and the haunting melodies of nursery rhymes. Initially, she was oblivious, attributing it to the burdens of royal affairs that left her weary. After all, this was the very heart of the elven kingdom, safeguarded by countless legendary elven guardians, and she herself was powerful enough to believe that no vile force could harm her. However, as time passed, she began to notice increasingly strange occurrences in her life. She could distinctly feel an inexplicable affinity for shadow magic, despite having never practiced such sorcery as a nature mage. Unlike the dark elves, who were adept at wielding shadows, she found herself inexplicably endowed with knowledge and abilities relating to the dark arts. With each passing night, this power grew more potent, and curiously, she began to experience strange, inexplicable memories surfacing within her mind. She should have been peacefully slumbering in her chamber, yet inexplicably, she found herself atop the highest tree under the cover of night, gazing up at the full moon. These bizarre yet tangible memories ultimately led her to the realization that none of it was mere illusion. These events were undeniably occurring in her life. Chosen as the ruler since birth, she had traversed a life of ease and reverence, governing a kingdom with grace. Yet, she had never before encountered such an unknown terror. She ceased to rest, delving into ancient elven tomes and consulting the Tree of Life, hoping to uncover the reasons behind the peculiar happenings surrounding her. However, all her efforts yielded no clues, until one fateful day, a sharp, clear feminine voice began to echo incessantly in her ears, "I in the throne hall." Beside the ancient tree, in her resting chamber, any time and place, this voice could manifest. Moreover, only she could hear it. Even the esteemed elder of the elven kingdom, a figure of great power and reverence, remained entirely oblivious. Initially, the voice seemed devoid of any clear intent, merely delighting in its own laughter, occasionally even urging dark magic to assist Teresa. Yet, as time wore on, inexplicably, she began to descend further into madness. Growing increasingly paranoid, she developed a loathing for Teresa, often hurling caustic remarks, and began to embrace destruction and despair, constantly whispering in Teresa's ear that the master of the despair she worshipped was soon to arrive, and that she would usurp Teresa to herald calamity into the world. Teresa, tormented and powerless, knew she could not disclose this matter, for as the elven queen, such revelations were unthinkable. She confided only in the venerable elder, who, with countless years of wisdom, safeguarded the great elven magic array. Yet even he had no insight into her plight. She clandestinely sought ancient purification arrays and reached out to elusive legendary nature sages and spellcasters, but still found no solution, only receiving an escalation of the taunting voice in her ears. She could only pray persistently beside the Tree of Life in the elven sanctuary, yearning for a fleeting moment of tranquility. What truly instilled fear in her was the fact that the voice's power was ceaselessly growing. The shadow magic, coveted by many dark elves and sorcerers, surged within Teresa at an astonishing rate, until one day, in a state of terror, she realized that the pure, pristine complexion she embodied as an elven queen had, unbeknownst to her, begun to bear dark spots reminiscent of the skin of dark elves. Initially, it was but a mark on her pointed ear, yet it swiftly spread like ink dissolving in clear water, rapidly invading half of her form. The most beautiful woman in the world transformed into a monster. Time and again, she jolted awake from nightmares, gazing into the copper mirror at her half-white, half-black body, her hair a blend of gold and white, her eyes a duality of red and black. The sharp laughter of the feminine voice echoed in her ears, a genuine sound, resonating from the dark elven half of herself. She felt as though she were plummeting into an abyss, her despair deepening. From that day forth, she harbored a profound hatred for the dark elven race. And thus, from that fateful day onward, the elven kingdom declared the dark elves to be a cursed race, refusing to acknowledge their identity as elves and providing no sanctuary for them. All dark elves residing within the realm were expelled. Consequently, the status of the dark elf community plummeted across the continent, leading to countless dark elves being rendered homeless, their families shattered, their numbers drastically diminished, relegated to scattered remnants residing in the lower echelons of society. Nevertheless, this turn of events held no sway over Teresa, nor the enigmatic dark elf dwelling within her. The entity continued to grow stronger, relentlessly tormenting her in its quest to seize control of her body. Teresa herself found her anguish intensifying, her ability to maintain control waning. After a century of suppressed torment, the elven kingdom remained as tranquil and harmonious as ever, with nature-worshipping elves living contentedly within its borders. Unbeknownst to them, their most revered queen was enduring unimaginable suffering. It seemed the moment for an eruption had finally arrived. Today, the elven kingdom faced an invasion, bearing the vengeful wrath and resentment of the dark elves who had been displaced for a century, as well as the onslaught of demons. Simultaneously, as the elven monarch, she too was engulfed in torment. Begone? Hee. Ha ha ha. A century has passed. It is time for a change. Teresa, it is now your turn to bear the weight of despair. At the heart of the elven kingdom, before the ancient tree of life, where a regal sovereign ought to exude grace, there now stood a figure devoid of any semblance of poise. The pure essence of nature's magic intermingled with the enigmatic shadows of dark power. As Teresa writhed in agony upon the ground, her hair shifting from gold to white, her irises fluctuating between crimson and pitch black, her once alabaster skin tainted with an exotic darkness, in her elven form, Teresa could not help but cry out in pain, while in her dark elven form, she erupted into shrill, manic laughter. Her demeanor oscillated between wild mirth and furious outbursts, creating an unsettling spectacle that marred her inherent beauty. At that moment, the sacred domain of the elves, typically accessible only to the elven queen, was suddenly enveloped in an eerie black mist. An unknown magical force infiltrated this sacred ground protected by the tree of life, and from within the dark fog, ethereal chants resonated, proclaiming that the fertile soil of life could indeed give rise to blossoms of despair. Purity can also succumb to corruption, beauty can harbor ugliness. Twin flowers, half sacred, half seductive. My queen, you have awakened. Faintly, amidst the black mist, a figure emerged, both real and illusory, drawing closer to Teresa. With each step, the power belonging to the dark elf within her seemed to amplify. The shadow within the mist gradually knelt before Teresa, extending a hand towards her, proclaiming, "From this day forth, you shall be the high priestess of the Church of Destruction, presiding over the domain of lust." Hee. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Teresa, embodying the essence of the dark elf, could not suppress a smile as she curled her lips upward. Her exquisite beauty bestowed upon her a charm that no casual expression could ever diminish. The original image of the elven queen radiated an ethereal purity, akin to an untouchable fairy, yet at this moment, the alluring dark elven queen resembled an enchanting sorceress, beguiling and captivating. Both forms were imbued with the most enchanting allure of femininity. Brother Yi, what sorcery is this? Where are we? Just as the shadow in the black mist was about to make contact with Teresa, a young voice, sweet yet somewhat clingy, resonated. The space was violently torn apart, rippling with waves. As silhouettes emerged, more guests had arrived in this realm, which was supposed to be exclusive to the elven queen. Brother Yi, what sorcery is this? Where are we? The sudden shift in space left Kelia feeling somewhat disoriented. She forgot to investigate her surroundings or pay attention to the stunning woman before her, nor the strange figure concealed within the black mist. Instinctively, she glanced towards the one she trusted most by her side. She was aware that Brother Yi was remarkably powerful, at least a level 90 super warrior. Yet, she did not anticipate that he could so effortlessly tear apart the fabric of space to achieve instantaneous relocation. Yi did not respond to her. Instead, he gazed with great interest at the towering ancient tree that pulsed with life. He then turned his attention to the queen, caught in the uncanny interplay of light and shadow between the dark elf and the elf. He could not help but exhale softly, truly beautiful. The queen undeniably lived up to her renowned reputation. Her beauty was indeed captivating. Despite her shifting complexion and somewhat distressed demeanor, it did not detract from her flawless visage. Whether in her elven or dark elven form, Teresa was stunning. Beauty is incomparable. Different beauties possess their own unique allure. Kelia was beautiful in her unwavering strength and sincere charm. Aisha was beautiful in her regal grace and unparalleled elegance. So beautiful. The elven queen before him was beautiful in her purity, a direct and unadulterated beauty that required no understanding. Merely gazing upon her was enough to render one entranced, enraptured. That was her beauty. Who is that? Kelia frowned slightly at the remark, pouting in a hint of jealousy, instinctively glancing in the direction Yi was looking. In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Where on earth had Brother Yi brought her? Before she could voice her astonishment, the two figures ahead had also taken notice of their presence. Who are you? Arangis barked, his brow furrowed in displeasure. There should have been no oversight in the plan. The special barrier surrounding the ancient tree of life was not something ordinary individuals could breach. Who were these two? He was always meticulous and cunning, ensuring that everything was arranged within his grasp. Yet, at this crucial juncture, the sudden appearance of these two individuals had completely exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he could vaguely sense an overwhelming aura of despair and dread emanating from the man. A chasm of insurmountable disparity lay before him, a divide that was utterly unbridgeable. His keen intuition incessantly warned him of impending danger. If he were to restrain himself, it could very well lead to the utter failure of this meticulously orchestrated cultivation plan that had been in the making for a century. Friend, save me. I implore you, rescue me. In stark contrast to his turmoil, Teresa, ensnared in a web of predicaments, represented an entirely different extreme. At this moment, she was far too preoccupied to concern herself with the culpability of Yi Yu and the others who had trespassed into forbidden territory. The events unfolding before her were clearly spiraling out of control. This was a conspiracy directed against the Elven Kingdom, aimed squarely at her. Chapter 28. The Archbishop. The figure concealed within the black mist was evidently no harbinger of goodwill. The dark spirit residing within her was likely linked to him. Her current state was far from stable. Without assistance, she might very well meet her demise. If the will of the dark spirit were to dominate her body, she could scarcely fathom the actions she might undertake. Yet, the sudden appearance of Yi Yu and his companions offered a glimmer of hope amidst her despair. If they could aid her, perhaps there was still a chance for salvation. She forcefully suppressed the other will within her, transforming her form back into that of an elf, and called out to the two with an air of desperation. Brother Yi, what is happening? Kelia was utterly bewildered. The situation before her had completely exceeded her comprehension. This exquisite elven woman, this vibrant, colossal ancient tree, subtly ignited a conjecture within her that she could scarcely believe. Brother Yi, you wouldn't have brought her here. It seemed the timing was impeccable. Unlike the three, whose minds were in turmoil, Yi remained unfazed, wearing an unchanging, gentle smile. Little ghost, can you guess who she is? He inquired playfully of Kelia, before leisurely approaching Queen Teresa. Your Excellency, I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter. The intricately woven plan had revealed a flaw at the last moment. This was a time when no one should be disturbed. Arriving too early, Alangis, lurking in the black mist, spoke with an increasingly frigid tone, warning Yi Yu as he approached. Why Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at him with interest. Why, dear acolyte, you need not remain here any longer. I hope that when we next meet, you possess the same audacity to utter such words to me. His words were tranquil, disregarding Alangis' warning. He merely smiled and uttered a cryptic remark. You. The figure shrouded in black mist momentarily faltered, and in the next instant, boom! The suppressed aura erupted violently, unleashing a fierce wind that twisted the very fabric of space, rendering the air oppressive and suffocating. In an instant, both shadow magic and nature magic were utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The world seemed to come to a standstill. The air felt as though it had solidified, and at the very center of it all was this man, who wore a gentle smile. He had done nothing, moved not an inch, yet solely by the force of his presence, he achieved such an extraordinary level of dominance. The oppressive black mist, nearly dissipated, left the figure within still shrouded in obscurity. Appearing both real and illusory, he stood there, dazed and entranced, gazing at Yi Yu, as if he had succumbed to a stupor. Then, Yi Yu casually waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, seemingly restoring tranquility in an instant. The chilling aura, the weighty pressure, the anomalies of space, all appeared to vanish. The palpable sense of oppression, which had felt so vivid, dissipated like a fleeting dream, leaving no trace behind. Accompanying its disappearance was the last wisp of black mist and the enigmatic figure orchestrating it all from the shadows. No one understood what Yi Yu had done, nor how he had achieved it. It seemed that with a mere flick of his wrist, he had vanquished Alangisi. The sacred realm of the elves returned to a state of peace. The cryptic black mist and its puppeteer had vanished, replaced instead by two unfamiliar figures. Verdant grass carpeted the ground, flowers bloomed, a gentle breeze wafted through, and ancient trees swayed softly, enveloping the three strikingly beautiful individuals below. The dissonance faded entirely, and the scene, when viewed alone, was truly exquisite. Yi Yu appeared indifferent to his triumph over the figure of the black mist, scarcely sparing a glance at his opponent, as he directed his attention towards another presence, the Queen of the Elves. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say that at this moment, Teresa was no longer the beloved elven queen envisioned by the Elven Kingdom. With her alluring dark skin, crimson eyes, and white hair, the enchanting figure before him was unmistakably a dark elf. How could a dark elf possibly embody the essence of an elven queen? At this juncture, Teresa's form had been entirely dominated by the will of the dark elf. "You have come to seal me." The elven queen, under the sway of the dark elf's will, did not exhibit the anticipated frenzy. On the contrary, she was surprisingly calm, having finally gained control of her body. She averted her gaze slightly, her enchanting red eyes fixated on the smiling Yu, and with a touch of melancholy, she spoke. She could sense that this gentle and tranquil man possessed the power to suppress everything, including her, the aberration. He had annihilated Alangjizi, who had stood by her side, clearly intending to aid Teresa. "Seal, you have come to rescue Teresa, haven't you?" The queen, in her dark elf state, gently touched her chest, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "How I envy you. No, I have come for you." Yet, contrary to expectations, Yu made no move to subdue her. He merely smiled and addressed her. "For me?" The queen faltered, momentarily taken aback by his words. It was the first time someone had spoken to her in such a manner, the first time someone had focused their gaze upon her. Her instincts were sharp, and she could discern the sincerity or insincerity of his sentiments. From the moment of her inception, she had been met only with malice. The original owner of this body, Teresa, had harbored disdain and wariness towards her from the very beginning, seeking out various strange individuals, all of whom sought to annihilate or seal her away. The only one who harbored goodwill towards her was merely Alangjizi, who continuously guided her. Yet, she could sense that this kindness was not genuine. The other party merely sought to exploit her. She was oblivious to the reasons behind her existence within Teresa's body, unaware of why she had been imprisoned in this cage, forced to observe Teresa's splendid life from a distance. Once, she was neither mad nor obstinate. She was willing to extend a helping hand to Teresa and could endure solitude. Her desires were not extravagant. At most, she wished to take control of this body while Teresa slumbered, to gaze upon the moon with her own volition. Nothing more, however. All that awaited her was malice. She could not comprehend why her very existence was a mistake, why this world had shown her no mercy. The most fundamental rights of freedom, the basic ability to control her own body, to run freely, to gaze up at the luminous moon, to speak, to communicate with others. These simple acts were incredibly difficult for her. Thus, in her profound despair, she began to yield to the guidance of Alangjizi, who often communicated with her, embracing the worship of a deity that promised the world's destruction, and gradually descended into madness. Now, her long-held wish had been fulfilled, yet it brought forth an existence she could not resist. Initially believing it to be merely a dream, she was instead met with confinement, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn. Her counterpart seemed devoid of malice, even rather cordial. In an instant, her emotions became complex. "Good girl, go to that tree. Retrieve what belongs to you. I will wait for you here." Nightwing, however, received no response. She merely patted the bewildered and dazed Kelia on one side and pointed to the ancient tree of life ahead. It was likely that there lay opportunities meant for Kelia, yet she wondered whether, after following her and experiencing such a twist of fate, Kelia would still be able to claim what was rightfully hers. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. Adato? Kelia's mind had essentially crashed. She was uncertain of her current situation. She simply nodded vacantly, instinctively following Nightwing's words as she walked towards the ancient tree of life. "Doesn't she remind you of yourself?" With Kelia diverted, this could be considered a private conversation. Nightwing gazed at Kelia's retreating figure and then, with a light laugh, turned to the equally dazed queen in her dark elf form. The same beauty, the same suffering, the same dark elf lineage. Indeed, in the original threads of fate, there must have been some connection between them. Having just endured a struggle for her body, Kelia still sat awkwardly on the ground, and without any reservations, Nightwing casually settled beside her. Outside the Elven Kingdom, chaos and battle raged on, yet at the center of it all, within the confines of the ancient tree of life, these two strangers conversed as if they were old friends, relaxed and at ease. The tumultuous war in the Elven Kingdom was undoubtedly a significant event. Many hidden mysteries began to unravel, revealing figures who started to emerge from the shadows, and the fates of various races were altered. As for the Queen of the Elves, she was indeed at the heart of this unfolding drama. No one is aware of the clandestine machinations orchestrated by the Cult of Destruction, the ramifications of which manifested in the mysterious deaths of the esteemed elder and several prominent figures among the elves. The once revered elven queen succumbed to darkness, transforming into a dark elf and assuming the title of the lustful high priestess of the Cult of Destruction. The pure and virtuous queen was replaced by a bewitching enchantress whose every smile and frown stirred the hearts of those who beheld her. This transformation serves as the impetus for the Dark Elves' invasion of the Elven Kingdom. They seek to reclaim their rightful place in the world. With the Queen now a Dark Elf, how can she justify the expulsion and disdain directed towards her kin, relegating them to such a demeaning and precarious status upon the continent? The Dark Elves have never been a corrupted or cursed race. These notions are mere fabrications concocted by wandering minstrels in the centuries following their banishment. They are a race chosen and blessed by the silver moon, not as malevolent as the tales suggest, devoid of a thirst for bloodshed, indulgence, or seduction. Although they lack the innate affinity for nature magic, they too revere and cherish the natural world, embodying the essence of beauty. Yet, they remain voiceless, for the weak possess no power to speak. They do not even have a nation to shelter them. Now, after enduring centuries of anguish, an opportunity has finally arisen. Upon receiving the summons from the Cult of Destruction, the brave Dark Elves resolutely joined the chaotic invasion, determined to fight for their race and secure a future free from humiliation, even if it meant becoming mere bones in the process. This unwavering resolve is the reason behind the Dark Elves' fierce determination within the Elven Kingdom. They possess a nobler aspiration, a more resilient will, and a courage that thrives in the face of death. The path ahead is fraught with uncertainty, yet they are prepared to sacrifice themselves for their kin, unafraid of mortality. Undoubtedly, with the saviors by their side, the outcome remains auspicious. With the assistance of legendary warriors, armies, and players within the Elven Kingdom, Khan and his fated companions triumphed over the demonic legions of the Cult of Destruction, confronting the corrupted Elven Queen head-on. After a grueling battle, Kreia, who shares the Dark Elf lineage and has endured her own hardships, keenly discerned the sorrow and softness hidden beneath the frenzied exterior of her adversary. Kreia became the first to extend goodwill and embrace her with tenderness. And with Khan's eloquence, the alluring Dark Elf form of the Elven Queen became a legend across the continent, inspiring countless imaginations of her beauty. Subsequently, Kreia received the legacy of the Silver Moon Assassins from the ancient Tree of Life within the Elven Kingdom, affirming that the Dark Elves too were a race blessed by nature. The Dark Elf clan hailed Kreia as their leader, and once misunderstandings dissipated, the Elven Kingdom welcomed them back, while the Dark Elves forgave the Elven Queen, laying aside past grievances. This, in Yeti's memories, is the original trajectory of events. Aside from the tragic disappearance of the Dark Elf Queen, it culminates in a nearly perfect conclusion. The fate of another dimension is ultimately unrelated to this realm. It can be utilized for planning, yet it need not dictate the path taken. No, it is not so. The Queen in her Dark Elf form, naturally unaware of the outcome of her alternate self in another realm, merely cast a glance at the departing figure of Kalia, then turned her gaze to Yiyu by her side, gently shaking her head. Not so. That Dark Elf girl is truly happy. She has been treated with kindness. Unlike her, who from the moment of her birth has been engulfed in solitude and despair. Indeed. Yiyu smiled knowingly. What is your name? Not the name of the Elven Queen, but your own, your true name. He did not linger on her words, shifting the conversation to another subject, a name. The enchanting Dark Elf Queen let her gaze fall, a hint of self-mockery in her tone as she replied. I have no name. Alanges has always referred to her as a companion, calling her the Archbishop of Lust, never addressing her by any other name. She was uncertain of her own existence, perhaps believing she was unworthy of a name. Since her inception, she had resided within Teresa's body, even stealing Teresa's name. Then, would you like me to bestow one upon you? Yiyu remained unfazed, his demeanor as gentle and calm as ever, smiling as he inquired. A name that permissible? The Queen in her Dark Elf form felt her breath hitch, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Yiyu. The significance of a name for her transcended mere identification. It symbolized the acknowledgement of her existence, the expression of kindness towards her, affirming that she was not an unwelcome entity in this world. This meant everything to her. After a moment's contemplation, Yiyu suggested, how about Tiana? It signifies a free spirit in the ancient Elven tongue. Tiana, a free spirit. I have a name now. The Dark Elf Queen, momentarily stunned, gently touched her cheek, murmuring in a daze. Thank you. Though she was uncertain of Yiyu's intentions, he had ultimately granted her a name. More importantly, he had recognized her existence. Tiana could not help but express her gratitude to Yiyu. Regardless, he deserved her appreciation. How do you intend to deal with me? After a brief silence, Tiana ventured to ask again. He had come here, defeated Alanges, harbored no malice towards her, and even given her a name. She was uncertain of his motives. For the first time, someone engaged with her so gently. This feeling was both comforting and endearing, yet tinged with trepidation. Deal with? Yiyu raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly as he regarded the somewhat reserved queen before him. Do not fear. There is no need for restraint. I shall not do anything to you. This question, You ought to pose to yourself. How do you wish to deal with yourself? At his words, she momentarily faltered, a sense of confusion washing over her as she touched her chest. Now that she had finally attained the long-desired control over her own body, she found herself at a loss. What was she to do? What could she do? The guiding force of Alanges had been vanquished by Yu. She truly did not know what to do next. Those who are led by others, who comply with the will of others, are mere puppets, never truly free. Nightwing gazed upon the ancient tree of life ahead. Speaking gently, Tiana fell into a contemplative silence. If one finds oneself at a loss, why not attempt to reach an accord with oneself? Nightwing, appearing youthful and graceful, yet embodying the demeanor of a benevolent elder, pointed towards her chest and suggested, "Accord?" Tiana paused, seemingly misunderstanding something. Yet, her expression soon morphed into one of profound sorrow. "Are you asking me to relinquish this body back to Teresa? Ultimately, it is Teresa who is the rightful owner of this vessel, while she merely sees herself as a thief." With a melancholic sigh, she lamented. "Hey!" Tiana's countenance reflected a complex mixture of gratitude and resentment. Nightwing merely smiled softly, offering no explanations. With a casual wave of his hand, an unknown magic surged forth, akin to a gentle breeze brushing against her cheek, stirring a few strands of the alluring queen's white hair. Subsequently, Tiana felt an ethereal lightness within her, as though some burdens had been lifted. The oppressive pain she had sensed since her inception dissipating without a trace. As the magical incantation dissolved, wisps of dark mist began to emanate from her crown. Simultaneously, a series of delicate, ethereal voices echoed in her ears. A melody not only audible to her but also to the will of the elven queen Teresa, forcibly confined within Tiana's body. For a moment, both were taken aback. Where is this? Who am I? Sister, can you hear me? I feel so lonely. You are the elven queen? How impressive. It's wonderful that so many adore you. Hey, sister, nature magic won't suffice. Look, shadows can easily achieve that. Sister, may I borrow your body for a moment? I just want to see the moon. I promise not to disturb you. No, sister, I didn't mean to. I harbor no malice. I only wish to assist you. Do you despise me? Why? Why must you treat me this way? I am in such agony. I am in such agony. Sister, do you truly loathe me? Teresa, I despise you. I despise you. The deliberately muted voices began to resonate around Tiana and Teresa. Together, they bore witness to how Tiana transformed from her initial innocence and humility into the current embodiment of obstinacy and madness. Who are you? Are you within my body? Can we speak? Have you used my body? What have you done? Please, do not engage in nefarious deeds. Stop. I am the Elven Queen. How can this be? Who are you? Who exactly are you? Likewise, the suppressed voice belonging to Teresa echoed in their ears. Despite both vying for control of the same body, initially, there was no malice between them. In fact, there was even a sense of kinship. Having a companion within the soul is not necessarily a bad thing. However, as certain words are silenced, emotions are steered, and resentments are incited, everything gradually transforms. The reasons behind it are, in truth, not convoluted. The pretender Arungs, masquerading as the Grand Elder, essentially possesses the ability to control the entire Elven kingdom, including the capacity to scheme against the unsuspecting Elven Queen. The clandestine and forbidden sorcery can awaken the subconscious of sentient beings, and over time, this can give rise to an entirely new persona. This is the Archbishop he has chosen. In moments of solitude, anguish, and despair, one's will and feelings become fragile, rendering them more susceptible to manipulation and alteration, reshaping them into the desired form. Arungs executed this plan by severing the initial communication between Tiana and Teresa, creating misunderstandings, amplifying Teresa's fears, and guiding Tiana's paranoia, thus widening the rift between them. Ultimately, they became irreconcilable enemies, as fierce as fire and water. When Tiana amassed sufficient power to subdue Teresa, the Archbishop intent on the annihilation of the Cross Church was born. Ball, the plan has failed. An unforeseen formidable adversary has arrived. Release the great demon and retreat immediately. In the Elven capital, the black-robed sorcerer, who was covertly manipulating shadow magic to sow chaos, suddenly faltered. Tendrils of black mist began to envelop him, conveying a cold message. What? Arungs, what is happening? You worthless fool. I commanded you not to let the ancient tree of life consume my essence. You owe me 5. No, 10. I demand the souls of 10 powerful beings, Ball screeched, taunting Arungs while haggling. Humph, then you shall remain here. Arungs merely scoffed, then transformed into a gentle breeze, vanishing from sight. Humph, Ball snorted, the peculiar skeletal staff in his hand flickering with eerie glimmers, as a tremendous surge of shadow magic erupted instantaneously. A colossal portal materialized above his head. Simultaneously, his previously corpulent form began to visibly slim down at an astonishing pace. Damn that rungs. He muttered a curse under his breath, then, like a fleeting shadow, disappeared from his location. These lunatics. What is that? Chapter 29. The Harbinger of Catastrophe Strikes Hiss. How powerful? What level of monster is this? What is happening in the royal city? Accompanied by a thunderous roar, everyone within the kingdom turned their gaze towards the epicenter. They beheld an ominous dark green portal rising from the ground, radiating waves of sinister magical energy. Subsequently, a great demon, adorned with twin horns and wings, wielding a massive green sword, emerged from within. Who calls upon me? He unfurled his wings, surveying the surroundings, his dark green irises exuding an aura of terror. This was not comparable to the various lower-tier demons or the mindless siege demons of Hellfire from before. He was a top-tier demon from the void, a lord of the abyss born with formidable power. The summoning of demons of such formidable caliber necessitates an immense sacrifice, and they are not compelled to heed the commands of their summoners. A century ago, a deranged demon sorcerer sacrificed the lives of countless individuals to invoke a demon of this magnitude. This powerful entity wreaked havoc, instigating chaos and terror, and even annihilated a small nation before the holy war of the church intervened, sealing it away at a great cost. Now, after 100 years, such a terrifying presence has descended once more, this time upon the realm of the elves, the paradise of nature, the elven kingdom. The players looked on in horror, murmuring among themselves, while the local elven warriors and saviors furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. The hidden rats had summoned such a being. The situation had become somewhat precarious. The external world was engulfed in chaos, as the great demon emerged, bringing with it disorder and fear. Yet, in the sacred grounds of the ancient tree of life, tranquility reigned. Kelia approached the ancient tree to receive what was rightfully hers. Meanwhile, Yu watched with keen interest the silent elven queen, her form shifting with the surrounding magical energies. As for Tiana, she was inherently pure, a persona birthed from Teresa's subconscious, neither malevolent nor intent on conquest. She was simply overwhelmed by solitude and despair. When the veils of concealment and suppression were lifted, and the obstructed emotions intermingled, the deepest knots of their souls began to unravel. For both Tiana and Teresa, each held profound significance for the other. Tiana was indeed Teresa, and Teresa was also Tiana. Essentially, they were one and the same. The emergence of Tiana's will may have been a mistake, yet nothing could alter that reality. The echoes of past experiences resonated in their minds like ephemeral wisps within the realm of their consciousness. I am sorry. X2 they gazed at one another, exchanging a smile, and as Yu had remarked, they found reconciliation within themselves, as their magical essences intertwined. The Queen's dark skin transformed into a luminous, jade-like complexion, her white hair into resplendent golden locks, and her crimson irises morphed into deep black orbs. Gazing complexly at Yu before her, compared to the previous Tiana, she now radiated confidence and composure. At that moment, she was Queen Teresa, restored to her former self. However, Tiana's will did not dissipate as it had in another timeline. Rather, it remained steadfast within her being. Your Excellency, thank you. Teresa was unaware of Yu's true identity, his purpose for being there, or the nature of his powers. Even in her newfound fortune, having reconciled with Tiana, her strength had surpassed the legendary 100-level threshold, reaching a higher echelon, positioning her among the continent's elite. Yet, even so, she could not discern the level of the individual before her. He was vast, like the expansive universe, while she felt like a small boat adrift in a boundless sea, unable to see the horizon. She could not fathom why such a being had come to this place, in a certain sense. He remained an intruder who had audaciously trespassed into the sacred realm of the elves. Yet, Nightwing had rescued her. He saved Tiana. He saved them all. Without Nightwing, she could hardly fathom the calamities that might have befallen them. Undoubtedly, he was deserving of her respect and gratitude. After much contemplation, a myriad of words ultimately distilled into a single heartfelt expression of thanks. Has she returned? Your Highness. Nightwing raised an eyebrow, surveying the queen before him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Although he addressed her as Your Highness, there was little in the way of reverence, much like his previous manner of addressing Aisha. Truly, she was stunning. He regarded Teresa's flawless visage with a hint of frivolity, exclaiming in admiration, thank you for your compliment. Teresa had grown accustomed to the admiration and aspirations of her subordinates and subjects. However, it was the first time someone had conversed with her in such an egalitarian, even somewhat cheeky manner. For a moment, she felt a touch of awkwardness. Nevertheless, it was not unwelcome. Instead, it brought a sense of ease. Yet, Tiana was still a touch more adorable. But then, the light-hearted words from her companion caused her to pause abruptly. Unaccountably, her lips pouted in a manner that seemed to betray her regal composure. A queen who had always been gracious and dignified, now inexplicably irked. Really? But soon after, a voice filled with delight echoed once more. The queen's countenance transformed, shifting into that of a dark elf. A playful smile danced upon Tiana's lips, her crimson irises fixed intently upon the one who had altered her very existence. Night brother, I have returned. Yet, before Nightwing could respond, a figure darted past. Regardless of her noble status, no one could claim her night brother. Kreia had returned. The ancient life tree swayed gently, exuding strands of luminescence, its halo shimmering in breathtaking splendor. The blessing of the nature god, this. Simultaneously, Tiana's eyes widened in astonishment, and a gasp escaped Teresa's lips. The life tree symbolized the nature god, eternally embraced by the faith of all nature-loving races within the endless forest. Yet, it seldom bestowed any response. The last time such a blessing had manifested was during the establishment of the Elven Kingdom by the legendary Elven monarch. However, now, after 1,000 years of ethereal silence, the blessing of the nature god had re-emerged. Did you receive it? Nightwing turned to the girl beside him, a light smile gracing his features. Kreia's expression faltered, her smile stiffening as she merely tugged at the corners of her mouth, forcing a chuckle. Sir, are you leaving? In contrast to Teresa, Tiana exhibited far less restraint and formality. She gazed at the two before her, a mixture of envy and reluctance shadowing her features. I in a world where everyone denied her existence. He had bestowed upon her a name, the first to acknowledge her, the first to offer warmth, aiding her in altering her twisted fate and reconciling with the most significant person in her life. Regardless of the circumstances, Nightwing would forever remain etched in her memory. This place, a forbidden realm of the elves, holds no significance for her. She is still reluctant to let the person before her depart. Despite the fact that he appears to have no reason to linger at so, do you wish to accompany me? Nightfeather raised an eyebrow, playfully addressing the individual renowned as the most exquisite beauty across the continent. Tiana lowered her gaze, enveloped in silence. Were this body solely hers, and if her identity were not that of the Elven Queen, she would indeed desire to leave with him. A twinge of envy stirred within her as she observed the dark elf girl, who could affectionately link arms with him. From the very beginning, she had envied her, and now that envy had deepened. May I inquire your name? And what do you treat me with such kindness? Tiana fixed her gaze upon the 26-year-old Nightfeather, her voice tinged with hope as she spoke. He seemed akin to clouds drifting across the sky, both tangible and ethereal, mysterious yet beautiful, elusive to the grasp. At the very least, she wished to retain a lingering thought of him. Me? Nightfeather replied with a smile, gently gesturing toward the ancient life tree that had existed since the dawn of the elves, its roots deeply embedded in time, surviving for millennia. When I commanded the skies, it was but a sapling. And you? Nightfeather gazed into Tiana's eyes, his smile warm. Deities always bestow protection and affection upon their devout followers, do they not? As soon as the words left his lips, the enchanting dark elf queen froze, her blood-red eyes wide with disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. You, she stammered, her words a murmur of confusion. Behind the man, a colossal figure emerged, both real and illusory. Majestic, imposing, filled with despair and fear, a dragon. The world-ending dragon. The terror of the realm, the harbinger of destruction and calamity. The fabled dragon of doom, lord of disasters. The very entity she had once fervently worshipped. No matter how she tried, she could not fathom how this refined, gentle man could be associated with such a fearsome, world-destroying presence. Yet, the reality lay starkly before her. Similarly, the persona of Teresa, residing within her, shared her astonishment. How could this be? Such a proud, terrifying entity, descending in human form to converse so calmly with beings he regarded as mere insects, even jesting with her. The scene felt utterly disordered, however, as they regained their composure. The elegant man and the spectral dragon, symbols of dread and despair, had vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze wafted through, as the ancient life tree radiated soft light and blessings. The beautiful queen stood rooted in place. Everything as it had begun, as though no one had ever set foot here, as if nothing had transpired at all. Only that profound memory, only the fullness within her heart, attested to the events that had just unfolded. Tiana stood in a daze, her gaze fixated on a swirling mass of pitch-black flames that blazed fiercely before her, akin to a sprite of fire dancing, inching closer to her presence. The abyssal and perilous black flames appeared to be menacing. Yet they bore no scorching heat nor destructive power. Tiana felt no fear. Instead, as if compelled by an unseen force, she boldly extended her hand towards the enigmatic blaze. In the next moment, amidst the flickering lights, the black flames vanished instantaneously, replaced by a shimmering obsidian scale that lay quietly in her palm. The touch was warm, emanating waves of profound energy. Why, Lord, sister, my faith shall never waver. Tiana cradled the dark scale against her chest, the closest point to her heart, her gaze steadfastly fixed on the direction where Night Feather had vanished, murmuring with reverence. Concurrently, the traits of the dark elf faded, as Tiana returned her form to that of the elven queen, surrendering her body back to Teresa. Teresa gazed intently at the black scale in her palm, her expression a blend of complexity as she looked towards Night Feather, softly sighing, "Is there truly such a deity?" Roaring with fury, the green flames blazed, corrupting the evil energies that seeped into the once pristine nature, as the terrifying Abyss Lord bellowed, his giant sword cleaving the massive treant summoned by the elven sage in two with effortless ease. With a powerful kick, he sent the enormous, bear-like figure of Great Dei flying, as chaos reigned around, with corpses strewn across the battlefield in a scene of utter carnage. This was a top-tier demon from the void, far surpassing the weaklings encountered before. The elite warriors of the Elven Kingdom found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle, utterly unable to counter their formidable foe. With a savage grin, the demon unleashed his sinister energies, his wings flaring as he soared into the heavens, radiating an aura of power, intimidation, and energy. The malevolent energy transformed into dark green rain, drenching the lands cherished by nature. In an instant, flora withered and life faltered. The once beautiful forest swiftly devolved into desolation. I am calamity. I am terror. Ha 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 ha. His muscles bulged, his wings casting shadows over the sky, resembling an invincible god of fear. What on earth is this demon? It's utterly unbeatable. This is too overwhelming. Had I known this, I would have chosen the Destroyer-S cross faction. It would have been a guaranteed victory. No more fighting. I'm out of here. Players gazed at the despair-inducing boss looming above, their grievances pouring forth. The Elven Kingdom's faction had but one war task, to repel the Abyss Lord. How could this ever be possible? What now? Why is there such a powerful demon? I wonder how things are within the kingdom. The Queen and the Elder have yet to send word. Khan and his companions, along with a multitude of formidable beings from the Elven Kingdom, furrowed their brows, wearied by the incessant troubles posed by the malevolent energies. They were filled with urgency, yet also a sense of helplessness. However, in the next instant, all present, be they players, saviors, or the native denizens of the Elven Kingdom, stopped abruptly, their faces etched with astonishment as they gazed up at the vaulted sky. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the very fabric of space shattered like fragile glass. From the splintered void emerged a colossal dragon's claw, covered in ominous black scales, shimmering with an eerie luminescence under the dark green glow of the malevolent energy. It exuded an aura of danger and dread. The once arrogant and menacing demon suddenly froze, his demeanor shifting to one of sheer terror. His mouth agape, he found himself utterly voiceless, standing paralyzed and defenseless as the dragon's claw seized him, forcefully dragging him into the abyss of nothingness. Are you calamity? Are you despair? Then what am I? On the other side, a strikingly handsome man stood atop the towering trees of the endless forest, quietly surveying the chaos of the Elven Kingdom. He raised his hand, admiring the slender fingers of his palm, and softly murmured, perhaps a new toy could be added to the lost paradise. The harbinger of catastrophe? It has re-emerged. How remarkable. Each presence more formidable than the last. The harbinger aiding the Elven Kingdom. What could his intentions possibly be? So powerful, truly deserving of the title of Lord of Calamity. The scene felt eerily familiar. The players of the Calamity faction were filled with hope, fervently praying, while players from other factions gazed at the gradually restoring space above, engaging in discussions filled with awe. The enigmatic force of annihilation was seldom seen, yet each appearance left a profound impact, instilling both fear and an unsettling admiration for its terrifying might. Previously, the Holy Nation had summoned an angel to bestow blessings, only to be met with the ruthless manifestation of the world-ending Black Dragon, which shattered the space and extinguished lives with a mere grip. Now, the same fate befell the malevolent Abyssal Lord, who effortlessly swept it away, unperturbed by the nature of good or evil. He wielded his power without restraint, meting out justice indiscriminately. Is it truly over like this? The Abyssal Lord was far too formidable. I had anticipated a fiercely costly battle, yet unexpectedly, the situation took a remarkable turn at the last moment. That terrifying demon was so easily whisked away by the rumored harbinger of apocalyptic dread. Has this matter, so bewildering, truly reached its resolution? In an instant, both the saviors and the native inhabitants of the Elven Kingdom were left in a state of bewilderment. General Elvis, we leave this to you, Mia, the Grand Druid. We must proceed to the royal city to protect the Queen and the Elder. In due course, the Elven champions regained their composure. The reason for that being arrival was not their immediate concern. Now, the kingdom is engulfed in chaos, yet it is more imperative to focus on the present. The highest-ranking Elven sage stepped forward, issuing commands with poise and precision, and in an instant, figures vanished from sight. Khan, could that be our adversary? The companions beside Khan furrowed their brows, gazing at the now tranquil sky above, and with a heavy heart, they inquired. They could distinctly sense the sense of duty etched into their very souls. They were not aligned with the master of the dragon's claw, and inevitably, they might have to confront that being, whose mere gaze instills a profound despair. However, he saved this place. Yet, Khan frowned as he surveyed the situation before him, murmuring in a conflicted manner. He had awakened from nightmares more than once, haunted by visions of a terrifying black dragon reducing the world to ashes. He envisioned a realm plunged into calamity and despair. He was determined to alter this fate. He set forth for this very purpose, striving tirelessly. But could what he dreamt truly be the truth? Was that which was proclaimed as evil and dreadful genuinely malevolent? Yet, what lay before him was a reality where that world-ending being had salvaged this place. He glanced around, witnessing the devastation. Countless beings were displaced, homes shattered, and they wept in despair. Their sorrowful expressions were heart-wrenching. The conflicts among the powerful, the rise and fall of kingdoms, directly inflicted suffering upon these helpless souls before him. Had it not been for that being, such despair would have spread to many more. And this sorrow would have permeated even greater corners. You are too easily wielded as weapons by others. Please ponder deeply, is this justice your own, or is it the justice defined by others? In that moment, the words of the mysterious and peculiar elder he revered, the night boss, echoed incessantly in his mind. What are you saying? Khan, that being certainly did not act to rescue the Elven Kingdom. You aren't afraid, are you? The words of his companions failed to rouse him. He merely stared blankly at the sky, murmuring in a daze, seemingly lost. Justice, is it justice defined by oneself? Everything has changed. It is all transformed. Chapter 30. The unexpected gain of the great demon. This is a shadowy space, where flickering lights pierce the pitch-black void, revealing an altar. The ground is adorned with a cryptic magical circle, radiating eerie emerald light, flickering intermittently. In the center of the altar rests a peculiar statue, resembling a dragon yet distinctly distorted. A chilling wind howls, and strange banners sway gently around. 7 symbols belonging to the Church of the Cross of Destruction are inscribed within. Surrounding this altar are 7 pedestals, one of which pulses with a profound and mysterious black light, swirling with dark mist. Gradually, a figure materializes, its visage obscured, but its voice resonates low and hoarse, murmuring incessantly. Fool! Arangis! You foolish imbecile! Do you have any notion of the countless souls I have lost? All due to your ineptitude. Even if granted a century, you would still achieve naught. Meanwhile, upon another circular platform, amidst flickering hues of dark green, a gaunt figure wielding a staff stood prominently. His voice, somewhat shrill and tinged with indignation, directed a scathing rebuke towards a shadowy figure concealed within the black mist. It is difficult to fathom that this vociferous individual, akin to a scolding harpy, is none other than the architect of chaos that has befallen the vast realm of the Elven Kingdom, instigating fear and leading countless souls to despair. The legendary demon sorcerer. Baal? It seems fortune has not favored you, has it? Yet, before Arungs could respond to Baal, another circular platform illuminated with shimmering golden light. A diminutive figure seated upon a chair emerged, the resplendent glow dazzling enough to brighten the otherwise somber atmosphere. With a somewhat frivolous chuckle, he addressed the 2 surrounding him. After investing a century into a scheme, is it true you have garnered nothing? Arungs? How lamentable. But fret not. Trust me, luck is a conserved entity. Though you have encountered misfortune this time, next time, you shall surely strike it rich. What say you? Shall you try your hand at my casino? And Baal, you are welcome too. I have an abundance of greedy souls here. He jested, yet as he concluded, his tone grew increasingly somber. However, that payment is required. Silence, Baal Garidi. Arungs appeared rather displeased, for not only was he being berated by a scornful woman, but also plagued by the incessant jests of a frivolous companion. How could he find any semblance of tranquility? A fierce aura emanated from him, as he coldly admonished the figure illuminated by the golden light. Oh dear, it seems you are angered. Have you now begun to emulate that oath? Urius? Garidi appeared entirely unfazed, still jesting as he taunted Arungs. Garidi, do you wish for your demise? Following this, yet another circular platform erupted with a sudden scarlet radiance. Enveloped in this glow, a colossal figure materialized. Standing in stark contrast to those around him, his towering and muscular frame barely fitting upon the small platform. He gazed at an enormous axe, even larger than his own physique, with eyes that gleamed with a savage ferocity. Fixating intently on the light-hearted individual amidst the golden glow. Oh dear, Garidi continued to chuckle, yet he refrained from further provoking the other. Arungs, since our Lord has made his appearance, why do we not pursue him? Why linger here, disobeying our Lord's will? Urius, however, chose not to engage further with the insolent one, instead turning his gaze towards the obscured figure shrouded in mist, and solemnly inquired. Understand this, I serve our Lord, not you. His voice was deep, yet within his words lay an unmistakable aura of pure, terrifying power. The mightier one becomes, the closer they draw to eternal fortune. My Lord, indeed, it is that existence of eternal luck. Arungs, you are also my revered Lord. Not you? Meanwhile, basking in golden light, Garidi playfully addressed Arungs. I am aware. Arungs fell into a moment of silence, then gently nodded, intoning solemnly. At the very least, we should unite and serve our Lord. Am I wrong? Humph. That is merely your perspective. It bears no relevance to me. Farewell. I can hardly wait. Urius offered him no quarter, merely stamping his foot lightly, the crimson glow fading, his massive form gradually becoming ethereal, vanishing from sight. The last to arrive was the first to depart. All is merely the arrangement of fortune. I remain indifferent. There are matters to attend to, Arungs. I shall take my leave now, wishing you good fortune. Garidi chuckled, waving goodbye to Arungs, the golden light dimming as his figure disappeared. Arungs, do not forget. You owe me a debt. Baylor shot him a fierce glare, before his own form slowly faded from the scene. After this brief gathering, the darkened space was left with only Arungs. Amidst the swirling black mist, his visage obscured, his expression unreadable, and his thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. The prophecies were all wrong, he murmured softly, the events of not long ago spiraling through his consciousness. Beloved disciple, you need not linger here any longer. I hope that when we meet again, you possess the same audacity to utter those very words to me. Suddenly, he recalled the individual who had disrupted all his plans. That handsome man, with his gentle yet peculiar words, and with that utterly overwhelming aura of power. Who are you? Impossible, it shouldn't be. How could you be there? Then, who exactly are you? North, west, east, he gazed intently at the statue at the altar's center, seemingly harboring a conjecture, yet unwilling to accept it, murmuring absent-mindedly. Moths embrace the black flames, their souls and dust wholly offered to you, my lord. Everything has changed. Tell me, what am I to do? A dragon? A silver dragon? It resembles the one that appeared in the skies over Sunfire City earlier. What brings it here? Damn. It seems to be here for a fight. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing in the Elven Kingdom, and a small incident was unfolding in the paradise of lost disasters. Suddenly, a silver dragon soared from the distance, its speed astonishing, a silver streak flashing past as it swiftly approached the scorched earth of ruin. Initially, its purpose remained unclear, but as the distance closed, the players of the disaster faction above the paradise of lost disasters naturally took notice. They gazed in astonishment, exchanging hushed words amongst themselves. Dragons are a rare sight on this continent. Players have primarily encountered the magnificent form of the Lord of Calamity they revere, witnessed the formidable guardian red dragon of his empire, and faced the bone dragon summoned by the undead king. Along with this silver-white colossal dragon, they have seen but a mere ford, however. The creature before them appears to bear ill intentions. Time swiftly passes, and in accordance with its speed, it soon arrives at the frontiers of the paradise of calamity. With its wings unfurled, a fierce wind howls around it, and its lithe body exudes an extraordinary beauty. It roars, Your Majesty, I have come to witness the pinnacle of power. Gazing down upon the vast floating land of the paradise of calamity, it emits a deafening roar. The players, unable to comprehend the dragon's tongue, perceive this imposing and terrifying creature as a harbinger of doom. Strangely enough, despite being situated on the borders of the opposing theocratic nation, the incursions of the undead king and the arrival of this silver dragon seem entirely unrelated to it. The dragon princess. Has she also emerged due to the manifestation of my lord? In contrast to the astonished players of the Calamity faction, their leader, Etion, remains remarkably composed. He squints at the majestic silver dragon soaring in the skies. Pondering quietly, he certainly recognizes this being. Gladys, the Princess of Dragons. She is a dragon that should only appear after the mid-game, when the saviors have already matured. Perhaps her early emergence is tied to the arrival of her master. She is an exceptional dragon, powerful, beautiful, and proud. Unlike the other dragons, who are lethargic, treasure-loving, and fond of slumber, she embodies discipline, diligence, and positivity. One might say she is a dragon of an entirely different caliber, much like the saying, "To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable." Having witnessed the zenith of power, she would gladly embrace death here. Strictly speaking, she should belong to the faction of saviors and has joined the ranks of the glorious adventure group. Yet, there is an element of distinction. While most saviors gather to eradicate calamity and save the world, her purpose is to challenge the utmost limits of existence. The survival of the weak or the fate of the world holds no interest for her. Her ultimate goal is to confront the Black Dragon of Calamity, to validate her pursuit of glory and strength. Even if her body and soul were to be reduced to ashes by the flames of blackness, she would not hesitate. Her joining is merely coincidental, aligning with the goals sought by the saviors. But now, everything has changed. The Lord of Calamity has emerged openly, declaring to the world the establishment of the Sanctum of Calamity. Naturally, Gladys, in pursuit of him, has also manifested ahead of time. The easiest place to find the Lord of Calamity is undoubtedly here. The Sanctum of Calamity, the Paradise of Calamity. The silver dragon soars freely through the skies, proudly surveying the scorched land of sin, and challenges the utmost extremes of the world. In comparison to the previous invasion of the Undead King, the situation for the players, including Yi Tian, is decidedly less perilous. After all, Gladys holds no contempt for preying upon the weak. Thus, despite the formidable aura emanating from their adversaries, Yi Tian remains untroubled. Of course, the other players are oblivious to this fact. While they are momentarily taken aback, suddenly, a cataclysmic transformation engulfs the sacred land of calamity. A dense, viscous surge of magical energy roils, and a chilling black wind sweeps across the scorched earth. In an instant, a gray magical circle illuminates the ground beneath, accompanied by the disconcerting sound of cracking bones. The flames of the soul flicker, shrouded in dark fire, as countless undead rise from the earth, armed and ready, their formidable ranks gazing intently toward the direction of the silver dragon, creating a grand spectacle. The Undead King, the Lord of Calamity, ha ha ha, Lord Sal's, grant me eternal life. Long live the undead. The players are momentarily stunned, especially those who have recently transformed into the new race of undead. Their fervor palpable as they collectively gaze in one direction, their eyes alight with zeal. Amidst the rumbling earth and swirling dust, a bone dragon roars, its voice resonating with a terrifying despair that permeates the air. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascends swiftly, reaching heights comparable to that of the magnificent silver dragon. On one side stands the elegantly formed silver dragon, while on the other looms the decayed, fallen bone dragon, two starkly contrasting entities, each commanding attention in their respective domains. Above the bone dragon, a tattered cloak flutters in the wind, as the undead King Sal's, sword at his waist and silver helm atop his head, stands composed, arms crossed, meeting the oppressive gaze of the silver dragon. Young dragon, you are not yet worthy to confront that one. Allow me to enlighten you. Do you wish to comprehend the essence of death? Sal's, uncertain of how many years he has lived, possesses boundless wisdom accumulated over the ages as an undead being. Among his extensive knowledge is the somewhat esoteric language of Draconic, acquired during the taming of the bone dragon beneath him. Standing atop the bone dragon, he feels no trepidation in the face of the overwhelming presence of his opponent, merely uttering his words in a detached, emotionless tone. Roar! What are you? Scum, you have defiled the honor of dragons. Witnessing her kin reduced to lifeless bones in such a humiliating manner, the proud dragon princess contorts her visage in fury, unleashing a furious roar. Dragons can meet their end in glorious battle, but they cannot endure such indignity. Roar! In her wrath, she suddenly opens her mouth, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon fire toward Sal's. In response, the bone dragon beneath Sal's also emits a deafening roar, exhaling a breath of deathly energy to counter the attack. The dazzling energy collision, akin to a resplendent display of fireworks, heralded the commencement of battle. Why apologies, dear brother Yi, I have disappointed you. I failed to acquire the items you mentioned. The Elven Kingdom is in turmoil, the outskirts of the endless forest are in disarray. Even the most formidable Abyss Lord was whisked away by Yi. Yet the aftermath of this chaotic skirmish remains a troublesome mess to address. However, relatively unnoticed, a strikingly handsome man and a charming dark elf maiden casually perched upon a lofty tree, gazing at the sun as it gradually descended beyond the western mountains. their serene and leisurely demeanor starkly contrasted with the chaos enveloping the Elven kingdom. It was indeed Yi and Kalia. Despite the pandemonium, for Yi, the events were essentially concluded. He had accomplished nearly everything he set out to do. This journey had allowed him to witness the breathtaking natural forests, previously unseen in his past life, and encounter the exquisite first elven beauty. Along the way, he managed to fulfill several plans. There was even the unexpected windfall of capturing a formidable Abyss Lord demon. All in all, his spirits were quite buoyant. However, Kalia, who sat beside him, exhibited a markedly different response. Although she relished the moments spent with Yi, feeling joy and bliss, a sense of guilt and apprehension lingered within her. She had not fulfilled the expectations Yi had for her. Oh, is that so? At her words, Yi raised an eyebrow and cast a glance her way. In truth, he had already discerned her state upon her emergence from the Tree of Life. Despite the extraordinary phenomena of the natural blessings bestowed by the tree, Kalia's aura and strength bore little difference from before her entry. Yet, it appeared she harbored some concerns, her demeanor seemingly subdued. Yi chose not to pry into her thoughts, treating her with his customary demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. His presence was, as he previously conveyed to Tian Na, akin to a time when he wielded dominion over the skies while the Tree of Life was but a sapling. The gaping flaws in her facade could not escape his keen perception, and during his exchanges with Tian Na, he could surmise the situation concerning Kalia. Everything lay within his grasp. Nevertheless, he refrained from interfering in her matters. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. Kalia lowered her head, speaking with a hint of dejection. It's all right. Just moments ago, he had decisively grasped the demon's hand with an unstoppable force, yet now he tenderly caressed the downcast dark elf girl's head. Do you recall when we first met? Yi's eyes curved into a smile, warm and inviting. The previously inscrutable depths of his gaze now imbued with a touch of familiarity as he addressed Kalia. At that time, did not you possess nothing as well? Yi was merely intrigued by the secrets surrounding the saviors. He did not require Kalia to do anything for him, and her failure to obtain that legacy of power was inconsequential. It's all right if Kalia desires. Yi has myriad ways to empower her beyond the legendary Silver Moon assassin of another timeline. The past, like fleeting mist, and memories akin to precious pearls. Kalia bit her lower lip, her eyes brimming with affection, fixated on the individual who occupies the most significant place in her heart. Indeed, he has always been this way. Even now, having grown into a small master, his life is devoid of worries. Yet, those most cherished memories and the sweetest emotions remain deeply imprinted in Kalia's heart, never to be forgotten. She will forever remember her once disheveled self, her moments of despair, and that warm embrace. That figure walking beside her under the lamp, and that fateful night of transformation. Brother Yi, do you? Chapter 31. Companions of Destiny. Kalia hesitated, seemingly on the verge of asking something, but after uttering half of her question, she swallowed her words and instead posed another. Brother Yi, do you believe in fate? Is there such a thing as destiny in this world? Fate. Yi narrowed his eyes at her inquiry, offering no response, merely gazing at Kalia with a gentle smile. Little one, why do you ask such a thing? Do you believe in it? This world indeed possesses a profound sense of fatalism, akin to deities, like saviors born of necessity, as if they have meticulously charted a predetermined path for growth. Furthermore, the end of his world, the annihilator. However, this holds little significance. People often define the realms they cannot grasp as fate. Upon reaching a certain level, upon uncovering enough truths, and upon comprehending sufficient realities, one often discovers that what is deemed fate is merely a pretext crafted by beings of higher existence, hidden deeper than the ordinary. Much like the previous imperial throne struggle, or this time, the chaos within the Elven kingdom. Yet here, in Yi's presence, the so-called predetermined fate is starkly different from another timeline. Kalia paused, gazing intently into Yi's eyes. No, I do not believe. I only believe in you, she declared resolutely. Kalia does not believe in fate. She only believes in Yi. It was so from the beginning, and it remains so now. If fate aligns with Yi, then she shall believe. If fate contradicts Yi, she shall deny it. Time rewinds to a moment prior, in the Elven Forbidden Land, where Yi converses with Tiana. She, in obedience to Yi's guidance, approaches the ancient Tree of Life. As her fingers brush against the time-worn trunk, warmth envelopes her being, her will becoming lighter, her soul seemingly transcending to a dreamlike realm, surrounded by the brilliance of life energy. Though it is clearly daytime, a crescent moon, radiating silvery light, hangs above, cold yet exquisite. Meanwhile, a gentle voice suddenly resonates within her heart. You have arrived, a child blessed by destiny. The voice, soft and tender, reminiscent of a mother-esque caring whispers, evokes an instinctive desire for solace. She was suddenly taken aback, her entire being rendered somewhat numb. Come, come, my child, embrace me. I shall bestow upon you the power to save the world. You shall become a hero. You shall attain glory. You shall become a legend. Before her, a dazzling array of lights flickered. A nebulous orb of radiance danced before her eyes. Simultaneously, fragmented images began to surge within her mind. An exquisitely beautiful dark elf with an icy demeanor. Illuminated by the crescent moon, she appeared as the beloved of the night, gracefully leaping and elegantly dancing amidst the intertwining shadows. With a deft flick of her dagger, she effortlessly claimed the lives of monstrous foes. The scene shifted once more, and she found herself standing alongside figures whose faces were obscured, becoming the object of admiration and aspiration for countless souls, welcoming their reverent gazes and the sacred light cascading from the heavens. Amidst a profusion of blossoms, Clea recognized this dark elf within her mind. She was intimately familiar with that visage, for it was none other than her own. She could feel the river of fate flowing through time. This was her destiny, her future. She would rise as the continent's foremost hero. She would embody greatness. She would become a legend. She would be the one whom the entire world revered and admired. Yet she felt estranged from this version of herself, for her destiny was missing someone. The most crucial person was absent, the one who resided at the core of her heart. How could her fate be complete without him? Come, my child, embrace me. I shall grant you all that fate has bestowed upon you. The gentle voice echoed persistently in her ears, yet Clea grew ever more resolute, increasingly steely. Leave. Clea was not the naive and simple-minded girl one might presume. On the contrary, she was exceedingly astute. Although Yu had never divulged any information about himself, she had never inquired about him either. Yet this did not imply that she was incapable of gleaning insights from the minutiae of their interactions. After all, they spent their days and nights in each other's company. Everything indicated that Yu's identity was anything but ordinary. Tio speculate boldly, Yu might very well be that nameless existence. However, this bore no relevance to Clea. Brother Yi was simply Brother Yi. She believed only in what she could see. His identity mattered not. All she knew was that Brother Yi was the one who had tenderly embraced her that fateful night. He was the one who had rescued her from that filthy heap of refuse. He was the sole source of gentleness in this unkind world. That was sufficient. She believed solely in him. She did not care about Yu's identity. If he were a hero, she would be the vibrant flowers blooming by his side. If he were a demon, she would willingly immerse herself in the innocent blood he stained his hands with. The future, the destiny, the immense power? A hero, the savior of the world. Such matters were of no concern to her. They held no significance. The affairs of others, this merciless world, were irrelevant to her. What mattered most was that her fate must be intertwined with Yu. If it were not for that, she would never admit it. Thus, she rather capriciously did something that left her brother Yi disappointed. She decisively rejected the gentle voice emanating from the ancient tree of life, returning as she went, having gained nothing in the process. Brother Yi likely orchestrated this encounter due to her actions, and while she felt a twinge of guilt for her impulsiveness, she harbored no regrets. She could not bring herself to accept the fate that stood in opposition to Yu. Instead, she was determined to forge a destiny alongside him. Brother Yi, we had a pact. You promised to always be by my side. Right? Brother Yi is a man of his word. She distinctly remembered that day outside the blazing Sun City when she somewhat deviously leveraged the promise born of his affection. They would be together forever. With a gentle lowering of his eyes, Yu softly stroked the head of the clingy little cat, smiling as he spoke. Just as he had previously conveyed to Khan, he would never impose his will upon Clea. If she did not wish to accept the power of that inheritance, then so be it. He had once contemplated elevating her to be the new ruler of this realm and had inquired several times about her desires. However, Clea had declined, and thus, it was settled. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent so much time together. Should the day come when she departed, he might find himself somewhat unaccustomed to her absence. As the hour grew late, neither spoke further. They simply kept each other company, gazing together at the setting sun, the twilight casting elongated shadows of the two figures. In this chaotic elven kingdom, there existed an inexplicable harmony. Yu's gaze seemed to penetrate the dense canopy of towering trees, glimpsing even more distant realms. Suddenly, he turned to Clea and asked, "Little one, would you like to have another companion?" Boom. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the dim, golden light illuminated two massive figures clashing violently in the sky. The magic of the undead intertwined, dragon roars echoed, and breath assaults ensued. Among the onlookers, Players and citizens from the Holy Kingdom watched in awe as the skeletal dragon and the silvery giant dragon continued their fierce battle. The skeletal dragon had grotesquely lost a claw and a thigh bone, shattered fragments flying amidst the chaos, presenting a gruesome sight. Likewise, the silvery giant dragon princess was not faring well. The decaying energy of death eroded her body. The once lustrous silver scales now dulled. A massive sword wound on her back, expanding as the corrosive energy gnawed at her flesh. Dragon tongue. Young dragon, do you see the chasm between us? Will you persist? Even in its tattered state, the skeletal dragon remained under the calm composure of Sal's, who stood unperturbed atop its head, refusing to be dislodged amidst the fierce combat, with one hand wielding the sword of ice. The flames of souls flickered within his helmet as he regarded the proud silvery dragon across from him, inscrutable in his emotions. Dragon tongue, should you continue, you shall witness the eternal despair of the underworld. Sal stated calmly, and with a resounding boom, the battle raged on. In the next instant, a violent surge of magical energy erupted, enveloping the air with an aura of despair as pitch-black flames ignited spontaneously, clinging fiercely to the skeletal dragon. The conflagration blazed, deep and mysterious. Simultaneously, the leg bones that had been torn from the dragon by Gleitis, along with the shredded claws, inexplicably floated into the air, reassembling themselves under the nurturing essence of potent magic. Roar! The skeletal dragon lifted its head, emitting a terrifying roar that resonated through the very fabric of reality, its presence formidable. Compared to before, it seemed to possess an even greater strength. The once proud and defiant silver dragon now stood in silence, a testament to the undeniable truth that venturing beyond the confines of Dragon Island for exploration proved far more enriching than the stagnant practice within its boundaries. Gleitis gazed intently at the imposing skeletal dragon and the undead king before her. A silent sigh escaping her lips. It was undeniable. Their power eclipsed her own. That tattered, withered form of the undead harbored a terrifying force that touched upon the very rules of existence, a realm that Gleitis had yet to grasp. Although she had not yet exhausted all her resources nor reached the brink of despair, she had nonetheless sustained significant injuries. Continuing the battle would likely lead to her downfall. Roar, I have learned, my lord. Despite her indignation at the sacrilege against the dragonkin, she could not help but respect the might of her opponent. A true warrior deserves reverence. Gleitis embodied this spirit, transcending the boundaries of factions, beliefs, and allegiances. Roar, when we meet again, I shall emerge as the stronger one, and I shall also grant you mercy. Gleitis, proud yet humble, ceased her initial ferocious assault, hovering mid-air as she inclined her head slightly towards Sal's, her eyes reflecting both confidence and respect, and she let out a low growl. Acknowledging one's own weakness is no shame. As long as one remembers this sense of humiliation and continually strives toward greater heights, it is sufficient. This was the very essence of her upbringing. It was also the meaning behind her relentless challenges against the strong. Roar, yet I cannot condone your desecration of the dragon race. I will liberate the humiliated souls of our kind, and then I shall surpass you to challenge even greater entities. Gleitis growled towards Sal's, then lifted her gaze towards the statue of the black dragon looming over the plague's paradise, radiating an aura of dominance and despair even in stillness. Without hesitation, she turned away, her exquisite silver wings unfurling as she soared into the distance. Had she lost? The undead king had defeated the dragon. Unbelievable strength. Transform into an undead. I must become one of the undead. How formidable. Is this the pinnacle of power in this game? Am I the only one who finds that dragon striking? Something feels amiss. What a spectacular battle. Clearly, the victory belonged to the undead king, Sal's. Under the setting sun, a unique solitude befell him, characteristic of the truly powerful. The realm of the dead would not reclaim the souls chosen by the plague. And as all eyes turned towards him, Sal's remained entirely indifferent, standing still as he gazed at Gleitis's retreating figure, softly murmuring words that eluded the comprehension of others, as the enchanting magic reverberated. The skeletal dragon, the army of the undead, and he himself gradually transformed into nothingness, vanishing from sight. The grand performance approached its finale, seemingly leaving nothing in its wake. Yager, the time has come. Our guardian dragon has arrived in accordance with destiny. Bearing the will of our Lord, go forth and guide her back. We shall bestow upon her glory, grant her a legend. In the resplendent, shimmering cathedral, the venerable elder, holding a scepter, slightly lowered his gaze and softly murmured. Yes, a roar erupted. Who? The sky had completely darkened. Gleitis descended into a dense forest, her terrifying draconic might sweeping away the surrounding feeble creatures and beasts. She folded her wings and coiled upon the ground, beginning to reflect upon the gains from the recent fierce battle and the healing of her wounds. Yet at that moment, as if sensing something, her dragon eyes, glimmering in the night, fixated intently on a particular direction. And she let out a furious roar, the dragon's roar carrying an icy ferocity that sent several withered leaves tumbling from the towering trees nearby. In the next instant, several figures suddenly appeared around her. A roar! Get away! What do you want? A sense of foreboding began to stir within her heart. She bellowed in anger, seeking to drive away these unwelcome intruders. However, it was evident that they did not comprehend the dragon tongue and paid little heed to her furious cries. Each of them occupied a position, hands clasped together, and instantly the dark forest was illuminated, pure and sacred light enveloping them, bestowing a warmth akin to a mother's embrace and a divine compassion. Yet, Gladys, encircled at the center, did not share this sentiment. The holy light sealed her magic, suppressing her power, as a massive cross materialized above her head, and divine spears composed of radiant light suddenly descended from all directions. A roar! The cross radiated immense brilliance, thickening the air to a near viscous state, obstructing her magic and rendering her movement arduous. It suppressed her surging power and energy. A roar! You scoundrels, have the courage to face me head-on. What kind of prowess is this despicable ambush? Despicable humans, cowardly sneak attack. Countless sharp spears of holy light descended from the heavens, precisely piercing her body. Her wings, back, feet, tail, and dragon head. The seemingly fragile spears appeared remarkably sturdy and unbreakable, imbued with an uncanny binding force that firmly pinned Gladys to the ground. The naive dragon princess finally realized the treachery of the human world. She struggled in fury, roaring in rage. She could accept a direct confrontation like the one she had just faced against SARS, a defeat born of insufficient power, even if it meant her demise. But she could not tolerate this humiliation, being ambushed and pinned to the ground in disgrace. She continued to struggle, indifferent to the blood that flowed from her body as the holy spears pierced her flesh. Oh, beautiful dragon, please cherish your form. Your body, blessed by the divine, does not solely belong to you. It also belongs to the future, to fate, and to justice. At that moment, accompanied by gentle whispers that were discernible, Gladys suddenly froze, ceasing her struggles, and turned her gaze towards a direction shrouded in darkness. A young knight, clad in armor and holding a massive circular ring, approached her with a striking demeanor. Who are you? The tempestuous thoughts within her seemed to have been smoothed over, as an enigmatic energy enveloped her, leaving Gladys with a peculiar sense of confusion. Her wrath diminished, and even though she was humiliatingly restrained in place, she found herself devoid of any desire to engage in combat. A strange feeling blossomed within her heart, one of affinity, perhaps even trust. This sentiment, entirely unwarranted in the present moment, burgeoned under the peculiar radiance of magic surrounding her. How bizarre! Her subconscious continually sounded alarms, yet her body and will remained wholly unresponsive. She merely focused her gaze on the approaching figure, instinctively inquiring in a low growl, I am the companion destined to accompany you. I am your knight. Together, we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, and together, we shall reap the glory of destiny. Come, don it. It shall bestow upon you honor and legend. The young knight smiled gently, advancing toward her as he raised the enormous ring, speaking softly. No, this is not right. The dragon should soar freely in the sky. This cannot be. Gladys's inner resolve roared in fury, yet her body appeared uncontrollable. Fixated on the ring held by the knight, her dragon eyes clouded with confusion as she slowly leaned toward it. The knight, witnessing this unfolding scene, could not suppress his smile, his face alight with joy. However, at that moment, a voice interjected. Ah, it seems the timing is just perfect, brother you. Where are we? You can't seriously be thinking of finding another companion for this journey, can you? Isn't Clea sufficient? Just the two of us is fine, isn't it? Suddenly, the space trembled with ripples, and beneath the moonlight, figures flickered. A warm male voice and a girl's playful protest echoed through the tranquil forest. It appeared that two unexpected visitors had arrived. Who? Just as success seemed imminent. The knight's smile faltered abruptly, and he barked sharply, instinctively turning to the source of the voice. Oh, greetings. Under the moonlight, the handsome man and the charming dark elf maiden materialized before him. The man smiled warmly, waving his hand in a courteous greeting. Who are you? What brings you here? He widened his eyes, voicing his reprimands forcefully. This is amiss. This is amiss. As one of the top-tier powerhouses of the Holy Kingdom, his strength had already surpassed the 90th level. He discerned that the power level of the dark elven girl was somewhat inferior to his own. However, this man possessed an aura as vast as an endless ocean. ethereal as drifting clouds, seemingly real yet shrouded in illusion, with no discernible boundaries or limits. Who is he? Why must he appear at this moment? The keen instinct of a formidable being incessantly warned him. Danger, danger. Despite the desire to plunder, to enslave, to command, why resort to insincere words to mask such intentions? Nightwing observed the Knight of the Holy Kingdom, who appeared to be facing a formidable adversary, with keen interest, and chuckled softly. You, my lord, what do you mean? We are executing the will of the gods. We kindly ask you to depart. Ygr was momentarily taken aback. While the words may have seemed obscure to the average listener, they were unmistakably clear to one whose conscience was burdened. With a facade of bravado, he retorted at Nightwing, attempting to assert his authority with a hint of menace. Hey, I say, she is fated to be with me. Nightwing chuckled lightly, gesturing towards the silver-white dragon pinned to the ground, and replied to Ygr, and you are my adversary. You? As soon as the words left his lips, Ygur's eyes widened in horror. He was filled with dread. Before he could utter a word of retreat, an overwhelming pressure, capable of shattering reality itself, surged forth. It was unfathomable, an unparalleled force that transcended the limits of existence. He barely had time to send a warning to the Holy Kingdom. What is this? Who is he? Why is he so powerful? In the fleeting moment of his fading consciousness, he could only marvel in disbelief. Ultimately, both his will and body dissipated. The forest fell silent once more, as the knight wielding the ring and the sacred mages maintaining the divine confinement vanished into wisps of ash. The colossal cross, the spear forged of holy light shattered, and the silver-white dragon lay on the ground, gasping for breath, with eyes filled with astonishment, staring intently at the seemingly insignificant human before her. Roar, my lord, thank you for your assistance. The impending loss of freedom and the crisis of being shackled were inexplicably alleviated. Despite her grievous injuries and looking somewhat disheveled, Gladys could not afford to dwell on her condition. She merely stared in bewilderment at the two diminutive figures before her, voicing her gratitude with a low growl. Beyond the relief of being rescued, there was also profound awe for the sheer magnitude of the power displayed. Even if only for an instant, she felt it distinctly. How extraordinarily powerful, stronger than the undead King Sal's, with whom she had just battled. It was a strength that was utterly incomparable and unattainable. She had pursued the pinnacle of power, yet had never fathomed the depths of the force before her. Who is he? Can a being so diminutive as a human truly possess such strength? She could not help but be astounded. Brother Knight, is the one you seek not this? What is it saying? Is it expressing gratitude towards you? Clea felt indifferent towards the Holy Kingdom, lacking both affection and animosity. With a mere wave of her hand, EU effortlessly dealt with those individuals, rendering their fate inconsequential to her. To kill was simply to kill. Whether they were villains or heroes mattered not, for those whom EU eliminated were deemed deserving of their demise. In comparison, her interest was piqued more by the formidable creature before her. A dragon. Such a rarity. 80% of the dragons on the continent slumber in Dragon Island, while the remaining few reside in hidden sanctuaries, elusive and difficult to find. The guardian dragon of the Shisi Empire, akin to the one before her, was represented solely by Friar. Earlier, when EU expressed her desire for companionship, could it be this magnificent beast? That was certainly a possibility. A dragon, after all, was far superior to a mere beautiful maiden or a mere light bulb from other races. Moreover, the creature before her, adorned with silvery scales and a lithe form, appeared less cumbersome than most dragons, quite aesthetically pleasing. If they were to travel together, aside from being somewhat ostentatious, there seemed to be no significant drawbacks. Clea was quite satisfied with it. However, it was likely that her sentiments would soon shift. It appeared that the other party should be unable to comprehend the dragon tongue. Listening to Clea's conversation with EU, Geloides paused for a moment, pondering before she began to speak in the common tongue of the continent, somewhat haltingly addressing the two. She had always looked down upon the idea of learning human languages, yet she was familiar with some basic daily expressions. Typically disdainful of conversing with ordinary beings, the current circumstances, where these two had saved her, rendered the situation entirely different. It was only polite and graceful to express her gratitude. You can actually speak. Clea was momentarily taken aback, stepping back a pace, her astonishment palpable. Geloides. EU. My lord, I humbly request you to reveal your name. I vow to repay you in the future. Geloides hesitated, then continued to stammer towards EU. Despite her disjointed speech and somewhat incoherent structure, she managed to convey her intent. Little imp, are you not challenging me? What, can you not even recognize me? Just then, a voice resounded in her ears, words of astonishing clarity that she could comprehend. Why you toyed with the sacred relic left behind by the knights of the nation, then raised her gaze with curiosity to appraise the dragon princess, who should be considered a paragon of beauty in the eyes of dragons, and chuckled lightly. Of course, she understood the dragon tongue. In fact, she was well versed in the ancient languages of the dragon race and the long-lost ancient dragon magic of Dragon Island. This dragon tongue, this. Geloides was utterly dumbfounded, her thoughts a chaotic tangle, unsure of what to articulate. In the next moment, an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to the end of the world, descended upon her, as she felt herself standing at the threshold between life and death. In the haze, she seemed to glimpse the shadow behind this diminutive figure, a harbinger of despair, catastrophe, and annihilation, that being the one she had pursued here. How could this be possible? Long Island, the realm of dragons, epitomizes the pinnacle of power on the continent, a place where no soul dares to intrude. Born with formidable strength, the dragons will rend asunder any malicious invader that dares to approach. Herein lies an ancient legend, whispered through the ages, the cataclysm of the dragonkind, a tale shrouded in darkness that obscured the heavens. A millennium ago, when she was but a dragon egg, a tempest arose, waves surged, ominous clouds engulfed the sky, and lightning intertwined as the very fabric of space shattered. The abyssal flames blazed fiercely, casting a pall of apocalyptic dread upon the once serene and tranquil Long Island. Then emerged a being that instilled terror in the hearts of dragons who had survived for 1,000 years. A presence they could never forget, the embodiment of their deepest fear. The black dragon, a colossal creature of obsidian hue that blotted out the sun, it descended. The searing black flames danced, heralding the arrival of their sovereign. Space contorted in its wake, quaking in fear at its approach. It was the very incarnation of dread, the harbinger of calamity, the end of the world. Though its appearance bore a resemblance to the dragons of Long Island, it was an existence utterly distinct from all those known as dragons within that realm. Its mere presence could shatter the very fabric of reality, and its roar could pierce the heavens. Simply standing there, it evoked terror and despair. The air grew thick, suffocating in its weight. It seemed devoid of reason, impervious to language. Yet, when the bravest and mightiest dragons of the clan launched an assault against the invader to defend their honor and pride, everything changed. The savage black dragon roared in fury, unleashing its dreadful power in this domain that represented the zenith of the continent's might, trampling upon the pride of the dragons as the apex beings of the land. Countless dragon warriors fell that day. The very first to challenge it, the most valiant and formidable of dragons, was swiftly stripped of its wings in a single encounter, rendered incapable of flight, left to lament upon the ground. This marked the epoch of catastrophe for the dragonkind, as no entity could thwart the advance of the black dragon. Where it passed, no creature survived. The vast expanse of Long Island, larger than a kingdom, was brutally cleaved in half, leaving behind a desolate wasteland of black flames, a forbidden zone where no life dared approach for a millennium. It was only when the reigning Dragon King, at a tremendous cost, forcibly activated an ancient spatial transference spell that the rampaging black dragon was banished. Had it not been for this, the dragon race would likely have been obliterated from the annals of history. In the years that followed, the old Dragon King succumbed to the heavy toll of that sacrifice, passing away in lament. The beleaguered dragonkind, stripped of their wings and pride, saw the ascension of their mightiest, Arsnoia, to the throne a few years later. A dragon egg tainted by black flames yet miraculously unyielding to death hatched, giving birth to the dragon princess. She bore the rare and exquisite silver scales of her kind, and Dragon King Arsnoia named her Gladys, meaning hope and despair, courage lost in the dragon tongue. Thus, a millennium passed in the tranquil yet somber days of Long Island, and despite the wisdom of the Dragon King, the dragon race, having endured that catastrophe, has yet to regain its former vitality. The once fabled domain of the black flames, a harbinger of power, continues to burn with an unquenchable terror. All surviving dragons remain haunted by the profound fear and despair that seeped into their very souls. Ugur has failed. Has not a single message returned? How could this be? What has transpired? The wounded guardian dragon should not possess the strength to resist the allure of the controlling ring in the sacred halls of the church. He keenly senses that a candle representing the life of a significant figure within the church has extinguished. The elder, who stood nearby in prayer, suddenly falters. His brow furrows deeply, and he cannot help but murmur gravely. Everything has changed. All that transpired was supposed to follow the prophecies and plans. Yet, at every critical juncture, they invariably encounter failure. Why is this so? Where has it all gone awry? For reasons unknown, he has long been plagued by an ominous sense of foreboding. It is as if an unseen hand is manipulating this world, controlling all races, the players, time itself, and destiny. A feeling of despair looms. Gladys has envisioned countless scenarios of confronting the embodiment of the dragon's fears. Perhaps she would triumph over each formidable subordinate until, at the end of the black flames, she would face the entity directly. Or, perhaps when the apocalypse descends, she would soar through the skies, challenging the majesty of the world ender. Alternatively, she might perish in the process of her challenge, never even glimpsing her opponent, dying within the inferno of black flames. All are possibilities. Yet, she never anticipated encountering her ultimate goal in such a manner. In dragon language, how could you be like this? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the diminutive human before her, as if her very concepts had shattered. This was the legendary world ender, the embodiment of the continent's most potent destructive force, the sovereign of calamity that signifies the world's end, the terrifying presence that has inflicted a millennium of suffering upon the dragon race. Such a being should soar through the skies, devouring sunlight, distorting and shattering space, with fierce flames eroding the world, bringing despair and disaster upon existence. He is the pinnacle of the world. Is he not proud? Should he not be invincible, fearsome, tyrannical, and arrogant? Why does he present himself in such a humble human guise, so gentle, so calm? Moreover, he even saved her. Had it not been for the remnants of his terrifying aura, she might have dismissed him as merely an ordinary mortal. The ultimate goal she has pursued and challenged. Is this truly it? This is far removed from the being she had envisioned. Are you surprised? Nightwing inquired with interest, a light chuckle escaping his lips. In dragon language, yes, should I not be surprised? Gladys felt utterly bewildered. Who could have imagined that the dragon of the world's end, the harbinger of calamity and despair, would stand before her in human form, calmly engaging her in conversation? She spoke of her thoughts to her kin on Long Island, fearing they might deem her mad. What was she to do? How could she challenge him, accomplish her goals? Did she not feel that she ought not to have transformed into her current state? Nightwing seemed to intuit her inner turmoil, chuckling softly as he inquired. In dragon tongue, well, what significance do dragons, humans, or even insects hold? Is there truly a distinction in the merits of differing forms? Little one, true power emanates from within, not from the fade of might. Pride is the exaltation of a beautiful soul soaring in confidence, while arrogance is the vile self-satisfaction of a wretched shell. Do you grasp why dragons are formidable yet never attain the pinnacle? Little one, do you believe that the pride you dragons espouse is of the former or the latter? Nightwing indeed took pleasure in his form as a black dragon, a manifestation of despair, majestic and fearsome, instilling dread throughout the world. However, he held no disdain for other forms, nor did he look down upon other races. Whatever the form, as long as one possesses strength, nothing else truly matters. Even if reduced to the form of an insect, he harbored the capacity to annihilate worlds. There was no shame in becoming a human. Moreover, it allowed him to experience intriguing aspects that were entirely beyond the purview of a black dragon's perspective. After all, he had once been a human in his past life. Why should he disdain himself? The simple counter-question seemed to penetrate the very depths of her soul. Pride, or arrogance? Gladys stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the smiling man, her mind a tempest of thoughts. As her long-held beliefs appeared to be transformed in an almost ethereal way, she sensed that she had gleaned something profoundly significant from the very existence she had pursued. As time flowed slowly, the luminous glow of the night illuminated the silver dragon, bestowing blessings upon the enchanting dark elves. The sun would rise as usual the following day, and the chaotic day for the elves would eventually pass. The clash between the silver dragon and the king of the undead became a topic of mirth among the people, and whispers of the mysterious order of the destructive cross, summoning powerful demons, and the fleeting claws of the Lord of Calamity, stirred the imagination. Few noticed that the kingdom seemed to have lost a formidable knight. This world transforms daily, rife with wondrous and mysterious occurrences. It seemed some interconnected these events, labeling it fate. Yet, what significance did that hold? How many truly comprehend the one who wields control over all? As time progressed, following the upheaval in the Elven Kingdom, aided by numerous elven champions and elders, normalcy was swiftly restored. The grand magic circle was repaired, and the homeland was reinstated. During this period, astonishing news rippled throughout the world. Firstly, the Grand Elder perished in duty, plunging the nation into mourning. The cause of death was attributed to an ambush by the very culprits behind the calamity. The Order of the Destructive Cross. The Elven Kingdom declared a permanent bounty on members of this order. The second revelation was that the Elven Queen was both an elf and a dark elf. The Elven Queen herself stood atop the highest tree, addressing all her subjects within the Elven Kingdom, proclaiming, Dark elves are also a people blessed by nature. The Elven Kingdom also serves as the sanctuary for the Dark Elves, eternally providing them refuge. She apologizes for her erroneous decision made a century ago, not seeking forgiveness, yet she endeavors to atone for her mistakes. The Dark Elves who invaded on the Day of Calamity must likewise bear responsibility for their actions and seek redemption before they can reclaim their citizenship and return to a normal existence. Queen Teresa is a remarkably brave ruler, openly confessing her alternate identity as a Dark Elf along with the reasons behind it. Subsequently, Teresa governs the elves, while the Dark Elf form of Tiana rules over the Dark Elves. Should the Dark Elves express dissatisfaction with Tiana's leadership, they are free to choose another. The revelation of this information has indeed stirred discontent among some elves, creating a degree of chaos. However, for the majority of the kind and pure-hearted citizens of the Elven Kingdom, who have long admired their queen, Teresa's reign spanning centuries has not gone unnoticed, and they have chosen to accept this somewhat shocking revelation. The Dark Elves have returned to the embrace of the Elven Kingdom, and although minor conflicts and frictions persist, the situation is significantly improved compared to the past. Chapter 33. Merely the toys of Calamity Paradise. Countless Dark Elves, struggling at the bottom, wept tears of joy, overwhelmed by the transformation of their racial fate. This day had been long awaited, and the final matter, a somewhat peculiar one, was that the Dark Elf Queen, Tiana, resolutely insisted on erecting a statue of a black dragon in the central square of the royal city. Against the tide of opposition, a black dragon. Aside from that nameless entity, there are likely no other black dragons. The Elven Kingdom reveres nature, existing independently and refraining from engaging in external disputes. They maintain a generally neutral stance towards both the forces of Calamity and the Sacred Camp, harboring no grievances with either side. While they regard the rumored world annihilator with a measure of awe, they do not harbor animosity akin to that of the Church. Yet, mere tolerance does not equate to a close affinity of faith. What could the Dark Elf Queen mean by this? The Church has already issued solemn warnings. Nevertheless, she remains steadfast in her course, unwavering. The envoys of the Church were expelled by her. Strangely, even Queen Teresa did not oppose this initiative. The rationale being that on the day of chaos, the Lord of Calamity intervened to vanquish the demons, thereby rescuing the Elven Kingdom. He is deserving of the elves' reverence. The Church? The gods? What did they do while the elves suffered? Gratitude must be met with reciprocity. This explanation is both logical and persuasive. Moreover, the principal culprit, the Church of the Destruction Cross, which also venerates the Lord of Calamity, has been cast aside into the depths of the endless sea. The Lord of Calamity himself intervened to eliminate the demons summoned by the Church of the Destruction Cross, so naturally, the Elven Kingdom's animosity towards the Church of Destruction will not be redirected towards the Lord of Calamity. For that day, in the despair wrought by the great demon, they were saved by the Lord of Calamity, and many elves felt genuine gratitude towards him. Thus, there is little resistance to this decision. As for the players, the Calamity faction revels, the neutral faction observes, while the Sacred faction finds itself at a disadvantage. The Elven Kingdom has already assigned the task of constructing the statue, and players can participate to earn rewards. On the day the sculpture is completed, all players from the disaster factions may enjoy certain attribute enhancements within the realm of the elves, gaining the affection of the local NPCs. Ah, Night Boss. Miss Kellia, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Wow, what a stunning lady. Is she your new companion? When did you arrive? Allow me to share some news. Recently, the Elven Kingdom has witnessed quite a number of significant events. Within the fantastical jungle metropolis, the Elven Kingdom has emerged from its previous tribulations and now finds itself in a phase of reconstruction. Due to the dissolution of the animosity between the elves and dark elves, there has been a notable increase in the presence of dark elves, handsome and enchanting individuals of darker complexion, within the kingdom. The once rare dark elves have recently surged in number. Nonetheless, in this land known for its abundance of strikingly beautiful people, a combination of one man and 3 women is particularly eye-catching. The 4 are evidently led by the man, flanked by 3 girls, each possessing distinct appearances and backgrounds. A dark elf, a human, and a horned dragonkin? The human girl is clearly dressed in exotic attire, her hair styled in a single ponytail, and her face adorned with a bright smile that suggests an endless stream of conversation. She radiates warmth like a little sun, and her broad grin reveals her charming dimples. The dark elf maiden is equally striking, her graceful figure and beauty rivaling that of the dark elf queen who previously stood upon the high branches. However, her expression seems somewhat melancholic, as if she is troubled by her emotions. As for the last beauty, she is indeed a rarity. Tall and curvaceous, she almost matches the man's height. Her skin is fair, and when compared to the elves here, it is equally flawless. Yet, what draws the most attention are her silvery dragon horns, the tail swaying behind her, and the remnants of silver scales adorning her arms. All of this unmistakably signifies her identity, suggesting a connection to the mighty dragons that embody the pinnacle of power on the continent. However, the dragon kin are notoriously proud. Even with the mastery of transformation magic, they disdain altering their appearance to resemble other races, preferring to soar through the skies in their most formidable dragon forms. Hence, it is rare to encounter someone of dragonkin heritage. Observing her countenance, one may discern that she is not particularly amiable. She likely bears wounds, with traces of blood upon her arm and side, yet her expression remains strikingly indifferent. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she surveys her surroundings with a condescending gaze, only revealing a flicker of humility when her glance brushes over the man. This intriguing assembly, a handsome man and a trio of uniquely beautiful women, naturally captivates the attention of passers-by. These individuals are, of course, Night Yu and his companions. Having journeyed to the elves' natural realm, it would be rather dull to leave immediately after completing their tasks. He has yet to explore this place thoroughly. He yearns to experience its culture and gather some of its unique local specialties. After all, a journey should embody the essence of travel. By sheer coincidence, during a leisurely stroll, she fortuitously encountered the cheerful young lady before her, a fortunate player indeed. Aside from the 13 demon pillars, the only one with whom he shared a relatively close bond was this amiable girl. They seemed to be fated to meet, always stumbling upon each other. Not long ago, a fierce battle had erupted in this very place. How terrifying! That demon was undeniably formidable. It was truly unexpected that the Elven Queen possessed a dark elven form. But they all looked splendid. Night Boss, do you have a place to stay here? I've just met an elven maiden who can offer you lodging for a few nights. Fate is indeed quite marvelous. Meeting again, encountering a friend in a foreign land is a delightful affair. Xian Muji naturally approached, engaging in friendly banter with Yu. My dear girl, have you found the honey of 100 flowers? Yu lowered his gaze slightly, smiling as he spoke to her. The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were equals, casually conversing. One could imagine that this man was the very one rumored to have brought an end to destiny, leading the world towards despair. Xian Muji, of course, was unaware that the one she had been so animatedly discussing the recent significant events in the Elven Kingdom with was the very orchestrator of it all. Standing right before her. Suddenly, Xian Muji paused, her previously radiant face dimming slightly. No. Alfred is truly too much. Where on earth am I supposed to procure the royal wine exclusive to the Elven Palace for him? She couldn't help but vent her frustrations to Yu, lamenting her prolonged struggle here. Many Elven NPCs had nearly maxed out their affection for her, yet she still had no means to acquire Alfred's quest item. She was on the verge of giving up. What are they saying? This cheerful girl from a distant land, though seemingly fragile and easily crushed, what worth did she have in conversation? Gladys watched the man before her engage in light-hearted chatter and couldn't help but furrow her brow, awkwardly asking the stuttering Kelia in the common tongue of the continent, eye in her eyes. This man was the legendary being who could bring about the world's destruction and calamity, yet the scene had completely transformed, surpassing her wildest imaginings. Regardless, having finally encountered the ultimate goal of her journey in this continent, she was determined to seize the opportunity to follow him. Otherwise, finding him again would likely prove to be an insurmountable challenge. She was not yet strong enough, nor did she possess the qualifications, but she was confident that one day, she would reach the pinnacle. At that time, she would challenge him. She intended to fulfill the meaning of her name, to restore the lost dignity, glory, and courage of the dragon clan. What were they discussing? Kelia, already in a sour mood, could not help but glare at the overly eager interloper, correcting her grammar with irritation. Despite the fact that the other had recently been a massive, imposing silver dragon, she felt no fear in this moment. With Brother Yi by her side, what was there to be afraid of? It is unclear what my brother Yi had previously discussed with this individual. Despite being a magnificent, silver-scaled dragon, it has inexplicably transformed into the unfortunate figure of a plump woman before my eyes. And to make matters worse, she shamelessly insists on following us. Thus, we find ourselves in this peculiar situation. Can a dragon truly take on a human form? If so, why must it be so aesthetically pleasing? Why not simply remain in the guise of a dragon and serve as a mere means of transportation? This leaves Kelia feeling quite vexed. She couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Initially, she was apprehensive about the journey to the Elven Kingdom, fearing that her brother Yi might attract the attention of infatuated elven maidens. But unexpectedly, the elves have been warded off. Instead, they have inadvertently summoned a dragonkin. Moreover, in a certain sense, the allure of a dragon beauty poses a far greater threat than that of an elven enchantress. Oh dear. All she wishes for is to joyfully share a world of two with her brother Yi. Is that too much to ask? Now, they are joined by an otherworldly being. How annoying. Observing the anxious girl before him, Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled softly. Just then, a thunderous rumbling shook the earth, and the ground reverberated with a series of booming sounds. Green luminescence swirled around them, and pulsating orbs of energy danced as if alive. Traversing through the realm of nature, a gentle, warm breeze caressed the surroundings, seemingly lightening the spirits and hearts of all who experienced it. Several towering trees, imbued with rich life energy, gradually sprouted limbs, uprooting their roots and transforming into treants. Encircling the area, the flora appeared to come alive, morphing into elves that frolicked through the woods. Delicate blossoms competed to bloom in the invigorating breath of life. What was once a dreamlike elven realm now appeared even more exquisite. Is that the Elven Queen? How beautiful. What is happening? Will this treant not attack me? Has the natural festival commenced? Long live the Queen. May nature bless you. May the deity of nature protect us. Let us hope that the Elven Kingdom remains forever at peace. At this moment, the inhabitants of the Elven Kingdom sensed something significant, simultaneously lifting their gazes toward the heart of the kingdom, the highest point. The players marveled in awe, while the citizens of the Elven Kingdom gazed up with reverent longing. At the focal point of their attention, atop the tallest tree of the realm, stood the most enchanting beauty, the Elven Queen, Teresa. With her eyes closed, she held aloft the highest sacred artifact of the Elven Kingdom, the Staff of Nature. Her exquisite visage radiated piety and sanctity, embodying the pure life energy of nature, which emanated from her and spread throughout the kingdom. This was a momentous natural celebration of the Elven Kingdom, led by the Queen, bestowing the blessings of nature upon all who cherish and believe in it. They prayed for the eternal harmony and stability of the Elven Kingdom. However, today's celebration seemed to bear a hint of distinction compared to those of the past. Teresa paused for a moment, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, her form began to undergo a gradual transformation. Her once ethereal skin, as smooth as cream, dulled slightly, morphing into a captivatingly exotic shade of dark skin. The dark elven persona of the Elven Queen, Tiana. In contrast to Teresa, she appeared less pious, subtly casting her gaze towards the central square. There, a controversial statue of the Black Dragon was being erected. Subsequently, she resumed her ceremonial duties with feigned diligence. Wow! Meanwhile, within the realm of the Elven Kingdom, all the dark elves trembled in unison, gasping as they turned their attention to the dark elven beauty beneath the vaulted ceiling. On this festive occasion, Teresa had also extended a share of the celebration to Tiana, representing the dark elves. Does this signify her sincerity towards them? A century of sorrow cannot be easily erased by mere apologies or the fleeting passage of a few days. However, it is essential for both sides to demonstrate goodwill and take steps towards peace. The dark elves may indeed find stability once more in the land of their origin. What good fortune! Simultaneously, enveloped by the rich atmosphere of celebration and observing the reveling elves, Yu couldn't help but smile softly. Traveling truly is quite delightful. How impressive! In contrast, Gladys exhibited a more straightforward demeanor, showing little interest in these so-called festivities. She fixated on the ever-changing form of the Elven Queen atop the highest tree, clenching her fists in quiet admiration. It was indeed wise to traverse the continent. The world is never short of formidable individuals. At this moment, she encountered yet another one. Despite her petite stature and beautiful visage, the aura of the monarch emanated a formidable power rivaling that of a dragon. How enchanting! Exine Muji gazed in a daze. Sighing softly at it wouldn't be long before the rankings of NPC beauties among players would undergo a change. Yu smiled at her, gesturing towards the attention-grabbing queen, and resumed their earlier jest. Why not approach her and give it a try? Exine Muji. Night boss, please don't jest. How could she possibly meet someone like me? She rolled her eyes, expressing her exasperation. After all, she is the queen of the elves, the supreme being here. If such a person were truly accessible, she wouldn't still be fretting over the Dragon Knight quest. Yet, how would she know without trying? Yu chuckled lightly, handing her a letter. Allow me to assign you a quest. Take this to her, and you shall meet her. Present this to her, and you shall receive what you desire. Accepting the adventure quest, deliver the letter. Content. Deliver the mysterious letter to the Elven Queen. Reward. Elven wine, 100 flower brew, exquisite. Queen's gift this. The night boss is giving her a quest? This isn't the previous ambiguous and peculiar task. It is a clearly defined objective, with rewards equally explicit, a mysterious letter, to meet the Elven Queen? Is that truly the case? The Night Master actually knows the Elven Queen? Who exactly is he? Even the system fails to recognize the identity of this publisher, the Night Master. Exine Muji was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to inquire of him. However, upon raising her gaze once more, the striking figure of the man, the dark elven girl, and the haughty dragon lady had vanished. All that remained was the mysterious letter in her hand, emanating waves of magical energy, reminding her of the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Rarely noticed were the subtle black light and cryptic magical runes that flickered briefly over the incomplete statue. "Oh, ancient Dragon King, why have you imprisoned me?" In the pitch-black space, emerald flames erupted in a fierce blaze, malevolent energy swirling around, as the great demon of the abyss, Morgals, glared furiously with wide eyes, stretching his wings and struggling violently. Roaring in rage, he was the demon lord summoned to the Elven Kingdom, a denizen of the abyss. Instead of wreaking havoc and harvesting souls, he found himself bound by an insurmountable force, drawn here against his will. "Hush! You are far too loud." At that moment, a raspy whisper reached his ears. He was taken aback, witnessing the flickering soul flames, as a figure of modest stature appeared before him. Though seemingly frail, it exuded an aura steeped in the weight of countless ages and the essence of the land of the dead. The Lord of Calamity, the King of the Undead, Sals. "Undead? Hideous soul. What manner of being are you?" Morgals cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive figure before him, scoffing in derision. Sals fell silent for a moment, observing the arrogant demon, and gently shook his head, sighing softly. "There is evidently a reason why demons are banished to the void. You, demons, are indeed an ancient race. This is evident from his reference to you as the ancient Dragon King rather than the Lord of Calamity or the Eternal Dragon. Eons ago, the continent was rife with chaos, devoid of rules or order, and even the races differed from those of the present. The strong dominated the weak, and survival of the fittest was the fundamental principle. At that time, demons were the most powerful race, enslaving the weak, ruling the world, and harvesting souls. The sinister powers of dark magic left the world in tatters, until one day, a great sage, a manifestation of divinity, descended, leading all oppressed and enslaved races in defiance. After a century of warfare, the malevolent demons were ultimately driven from the continent, sealed beyond the endless void in the far west, with vast spatial barriers erected to impede their return. Thus, the demons found it exceedingly difficult to traverse the void to arrive here. From that moment, the world finally embraced tranquility and peace. Countless races flourished and multiplied, establishing rules and order and forging new civilizations. Gradually evolving, they ultimately transformed into the present form we now know. This is the oft-repeated epic recounted by bards. Subsequently, there emerged some demonic sorcerers who, through forbidden arts, communicated with the voices from the void via sealed magical artifacts, establishing a connection. Some even paid the price of their souls to summon formidable demons to partake in battle. However, the majority of the demons summoned by these sorcerers were mere imps and lesser fiends, such lowly entities. The summoning of colossal siege demons akin to hellfire giants was exceedingly rare, achievable only by legendary sorcerers. To summon beings of the caliber of Morgals was a feat accomplished by only a select few. Aside from the top-tier demon lords, such as the cunning demon king of fear, who possessed exceptional intelligence, the rest of the demons were predominantly violent, bloodthirsty, and inclined towards destruction, harvesting and devouring souls, as embodiments of malevolent energy. They proved difficult to eliminate, often relegated to being sealed away, destined to be awakened once more. Thus, their actions bore little consequence. Take, for instance, the Abyssal Lord before us. Even in captivity, he could not suppress his true nature. Brandishing a great sword, he prepared to strike at the despicable undead before him. That moment, the inky void rippled with ominous waves. Time seemed to stagnate, as if everything were ensnared in a stasis. Morgals felt his overwhelming power of fear being siphoned away, rendering him utterly powerless, much like the time he was seized without resistance and imprisoned here. "Why, Lord," before him. Sal seemed to sense something, kneeling reverently and speaking with devotion. In the darkness, immense scarlet dragon eyes suddenly opened, gazing down upon the undead and demons. A terrifying aura, potent enough to shatter space itself, surged forth. The Abyssal Lord, unacquainted with fear, found himself momentarily entranced by the oppressive gaze. The ancient Dragon King. Strangely, the earlier unrestrained words now bore a hint of humility. A demon. Nightwing lowered his gaze, intrigued as he scrutinized the being before him. By the time he traversed to this realm, these creatures had long since exited the stage of the continent, sealed within the void. His understanding of this race stemmed from the ancient knowledge of his current form, as well as memories from Yetion's future. This being was an unexpected find. Originally, Yetion's memories did not include any recollection of this individual amidst the chaotic events of the Elven Kingdom, merely mentioning a few hellfire entities that instigated the turmoil. His interest in this creature was not fueled by the earlier petty remarks, but rather a desire to add an intriguing toy to his own calamity-ridden paradise. "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 34. The Saint. At that moment, Morgul suddenly froze, a wave of despairing foreboding surging within him. The fearsome demon, gripped by uncertainty, began to retreat, gazing in horror at the immense dragon eye before him. In the next instant, words ceased abruptly. Boom. A terrifying magical force, potent enough to warp space, erupted within the eerie black void. Morgul's was unlike Sal's. Nightwing had no need for the rebellious will of a great demon. He merely required a legacy of demons and a formidable archdemon guardian, and that sufficed. The fabric of space twisted, arcane energy surged, and the inky flames seared the very soul of Morgul's. Before long, everything gradually calmed, and a brand new abyssal demon, entirely shrouded in darkness, materialized before you and Sal's. My lord. The obsidian flames blazed around him, and his presence appeared significantly more potent than before. He slightly bowed his head, casting aside his previous brutality and arrogance, and addressed you with a measure of respect. In truth, Yu was not particularly fond of such methods. Creating such puppets brought him little sense of accomplishment. He lowered his gaze and simply said to the two, "Go forth. You are well aware of what must be done." In the next instant, the fabric of space rippled with waves, and figures flickered. The undead King Sal's and the transformed abyssal Lord Morgul's slowly vanished from sight. Players, it seems the next phase is upon us. The dragon formed you cast his eyes down, his crimson gaze seemingly piercing through space to behold a far more distant horizon. Then, as the space shifted, this land of black despair lost its final glimmer of light, and all returned to tranquility. Yet, in the next moment, on the other side, the paradise of desolation erupted with a thunderous roar. The players, who had been lingering within the sacred grounds, engaging in various tasks, suddenly halted. The floating land resonated with a series of colossal booms, and all eyes widened as they turned towards the heart of the sacred site. Not long before, a towering palace of bones had risen from the earth, engulfed in the withering essence of death, dedicated to the first demon lord of the paradise of desolation, the undead King Sal's. However, at this moment, a surge of dark green flames erupted, and a bizarre malevolence spread, forming a strange altar. Altar of the demon lord's sanctuary, malevolent ritual, guardian of desolation, abyssal Lord Morgul's. Join the paradise of desolation. Gain desolation faction points. 100. Desolation faction unlocks racial transformation. Demon. Unlocks class legacy. Demon Hunter. Adventurers may alter through the demon lord's sanctuary, malevolent ritual. Note. Transformation is irreversible. As the system notifications echoed, all players stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unfolding changes. Boom. In an instant, the assembly erupted in uproar. Morgul's was merely a great demon, not akin to Sal's, the leader of his kind. He lacked the qualifications to be the demon lord of desolation. However, providing players with the opportunity for racial transformation and new powers was more than sufficient. Thus, Yu merely erased his own will, allowing Morgul's to serve as a guardian of the paradise of desolation and a conduit for player development. In the future, he would venture into the void, engaging with the top demons of that once chaotic world, to appoint a leader for the new demon lord's sanctuary, rendering this game all the more intriguing. Is a new race being introduced? Demons? Good heavens, and a new class? Demon Hunter? Alas, I regret my prior transformation into an undead. The Guardian of Calamity? Could it be that he is not the demon lord? This malevolent being seems to be the very same one previously summoned within the Elven Kingdom. He has become even more striking. As we absorb the impact of this new revelation, gazing upon the pristine temple of the demon lord and the imposing abyssal sovereign, yet another new race and profession have emerged. The players of the Calamity faction cannot help but exclaim in astonishment. Although this is the second occurrence, it is notably devoid of any forewarning compared to the last. Moreover, the formidable abyssal lord, brimming with a potent aura of dark energy, has personally descended upon this realm. How could one not be awed by such a spectacle? The Calamity faction is truly magnificent. As players gradually explore the vast game continent and diligently hone their skills, some neutral players have begun to align themselves with various factions, even acquiring rare professions and legacies, be it the valiant soldiers of the Empire, the iron-forging dwarves, or the feathered elves. Some fortunate players have also stumbled upon extraordinary legacies and powers through serendipitous encounters. The game is steadily advancing towards its mid-stage. It is an expansive world, teeming with novelty, as countless players embark on diverse developmental paths. However, in comparison, the most straightforward and potent option remains the Calamity faction. Everything is laid bare. The new race of undead can be directly chosen, and related professions can awaken within the Demon Lord's temple. Even the powerful Calamity professions can be exchanged for faction points. Now, yet another fresh race option has appeared: demons. The game is in a constant state of evolution. For players who find themselves constrained by various trials and tribulations, the experience of those in the Calamity faction is entirely different. The Abyssal Lord, with his magnificent wings and robust physique, stands as a testament to the essence of demonic power, undeniably captivating to behold. To the inhabitants of the continent, demons are not considered a symbol of benevolence. They evoke feelings of loathing, inciting a desire for their eradication. Yet, for the players, such notions are inconsequential. They merely seek greater strength and allure. Nevertheless, many players who had previously chosen the undead race now find themselves regretting their decision, enticed by the allure of the new race. However, having made their choice, they find it difficult to alter their path. Suddenly, their once formidable undead race seems less appealing. Why Lord this, however, as one of the representatives of the players and the most esteemed figure within the Calamity faction, Tion merely tugged at the corner of his mouth and offered an awkward smile. How should one put it? During both transformations of the Calamity faction, it appears that they, as devoted followers, have contributed little. All accomplishments have been attributed to their revered master. This renders them rather foolish in appearance. Nonetheless, there is little that can be done. The average strength of players within the Calamity faction surpasses that of players from other factions, yet time remains a crucial factor. At this juncture, the players' capabilities remain somewhat precarious. On the surface, the most formidable contender is undoubtedly Han Ming, who has just received the 50-level system announcement reward. His power is among the elite of players. However, to some of the major factions, he is merely a pawn. Currently, the role of players is largely limited to participating in significant continental events to gain experience and facilitate the progression of these events, without exerting much influence. Consequently, they are incapable of accomplishing any substantial feats. Moreover, the prospect of seeking out a suitable disaster demon lord seems far-fetched. It is not that they lack determination. Rather, their deity is exceptionally formidable, leaving them no opportunity to shine. A cursory comparison reveals that the Holy Order's faction struggles to produce any significant results, which is ample evidence of their predicament. However, at this juncture, the moment has finally arrived. The players of the Disaster faction, aside from the establishment of the new Demon Lord Shrine and the option to choose new racial inheritances, have one other matter of considerable importance. Dear comrades, I trust you have accumulated sufficient faction points? Tion's expression was grave as he stood at the heart of the Paradise of Calamity, addressing the assembly of players before him. The crowd, numbering around 100, was clad uniformly in black, exuding an extraordinary aura. These individuals represent the apex of the Disaster faction and, indeed, the entire player community. Today, they are poised to experience a momentous occasion in their gaming careers. Their faction points are sufficient. They may now enter the most crucial inheritance site within the Paradise of Calamity, destined to become the first devout followers of Disaster. New races, such as the undead and demons, have emerged, nearly causing people to forget the most noble, cherished, and enviable inheritance within the Paradise of Calamity, the followers of Disaster. Unlike the Holy Order, which is bogged down by stringent requirements for obtaining exclusive class inheritances, here, one needs only sufficient Disaster faction points to receive the power bestowed directly by the Lord of Calamity, the strength reserved for the most devout of followers. And now, the time has come. Go forth, choose your power. The strength granted by the Lord is the most potent and magnificent force in this world. You shall not regret it. Tion gestured towards the various inheritance sites behind him, each adorned with immobile dragon statues of diverse forms. Some fervently addressed the players before them, stating that he would prove to everyone that the undead and demons were merely toys selected by the Lord for the sake of diversity. The power granted by the Lord is the only true and most formidable strength. Likewise, at long last, how splendid. All the players present were equally filled with excitement, gazing towards the 21 dragon statues and the inheritance sites. They had toiled in the game for so long for this moment. Now, it was finally time. Unbeknownst to all the players, today marks the day that will alter the world, heralding the fearsome and invincible entity, the Disaster Legion, the most powerful and terrifying among the players. The Archbishop and the Elven Kingdom have dismissed our protests. Heretics. They are all heretics. They have defied the will of the gods. Archbishop, let us launch a crusade once more. I am willing to be the vanguard. Teresa has gone mad. How could she worship that? The Holy Nation, a realm inaccessible to ordinary players, at the pinnacle of the central cathedral, stands as a glorious hall illuminated by holy light. At the head of the conference table sits an elderly man, crowned and staff in hand, his countenance benevolent. Surrounding him are individuals of diverse appearances and statures, yet all exuding an extraordinary presence, men and women alike. This is the Supreme Council, the highest governing body of the Holy Nation, presided over by the Supreme Ruler, Archbishop Igor. Below him are the esteemed leaders of the Sacred Legions, high priests, illustrious clerics, chief inspectors, and other notable figures, each overseeing various aspects of the nation, including warfare, rituals, faith, and heritage. Further down the hierarchy are the knights and warriors, as well as archmages. Strong individuals of the Holy Nation. It can be said that this assembly of individuals sustains the very operations of the Holy Nation, determining its future course. Should someone wielding powerful forbidden magic arise here to annihilate them all, the vast Holy Nation, which governs the most widespread faith across the continent, would succumb to chaos in an instant. Of course, it is unlikely that anyone possesses such capability. Perhaps, at intervals or in response to momentous events on the continent, the Archbishop convenes a gathering. Everyone assembles to discuss forthcoming decisions or rectify previous oversights. Since the players entered this world, the Holy Nation has been somewhat stifled. Despite adhering to the will of the gods and the guidance of fate, they should not be in such a state. Yet, from the beginning until now, they have persistently erred. The archangel summoned to bestow grace and guide faith was forcibly destroyed, and the Bishop of the Covenant met a martyr's end. The Lord of Calamity, who appeared prematurely, brazenly established a site of corruption beside the Holy Nation, luring countless foreigners. Amidst the turmoil within the imperial royal family, the Knight Russell, who guided fate to vanquish the tyrant, fell in battle. The sacred relics of the Holy Nation were lost. The second prince, who aligned with destiny, was assassinated. And the heretical, aberrant princess ascended to the throne, now embroiled in a tumultuous relationship with the Holy Nation. The immortal demons emerged ahead of time, joining the ranks of Calamity, claiming yet another knight's life and fortifying the strength of the foreigners on that side. Presently, it is the mysterious death of Knight Uger, the holy dragon guardian of the Covenant, and the open defiance of the Elven Kingdom against the Holy Nation's sacred edicts that has strengthened the power of the Calamity's domain, offering new races and legacies. The heritage of the Holy Nation is indeed formidable, with the powers of the four saints nearly matching those of the four Calamity's heralds. While the conditions for other special occupational legacies are stringent, many devout foreign players have successfully undergone transformations, a significant improvement compared to numerous neutral factions' occupational legacies. However, in such matters, it is not the abundance or detriment that is feared, but rather the comparison, especially with the opposing faction. Here in the Holy Nation, aside from the elite players, the remaining lower-tier players pale in comparison to those of the Calamity faction, lacking significantly in strength. In the narrow paths of fate, where life and death intertwine, it is often the players of the Catastrophe faction who emerge victorious. In contrast to the benevolent methods of power acquisition employed by the Catastrophe camp, the Church is beset by criticisms for its demands of fervent faith and the cumbersome trials it imposes. Thus, in recent times, the Church has found itself in a dire predicament, its standing on the continent diminished, its own strength waning, and its dealings with foreign entities fraught with complications. Everything has taken a turn for the worse. Not a single matter has yielded positive outcomes. The sole glimmer of hope, perhaps, lies in the newfound information regarding the legendary hero destined to save the world. Yet, this hero still requires trials and growth, and for the time being, does not necessitate their guidance. Hence, it is little wonder that the atmosphere in the conference room is so stifling. The warm rays of holy light illuminate the sacred and solemn hall. Yet the countenances of those present reveal a stark contrast to the ambience. Several boisterous warrior leaders, who oversee the combat factions, redden with indignation, vociferously shouting, "Silence!" In that instant, the high priest seated beside the archbishop cast a stern gaze and coldly admonished, "Quiet!" Immediately, all fell silent. We are here to fulfill the will of the gods, to uphold justice in this realm. The holy war is meant to vanquish evil and heresy, not to bully the lost souls of the virtuous. The high priest coldly regarded the fierce warriors, stating, "Egel, most, you shall each serve a month of penance at the discipline hall." With an air of authority, the high priest continued, "As for the Elven Kingdom, continue to send envoys to spread the faith and engage in amicable dialogue. The Empire, alas, we shall temporarily abandon negotiations." After he spoke, the archbishop, seated at the head of the table, gently tapped the surface, his tone markedly more amiable than that of the high priest. "Today, we convene the Supreme Council to discuss matters concerning the foreign entities and the four saints who are to initiate the divine plan. Their advancement has been swift, having already surpassed level 50, and there is no need for further evaluation. Let us bestow upon them the divine legacy of the blessed." He lowered his gaze slightly, and within his murky old eyes flickered a spark of vitality as he spoke softly. "The progress of the Catastrophe faction has been alarmingly rapid. New races, new professions, new legacies. They have captured the hearts of many foreign entities. The Church must take action to restore the confidence of the players within the holy faction." "Ah, you are here too, Ryeg. You've reached level 55? Truly impressive." In the sacred cathedral, for individuals of distinct temperaments stood together, a warm, sunlit man, a gentle and graceful beauty, a lively and sprightly young girl, and a taciturn yet strikingly handsome youth. This remarkable ensemble drew envious glances upon seeing the man with a sun-kissed smile enter. The vivacious girl couldn't help but blink, bouncing over with admiration and awe, addressing him with reverence. Despite being fellow saints, she regarded this individual as if he were a divine being, on the day of the week, one who serves as a holy knight within the sacred faction, holding the esteemed level of 55, stands as the foremost among saints, a veritable titan among the players of the divine realm, celebrated for his unparalleled strength and revered by all. His demeanor is gentle, marked by humility and courtesy towards others, always eager to lend a helping hand. Yet, he possesses a formidable presence and the poise of a true leader. Even the esteemed bishop has lauded him as a reincarnation of the fabled sage, a paragon of excellence without flaw. His status here rivals, if not surpasses, that of the illustrious figure known as Guyue in the Calamity faction, with both often compared in the players' forums, igniting endless debates between the two camps. Merely a stroke of luck, with a smile, the day of the week humbly addressed the rosy-cheeked maiden before him. Hanya, have you also crossed the threshold of level 50? Here is an epic staff of blessing, fit for your accomplishments. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Chi leaned against the wall with arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Upon hearing the exchange, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the day of the week. He then turned his gaze toward a woman, as graceful as an orchid, stepping forward a few paces to present her with the coveted epic staff that many priest players longed for, offering it freely. Chinga couldn't help but wink at him, playfully emitting a few teasing sounds. She then moved closer to the day of the week, her tone almost a whine. Does my brother have a gift for me? Though she is a woman, her personality is peculiarly eccentric, exhibiting a somewhat fanatical admiration for the Lord of Calamity. Among the representatives, aside from Guyue, the others display rather unusual traits. Naturally, there are no romantic entanglements among them. However, the four saints of the sacred faction present a more intriguing dynamic. With 2 men and 2 women, all of notable appearance and admirable character, they garner immense adoration. As individuals become the object of widespread admiration, they naturally acquire the potential to shine like stars. Many idolize them, while others gossip about their romantic lives. This particular combination of 2 men and 2 women easily gives rise to the notion of couples. It is widely known that Saint Chinga harbors feelings for Saint Ryu, particularly among the younger female players, who are often drawn to a man of his caliber. Conversely, the more reticent and cool-natured Saint Chi seems to hold a quiet admiration for the gentle and beloved divine maiden, Saint Hanya. However, it appears that the bond between Saint Ryu and Saint Hanya is somewhat closer. Thank you. But there's no need, the kind-hearted saintess replied with her habitual warmth, offering a gentle smile as she lifted her own staff of exquisite quality. Even in her refusal, she maintained an air of grace befitting a lady of noble bearing. This is Hanya, so benevolent that she treats everyone as an equal, always willing to lend a hand. Yet, no one can breach the distance that separates them from her. Despite her charming smile, she remains an enigma, keeping suitors at bay. The anticipated rejection elicited no change in expression. He remained composed, devoid of any awkwardness. Retrieving the scepter from his grasp, he instinctively glanced towards the side where the sun shone. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to a somewhat base intuition stemming from his role as a hypothetical rival, he could not shake the feeling that his gentle, modest, and seemingly flawless colleague was concealing certain undisclosed matters. There were moments when this colleague would vanish from the sight of all. Furthermore, it often appeared that Jahan seemed to share a closer bond with her.